Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 11 of the series. Chapter 444, 440, First Come, First Serve. Several hours later, Wei Wuyin found himself isolated within another mountain infused with desolate power. After his discussion with Ai Shenwu, the bearded elf of the Ai clan, he had departed. He, however, didn't just leave. He had deliberately caused the deaths of numerous innocent elves in his attempt to escape, using them to buy him crucial time and consuming Chu Xiaoying's astral force reserves until she was forced to escape for fear of being in a precarious position. While he had gotten revenge for those departed souls, that simply wasn't enough in his book. While he wasn't a saint, he knew how to repay debts. He owed the gray sand elves that fought for precious seconds, regardless if they knew or not, for him. As a man of principle, he could only leave them what he could. After stealthily entering the cities, he cautiously discovered their families or spouses, leaving behind packages of alchemical resources. He felt like a folklore character, descending upon a tragic world to deliver presents. As for those who were still alive, lingering tragically between life and death, a little bit of recuperative products, and they were brought back to this side of the world, firmly and with certainty. This was the least he could do. Not for the sake of assuaging his conscience or ego, because he would do so 1,000 times again and cause 1,000 times more casualties if it meant his own survival, but merely to repay them for their actions. For months and 12 days, true desolate. The holy city of the desolate lands will likely be the gathering of other competitors. He wondered if Lin Ming would be there or the other holy daughter or son that inherited the badge of divinity from earlier trials. If so, his objective would be so much easier. That being said, he had 4 months and 12 days left. He intended to maximize his cultivation base, expanding his astral cores, increasing the quality of his innate energies, and more during this period of time. Setting up his saber formation to isolate his alchemical manifestations, he intended to use the remaining time to concoct 9th-grade products. When he finished his secluded cultivation, he felt that even realm lords might no longer be crucial threats to himself. The 4-extreme continent was divided into 5 regions, spanning a total of 810,000 miles from east to west, north to south, in a perfect balance. These regions were the desolate lands, the Zephyr Plains, the noxious seas, the scorched skies, and the central region, the holy land of elements. They were each 156,000 miles in all directions. The lands, besides the holy land of elements, all had their innate dangers in their environment, such as the desolate land's ambient desolate power threatening to siphon the lively energies and moisture from any living being. Within one of these regions, the scorched mountains, the sky was a congregation of darkly colored clouds that prevented rays of light from piercing through. But the faint black mountains in the distance were like bright lanterns, fiery and burning as they emitted their own light that brightened the environment. The bleak skies rained down dark ash as if water, clearly indicating the unique environment of this world. These drops of ash were the innate danger of this region, the scorched mountains. They burned with a high heat, melting anything they touched with a scorching intensity. Beneath these disastrous skies, within this hazardous environment, 2 figures walked through while protected by a fiery red astral ward that seemed to be immune to the scorching intensity of the ash. In fact, it seemed to siphon off the ash to empower itself. Among these 2 figures was a golden-haired, blue-eyed beauty that seemed to be faintly exhausted with soft pants escaping her delicate lips. Ming Shufeng was a heavenly seer, and she rarely experienced several months within such a tense and dangerous environment. If it wasn't for the tall, exquisitely shaped female figure beside her, she might never be here personally. The cloaked female figure turned to Ming Shufeng. "We're close." Her voice was filled with an indifferent tone, but Ming Shufeng could tell the woman was excited. They were trekking towards one of the numerous volcanic mountains that existed in the Scorched Mountains, but this one was quite special. After sneaking into Rising Ash City, awaiting for a disturbance to happen, they infiltrated the main central building of the city during the chaos, timely entering and obtaining documents that would lead to a specific location. This location was quite special because it was filled with treasure. Ming Shufeng softly complained, wouldn't it be easier to obtain the key to it? They had risked their lives venturing into hostile territory and snatched away vital records sealed for a reason, and they obtained clues that, with her heavenly sight, allowed her to determine its location. But she also understood that there was a key required to enter. This world's inhabitants referred to it as a badge of divinity. The cloaked woman was quiet for a while, but spoke. We can't. In a month, the true elemental emperor will reach this location, using the badge to claim all its contents. Her words caused Ming Shufeng to frown, knowing that this true elemental emperor was likely that handsome young man that caused the disturbance at Rising Ash City. So he has the badge? Ming Shufeng questioned, understanding a little more. If so, it made sense. That young man was terrifying, facing the elites of the city and being chased about yet still escaping and surviving. To try to steal the badge from someone like that, it was far too risky. The cloaked woman didn't answer. She only spoke again as they arrived a few hundred meters from the base of a volcanic mountain. We're here. Ming Shufeng lifted her ocean-like eyes, seeing the unfathomably tall volcanic mountain burning a blazing light, releasing blistering heat she couldn't feel behind the fiery red astral ward. The cloaked woman glanced upward, then down, thinking of something. Then, she whispered something under her breath. Beneath her hood, bright crimson light flared outwards. She formed a few hand seals, causing the world to quake. Ming Shufeng started, swiftly adjusting her balance to not embarrass herself with a fall. What's happening? She asked, a silly thing for a heavenly seer. They were regarded as knowing many things others couldn't fathom, but since meeting this woman, she understood there was always someone who knew more. The woman softly spoke, the badges are merely keys, but there are other ways to enter these caches. To obtain what is inside without a badge. As she said this, her brightly lit crimson eyes effused bursting light, piercing into the blackened ground. Ming Shufeng felt her heart trembling non-stop. How? She asked, the trembling becoming more and more intense. If you've opened one before, you would know how to open it again. She said, a faint smile leaking from her voice. Ming Shufeng wasn't certain what that meant. After all, they spent months trying to find this location. When has she ever been here before? If she knew where it was, what was the point of the risk? Moreover, why visit a cache of treasure twice? Wouldn't you claim it all the first time around? Her questions were endless. Haha, the cloaked woman chuckled, performing more and more rapid hand seals that intensified the quaking of the ground. Chink. Kink. Tiss. Bam. A sound of a door being forcefully opened alongside revolving gears resounded. This lasted for several minutes until the ground beneath their feet started to lit up with runic characters that burned brightly with a warm light. The light of these characters shot into the sky, twisted and melded together and vanished into the sky. Ming Shufeng gawked, looking at the bleak skies above. A ray of light shot out from the darkly colored clouds, piercing the base of the volcanic mountains. An opening enough to fit a human revealed itself, leading to an unfathomable darkness. The cloaked woman didn't hesitate, grabbing Ming Shufeng and shooting towards the opening. A month later, a haggard and beaten handsome youth arrived at that very location once visited by two women. His eyes were calm, but brimming with killing intent. He murmured to himself, holding a badge that emitted a distinct heat, so there are other caches left behind by the Divine King. Good. Unlike the others, this should all be left for a single person. After this, we'll see if I can make you regret it or not, Zhang Yu. Despite his calm expression, his voice was like a knife to the throat. He activated the token, a light pierced into the sky, and descended soon after. An opening formed at the base of the volcanic mountain. He slowly walked towards the opening with tightened fists. Chapter 445, 441, Arriving. Chapter 445, 441, Arriving. A youth exited an opening at the base of a volcanic mountain within the scorched skies of the Four Extreme Continent. His normally handsome expression was marred by confusion and uncertainty. It was Lin Ming. Senior sister said the caches in this world realm were far greater than the outside world. Its entire purpose was for the complete usage of one person. She even estimated it to be roughly 1,000 times more valuable, at least. But Lin Ming softly murmured to himself, recalling the previous 3 weeks. When he had entered the cache using the fire element token, he discovered cultivation resources within, but not nearly as much as he expected. It wasn't that different from the outside caches, and while it helped his cultivation improve, it hadn't caused any leaps to occur. Lin Ming felt something wasn't right, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. With a baffled pout, he calmed his thinking and took what he could. His cultivation base had improved and he should be stronger than Zhang Yu now, capable of making him regret his actions. With a clenched fist, his gray eyes gleamed with a fierce, icy-cold killing intent. In the desolate lands, for extreme continent. For months had passed since Wei Wuyin had entered seclusion once more, concocting and refining products of the highest grade within the mortal limits. One day, a man-made cave hewed into a mountain was sealed and black-clothed figure re-entered the outside world. Wei Wuyin touched the gray sandy desert with his bare feet, feeling the desolate power within. He animatedly moved his toes within, enjoying the grainy sensation of the sand against his skin. The desolate power attempted to enter his body, desiring to siphon his bodily moisture and energies, but when it entered, it was absorbed and refined into his own strength. This world truly is different in comparison to the starfield. There's far too much ambient power within the air, volatile and lethal. The other lands can't be much different. Wei Wuyin remarked, feeling that the world of cultivation, the creation of cultivators, never ceased to amaze him. When he learned that the Blood-Forge continent and 2 solar stars were made by cultivators, designed and fashioned by their wills, he was secretly blown away with his heart racing with awe. Now, he was in an isolated world realm with a functioning ecosystem that can sustain life for thousands of years, had ambient energies and mana freely flowing within the world. Even the solar star above existed in this isolated world, only meant to provide warmth and life-bearing conditions to the inhabitants of this continent. The feat of this far exceeded what he had ever heard of before. Was it possible that cultivators could create entire starfields? Something even grander. Was there a limit? It really does exceed the mortal limits. Wei Wuyin daydreamed about the mystic ascendant realm. The possibility of existing as a spiritual being had never come across his thoughts until he met Wu Yu, or that cultivators could create continents, planets, solar stars, or isolated realms. His horizon had expanded endlessly. The heavenly Daos, the calamities of hell, the yellow springs, and deities, these might be things he'd come across before he'd ever known any of this, but the shock wasn't nearly as great or impactful as learning the possibilities he could reach, not what others have or what this endless world possessed. As he was contemplating the world of cultivation, its exquisiteness and limitless potential, he felt his 4 astral souls vibrate intensely. Over the last 4 months, he started to actively use foundation-enhancing products of the 9th grade, leaving behind 8th grade products. The taste of these 4 little souls were becoming more picky, only seeking the highest after being spoiled senseless. They must have consumed dozens of 9th grade products each with utter satisfaction. Of course, the sheer power of 9th grade products slowed their astonishing refinement speed by a little. So what's the plan? He asked himself, glancing at the direction of the desolate land's holy city, true desolate. While he called it a city, he knew this wasn't the actual case. It was more of a monastery than a city, and only named as the holy city by the continent's natives as a form of utmost respect. The so-called trial is in a little over 10 days. He had a few choices he could take in approaching this, and he still hadn't decided yet. His intent to shake up his actions, act differently than he would have in another timeline, stayed at the forefront of his thoughts. Wei Wuyin didn't wish to be a victim, wanting to grasp his own fate and disrupt any potential assaults on his karmic fortune. Shockingly, Ori was silent. Her energetic disposition was subdued by this question, seemingly left just as baffled and uncertain. Kratos and King gave off their signature nonsense or single-word answers, not really offering any help. To one, there was nowhere they couldn't go, nowhere they couldn't leave, and no one who could threaten him. To the other, a swing of its edge can solve 99 problems out of 100, and if he met that single problem he couldn't, he'd just use 2. Their thought process regarding the matter was simple, and it doused Wei Wuin's worried heart with a warm, chuckling spray of reliable nonsense. With a soft exhale, he thought for a moment that might be too concerned about this temporal reincarnator. But just when he thought this, when he was about to relax a little, Eden sent surging waves throughout his sea of consciousness. This wave contained lessons of suffering from lack of vigilance in his past, of downplaying certain suspicions of allies who betrayed him, of feeling absolutely safe and it nearly claimed his life. The most recent being hunted by Chu Xiaoying unexpectedly. His eyes brightly lit, once more regaining its stability and strength. He couldn't lower his guard against anything, always had to prepare for the worst. He nodded to himself and Eden, sending it his heartfelt thanks. I'll do whatever I need to. Wei Wuin's lips tugged into a confident smile, a smile that could swoon the hearts of trillions. With a stretch, he put on his shoes, and took off towards True Desolate. The desolate land spanned for 158,000 miles in every direction, but at the center of this land was a grand temple that was gray and golden. It effused faint light that turned the surrounding gray sand gold, dispersing the desolate power and transforming it through an exquisite conversion formation into pure astral essence. The golden sand stretched for 158 miles, 1/1000th of the total landmass of the desolate lands, but the temple itself was fashioned like most, filled with a peaceful and awe-inspiring grace. There were 158 large stairs etched into a large mountain, and led to the top of the mountain where the grand temple was built. The first stair was at the base of the mountain, which was occupied by various buildings and people of all types, a mixture of humans and elves. They seemed to be moving about and living in harmony, completely different from the outside world. Here, at the base of the mountain and holy city, these elves did not need to hide within underground cities for fear of being killed or harmed, their bodies and souls protected by the deity in the hearts of all who lived within the four extreme continent. There were thousands of buildings of varying colors, each notably having a singular symbol of distinct design at the top of their doors, as if signifying to others a specific belief. This symbol was of a lone mountain surrounded by a desert. At the top of this mountain was a golden solar star that sent out rays of multicolored light. From the lowest portion of the depiction, there was gray, but as one lifted their eyes towards the solar star, the multicolored light would shimmer more prominently until the peak revealed its radiance. It provoked various feelings within the natives, but this depiction was revered by all as the symbol of True Desolate. At the moment, the entire base of the mountain was filled with people of various backgrounds, most notably very prominent figures in both cultivation and reputation. This wasn't a minor event, held to the highest degree by all those in the city. Several individuals were sitting at a group table within an eatery, being served drinks and food. Amongst this group was Ai Shenwu and the white-haired elven beauty Ai Chao. There were two others as well, their auras not a slightest bit inferior to Ai Shenwu. The rest had powerful auras as well, but completely subduer. Ai Chao took a sip of her iced tea, looking out the window. A wistful look emerged in her eyes. To think all the clan leaders of the 9 elven clans are here. This event was grander than she imagined, a faint pressure weighing heavily on her shoulders. An old elf without any wrinkles but gray hair slowly spoke in a deep voice, not just the 9 great leaders, but the Ganchu have sent 10 of their grand kings. His voice was somewhat strange as he spoke, sighing at the end. Who cares? Those pompous Ganchu just wish to show off. We send 9, they send 10. What's next? We're measuring our girth. Length. How pathetic. A younger elf with a fiery light in his eyes spat, feeling greatly indignant. The others clearly agreed within his words, but they didn't voice it. Ai Shenwu glanced at the table as a heated discussion regarding the humans' actions was launched. He turned to look at Ai Chao, then at the window. In his mind he thought, will he come? Just as those words entered his mind, a figure walked into the range of sight of the various buildings, the so-called city, and lifted his head to the sky, made it in time. Chapter 446, 442, Holy Ceremony of Divine Bestowal. Chapter 446, 442, Holy Ceremony of Divine Bestowal. Wei Wuyin slowly walked towards True Desolate, taking in the grand and much welcomed sight of active civilization, the Grand Temple, and the surrounding golden sand. Every breath he took was different than outside the golden sand, less stuffy and harsh, filled with a pleasant smell and feeling as astral essence entered his body. A peaceful cultivation land in a world filled with death and desolation, to be considered a holy city is quite apartment. This was the first time Wei Wuyin truly realized why this location was so highly regarded by humans and elves alike. Even the underground cities were devoid of such rich astral essence, still having a faint lingering scent of desolation within it. At his right and left were travelers of all types, from experts to low-level cultivators trekking the perilous lands searching for salvation and opportunity. True Desolate had to have at least a few million within the numerous buildings around the base of the mountain, living there and awaiting the day of the trial, with more walking about actively searching for one thing or another. Awed by this discovery, he soon reached a hub of activity and was washed by the surge of foot traffic. It didn't take long for him to mingle with the locals and visitors, his handsome appearance and abnormal black outfit standing out. Most wore gray, white, or gold, lighter colors than black. Despite standing out, no one admonished him for it or showed him any contempt. He was welcomed with a smile wherever he went and learned quite a lot. While the visitors were less talkative, especially the experts, the locals that resided in the city were brimming with energy and excitement. It was quite infectious. The holy ceremony of divine bestowal happens in a few hours. The entire city is teeming with the divine blessing. I feel like today is the day we have a new holy son. Or daughter. So many experts are here. I heard from a friend that not only are the leaders of the humans and Grey Sands Elven tribe here, but all the 9 candidates are here as well. This will certainly be the grandest holy ceremony in the history of the desolate lands. Grand Kings. Elven leaders. I saw them all enter the true desolate temple a while back, but they didn't seem that impressive, you know. I bet I can take em. The world was aflutter with gossip and hope, feeling as if today was the day a holy son or daughter will grace the desolate lands. Wei Wuyin was similarly intrigued by this. He soon learned about the holy ceremony of divine bestowal. According to the well-informed old hands in the city, the holy ceremony was a competition, and it was an extremely simple competition yet notoriously difficult to enter. The first requirement eliminated billions of experts and geniuses, requiring elemental origin intent to be comprehended. The second requirement was even worse, as one could not be older than 300 years of age. A typical astral core realm expert at the lowest level and foundation had a lifespan of a little over 1,000 years. The 300-year restriction eliminated many individuals that dedicated their life to comprehending elemental origin intent and only completing it after that limit was reached. The third requirement for the holy ceremony was to be a son or daughter of desolation, meaning they must comprehend desolate earth intent. This was even harder, as comprehending 9 standard-level intents, merging them together, and then comprehending a high-level earth intent all within 300 years were not easy feats to accomplish. Even for a demonic genius. The past ceremonies held all had 3 or less candidates, sometimes none, which was perfectly understandable. But this year there are a total of 9. After one reached all 3 requirements, they participated in 3 different competitions. As long as they beat all 3 competitions, they would be awarded the badge of divinity and the title of Holy Child. When Wei Wuyin first heard about these trials, he originally believed one needed a badge of divinity to participate and claim another, but he was wrong. Anyone could participate, a badge of divinity was not required. Furthermore, his original intentions were scrapped. He intended to wait for the competition to be completed, hijack the true desolate arrays, and claim the badge of divinity by force and a hint of trickery. If it was obtained by a holy son or whatever, he would just plunder it from them. Unfortunately, he first discovered there were no offensive or defensive formations within the array of true desolate, purely quality of life formations. Additionally, there were too many variables in these so-called Grand Kings and leaders of the Grey Sands Elven tribe, the 9 great Elven clan masters. He suspected their strength reached the 8th stage of the astral core realm, the temporal eye phase, and he didn't have absolute confidence in escaping the pursuit of one, let alone 12.5. Without a powerful array to lock them down, he would be in a precarious position. As for plundering from the winner of the competition, that was his only option left considering the circumstances. It was reliable, and it'll be much easier to steal away the badge from a newly accomplished holy son or daughter. If he wanted to keep a low profile, this was the best approach. Besides those discoveries, the details of the holy ceremony of divine bestowal was an open secret. Everyone knew what they tested, just not how great one needed to be to obtain recognition in each competition. The competitions themselves were extremely simple. The first was a test of talent. It compared age to cultivation base. Each astral tribulation required comprehension and a strong foundation to assail, so your cultivation base in relation to your age was a good indication of relative talent. The second was a test of cultivation foundation. It tested spiritual strength. The astral soul, or the spirit of cultivation, was the most defining aspect of one's foundation, and spiritual strength was defined by the combination of physical strength, mental strength, and purity of essence intermixed to form the astral soul. In much the same way spiritual energies were defined by physical, mental, and essence energies. The third was a test of combat strength. While talent and cultivation foundation was important, a holy son or daughter couldn't be lacking in martial might. If one's arts, spells, and control of astral force was lacking, then it'll be like a baby wielding a warhammer. You have the tools, just not the ability to effectively use them. These tests might be difficult for others, some even lacking confidence in these areas, but he had complete confidence. Be it talent, foundation, or combat strength, he felt that he lacked none. Wei Wuyin intended to shake things up, act against his innately low-profile nature, so he wasn't going to hide himself away. Let the entire world be aware of him, know that he was here. He was going to participate to become a holy son. As Wei Wuyin was mingling about, making a world-shaking decision. Two individuals, a young woman and an old man, were playing a board game at a playground. A short distance away, the joyful exclamation of human and elven children resounded as they played freely and without worries. It was pure music to the ears. The old man made a humming sound before he picked up a piece, causing the young woman's brows to twitch. When the piece was placed down, the young woman felt her body go soft as she reeled in her defeat. Again. With battle spirit in her eyes, she didn't even bother waiting, resetting the board. The old man chuckled, slapping his knee. Then, his eyes glowed faintly as he turned his head. It seems that youngster is back. The young woman's movement abruptly halted, her eyes glowing too with the same brilliance. A twist of her lips showed her dissatisfaction. The old man laughed with a hearty smile. It seems your plan isn't going to work. You have to discard that piece of yours and enter yourself or he'll obtain that badge. And if he obtains it, I'm not making a move, hee. The young woman's twist of the lips transformed into a pout. We just need one item, it's nothing much. We can trade for it. She briskly remarked, ignoring the old man, continuing to place piece after piece. He's in the spatial resonance phase, just like you. There's no way he's going to give it up willingly. In fact, that might be his objective. Are you sure you won't participate? The old man grinned, clearly up to something mischievous. Already. She softly exclaimed, turning her glowing gaze upwards for a moment. Her cultivation prevented her from seeing the depths of Wei Wuyin's cultivation. After a long moment, she sighed. With a tone of annoyance, she said, "Fine." The old man laughed, the pawn is removed, and the queen enters the field. However, he tried to peer into Wei Wuyin's depths earlier and discovered that he could no longer see exact details, only his cultivation level. Chapter 447, 443, Status of Alchemists. Chapter 447, 443, Status of Alchemists. Wei Wuyin's arm's hair perked, his senses invigorated by an outside intrusion. Just now, while he was discussing something with a pretty local woman, someone had tried to pry into his cultivation state. When it did, he felt Kratos tremble slightly, feeling as if something had sank into the sea of his draconic void bloodline. He cautiously inspected his surroundings. Unfortunately, his celestial eyes discovered no one nearby that could have secretly performed such an invisible, nigh undetectable inspection. This drew his suspicions as he considered possible culprits. There were only a few. He instantly recalled and considered that old man, an outsider from beyond this world realm and his own starfield. There wasn't much ill intent within the inspection, and it hadn't prompted a response, so it was likely him. While Wei Wuyin was thinking this, the pretty young woman was growing increasingly shy as she blushed, glancing into Wei Wuyin's silver eyes from time to time. Yes. Alchemists in the Holy City are protected. She answered, her breathing speeding up alongside her heartbeat. She was just a normal woman, how could she resist Wei Wuyin's casual charm and otherworldly looks? She was bewitched. Wei Wuyin softly smiled with a nod. After a little more questions, he gave an excuse and left. The forlorn expression on the woman's face revealed her sadness. Finding a bench, Wei Wuyin sat and pondered. There was a reason Wei Wuyin had decided not to reveal his status as a mortal sovereign alchemist, shaking the world through that. Unlike his starfield, this world realm didn't have ancient alchemists with deified reputations, such as the King of Everlore or Myriad Transformations All-Alchemist. There was no alchemist association. In actuality, they had no idea who either of these individuals were. As for the alchemic Tao and the cultivators of it, they were treated severely, with prejudice. It would be kind to say those who decide to cultivate an alchemic spirit of cultivation were workers for the public's needs, and more direct to say they were enslaved and kept as dispensers. The inability to protect oneself, the inability to exceed the chi condensation realm, and their incredible usage, has diluted their status to such a depressing state. They even captured cultivators and forcefully turned them into alchemists for their own purposes. From the young woman, he'd learned that there were refugees in True Desolate. Due to the endless respect, innate and unspoken rules. If they escaped here, no one would force them to do anything. These alchemists would be free. These individuals were often born, tested for their alchemic talent, and then sent to study the alchemic Tao, forced to concoct pills for clans, sects, and cities. There was no market for alchemic products. There was, however, a market for alchemic slaves, proxies, and children with alchemic talent. They would be purchased, nurtured, and made to concoct pills for these clans, sects, and cities without any pay or rights. Furthermore, they were almost exclusively humans, as elves were often lacking in alchemic talent. This was discovered after millennia of forceful testing, a racial difference that even Wei Wuyin hadn't known about. He wouldn't even consider this possibility with Qingye Yun and Qingye Ying, as well as the myriad transformations all alchemists being of the elven race. The entire world realm, even this so-called holy city, had already had such instinctive prejudice towards the alchemic Tao that there was nothing wrong with them being turned into slaves, and even the local young woman earlier didn't seem to mind the harshness of that reality. Without a market for pills, people were forced to nurture their own slaves, their own alchemists, gather materials, and have them concoct cultivation products for them. This was also one of the core reasons why the cultivation society was so robust and advanced despite its isolation of several millennia. In his starfield, the existence of the King of Everlore and the Alchemist Association ensures no force, sect, clan, or even evil cultivators would dare force someone into the alchemic Tao, forcing them into cultivating an alchemic spirit. If discovered, they would be instantly slaughtered, vilified by the entire starfield. Their deaths might not even mollify the rage of the inhabitants, leading to their ancestral lineage, past, present, and possible future to be eradicated. That was a form of zero tolerance the starfield possessed. And in doing so, very few alchemists would willingly choose to cultivate an alchemic spirit, and over time the abilities of alchemists fell as a result. But here, the vast majority of alchemists had alchemic spirits, or those alchemists that didn't have alchemic proxies who had alchemic energies of a higher level and purity that they could freely use without issue. The alchemic Tao thrived, the experts kept their resources, and the world's cultivation society maintained itself. It was brutal, but even Wei Wuyin couldn't help but feel that this was the standard direction cultivators who prey on the weak, seek strength, and had no qualms using such methods would resort to. He felt fortunate that all the elite experts at the Mystic Ascendant realm, who forged their hegemonic forces, were born from the King of Everlore's labor. A form of unbreakable respect was forged and led to their current society of alchemists. It's incredible how a few people can change an entire civilization's outlook, opinions, and traditions. Wei Wuyin remarked. Suddenly, he felt a shiver down his spine as his celestial eyes glowed faintly. He turned, seeing the old man from earlier sitting beside him on the bench, calmly popping some dried dates-looking fruits into his mouth from a brown paper bag. "I agree," the old man smilingly said, popping another fruit into his mouth. His aura was completely calm and concealed, and if Wei Wuyin wasn't certain, he would think this old man was just an ordinary person. Wei Wuyin was silent for a moment, and unceremoniously reached his hand into the old man's bag, grabbing a handful of fruits, casually popping one into his mouth. He was shocked at how sweet it was, finding it quite delicious. It was definitely a high-tiered fruit not originating from this desolate land or this continent. The old man was startled for a moment, then laughed, finding Wei Wuyin interesting. He offered some more, and Wei Wuyin didn't reject his kind intentions. The bag seemed to have an opening leading to a small, independent space, so the fruit was seemingly endless. After a while, the old man said, "Alchemists are quite pitiable here." Clearly, he had heard Wei Wuyin's questions towards the young woman. Wei Wuyin nodded. "Is it like that elsewhere?" The elsewhere meant wherever the old man was from or other locations he was aware of. The old man sighed and shook his head. "In some places, sure. In most, not really. The alchemic Tao breeds powerful individuals, even if they seem powerless on the surface. Especially when they reach the mortal sovereign level, gaining the recognition of the alchemic Tao. They are fearsome, terrifying even." Wei Wuyin understood his point, but was also surprised. The old man was referring to the alchemic stars of mortal spirituality, a gift granted to those who've successfully concocted ninth-grade alchemical products. He hadn't explored its abilities thoroughly yet, having no legacy to gain an inkling of a path from, but he knew it was like a sort of intent of the alchemic Tao. Others might think the old man meant pellets, but pellets had limitations. They were like talismans, and the inherent dangers in concocting them were not small. And if an alchemist was too weak, they'd die before they could even use one. So this world is a little unappreciative of alchemists because it lacks a mortal sovereign alchemist. Wei Wuyin extrapolated this from the old man's words. It seems the difference between here and his own starfield was the king of Everlore, the only mortal sovereign alchemist. In truth, he was always under the impression that the king of Everlore was fragile and weak, needing others to protect him, but perhaps that wasn't the case. He just knew far too little. Like a frog clawing at the bricks of the wall, he was trying his hardest to expand that horizon. The old man glanced at Wei Wuyin, realizing his body was like a sea of endlessness, unable to obtain any information even from such close distance. This made him feel that Wei Wuyin's foundation and background was far greater than he originally assumed. As for Wei Wuyin's ignorance, this was clearly due to his youth. Well, I just came over to say good luck. The old man finally revealed his reason for approaching. For what? Wei Wuyin asked. Confused. Haha, in the competition. That little girl. Humph, she's quite fierce. She's also very competitive, and while she might not be enough to be a chosen of the true element sect, she isn't all that inferior. After that, the old man grinned, popping another fruit in his mouth, and stood up. He waved as he left, leaving behind these words, "Don't underestimate her. It'll be best if you can tame her." Those last words left Wei Wuyin stunned for a moment. He softly laughed, realizing the old man was trying to play matchmaker. As for the young woman, he didn't fear any concern or anxiety over that. Eating the rest of the fruits, he faintly swept his gaze towards the sky. True element sect. Does the Divine King have a sect outside the starfield? While Wei Wuyin discovered a piece of interesting information, the old man frowned slightly. To eat these mystic all-source dates without even flinching, what a fierce body. The old man felt even more certain that Wei Wuyin was beyond ordinary, far, far from ordinary. Chapter 448, 444, The Holy Ceremony Begins. Chapter 448, 444, The Holy Ceremony Begins. The sky dimmed above True Desolate, seemingly alluding to the coming of night. Lanterns hung on the doors of various buildings lit with a golden flame, bringing forth a warm light. This light illuminated True Desolate, giving it a holy and majestic vibe. A faint radiance of white light emitted from the steps, lighting up all 158 steps that led to the grand temple at the peak of the mountain. The crowd started to gather, but stayed roughly 158 feet away from those stairs. They circulated the temple's mountain, becoming a sea of bobbing heads and moving bodies. There was no cultivator who flew, all standing within the crowd as if they were mortals. There was faint chanting coming from certain areas, likely prayers from devout believers of deities within the continent. Wei Wuyin stood amongst the sea-like crowd, noticing this rapid change as the temple's mountain became the center of everyone's attention. The descent of darkness wasn't due to the solar star above dimming, but a formation that eclipsed the light, allowing night to fall. Since Wei Wuyin arrived here, there was no night. The solar star above was in a perpetual state of unchanging, always in the same location, always emitting light at the same intensity. Seeing the odd expressions and vividly genuine exclamations of children experiencing night for the first time, Wei Wuyin couldn't help but warmly smile. The discovery of the mysterious unknown was always fascinating, even more so when it was observed on those innocent faces. The chanting became louder as the white radiance of the mountain increased. It was as if the light was blessing everyone, feeling warm and gentle caresses on the skin. There was a swaying of shoulders, of bodies, of heads, as the inhabitants of the city started to chant. The language they uttered wasn't something he was familiar with, not Elven or common. He learned the lyrics, following along to see if it'll produce any effect, yet nothing happened. After a while, he noticed the temple's mountain radiance settled. Dozens of silhouette-like figures garbed in hooded robes were standing at the top of the staircase, looking down at the sea of people. Wei Wuyin looked and noted that these people were all unfathomable, likely the so-called Grand Kings of the human race and clan masters of the 9 great elven clans. They were invited to oversee the ceremony, but there were clearly more than 19. The rest must be priests or other individuals of high strength. To think this city could act as a bridge between races. He didn't feel an ounce of hostility from anyone, not even towards the others. A figure amongst the hooded silhouette stepped forward, reaching the edge of the stairs, easily attracting everyone's attention. There were some who prayed with some extra words, asking for more blessings. He could see many praying with their eyes closed, mouths silently moving, as if wishing for something. This was soon followed by everyone present. The figure was revealed to be a woman. With a flick of her hands, she removed her hood and revealed a pair of eyes that seemed to glean no light, being immersed in everlasting darkness. She was blind, but beautiful. Her silvery white hair shone amongst the white radiance, giving her a holy appearance. With her long, braided ponytail-styled hair tied by a tiara of sorts, she gave off a feeling of importance. Children of true desolate, praise Desi, our divine Lord, she shouted, reaching all the way to the edge of the city. Praise Desi, our divine Lord. Her words evoked an explosive response as the inhabitants spoke in practiced unison, as if overtaken by some strange power. Today is the day of the holy ceremony, and our divine Lord will seek out the chosen one, she announced, eliciting a series of excited cries and pious chants. She calmed the crowd with a wave, silencing everyone. Her control of the crowd with her mere presence was exceptional. For those who think they are worthy, to those who seek the blessing of our divine Lord, Desi, please, step forward and climb the stairs of ascension. Climb the 158 steps, reach here, and you'll gain the qualifications to become a son or daughter of our divine Lord. Her words caused the crowd to simmer with palpable excitement, many whispers and discussions happening. Millions of people here were waiting for the candidates to show themselves. It's time, Wei Wuyin faintly smiled. He blurred, arriving at the no-entry zone of 158 feet from the temple. He walked in, low gasps of shock and interest resounding behind him. Wei Wuyin had no intention of keeping a low profile, completely taking the first step. When he stepped out, entering that zone, the others followed instantly, unwilling to be outdone. Their nervousness suppressed, they stepped into the zone as well. There were 10 blurs. With Wei Wuyin included, there were a total of 11 candidates. The crowd nearby went absolutely wild, while those afar were observing events via some formation screen, seeing the candidates arrive in their multiracial glory. After all, the stairs were only from one direction. There were projections to ensure no one missed a thing. The fervent exclamations of the spectators continued. Wei Wuyin glanced around, noting the various candidates, but not going into too much detail. Only AI Juling and the mysterious outsider young woman were given any sort of importance in his mind. He did notice that each of them were young, their auras robust and stable, but their cultivation levels were not the same. There was even a candidate at the World C phase, the first stage of the astral core realm. He wasn't that young, however. The blind woman waved her hand, once more calming the crowd, and she swept her sightless eyes across the candidates. All candidates must climb the 158 steps of demi-mortal ascension. Prove thy worth before the eyes of Desi, our divine Lord. The candidates all stared at the 158 steps. They were large, like steps meant for giants. They led to the top of the mountain, reaching those unfathomable silhouettes. The young woman glanced at Wei Wuyin, then pouted her lips slightly. With a movement of her long legs, she arrived at the first stair step with grace. When she stepped onto it, the step glowed, revealing various runic markings and multicolored light. The multicolored light was like a torrent of raw power, containing all 9 elemental forces. If one didn't have elemental origin intent, they would be bashed by the raw, uncontrolled power, likely dying on the spot. The young woman's fingertips glowed a faint white light that reflected images of various variations and permutations. The 9-colored flood of light was tamed with ease, and she leapt to the second step. Another flood of 9-colored light, stronger than the last, erupted. However, this time, there was desolate power within it. The young woman remained absolutely calm, twirling her fingers like a puppeteer. Her movements were not overt, but contained an exquisite beauty to it that enthralled the mind, making one unable to look away. She wasn't a beauty by any means, being just slightly pretty, but now she had a distinctive beauty that was hard to resist. Wei Wuyin observed her actions. He was quite intrigued, realizing her real appearance was hidden by a power that even his current level of celestial eyes couldn't see through. Likely, it exceeded the mortal limits. For an ordinary woman to have such a high cultivation, to have such a powerful background, it was highly unlikely her looks were that simple. If there's one thing he learned from his lifetime, appearance was attributed greatly to wealth and strength. But natural looks amplified these benefits. He was the best example of that. Even before he entered the cultivation world, Others often referred to him as an immortal's descendant, a compliment based on the mystifying and grand looks of fabled immortals. Now, the gazes he received from all genders and races told the truth. After the young woman handled the desolate power and elemental flood with ease, she took a third step. Wei Wuyin no longer allowed his imagination to run, shooting onto the first step. The flood of elemental power was compressed into a crystal by him, kept in his palm, as he leapt to the next step. He soon caught up to the young woman after reaching the 16th step. The surge of power was greater, and it seemed the staircase was inspecting his age via life force, exerting a pressure as well. The young woman softly snorted, shooting off even faster. Wei Wuyin wryly smiled, following along with ease. It seems the old man was right, she was quite fierce. By the time they reached the 50th step, only a few minutes had passed. But the other 9 candidates were struggling, even AI Juling was fighting fiercely on the 33rd step. The flood of raw elemental energies, the flow of desolate power, and the age-determining pressure was pushing them to their limits. It seemed a person's age determined the amount of force they'd feel with each step increasing it. Wei Wuyin wasn't even 50 yet, so with his strong body, this pressure was utterly insignificant. Even an ordinary World C phase could handle it. The various elemental energies and desolate power was even easier to handle. The disparity was becoming so large that the crowd was silent from shock, disbelief, and confusion. 2 figures that had no reputation whatsoever were pushing their way through the staircase with utter ease while the renowned, expected contestants, even the dark horse that seemed to eclipse the others unexpectedly, fiercely struggled. Furthermore, one was exceedingly handsome and the other was downright ordinary with a strange, beguiling charm. The moment the 2 reached the 100th step, the others, especially the dark horse in the form of a handsome young man dressed in gray and white, were still struggling on the 50th step and below. AI Juling's white eyes were overflowing with elemental origin intent, just stepping onto the 41st step at this moment. The crowd was shocked. Wasn't this too great a difference? Chapter 449, 445, Boundless Essence Mist. Chapter 449, 445, Boundless Essence Mist. Who are these 2? Atop the mountain peak, at the edge observing the scene below, a voice resounded with a baffled and uncertain tone. The voice originated from a tall man with a burly figure. A distinctive silence engulfed the dozens of hooded figures, even those who belonged to the temple. The blind woman swept her sightless eyes towards Wei Wuyin and the young woman, her expression indeterminate. The fact not a single individual could answer was very telling, bringing the hooded figures to a greater silence, one filled with a solemn tension in the air. Soon, the blind woman spoke, shattering the tense ambience. It doesn't matter, they are rightful candidates of the Divine Lord's grace. Her words were met with a chanting utterance from a few hooded members, clearly members of the temple. They didn't care about background, but simply if these figures had the qualifications. Even if the person was an evil cultivator who slaughtered millions, these religious members wouldn't even blink in accepting the person as a holy child if they were qualified. The 20-something others were unsure how to respond to that. To have 2 individuals of unknown origins arrive exhibiting a level of success on the stairs of demi-mortal ascension far beyond the others was unheard of. The temple members merely cared about the holy ceremony, but these 20-something figures were all the most elite powerhouses of the desolate lands, and they had to be mindful of the delicate climate of their world. For 2 unknown geniuses to emerge, both of which were humans, was a startling discovery for the elves, especially considering the foretellings by the oracles that a holy son or daughter had a very high chance of being discovered during this time. This would strengthen the humans further, pushing them into an even more desperate situation than now. Wei Wuyin wasn't too bothered by him standing out like this. His intention was to always stand out, the more the better. He reached the 103rd step alongside the young woman, his celestial eyes inspecting the age-discerning pressure emitting from the stairs. When he did, his heart quaked suddenly at a discovery. The young woman was quite young. While she wasn't under the age of 50, she was certainly not too far off. He thought about this for a second, recalling all the geniuses in the starfield, and he could only imagine blessed having her cultivation base at her age. However, she didn't give him a feeling of being blessed. This indicated that wherever the young woman originated from, the cultivation society was far, far more advanced than his own starfield, and her background was likely not small. But just as Wei Wuyin was shocked, the young woman was even more thunderstruck by him. She too could determine his rough age through the pressure, realizing he was younger than 50. Who is he? He can't just be another chosen candidate of the True Element sect. She was in utter disbelief at Wei Wuyan's current showing, especially the quality of his elemental origin intent. It was extremely polished and well within his control. She knew that intent was based on comprehension, and two individuals who comprehended the same level of intent were likely to not have the same level of control and strength. This was clear by the 9 candidates below heavily struggling to ascend the stairs while they had it relatively easy. This was especially so for elemental origin intent, as it was defined by the quality of intent mixed within it and their innate compatibility. For example, she had comprehended her elemental origin intent but only had 3 high-level intents: desolate earth intent, cyclic water intent, and dark metal intent. The others below had only comprehended 1 high-level intent, desolate earth, or they comprehended mid-level intents that didn't contribute much. This was why the disparity was so massive. But she now realized that Wei Wuyan's elemental origin intent wasn't the slightest bit weaker than her own. When she thought about the struggles and bitter cultivation she had to go through to reach her current level of intent, the numerous resources invested, she grew more and more curious at Wei Wuyan's possible origins. No wonder the old fox said he wouldn't act, wanting me to face him myself. She thought for a moment before going even faster, arriving on the 104th step. Wei Wuyan's own thoughts were similar. He was taking it slow, inspecting the others' elemental origin intent, and realized their intent was far, far weaker than his own. Even the young woman's intent wasn't much. This was the first time he got a solid grasp on differences between intent, never having a true foil to compare. Even when he watched Lin Ming fight, he wasn't able to truly measure the difference. He had 6 high-level intents, all of which were in the top 10, some even in top 3, of all intents in that respective element. For example, violet lightning intent was very highly regarded, considered the hottest and most volatile lightning, easily within the top 5 of all lightning intent. As for absolute zero ice intent, it was very likely the strongest ice intent in existence. This was what he felt. When he thought about this, he faintly shook his head. No longer holding back, he urged his elemental origin intent to its strongest limits, shooting past the young woman and dealing with the torrential flood of energies and desolate power with extreme ease, gathering them into 2 separate crystals with a thought. With no obstacles to speak of, the young woman could only gawk in surprise as he passed her. In a few breaths of time, he arrived at the 158th step while the young woman was still on the 112th step, having already halted her movements as her mouth was agape with shock and utter disbelief. The others below felt something strange course through the air. They looked up to see the tall, imposing backside of Wei Wuyan's figure as he stood upright on the last step. There was silence throughout. Even the crowd went completely quiet, not a single whisper or murmur. The abrupt event left many unsure how to react. Their gazes fixed on Wei Wuyan's lone figure as he stood on that last step. Wei Wuyan didn't mind the attention, keeping the crystals filled with elemental energies and desolate power. He lifted his gaze to see the hooded figures all staring at him, especially the blind woman whose gaze was a little odd. But when he saw her beautiful face up close, he couldn't help but find her quite pleasing to look at. The blind woman gathered her bearings first, speaking to Wei Wuyan, but her voice rumbled through true desolate. "Young one, you have ascended the stairs, come to receive your demi-mortal blessing and the right to become a holy child." Her words were filled with a holy flavor as if she was bestowing Wei Wuyan a divine right. Wei Wuyan faintly smiled, taking the final step and arriving at the edge of the mountain alongside the dozens of hooded figures. He felt their gazes on him, but not a single one used any of their spiritual sense or an ocular spiritual sense to inspect him. The lack of invasive actions made Wei Wuyan realize how serious they were taking this trial, not trying to allude to any hint of foul play. Whoosh! Whiz! Zoom! When he took that final step, a series of odd sounds emanated from beneath his feet, prompting him to look down and find a large runic ring encircling his feet. It rotated with multicolored light and gave off a peculiar radiance. Wei Wuyan inspected this with his celestial eyes, finding that it contained some pure energies he'd never seen before. The energies within the runes started to undulate and expel outwards in a mist that glowed white. This was the so-called demi-mortal blessing, and the mist was visible to all, giving off a similar feeling as the mountain itself. Wei Wuyan felt intrigued as the mist attempted to integrate within his body. "Receive the demi-mortal divine blessing, receive your right." the blind woman said passionately, informing Wei Wuyin to absorb the mist into himself. Wei Wuyin's smile lifted higher as a result, looking at the blind woman for a moment before absorbing the mist without hesitation. He knew this glowing mist wasn't something bad. In fact, it could be considered amazing and extremely rare. Unfortunately, it didn't have much benefit to himself. It was a unique material of heaven and earth he'd never seen but heard of called boundless essence mist. It was described in a particular written recording of an old alchemist who sought to find various unique mists produced innately by the world. Unlike other materials used in alchemy, mist was a very delicate material, and many were under the assumption it couldn't be used as proper material in its mist state, that it had to be condensed into liquid or solid form beforehand. But the old alchemist felt that this wasn't proper, that special mists wasn't just a byproduct of water or wind energies, but its own special existence like herbs, stones, or liquids. That they had unique properties that could be similarly extracted for optimal and amazing usage. It was a wild idea, almost completely against common sense, but he later made a concoction method that could use pure mist to concoct certain products, extracting these unique qualities without harming the mist's foundation through conversion of state. He had discovered and studied boundless essence mist because it was said to be the byproduct of water and wind energies and dense astral essence, but he refused to believe that. He was right, boundless essence mist was misunderstood and had unique properties beyond just pure astral essence, water and wind energies. Its state of existence was also special, akin to stones, liquids, and herbs that could store unique and unseen qualities. This verified a principle in alchemy that was accepted but not fully understood: nothing was impossible. Wei Wuyin absorbed the boundless essence mist, storing it within his body, and receiving the demi-mortal blessing. After absorbing the mist, he was startled by the amount of boundless essence mist there was. He frowned for a moment, then tapped his foot against the ground. A wisp of void force penetrated the ground beneath everyone's notice. Afterwards, he relaxed. This boundless essence mist unique property could concoct a theorized 9th grade, low-tier pill. It was one of the few theorized 9th grade products outside of the King of Everlore's verified recipes, named the Boundless Purity Pill. It was expected to be able to purify the body to an extreme limit, increasing one's affinity with elemental energies as well. There was practically none in the present-day Starfield after the old alchemist's experiments, so he was shocked to see it here. While he received the boundless essence mist, he saw a familiar figure arrive beside him. It was the young woman. She had a faint pout and solemn light in her eyes. She couldn't believe that Wei Wuyin had hidden himself so well. She wasn't sure how many high-level intents Wei Wuyin had comprehended, properly mixing with the other elemental intents, but it was more than 3. Who was this guy? Chapter 450, 446, True Age Revealed. Chapter 450, 446, True Age Revealed. The 158 steps was merely an entry stage of the competition. Eventually, every candidate arrived at the top and received the demi-mortal blessing, purifying their bodies as a result. Despite their heavily gasping breaths and placement of arrival, not a single one of them felt dejected or uncertain about their chances, still holding firm onto their beliefs of success. The success that they'll become the next holy child. This wasn't without any warrant, as the entry stage merely tested one's initial qualifications, not the true determining factor of it. To the candidates, they even knew that pressure based on bodily age wasn't the proper measurement of talent, and even the World C phase candidate had a smile of confidence as he received the blessing. To them, even the locals and natives of this world, knew that the real competition didn't test comprehension of intent, bodily age, or manipulation of desolate power, but talent, foundation, and combat prowess. You could have the strongest intent in the world, but without the proper cultivation base and foundation, it'll all amount to nothing in the real world. This was a well-known and accepted fact that all cultivators understood. The dozens of hooded figures who stood at the peak of the desolate lands understood this principle even better, being true experts that toppled the world with their true talent, foundation, and strength. The absorption process for all the candidates of the Boundless Essence Mist was quite long, taking nearly an entire hour to complete. The candidates could all feel their innate energies and bodies slowly dissolve the impurities within them, expelling it through their pores as turbid air. Wei Wuyin couldn't help but feel somewhat awkward as he absorbed the mist as no turbid air left his body. He didn't have any impurities in his body to begin with, so what turbid air could he expel? He didn't even use ambient energies to cultivate. In fact, he hasn't cultivated his astral souls in a very, very long time. They were self-sufficient and functioning, and these 4 astral souls of his were extremely picky, only consuming the purest alchemical products for their cultivation, even for recovery. As long as a product was low quality, it was completely pure without a hint of impurities, so it could be consumed with no drawbacks. The vast majority of products concocted was impure of varying percentages, but he hadn't concocted impure pills in a long time nor consumed them since he started learning alchemy even during his Scarlet Solaris sect days. Hence, this purifying mist was of no use to him personally. However, if he could concoct the boundless pill to purify the bodies of his subordinates, this would greatly increase their cultivation speed, circulation of various forces, and bodily strength. He was a little excited at the prospect, so stored this mist and stealthily stole some more. He had no idea what a high or peak tier pill would do, but he had his own assumptions, and a 9th grade secondary effect could not be underestimated. Ever. After all 11 candidates finished their refinement of the mist, the blind lady spoke to them and the crowd. "I am Grand Priestess Sita. It is my honor to meet the holy candidates of the Divine Lord. Before all present, we will unleash the trials to find if one of you will become the holy child worthy of our Divine Lord's greatest token of divine grace." Wei Wuyin and the young woman's eyebrows twitched as they heard her name. Sita. Wasn't that just Desi spelt backwards? As if under a mutual understanding, they turned towards each other and faintly smiled with a hint of a laugh. These people were quite fanatical to these so-called deities. The young woman was startled by her actions. She found herself connecting with Wei Wuyin abruptly for absolutely no reason. She turned away, ignoring Wei Wuyin. He might be handsome, but so what? She wasn't a superficial woman, nor was any of her suitors back home lacking in comparison in regards to talent, and likely exceeded Wei Wuin's mysterious background. Wei Wuyin saw this and wryly smiled. What could he do if they had similar thoughts and thus similar feelings? Unlike the others, they were both exposed to far greater horizons and knew that these deities weren't real gods. The others had reverential and awed expressions filled with unyielding fighting spirit. Even AI Juling wasn't any different. None of the elves were. People of the world. We will be testing the true age of each holy candidate, testing their success thus far on the endless path of cultivation. We will be testing the strength of their spirit of cultivation, the foundation forged from innumerable hours of effort. We will be testing the strength of their martial might, the strength of their fists. These factors will be determined by the Divine Lord's judgment to see if they are worthy of His grace. If all 3 are met by any contestants as satisfactory by our Divine Lord's will, a holy child will be born and bestowed the true divine blessing of our world's greatest Divine Lord. Grand Priestess Sita's words grew louder and more impassioned as she spoke. The crowd was riled up, feeling hyped at the possibility that a new holy son or daughter will be decided today. Wei Wuyin was watching her quivering figure beneath the robe, realizing she was quite well endowed in many ways, not just a beautiful face. He soon found out that he was distracted, not feeling an ounce of pressure in this holy competition. He bitterly smiled in his heart. Was it because the contestants were just too beneath his notice? Was he being arrogant and dismissive? But even the Grand Spirit trials held his interest more than this, and he was mostly a spectator. "Let's begin," Grand Priestess Sita said, waving her 2 arms about as 2 golden bracelets that glowed with white light shot into the sky. They rotated rapidly, erupting with multicolored light until they formed 2 man-sized rings that heavily crashed into the ground. They stood upright and a faint veil formed around both rings tightly, creating a curtain of sorts through its gap. "Walk through, prove your worth to our Divine Lord," the Grand Priestess shouted, indicating for the candidates to walk through the 2 veil-like curtains. Wei Wuyin's celestial eyes inspected the rings, finding their functions to be basic, but extremely advanced. They seemed to sense auras. He didn't hesitate, walking through the veil of the nearest one to him. As he did, the other candidates watched on with curiosity. Even the young woman was staring at Wei Wuyin's figure with interest. How long has this guy been cultivating? She wanted to know if the disparity was of any note, or if he formed his spirit of cultivation in the womb like some extremely gifted children with powerful parents, explaining his young age relative to his cultivation. When he walked through, Wei Wuyin felt his aura be inspected, not his bones, blood, or skin. It was the aura of his spirit of cultivation, startling him instantly. When he heard about true age, he thought it meant the age of himself, and when he inspected its functions, he thought it sensed life force auras. To be honest, he wasn't certain if his bodily age would even reveal anything with his void bloodline or if it'll be accurate after he had crossed through time during the mortal star formation tribulation. The surprising matter that concerned and shocked him was that he had 4 spirits of cultivation, and Kraros decided to take the bullet. When he felt its innately protective nature, shielding its siblings from a foreign force, he felt warmth in his heart. In a way, Kratos represented his fleshy body, so it was always the first line of defense to protect the others. And when large, mountain-like characters started to glitter out of the ring, he felt a strange, extremely awkward expression overtake his bitter smile. There was a cacophony of cold, heavy, and horrified gasps. The amount of gasps was enough to notably change the air density in the entire True Desolate for a brief moment. If it wasn't for the event, some might think this was a practiced unified performance by the millions present. Those spectators weren't the only ones who sucked air. The hooded figures, Grand Priestess Sita, even the young woman were wide-mouthed and gasped in shock. The old man below was eating his delicious dates peacefully watching the ongoing show, but at the moment of the reveal, even his eyes bulged out, nearly popping out of his skull, unsure what he was looking at or if it was true. No, if it was even possible. The dates fell out of his wide mouth, falling unfairly on the floor. It didn't deserve that. Wei Wuyin felt extremely awkward. The true age was determined by the spirit of cultivation's birth date, not the cultivator's. After all, the time prior to being a cultivator couldn't really be considered in terms of true talent, right? For a brief moment, Wei Wuyin wondered why his own starfield didn't use the same type of standard. After all, why even test bodily age? Geniuses aren't defined by how long they lived, but how far they've gotten in cultivation relative to their age. Looking at the giant mountain-like characters that revealed Kratos' true age and cultivation phase, he couldn't help but chuckle while rubbing his nose. Kratos was his youngest spirit of cultivation, so one could imagine the absurdity reflected in these characters. It was formed last. It read. 8 years, 7 months, 13 days. Spatial Resonance Phase, Astral Core Realm. Chapter 451, 447, Spirit Units. Chapter 451, 447, Spirit Units. Buzz. The silence that permeated the entirety of True Desolate was ended by a thunderously loud humming buzz. It attracted everyone's attention. Soon, everyone was staring at the grand temple atop the mountain in a strange daze. Wei Wuin's true age of cultivation left them too shocked to properly react, but it didn't stop the ceremony. A strange will seemed to be born, surging from the highest location of the temple alongside the buzzing noise. Wei Wuin turned to observe the temple and noticed a mysterious power erupt from within. He couldn't react before the top of the temple exploded with a frighteningly bright light that enshrouded his figure. His first instinct was to resist, but after feeling the warmth of the light, he halted and continued to patiently observe. The light's shine was only temporary as it receded almost as swiftly as it erupted. When all was done, Wei Wuin had a triangular mark on the backside of his left hand. It was glittering with runic markings. Similar to before, the first to break out of their shock was the blind Grand Priestess Sita, who looked at Wei Wuin with a solemn gaze despite her sightless eyes. She took a deep breath before announcing, "Our first candidate has received the will of Desi, a fragment of 3. Praise the Divine Lord." Instinctively, the inhabitants of True Desolate droned in and shouted, "Praise the Divine Lord." This so-called will was a mark of acceptance, indicating that Wei Wuin had overcome the first trial and proved his true age of cultivation relative to his cultivation base was perfectly suited for a holy child. Inspecting the triangular mark, he realized it was one piece of a full circle. If 3 equal pieces were put together, that circle would be fully formed. Furthermore, the mark seemed strange. Besides the runic markings, there were traces of pure earthen aura within it. The purity of this aura almost matched the wood aura within his Mark of Eden, shocking him considerably. Of course, in terms of vastness, the Mark of Eden was like a planet, and the mark on his hand was merely a small pebble. While in his thoughts, the Grand Priestess Sita urged the other contestants, reminding them that a single area was not all it took to become a holy child. Even still, the others were horrifically disturbed by Wei Wuin's cultivation speed. In less than 10 years, he reached the spatial resonance phase. The young woman glanced at Wei Wuin, her expression the picture of calm, but her heart endlessly quaked with shock. If this was known to others in her starfield, Wei Wuin might be considered more monstrous than those world-shaking geniuses titled Chosens. But it's not like it wasn't possible for someone to reach his level in such a small amount of time, but it usually required an enormous amount of resources and extremely high background while simultaneously disregarding one's cultivation foundation. The old man closed his mouth, his aged gaze feeling a little uncertain. Who was Wei Wuyin? This child was less than 50, cultivated for less than 10 years, was at the spatial resonance phase, and had means and methods that even someone of his cultivation was shocked by. Whoever his family or clan was, they might be from those starfields that possessed multiple mystic radiance belts. Thinking this, the solemn expression on the old man's face relaxed. There's always someone greater. With that, he resumed eating, his heart settled. He was far too old to be stressing over these matters. As long as he held no ill intent towards Wei Wuyin, what harm would happen to him? AI Juling was the second to enter one of the true age-discerning rings, causing characters to erupt. 122 years. Soul Idol Phase, Astral Core Realm. This was more in line with people's understanding, causing a few to heave inner sighs of relief. If others like Wei Wuyin popped up, then where would they get the confidence to cultivate? Fortunately, AI Juling had no issue obtaining a mark of Desi. The young woman stepped in as well, causing the ring to erupt once more. 52 years. Spatial Resonance Phase, Astral Core Realm. While an overly exaggerated response hadn't happened, many were startled once more by the young woman's true age of cultivation and her cultivation phase. Unfortunately, the shock that Wei Wuyin had instilled into them, still lingering within their hearts and minds, dulled their response to a few exclamations and clamoring discussions. Wei Wuyin glanced at the young woman's results, feeling like his earlier observation was roughly correct. She had to be under 60 years old, likely starting cultivating at a very young age. Wei Wuyin's own start had begun when he was 5, so Ori would be over 40 years old. That being said, he did lose out on 10 years, and was stuck on a low tier continent for 37. Regardless, Astral Core Realm cultivators at the peak might be able to live close to 2,000 years, depending on their innate energies and cultivation base, so they could be considered children. Even AI Juling was just starting out. After all the contestants inspected themselves, a few didn't cause the temple to react, being eliminated in the first test. The World C Phase contestant had actually made it, being extremely young and having a true age of cultivation at 22 years, shocking many amongst the crowd. It seemed he made ample preparations and restricted his cultivation start for this competition, possibly focusing entirely on intent. Now, only 8 remained out of 11. Grand Priestess Sita gave Wei Wuyin another glance before speaking to the crowd, retrieving her bracelet. The test of holy talent has been completed. 8 of these holy candidates have gained Divine Lord Desi's approval. We'll begin with the test of spiritual might. Those who wish to obtain the will of Desi must prove that their spirits are strong enough, worthy enough, to handle his will. 4 hooded men behind her stepped forward, waving their long sleeves as pieces of glass surged out of them like lightning. They clashed heavily above, spurting out sparks of light that dazzled the crowd like fireworks. When all the ruckus settled, an oval mirror appeared with a glowing white frame. It slowly descended before the Grand Priestess Sita, who clasped her hands together in prayer and uttered a strange chant. The 4 hooded men aside, the other hooded figures outside of the 10 Grand Kings and 9 Clan Masters chanted along. The atmosphere became sanctified, feeling blessed. Wei Wuyin noticed this oval mirror was roughly the size of a person, but the mirror didn't reflect a person's reflection. It was strange as a mosaic distortion was reflected instead, seemingly indicating something was off with its interaction with light. The young woman frowned. A spiritual reflection mirror. How did they? She contemplated with a murmur, a tinge of shock betrayed by her gaze. Wei Wuyin heard her hushed voice, his draconic senses were far too great not to. He pondered. The Grand Priestess Sita shouted to the sky, raising her hands above her head while waving it slightly. Whatever she was doing caused the mirror's surface to flicker with various lights of intensity. The display was quite gorgeous, hard to move one's eyes from it. Then, she exhaled loudly, causing the sky to roil slightly. The oval mirror landed on the ground and etched itself upright, its mosaic surface facing the candidates. Holy candidates of our Divine Lord, touch the soul mirror of endless reflection, your spirit will be reflected for the world and our Divine Lord to see, to inspect, and I pray that his will finds you worthy. The Grand Priestess exclaimed excitedly, her face somewhat flushed. Wei Wuyin was about to take the first step, but was a little too slow as the handsome young man originally considered as the dark horse of the competition blurred aggressively before the mirror. The mirror reflected a mosaic reflection of himself. With a fierce and resolute gaze, he touched the mirror in a light caress. Broom. A loud eruption of light engulfed his figure for a brief moment before receding back into the mirror. When it did, the originally mosaic and indistinct form of the young man was perfectly reflected with utmost clarity as if staring at a real mirror. While the background was still vague, his figure wasn't. Wei Wuyin inspected the mirror with his celestial eyes, but he frowned after being unable to decipher or comprehend the formations embedded within. It seemed it exceeded mortal limits, far beyond his current understanding. Shockingly, the mirror didn't reflect a number. Instead, firefly-like motes of cyan-colored light that hue reminded Wei Wuyin of Soulpulse manifestation tribulations rings started to appear from within the clear reflection of the young man. Wei Wuyin was also reminded of spirit units, a form of measurement that Eden had devised to measure the strength of each Soulpulse ring. By using the lowest portion of extractable, yet fully stable spiritual strength within the lowest imaginable quantity of spiritual energy, it had devised a measurement and determined it as spirit units. As these spirit units combined together to form greater connective bonds, the total power of spiritual strength was elevated as a result. By this conceived standard, Eden and himself had determined the relative spiritual strength of each Soulpulse ring. This fully revealed the extraordinary calculative prowess of Eden's mind Tao intermixing with his alchemic Tao. Each mote of cyan light that emerged was one spirit unit. As the motes were continuously emerging, they started to connect with line-like bridges that increased the intensity of their respective light and constructed an extraordinary network. This supported Eden's measurement and how spirit units interacted and grew stronger, creating a higher spiritual strength. Engrossed in this development, Wei Wuyin paid rapt attention. The number of motes rapidly increased until roughly 3,000 was revealed, each connected into a single whole via a complex integrated network of webs and bridges. This was the exquisite representation of a single iota of spiritual strength. Regardless of what, this amount of spiritual strength was constant and unchanging lest one increase their foundation. Even if a person used an ocean worth of spiritual energy against a small pond, they would still have the same level of strength. While the pond would be exhausted, it would equally eliminate a small pond-sized portion of the ocean in turn. After the motes of cyan light completely settled, the final result was revealed. Chapter 452, 448, It's Over, 9. Chapter 452, 448, It's Over, 9. 3121. The number was revealed in a towering outflow of light in the sky, announced by the voice of the Grand Priestess. The crowd was trembling with excitement as numerous experts entered discussions. The young man was at the soul idol phase, with a true age of roughly 83 years, so to have such a powerful spiritual foundation was incredible. But Wei Wuyin was quite lost at this moment. What did that mean exactly? While he had a rough understanding of what 3,121 spirit units meant towards relative might of spiritual strength, he had absolutely no comparison or rubric of standard. Was that high for a soul idol phase expert? Was that high for 83 years of cultivation? He was utterly clueless. He even turned to the young woman, hoping to glean some idea of the standard, but her eyes were relatively indifferent while they focused on the mirror, not the result. Exasperated by ignorance, he was left unable to react. Degree 3, 600 spirit units was the relative strength of the 5th Soulpulse manifestation ring, so, I guess it's high. Degree Wei Wuyin was incredibly bitter, uncertain what to do. His distracted thinking allowed AI Juling to reach the mirror soon after, erasing the young man's results, and revealing her own. 2733. The Grand Priestess Sita announced again, but the results were clearly lacking in comparison to the handsome young man. She pouted, her eyes flickering with a hint of frustration. She was older, at the same cultivation level, yet was considerably weaker in terms of spiritual strength. How could she not be unsatisfied? To add insult to injury, she had failed. The young man had received a surge of Desi's will, giving him his second triangular mark on his hand, but AI Juling had not. She clearly didn't reach the proper criteria necessary. Wei Wuyin decided not to rush, waiting for the others. Shockingly, they all failed. Besides him and the young woman that hadn't gone up, the other candidates had failed to meet whatever arbitrary criteria this so-called Divine Lord had set. This, however, came as a surprise to no one. Even the crowd only groaned softly in disappointment when their respective races' holy candidates failed. It seemed this was a harsh, brutally vicious gate that had halted numerous candidates in the past. Wei Wuyin was truly shocked by this. To add, a few had eclipsed the young man's spirit units, but were seemingly too old and thus failed as a result. With only him and the young woman left, Wei Wuyin felt the gazes of millions alongside the outstanding beings of the desolate lands land on him. He was remarkably young in terms of his true age of cultivation, and while he had a formidable intent wasn't much unless backed by a strong foundation. Logic and common sense dictates that Wei Wuin's spiritual strength should be lacking in relation to the standard of his cultivation phase. But that might still be enough to receive the right to pass, simply because he was considered far too young. The young woman curiously glanced at Wei Wuin. But she wasn't the type to feel inferior and hesitant, so she walked to the mirror and touched it. A similar phenomenon appeared, encapsulating her entire figure before receding, perfectly reflecting her image in the mirror. But there was a strange quiver on her face, as if something had masked her true appearance. Wei Wuin was taken aback that whatever concealment the young woman was using had fooled this mirror that exceeded mortal limits. To what lengths did she go to conceal her face? What did she really look like? A burning desire to rip her concealment apart and get a good, long look emerged in his heart. Spirit units started to appear, connecting in their exquisite network of webs and bridges, forming a single cohesive whole. It still fascinated him seeing its structure so clearly revealed, only proving Eden's abilities to determine such profound intricacies. The number quickly exceeded 3,000, rising and past 4,000. Wei Wuin's eyes focused on the mirror, and so was everyone else. The young woman hadn't tested her spiritual strength since she reached the soul idol phase, so she was quite interested in the level it'd reach. Her level of focused investment wasn't any less than the others. 5,000. 6,000. Wei Wuin felt the heartbeat of millions start to race, rumbling and inducing faint, barely noticeable changes in the seismic activities beneath the ground. 7,000. 8,000. The young woman's eyes brightened, a feeling of satisfaction emerged in her heart. She briefly turned, glancing at Wei Wuin with a smile. It hadn't even finished yet, and she felt confident enough to gloat. Wei Wuin frowned. This wasn't even as strong as the 7th Soul Pulse manifestation ring's spiritual strength, wasn't she gloating a little too early? Then, it broke past 9,000. Ending at 9,017. The old man watched from afar. Unlike Wei Wuin, he was clearly aware of the standards of spiritual strength relative to age and cultivation phase, showing a proud smile on his face as he nodded with satisfaction. It's over 9,000. An elven clan master amongst the hooded figure, who had faintly spiky hair and a sharp gaze beneath his hood, exclaimed with clenched fists. This was very foreboding to him and the other elves, especially considering the 3 remaining candidates were all humans. Furthermore, this young woman was terrifying. Her spiritual strength exceeded his own. His outburst prompted the other clan masters to feel a pressure on their shoulders. The elves were already in a lesser position. If another human became a holy child, their situation would become worse. Furthermore, they would even lose their homes. Wei Wuin furrowed his brows as the young woman received her second mark. Not wasting much time, Wei Wuin walked forward and placed his hand on the mirror, passing the young woman who gave him a competitive glare before turning away. Wryly smiling, Wei Wuin was engulfed by light. Unlike others, Wei Wuin had 4 astral souls, but they didn't each have separate spiritual strength. No, they were all combined into a single shared unit. Spiritual strength was the relative strength of spiritual energy, which was determined by the quality of the intermixing parts, physical, mental, and essence energies. This meant a person could only have a single spiritual level no matter how many astral souls they had. Furthermore, they would all have the same amount of spiritual strength. But also unlike the others, Wei Wuin had Kratos, a 7th-level mark of mortal myth draconic void bloodline that granted him a vast capacity for physical energies and incredibly high quality. This alongside his unhesitating usage of 9th-grade products to reach the utmost limits of quantity and quality of his innate physical energies brought the physical part of his spiritual energies to its literal limits. He had Eden, a mind Tao astral soul that expanded his sea of consciousness to the point one might refer to it as an ocean of consciousness, allowing the storage of vast mental energies while elevating their quality them to the apex, in the same fashion as Kratos' bloodline. To add, he had 2 divine astral souls. The term divine was coined by the divine King Han Zhe as it related to the spiritual qualities, aura, strength, and energies of an astral soul. They, by default, had unnaturally higher spiritual qualities than others, refining physical, mental, and essence energies to a higher level and efficiency enough to elevate the spiritual qualities beyond what should be standard. Furthermore, they were all 9-ringed soul idols, with Ori having 10 rings. These 4 astral souls benefited his spiritual strength in a way that was unimaginable. So when his spiritual strength was analyzed, his figure revealed, the motes started to show up. It didn't take a single second before over 10,000 motes appeared. Over 9,000. In a breath of time, it went beyond 20,000. A frightening silence once more permeated the entire world as the motes emitted glistening starlight, bright and shining. Some even felt blinded by the resplendent cyan light emitting from the mirror. Wei Wuyan's silver eyes brightened. This mirror truly did exceed mortal limits. In terms of cultivation base, his spiritual strength had to be his greatest foundation, especially with 2 divine-type astral souls. For it to measure it all without so much as a tremble, he was quite intrigued by the internal formations within. When he recalled the 9th soul pulse manifestation ring's spiritual strength, the ring that took him across starfields, he couldn't help but realize his own spiritual strength had far outstripped it in power. The number kept rising. 24,000. 27,000. It started to slow down for a moment. 29,000. 30,000. But then, while everyone who wasn't blinded was simply watching with unmoving, unblinking eyes, it sped up again. 38,000. It seemed as if it wouldn't stop growing. Wei Wuyan faintly smiled, realizing this crazed jump was due to Ori's 10th ring. It had abruptly pulsated just before, clearly it was Ori not wanting to hold back. Then, it finally stopped at 39,900. 39,900. The Grand Priestess's mental fortitude had proven time and time again to be better than everyone else as she regained her mental focus and declared Wei Wuyan's absurd spiritual strength. But her cheeks were flushed red, her breathing clearly heavy, and those sightless eyes quivered as she loudly shouted. Wei Wuyan received the 2nd mark, turning his attention to the young woman who no longer held any competitive spirit in her eyes, but a wisp of horrified terror as if Wei Wuyan was a terrifying monster of legend. Rubbing his nose with a bitter smile, Wei Wuyan couldn't really say anything to ease the situation. The old man below kept his dates, no longer in the mood to eat. Wei Wuyan's level of spiritual strength wasn't that far off from his own, and with his cultivation base, this was an absolutely terrifying discovery. He whispered absent-mindedly, almost as if going senile, always someone greater, always someone greater. Perhaps it was him imagining the sect, person, or clan that could nurture such a terrifying monster, but he felt fear for the first time in a long while. A wave of relief entered his mind like the cool side of a pillow on a hot day as he realized he hadn't offended Wei Wuyan. In fact, they could be considered friendly acquaintances. This consoled his aged heart greatly. Chapter 453, 449, A Bewildering Conundrum. Chapter 453, 449, A Bewildering Conundrum. Of course both Wei Wuyan and the old man were well aware that spiritual strength wasn't all-powerful, as there were numerous other factors that determined strength. The key and most crucial being cultivation level. Even if Wei Wuyan's spiritual strength was terrifyingly strong, what was that before the worldly domain of a realm lord? A Time Lord's temporal dissonance. A Star Lord's star implosion. Could spiritual strength overcome these innate qualities of a higher cultivation level? Perhaps, but this didn't factor in the level of cultivation methods, exquisite spells, grand formations, bloodline abilities, and so much more external factors, such as armaments, talismans, pellets, etc. Only fools would think a single aspect of cultivation made you invincible. While it might make you terrifying in your cultivation phase, maybe even invincible within it, it wasn't a guarantee to jump cultivation levels. Furthermore, a vast army of ants can topple an elephant if the elephant was careless. It wasn't that simple. But this didn't take away from Wei Wuyan's outrageous reveal. The entire True Desolate was reeling at this measurement of spiritual strength, unable to speak or discuss, unsure what to say or who to say it to. Some even held such disbelief that they called into question the legitimacy of the test, if the mirror was actually working, or other insidious things that went against their faith. Grand Priestess Sita could feel the air become thicker, suspicions abound. Even she held doubts for a brief second, swiftly dispelling it after Wei Wuyin received the second mark. This was a confirmation that his display was legitimate, even the Divine Lord himself had accepted it. 39,300. Our Divine Lord has bestowed you, holy candidate, with his blessing of approval. You have been deemed by the Divine Lord as worthy. She said these words, even stated twice with a rephrase of her intent in a sentence, and ended it with a strange chant that was echoed by the other hooded members. This shattered the looming thoughts of cheating and suspicions. After all, to them, their deities were infallible. How could a mere mortal trick their Divine Lord? It was such a preposterous thought that if someone suggested that possibility, they might be stoned to death by the crowd for such blasphemous words. But Wei Wuyin was extremely amused, not by his outrageously high spiritual strength, he was very aware of that, but by the Grand Priestess not knowing his name. For some odd reason, he found it quite hilarious that he was essentially an unknown and they all unhesitatingly accepted him. There was also a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes concerning that as well. The outsider young woman was the same as him, never referred to by name. In fact, none of the candidates had to register or declare their identities prior to participating. It was as if they didn't have the right to be known, and this was accepted by everyone present. It was a fascinatingly bewildering custom. So he could only accept her words with a faint smile as she referred to him as you and holy candidate. I realized it before, but it is quite strange. The customs, traditions, religious beliefs, and style of living is wildly different from my starfield. I wonder how different other starfields are, other cultivation civilizations. Wei Wuyin recalled the old man's words about how the enslavement of alchemists was active in some areas and not in others, highly dependent on if a mortal sovereign alchemist existed there or not. He couldn't help but wonder how a starfield with multiple mystic ascendants in open conflict would look like, thinking about the shattered starfields he'd come across. Would it be that devastating? That destructive where no life remained? It certainly wouldn't be like his own starfield thousands of years ago. None of those mystic ascendants were in open conflict, each with their own objective and goals, held together by the mysterious glue that was the king of Everlore and complicated past relationships. It was only after the departure or disappearances of these figures that exceeded mortal limits that the lesser cultivators at the astral core realm fiercely clashed for ruling rights, territory, or egos, instigating numerous wars and eventually leading to the myriad monarch sect, who once ruled the starfield, into a corner of suppression. The Grand Priestess soon calmed the crowd down. She announced that only 3 holy candidates remained, left to face the hardest test, the test of martial power. Unlike the first 2 tests, the test of holy talent and amp, the test of spiritual might, the test of martial power was considered the most difficult due to its static testing measurements and lethal potential. To pass the 3rd test, a cultivator has to claim victory against a selected member of the temple that was 3 full phases or cultivation beyond them. Yes, 3. It was this very reason why there was not a single cultivator that reached the spatial resonance phase, only the 2 outsiders that abruptly arrived. Because this test meant Wei Wuyin and the young woman would have to face genuine realm lords. Furthermore, there was no defeat or surrender. It was a battle to the death, it'll only end when one of them is lying lifeless. Only through this can the true strength of these holy candidates be fully displayed, with no trump card left unused and no strength held back. The temple members have never shown a shred of mercy, with numerous holy candidates losing their lives in this test. The handsome young man, this so-called dark horse of the competition, was a soul idol phase cultivator, forcing him to face a cultivator at the gravity emission phase, the 6th stage of the astral core realm. While he was talented, and it wasn't as exaggerated as facing a realm lord, those at the gravity emission phase still had 3 full phases of cultivation advantages. Furthermore, these experts had their own spells, arts, armaments, and trump cards. It was considered the hardest for a reason. If it wasn't so difficult, numerous holy candidates would have long since become a holy child. Wei Wuyin held a slight frown while the young woman was quite solemn. Even she, an outsider from a higher cultivation civilization, understood that the difficulties of this test was unfathomably high. While she had the absolute assurance of safety with the old man present, unable to lose her life, it was still a challenge she felt most pressured by. Even with her bitter cultivation, rich resources, and vast superior legacies, the difference of 3 levels of cultivation wasn't an easy feat to overcome, no matter what your cultivation base. Furthermore, the higher your cultivation became, the more difficult this particular trial was. Nervous. Wei Wuyin coolly slid over beside the young woman, asking with a faint smile. He was shocked that she emitted a faint fragrance from her body that was quite attractive. This was the first time he caught himself enjoying a particular scent so much. From the faint gloss of her skin, he could tell she had applied some unique skin lotion, making him feel slightly invigorated and energized with every breath. His eyes slightly constricted as he realized the lotion stimulated mental energies, focusing the mind, easing one's comprehension of various things. That must be extremely expensive. If he had to guess, it had to be roughly a peak-tier 8th grade alchemical paste. He didn't know what recipe, however. He did know that paste wasn't fully restricted to paste, even including soap, lotion, cream, semi-liquids, gels, and ointments. It was a very broad category. The waters of life, which he used to soak Zuhai's dying body in during the Grand Spirit trials, was a semi-liquid substance. It was akin to amniotic fluids mixed with hardened mud. While Wei Wuyin was startled by the young woman's lotion, she was startled by Wei Wuyin's approach and casual attitude. Here she was mentally preparing herself, yet this youth was asking her if she was nervous. She gave him a sidelong glance and a soft humph as a reply. Wei Wuyin didn't mind her attitude, continuing, "Will you be okay facing a realm lord?" He wasn't too concerned about her safety, but more concerned about the old man acting, disrupting everything and completely ruining his plans somehow. However, when she heard the concern in his voice, she frowned with dissatisfaction. While Wei Wuyin might be extremely handsome, might have a large spiritual strength, be unfathomably young and talented. Wait, where was she going with this? She lost her train of thought for a moment, only to find it after a brief flash of confusion. Right. Even if he was. All those things, she wasn't Southwest easy to court with a little bit of that. She had suitors lining up in droves of the most elite tier with the greatest background, so she wasn't easily swayed by a single outstanding feat or two. She rolled her eyes, sending a spiritual message, "Don't you know? The minimum to maintain your status as a chosen is having the ability to overcome 3 phases of cultivation, no matter your cultivation level. And that's towards true elites, not the ordinary, third-rate cultivators here." Wei Wuyin was instantly startled by her words. What? So chosen realm lords have to fight mystic ascendants? He was shocked by the implication, but his words had nearly caused the young woman to fall over on the spot, looking at Wei Wuyin with disbelief soon after. She thought he was making fun of her for not clarifying or attempting to make a joke to arouse her interest and engage in conversation a little more. After all, he was a chosen candidate of the True Element sect, right? He should at least be aware of this basic requirement. She rolled her eyes again, completely ignoring Wei Wuyin. Wei Wuyin realized his words were a little ridiculous. A mortal fighting against those who've broken mortal limits would be like an ant trying to fight an eagle. He was just ignorant of so many matters. At the moment, he felt the pain of being the frog clawing at the well. Cultivators here are considered third-rate to her, but the cultivators in my starfield are even worse. Does that make them fourth-rate or fifth? Bitterly thinking with a wry smile, Wei Wuyin looked at the Grand Priestess to perform some strange hand seals. She seemed to be sending mental energies through space, interacting with some hidden formation in the sky. This caused him to look up, his celestial eyes brightly lit with activity. Oh. So that old ghost is overseeing the selection. Makes sense. He observed the faint aura of Wang Yuqian, the ghost-like being from beyond that controlled the myriad Dao palaces. It seemed he was enabling the events, acting as this will of Desi. After he determined this, he grew confused. This confusion grew to an unsettling amount in a blink of an eye, unable to be settled no matter how much he thought about it. He observed Ai Juling, the young woman, and the other 8 contestants, and he heavily furrowed his brows until they nearly became vertical. Didn't the old ghost say it was utterly impossible to form elemental origin intent without Genesis essence? How come there's so many who have? How come there's been so many? Why is it the requirement to obtain a token if the token is required to form it? He quietly murmured this, unable to drive these questions out of his thoughts. Before, Wang Yuqian had said with utter certainty that comprehending elemental origin intent without Genesis essence was impossible. While Wei Wuyin was an exception, obtaining the complete blueprint from the mortal star formation tribulation. According to the old ghost, one needed a token of elementus that held Genesis essence. Yet, there were 10 others present with it. And while the young woman could be somewhat explained due to her mysterious origins, the others simply couldn't. How did he not notice this before? Chapter 454, 450, Insta-Killed, Test of Martial Power. Chapter 454, 450, Insta-Killed, Test of Martial Power. The question was like an infectious virus that bore into Wei Wuyan's mind, consuming his mental energies with ravenous speed. It spawned more and more questions. Just how did these holy candidates come to be? Why was the old ghost so certain if he oversaw the trials thus far, which have been held over 100 of times since the inception of this trial? He had the urge to ask the young woman, feeling like there was a grand mystery to this discovery, even faintly feeling as if there was a trick to it. But as he observed their bodies, he deduced that they had genuine elemental origin intent, without a hint of falseness within. There was no ambiguity in its might or function, and the aura was something he was extremely familiar with. While Wei Wuyan silently contemplated this conundrum, the Grand Priestess Sita finished her chanting, her strange hand seals, and funneling of mental energies into the sky above. A thunderous rumble erupted, causing the darkened skies to grow fearsome and the world to tremble. It startled a few, but most amongst the true desolate audience wore excited expressions colored with anticipatory stares. Wei Wuyan lifted his head, the sky started to part. A thick line of scintillating multicolored light erupted from the sky. It gave off a warmth that felt holy and majestic. The inhabitants of True Desolate prayed, clasping their hands and chanting. From the split sky, a square platform engulfed in that warm light fell, descended until it was directly above True Desolate. This platform was extremely large, covering half of True Desolate. Only the bottom could be seen, but Wei Wuyan knew this was a battle platform. While the formations embedded in the platform were astonishing, beyond mortal limits, their design matched battle platforms he'd seen numerous times before. The divine martial stage has descended. Our divine Lord Desi shall observe the brave challenges of our holy candidates, hoping to prove their worth. Grand Priestess Sita announced with fervent passion. A light shone down from the platform's bottom, forming a cylindrical structure that crushed down towards the handsome young man. He didn't move as it encapsulated him. An undulation of vibrational waves erupted from the platform, as if waiting for something. Holy candidate, you have been chosen as the first. Shall you take the challenge to prove your worth, or will you concede? Grand Priestess Sita asked with a soft yet loud voice, giving a sense of unprecedented seriousness. The pressure seemed to mount on the shoulders of this holy candidate. Clearly, this was the last opportunity he'd have to back out of this test. It was a battle to the absolute death, only one of them will leave this battle. As for the other of them, it was one of the hooded figures that were 3 levels higher than his own cultivation base. If it was a realm lord, he wouldn't have any confidence, but if it was a gravity emission phase expert, he was somewhat confident. If he succeeded, he would become the new holy sun, gaining infinite prestige and power. With a resolved glint in his eye, he announced, I accept the Divine Lord's test. When those words were uttered, the crowd went solemn yet simultaneously cheered for him. It was a strange and contradicting sight that was extremely hard to describe. Another burst of light later and a hooded figure was encapsulated in a similar fashion as the handsome young man. Wei Wuyan inspected this person who seemed to be chanting a string of thankful prayers. The two abruptly vanished. The platform above started to flicker as numerous projection screens were displayed all around True Desolate, revealing multiple angles for them to observe the fight. The positioning was such that he didn't need to strain his head upwards to watch, merely looking into the horizon, and there were several screens with many angles. The two were projected and the hooded figure removed their hood. A female was revealed. She was middle-aged, pretty, with short dark hair and brown eyes. Furthermore, she was an elf. When her sharp ears were revealed, the Grand King started to spiritually transmit messages. Despite that, there was little they could do. This person was chosen by the Divine Lord, it was a trial that they couldn't interfere with or claim bias. The middle-aged woman didn't hesitate to retrieve a saber, sharp and nearly 2 meters in length. Its curved edge and glinting tip exuded a faint saber intent. Wei Wuyan was immediately intrigued. This was the first person he'd come across in the desolate lands that had given birth to saber intent. The young man prepared himself as well, retrieving a bow staff with various white carvings that emitted elemental origin energies. With a firm grasp, he got into a low stance with her. Astral energies flaring at the ready. Wei Wuyin noted that this staff was a high-level astral armament, feeling extremely intrigued by its quality. He was faintly curious as a countdown formed above the two, starting at 60 seconds. Wei Wuyin was curious, directing a few questions to the Grand Priestess. What happens if he overcomes this test? Will we get a chance? The other hooded figures turned to Wei Wuyin, with the Grand Priestess frowning slightly. But even the young woman was curious about this detail. What if multiple holy sons or daughters were to show up? She perked her ears and listened. The Grand Priestess softly answered, "The Divine Lord will choose who is more worthy based on the other two tests. Only one holy child can reach ascension." Wei Wuyin nodded, turning towards the screen as the young man was thrumming with astral force, his aura rising to its utmost limits. But the middle-aged elven woman was silent, only holding her saber in her hand with a faint glint of sharp saber light at its edge. The young woman frowned, feeling like if it was just her and Wei Wuyin, there was no way she would become a holy child, obtaining that badge of divinity. But it didn't matter. She'd use this as a way to temper herself, finding another way to obtain that item. The Dark Horse was originally someone she invested a year into developing in hopes of producing a proper candidate. It was because Wei Wuyin was participating that she had entered herself, lest there would be no chance to obtain the badge of divinity and that item. She looked towards this Dark Horse with anticipation, wanting to see the fruit of her resources. Her anticipation was abundantly displayed on her face. But Wei Wuyin saw the countdown reach 30 seconds, and he shook his head. With a soft voice, he declared, "He's dead." This startled the young woman, glancing at Wei Wuyin. She frowned, looking at the young man who was primed at ready, wielding a high-level astral weapon and was thoroughly refined by her resources. This person could fight 2 levels above his cultivation, easy. If he used that particular art she taught him, he'd have a greater chance. The Grand Priestess was intrigued. Turning to Wei Wuyin, a strange glint in her sightless eyes. She asked, "Why do you say this?" The enigma that was Wei Wuyin was hard to ignore. His true age of cultivation was less than 10 years while simultaneously having a 39,300 spiritual strength level. He was the definition of monstrous, and if it wasn't for the venue and her own duties that she took with the utmost seriousness, she might have long since bombarded him with questions. This was the case for the Grand Kings and Elven clan masters as well. They all looked towards Wei Wuyin, paying extreme attention to his every word and action, trying to glean some information about who this extremely handsome and monstrously talented youth was. Wei Wuyin turned to the Grand Priestess with a faint smile, pointing up. He said 4 words, but the moment that last word was said, only 3 seconds remained in the countdown, didn't manifest soul idol. Those 4 words immediately brought everyone to realization, turning to the seemingly primed and absolutely focused young man. But yes, he hasn't manifested his soul idol. Most would only use that for the most extreme fights as it consumed an outrageous amount of spiritual energies to do so, but it simultaneously elevated spiritual strength and aura to the next level, making spiritual spells and defenses extremely terrifying. It even amplified one's astral force. The young woman looked on, her eyes constricting. Down below, the old man shook his head. Such arrogance. As if Wei Wuyin's words were a divine prediction, the countdown fell to 0. A buzz resounded indicating the beginning, and the young man began by erecting a fierce defensive ward backed by a defensive art. A turtle shell formed in front of him, while his astral force surged out endlessly in preparation for a move. The young man understood that a battle of attrition was impossible and this fight might be decided in a few exchanges, likely a move or 2, so he intended to immediately execute his strongest move given to him by that mysterious figure that nurtured him. He was unleashing his trump card. The sound of a saber leaving its scabbard was followed by a howling keen of sharpness that grasped the hearts of everyone present. With a single step forward, the middle-aged woman transformed into a comet of saber force, her saber intent flaring wildly, but all her strength was condensed into its edge. She swung it horizontally. The young man braced himself, reinforcing his ward with gritted teeth. But alas, his actions were utterly futile. A ray of saber light flashed, arriving at his tortoiseshell-like ward instantly. With a faint grinding sound of metal touching a hard surface, the saber light erupted in great intensity. After, like a shooting star, the middle-aged woman and saber light arrived roughly 100 meters behind the young man. Wei Wuyin shook his head. Saber intent wasn't sword intent. It focused its sharpness into its edge, striking in the most direct, simplest manner possible. It was designed to kill, a weapon of death that brought its enemies onwards to the road of reincarnation. While the sword had boundless variation, the saber wasn't as complex. Even the cultivation method he practiced was just named the saber. After a moment of silence, the young man's eyes widened with disbelief, unwillingness, and endless grievance. He didn't even get a chance to execute his strongest move. A gush of blood resounded in the world, revealing a curtain of crimson that leaked from the young man's neck. He gawked out a few incomprehensible words, the last words in his life, before his head directly slid off his neck. When it slammed into the ground, the projected screens all showed his headless corpse and dimmed eyes of his decapitated head. The crowd was silent. As for the middle-aged woman, she kept her saber, her expression somewhat pale. She had condensed her saber force into a single strike, exhausting herself considerably in the process. The young woman gnashed her teeth. Idiot. Chapter 455, 451, The Fearful and the Fearless. Chapter 455, 451, The Fearful and the Fearless. The life of a young expert met its untimely end at the hands of an old cultivator, truly a regrettable event. Unfortunately, life came with risk and risks came with rewards. The young man sought fate-changing recognition that would forever change his future, but he had to bet his life in turn. Unfortunately, he lost. The young woman gnashed her white teeth in anger, frustrated at the carelessness of that young man. If he had conjured his soul idol, while it would consume an enormous amount of his spiritual energies, his spiritual strength, spiritual sense, and astral force would have increased manifold. This might have been enough to survive. Wei Wuyin noticed this, but he didn't know why she was so invested in the outcome of that fight. His defeat wasn't embarrassing, laying to rest at the hands of a gravity emission phase expert who wields saber intent. He should have no regrets. The young woman turned her head towards Wei Wuyin, her eyes glaring at him with a steely edge. Was Wei Wuyin mocking her? Noticing her sharp stare, Wei Wuyin faintly smiled. He didn't feel that what he said was wrong. The young man was indeed a soul idol phase cultivator, and the fact his corpse hadn't turned to dust from the edge of that woman's saber was already enough to receive resounding applause. The crowd, however, merely clasped their hands together in unison, be it children or adults, and chanted a piece of scripture. From their pious expressions, the solemn light within their eyes, and bowed heads, they were clearly paying respect to the holy candidate's life. It was respectable. Wei Wuyin joined in. Not because of religious principles, but out of respect. The young man faced nigh impossible odds, and while he had acted careless, his death was determined from the moment he said yes. He had the courage to agree to this risk, to fight for a better future, so he deserved the respect. Grand Priestess Sita was also giving her chanting prayer, sending the soul of that young holy candidate off to the next world. From her peripheral vision, she saw Wei Wuyin chanting, paying respects and sending him off too. As for the young woman, she was too angry to care, ignoring Wei Wuyin and everyone else. She didn't believe in the customs and traditions, clearly revealing herself as an outsider. The Grand Priestess was shocked by this discovery. She thought Wei Wuyin was an outsider as well, not one nestled in their customs and traditions. This caused her to grow absent-minded as she inspected his solemn yet astonishingly handsome visage. After finishing his chant, Wei Wuyin lifted his silver eyes and noticed the Grand Priestess's absent stare of amazement. When their gazes met, she started and he responded with a warm smile. The Grand Priestess felt her heart race from that single exchange of looks, turning away with a quickness and faintly blushed cheeks. She admonished herself internally. She was too old to be entranced by a youngster, no matter how outstanding. Wei Wuyin softly chuckled. He found this Grand Priestess quite cute, especially how her eyes appeared sightless yet weren't. To excitingly add, she was clearly new to relations between men and women, her primaline completely intact. He decided he'll court her after this. With the title of Holy Son, it might be easier too. While his thoughts were elsewhere, Grand Priestess Sita continued forward with the ceremony. The holy candidate's corpse was brought off the platform and kept in a crystal coffin emitting faint white light. He'll be buried on sacred ground as a show of respect for his courage and talent. Another cylindrical light erupted from the platform, crashing down and encapsulating the young woman's form. It was her turn now. The platform seemed to be deciding who went by the order they touched the mirror or perhaps the level of their spiritual strength. Holy candidate, you have been chosen. Shall you take the challenge to prove your worth or will you concede? Grand Priestess Sita asked once again with a soft yet loud voice. This time that voice was directed at the young woman. The young woman was still a little peeved, but she calmed herself down. She was about to speak, to accept the challenge, when she heard a spiritual transmission. Her expression instantly changed. Within the spiritual transmission, there was a message from the old man. It said, "Your grandmother told me not to interfere in life and death matters that you decide to voluntarily participate in or court yourself, regardless of instructions. She forced me to swear a heavenly oath as well. If you agree, I won't be able to interfere. Think carefully." She hesitated, gulping slightly. There was a safety net within her heart, so she was fully willing to test herself, but she wasn't certain now. She knew how fierce and strict her grandmother was, and the old man couldn't lie to her due to a similar heavenly oath, so she trusted his words unconditionally. This tempering experience would turn into a life and death struggle with a single word. Her heart was seized by an icy cold grip. If it was against someone else at her realm of cultivation, she would be fearless, but a realm lord was considered invincible beneath their realm by the majority of cultivators. While chosen of those grand forces were capable of challenging beyond that conceived belief, she wasn't a chosen. They were legendary figures with heaven-defying talents. Worldly domains were very difficult to overcome, nigh impossible. Furthermore, if she met a realm lord with such swift and violent lethality like that middle-aged female elf, she might meet her demise in a few exchanges, her life ending with a whimper in the middle of some backwater world realm. All her dreams, desires, and plans would be kaput. Wei Wuyin could feel the hesitation within the young woman's body language and eyes. She's not accepting. He fully thought she would. Fearlessly accept. After all, she had the old man behind her. He also wished to see the level of strength and talent of those beyond his starfield, within higher cultivation civilizations. No one rushed the young woman. The gazes of everyone quietly lingered on her, awaiting her response with patience and respect. This wasn't a small matter, and it required risking one's life, one's everything, to overcome. They also understood her hesitation. After all, she had to face a realm lord. Anyone would hesitate. The young woman felt her lips become dry, her heart starting to beat a little bit faster, and her mind recalling the violent and abrupt scene of her pawn's death. Her delicate fingers twitched slightly, a piercing feeling pricked the edge of her throat, and her spine shivered with an icy cold jolt. Wei Wuyin could see the fierce mental struggle. It wasn't an easy decision. He awaited her decision alongside everyone else in silence. He had deduced that the old man wouldn't save her, so she was genuinely considering this. The only issue was, why did she ponder it now? The details of the tests were extremely well known long before. He looked towards the crowd below, finding the old man with slightly furrowed brows. Those aged eyes of his noticed Wei Wuyin's gaze and turned to meet it. After a brief moment, he turned away and understood. The girl was under the premise that she was protected before, but she had just realized she wouldn't be. "Will you be fighting?" A soft voice resounded, directed solely at Wei Wuyin in spiritual transmission. Wei Wuyin turned to see the young woman looking at him, her gaze a little awkward and uncertain. Wei Wuyin instantly realized she was looking for an excuse. She wanted Wei Wuyin to say something along the lines of, "Yes, I will. You don't have to participate. Even if both of us win, I'll likely be selected as the holy child due to my previous results. Stay back, let me show you my strength." Those words would comfort her, relieve her of the heavy tension she felt, and she might pout, might make a scolding remark to see if he could actually achieve it, or something of that asinine nature to justify her rejection, removing any fear or damage to her ego. She grossly miscalculated, however. Because Wei Wuyin wasn't that type of person. He wasn't the person to be the white knight to the fairer sex, alleviating any mysterious or pretty woman's struggles with his actions or words for the sake of it. He wasn't even the one to remind her that her mental state likely already determined her loss, her death. If you have fear in your heart, especially facing an expert of a higher cultivation level and stable mentality, then death was the only thing awaiting you unless you had external support. The fear bred a desire to live which would subconsciously restrict one's proactivity in battle. Instead, he remained absolutely silent, looking at her expressionlessly. The young woman paled, unsure how to respond to that. She closed her eyes, bit her lips, and clenched her fists until they trembled. After a very long while, she seemed to have reasoned with herself. I don't accept the challenge, she indifferently declared. After, the cylindrical light retracted and re-entered the platform. She no longer had the face to remain here, flying down from the mountain and towards the old man. She wanted to leave, the embarrassment she felt was the greatest she'd ever experienced. The old man sighed with relief. He transmitted a few consoling words with traces of wisdom, clearly wanting to ensure she doesn't form a stain on her heart from this. Wei Wuyin watched her leave, soon he was engulfed by the cylindrical light. The crowd cared little about the young woman's preemptive surrender. She wasn't the first holy candidate to do so, and they knew she wouldn't be the last. No one thought of her in an ill manner, but they also didn't show any respect. The lack of contempt, disdain, disappointment, or schadenfreude shocked Wei Wuyin. These people were truly different from what he was familiar with. Most wanted to see blood, an innate bloodlust in their hearts, or see others humiliated or failing at a task impossible for themselves to perform, verifying its difficulties and alleviating their sense of inferiority. Fascinating, he quietly muttered. Holy candidate, you have been chosen. Shall you take the challenge to prove your worth, or will you concede? Grand Priestess Sita asked again, but her voice contained a faintly strange tone within. Wei Wuyin turned to her, smiling brightly. I accept. A burst of light descended, shining upon a particular hooded figure behind the Grand Priestess. This person was quiet, being relatively tall and bulky in build. This was a realm lord. The two vanished. Their figures re-emerged on the platform, a countdown beginning just like before. The hooded figure removed his hood and cloak, revealing a hardened body of muscle and flesh. Wei Wuyin's eyes constricted. This person was slouching. When he fully stood up, no longer hunching forward, he exceeded 8 feet in height, rivaling Deshan. He was an elf as well, with 2 particularly sharp ears on the sides of his head. This man's muscles had sharp contours reminiscent of a bodybuilder of the mortal world, not a single shred of clothing concealed his astonishing upper body. His breath was subdued earlier, but as he revealed himself, his intense breathing was fully released. Each breath was like the surging bellows of a raging volcano, filled with mighty sounds and powerful air. Wei Wuyin felt buffeted by the man's physical presence, his clothes stuck to his flesh from the pressuring air. His dark hair wildly fluttered and his robe flapped endlessly. There was a darkness within the elf's eyes, filled with a vicious power that Wei Wuyin couldn't place. Regardless, it terrified the spectators who watched from the projected screens. The dreadful feeling that Wei Wuyin felt was several hundred times greater, but he merely smiled in the face of it all. This smile was incredibly joyful, completely and utterly fearless. Do you hear that? Wei Wuyin rhetorically asked the elf. The muscular elf shrugged, ignoring Wei Wuyin's nonsense. He was bound by a duty, so he had no intentions of being distracted by Wei Wuyin's tactics. One of them will live and one of them will die. And he had no intention of dying today. But Wei Wuyin didn't mind, touching his chest. He gave a faint grin. You're exciting it. Ba-dum. 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 Chapter 456, 452, Too Late. Chapter 456, 452, Too Late. The draconic roar within his heart rumbled and thundered, shaking the platform. The pulsating vibration from each heartbeat was explosive, coursing through the stadium and causing it to tremble in response. Wei Wuyin felt Kratos' might. Even the hulking elf was startled, his expression changing slightly. The countdown ticked down, reaching 30 seconds. If it was before, I might be concerned. But now. Wei Wuyin was talking to himself, a very rare event. If he was facing the Realm Lord before him at the Soul Idol phase, his only option was to unleash a flood of astral force backed by his saber heart intent in confrontation, but he was no longer at that level. 20 seconds. He had ascended to the 4th stage of the astral core realm, the spatial resonance phase, reached the 7th stage of the mark of mortal myth, and raised the limits of his astral core. With 9th-grade alchemical products, he consumed and refined them with reckless abandon, strengthening his foundation to their utmost limits. 15 seconds. Clenching his fists, his aura blazed. Imagine if he was one-shot by that big elf, how hilarious would that be? The young woman pouted, still feeling indignant from her fearful refusal to accept this challenge. She sought verification that her decision was right, not fueled by fear but by reason. And Wei Wuyin's life was the target that could assuage her unhappy heart. The old man frowned at the young woman's words. Don't act petty. It's unbecoming, he sternly reminded her. While he was assigned to watch over her, he didn't hold back in his opinions. Such words were extremely disgusting to him, and he didn't think Wei Wuyin deserved such a fate. Right now, they should support him simply because he wasn't an enemy and a possible ally. The young woman seemed startled by the old man's response, looking down and remaining quiet in thought. She wasn't so narrow-minded that she couldn't change her way of thinking. She was quite aware of her actions and words and their meanings, capable of reflecting on them. 5 seconds. Wei Wuyin and the hulking elf stood in opposition with each other. Their auras were flaring wildly. Grand Priestess Sita frowned. He's not using his soul idol. She recalled Wei Wuyin's words earlier about the young man's carelessness for not manifesting his soul idol, and that was against a gravity emission phase expert. Right now, Wei Wuyin was facing a legitimate realm lord. Even the young woman lifted her head, asking the old man, why is he not manifesting his soul idol? While she felt that Wei Wuyin's defeat and thus death would validate her internal excuses to surrender before fighting, she didn't actually want him to die. The old man frowned slightly. Just watch. 1 second. 0. A flash of light signified the beginning of the fight, and the hulking elf was not slow. He instantly conjured his worldly domain, blitzing towards Wei Wuyin at full speed in the hopes of bringing his young opponent within his worldly domain. Despite his size, he was extremely fast, and in a single blink of a mortal eye, the distance between them was reduced to roughly 10 feet. Wei Wuyin was deeply within his worldly domain. The hearts of spectators tightened. The hulking elf didn't smile or feel joy at this development, instead fully unleashing the might of his worldly domain, crushing Wei Wuyin under its immense pressure. Wei Wuyin's form distorted and then exploded. A gasp resounded, only a single gasp within the entire true desolate audience, however. It belonged to the young woman. The others expected as much, their eyes and minds fully focused and intent on seeing the outcome. The hulking elf's expression changed. Wei Wuyin didn't turn into a burst of bloody mist and fragments of bone, but was seemingly wiped from existence. This felt extremely strange. Suddenly, his eyes constricted as he launched a fist towards his left. Instantly, a vast, 100-meter-sized, astral fist was conjured and shot out like lightning. It crushed the air particles in its path, leaving nothing untouched. The condensed astral fist collapsed into a swirl of mist, utterly crushed somehow. Wei Wuyin's figure was at the leftmost edge of the hulking elf's worldly domain. He held a clenched fist forward as if he had thrown a fierce punch. There was a faint draconic roar lingering in the air. You're no longer weak, Wei Wuyin joyfully chuckled. When Wei Wuyin clashed with Chu Xiaoying earlier with his physical strength and draconic force, he had suffered tremendous damage to his body. Now, he had destroyed a condensed astral fist with a single punch. The hulking elf was astounded by Wei Wuyin's raw strength, his heart nearly skipping a beat. Moreover, what was that feedback from earlier? Did he crush Wei Wuyin's afterimage? It felt so real. What the hell was that? Unsure and uncertain, he decided to press forward with greater power. Before unfathomable strength, all tricks and schemes would scatter into nothing. Whoosh! Bam! 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 The hulking elf charged with heavy steps, traveling hundreds of meters in a blink. He wanted to engulf Wei Wuyin within his worldly domain once more. But Wei Wuyin's figure was like a ghost, fleeing perfectly at the edge of the worldly domain, never intending no matter how fast he rushed. The worldly domain was roughly 120 meters in a spherical circumference, but Wei Wuyin stayed perfectly out of range. His speed struck the audience with awe and tension. To them, a single mistake meant death. Too bad you're facing me during the season of regression. A voice emitted from Wei Wuyin's ghost-like figure that erupted in the ears of everyone, as if it was directly beside them. There was a hint of pity within that was unmistakable. The hulking elf frowned, halting his mad rush, retracting his worldly domain. He realized that he couldn't match Wei Wuyin's speed with his suppressed spatial force. Despite having 3 phases of cultivation beyond Wei Wuyin, his speed was not even close. The season of regression prevented the conversion of ambient energies and mana, reducing a worldly domain's potential strength considerably, and negatively affected their spatial force, weakening their spatial movement and spatial prison abilities. He had tried to seal Wei Wuyin, but whenever the ambient spatial energies were manipulated to constrict and restrict, Wei Wuyin was entirely unaffected after a burst of gray light. The season of regression truly weakened cultivators. It similarly weakened other cultivators as well. Without the support of mana, movement arts were slower and more costly than before. The inability to manipulate the ambient energies with intent restricted the might cultivators could bring forth. Unfortunately, Wei Wuyin wasn't under the same limitations. He, however, never intended to use these advantages. "It's best to end this swiftly," Wei Wuyin said, unusually talkative today. With a clench of his right fist, Kratos thrashed and roared. Behind him, a faint image flashed. The size and appearance was difficult to measure, making it seem very surreal. In response, the hulking elf's aura surged like raging tidal waves, pulsating with tremendous power. The air currents were twisted and distorted, even the dark sky became slightly brighter from his power. "Die!" The hulking elf howled, pushing out both hands as a boundless wave of astral force was unleashed. This wasn't an art or spell, purely raw and refined astral force backed by his own power, but it engulfed half of the platform in an instant. The half that Wei Wuyin occupied. He couldn't face Wei Wuyin's speed, and a worldly domain consumed spiritual energies, even more than soul idol, so a battle of attrition wasn't favorable. After all, a worldly domain was transformed from a soul idol, so realm lords had no soul idol. He decided to use his immense advantages of reserves to simply overwhelm with an area attack. Facing a tidal wave of disastrous power, Wei Wuyin retained an expression of absolute calm as the wave crashed into his body at shocking speeds. His figure was instantly drowned in astral force, crushed under the heavy, imposing power and turned into dust. The hulking elf felt the feedback of the impact, feeling Wei Wuyin's body utterly collapse under his powerful astral force, but he once again felt strange. Just as he was about to manipulate the astral force to utterly crush any trickery, his eyes widened as he turned to his right. He forfeited his control over the massive sea of astral force, and unleashed a lightning-like fist. His body glowed with boundless astral light. A hand clasped his fist, casually halting its monstrous momentum. The breathing of everyone was stuck in their chest, not understanding what was happening. Was Wei Wuyin regenerating? They saw him die twice now. And yet, he appeared unharmed and untouched. Seeing his astral force-infused fist be stopped with ease, the hulking elf unleashed his worldly domain once more, encapsulating Wei Wuyin's figure. He intended to trap Wei Wuyin this time, using his spiritual strength to restrict Wei Wuyin's cultivation. Careless. Wei Wuyin spat a single word. The spiritual pressure he felt was child's play. But since he dared to enter in range of the hulking elf's worldly domain, he had already decided to end this. The hulking elf was confident in his worldly domain, but when Wei Wuyin's words echoed into his ears, he felt a sensation of deadly crisis. He had just remembered that Wei Wuyin's spiritual strength was extremely abnormal. His eyes darted to his fist clenched by Wei Wuyin's hand. His eyes bulged. Without hesitation, the hulking elf erupted with incisive astral force at his shoulder. His entire right arm expanded like a balloon, the joint that connected his shoulder and arm exploded in a gush of blood, flesh, and bone, and the hulking elf swiftly retreated while engulfed by spatial force. He retreated. For an entire mile. Wei Wuyin stood there with the remnants of the severed arm in his hand, feeling awed by the sheer decisiveness of this realm lord. A faint smile surfaced on his handsome face, throwing the arm away and causing it to continue its explosion. Too late. Wei Wuyin said, his figure vanishing. The hulking elf was confused as he stopped his retreat, hearing Wei Wuyin's words. Then, his eyes constricted as he felt a foreign force inside his body erupt like a parasitic bomb. He hurriedly shot forward with an explosive leap, traveling 100 meters in the blink of a mortal eye, but the light of fear was inescapable within the hulking elf's eyes. It was indeed too late. But, how? Was his last thought. Wei Wuyin held a head in his hand, the spine still attached, dripping with spinal fluid and discolored blood. It wiggled like a subdued serpent. The headless body of the hulking elf was 100 meters away. It turned around as if still listening to the predetermined commands of its lost brain, twisting and readying to unleash a ferocious punch with its remaining arm before it halted. Forever. With the head held in Wei Wuyin's hand, the world went silent. There was just confusion, complete and utter confusion. Thud. Crash! The body of the Realm Lord kneeled as if begging for mercy, and then at the next second, collapsed with endless blood gushing from its twisted neck. Chapter 457, 453, Holy Sun. Chapter 457, 453, Holy Sun. The Tao of Void is quite terrifying, Wei Wuyin commented. But his expression was somewhat pale, clearly having exhausted an absurd amount of astral force and physical strength. To rip the head off a Realm Lord's refined body was not an easy feat, requiring one to twist and wrench with tremendous force. His fingers dug into the cranium of the hulking elf simply from the sheer force used. The outline of his fingers were forever etched into his skull. Wei Wuyin didn't like to talk during a fight, but to ensure his plan worked, he needed to. Each syllable he uttered contained hidden mental energies intermixed with void force, and it laid as a trap. When Wei Wuyin arrived before the hulking elf, grasping his fist, he had sent a boundless amount of void force into the Realm Lord's body. It was the cause that led to the delayed reaction of the hulking elf at the very last moment. He hadn't even been able to resist. He was indeed careless. Retracting his worldly domain and allowing Wei Wuyin to come into direct contact with him. The hubris and confidence he held in his heart led to his death. Wei Wuyin had conceived and constructed this method from Time Lords. They were said to be able to induce a temporal dissonance, making one perceive time faster or slower than reality. This could make experts of the highest caliber make endless mistakes, both offensively and defensively. And while he didn't have temporal energies, he had void energies linked to the concept of time. But he realized how difficult it was. Just this slight delay had caused Kratos to use roughly 90% of its astral force reserves. 90%. If it wasn't for his astral core's absolutely massive reserves of astral force, he would have been unable to achieve it. As for his 2 deaths, that was a void imprint. It was one of his new bloodline abilities unlocked after reaching the 5th stage of the Mark of Mortal Myth, and he could leave a realistic copy of himself containing the same mass, visual image, and aura in the space he previously occupied for a very long time. As for vanishing, he was just extremely fast. The bloodline ability didn't have much use in a real fight, making Wei Wuyin realize that some bloodline abilities just weren't designed for combat. He had to get creative, turning it into a substitution art. Regardless, he felt this void imprint would link to other abilities one day, allowing unique and miraculous changes. Still, Wei Wuyin couldn't approach the worldly domain of a Realm Lord carelessly even during the season of regression, so he waited for it to be retracted before making his move. The decisive arm severing was beyond his expectations. He had to admit, this Realm Lord was extraordinary. It was far too unfortunate that he met Wei Wuyin in this life, that he was selected to die. In the perceptions of others, the spectators could see Wei Wuyin arrive above the hulking elf from behind in a blur and twist his head a full circle, pulling it viciously from his thick neck with a violent yank. It was extremely bloody and savage. Yet what was even more terrifying was the body's actions after the fact. The hearts of everyone grew extremely cold at this sight. Even the experts hadn't witnessed a headless corpse acting on its own, especially those children. They might be scarred for life. Even if the crowd was startled from horror, how could the old ghost be? The platform glowed and explosively burst into bits of starry lights. Wei Wuyin floated in midair, not by his own power but by a power originating from the sky, and he was emitting the same boundless white radiance as the platform. The starry light from the platform started to gather onto Wei Wuyin's right hand, forming a vortex. The air currents of the world twisted and exploded as the light traveled. The severed head in his hand and the headless corpse vanished, engulfed by some unknown power. They were restored into a single whole and returned to the mountain before anyone could react. However, the Realm Lord was truly and fully dead. Wei Wuyin hadn't just twisted his head off, but sent a burst of astral force that completely destroyed his brain, completely killing him off to complete the test. Perhaps only those who exceeded mortal limits could resurrect him or save his soul from crossing to the other side, but clearly the old ghost had no intention to do so. The starry lights emerged once more, flickering endlessly as they encircled Wei Wuyin. While in midair, the gushing air currents, and gorgeous lights fluttering around him, Wei Wuyin seemed to become deified. His handsome looks were astonishing alongside the imagery, causing numerous inhabitants of True Desolate to gawk at him in awe. Wei Wuyin's hair was lifted and twisted about randomly, causing him to frown with a contemplative light within his eyes. There was a strange power within these starry lights, containing traces of energies he wasn't quite familiar with. Soon, he felt a prickling sensation on his right hand. Looking at his right hand, he was shocked to discover the mark had added another triangle, reaching a total of 3, and fully completing the perfect circle. The mark contained pure, dense, vast, and heavy earthen energies. The aura emitted from this mark was filled with a unique intent, far greater than desolate earth intent. In fact, it was devastatingly powerful. It felt boundless, infinite, without limit. The heaviness was a concept, not a truth. The vastness was endless, with no horizon. The purity was natural, with no turbidity. There's a specific intent within this mark. Wei Wuyin concluded, inspecting the mark intently. If he had to estimate the level of this particular intent, it was far, far greater than the high-level desolate earth intent. In fact, it felt as equally as profound and strong as absolute zero ice intent. Just as Wei Wuyin's mind wandered, a violent burst of multicolored light pierced out of the dark sky, descending upon him with thunderous momentum that engulfed his entire figure. The inhabitants gasped, Wei Wuyin's existence seemingly melted within the thick ray of bursting light. The young woman and old man looked on with varied expressions. The young woman was in utter disbelief. Wei Wuyin had single-handedly eliminated a realm lord, and in an extremely brutal fashion. She had fought her urge to risk her life, unwilling to die an unfair death in a minor world realm such as this, but Wei Wuyin had snatched victory with his own ability. Even she wasn't certain how he won, simply the vicious act of his victory. And she didn't know how to react. The old man had a complex, incredibly ambiguous expression. He was currently investigating the multicolored light and felt a sensation of trepidation for the first time since arriving in this world realm. From this feeling, he had confirmed a few things regarding the truth behind these so-called holy ceremonies and the will of deities these natives incessantly droned on about. In some ways, an existence beyond mortal limits was truly overseeing matters on the continent. To some, it might be an unmatched deity, to others, it might just be a powerful cultivator. As for Wei Wuyin's victory, while shocked by the method in which he claimed the man's life, he wasn't shocked by the end result. Wei Wuyin was clearly a genius sufficient enough to obtain the title of chosen. Furthermore, his origins were likely far from ordinary, so it was extremely, abundantly, and outright clear and certain that he would win. If he couldn't, then who could? Who could? Aning. A sound of a holy gong ringing erupted. The Grand Priestess heard this gong and straightened her back, her sightless eyes filled with a fanatical glow. The Holy Son has been chosen. Her words were world-shaking, empowered by her fullest cultivation base as it spread throughout tens of thousands of miles. She spread out her hands, tears dripping from her eyes, kneeling as she cried out in the most reverential voice filled with boundless happiness, "The Holy Son has been chosen." The hooded figures seemed undisturbed by their fellow member's death, but after those 2 sentences were repeated, they all kneeled and clasped their hands, crying out the same 6 words to the world. To them, this was their purpose in life. They upheld the holy ceremony of divine bestowal for thousands of years, generations of their ancestors kept their mission strong without fail. And in their generation, they witnessed the ascent of a holy child. There were extremely tough times throughout their lives as they questioned whether these tests and the doctrine they followed were worth it. Would they turn to dust never fulfilling their lifelong mission? Would one ever be worthy enough to accomplish the task? There were even times where discussions of deliberately allowing the contestants to claim victory. And there was even a time where this plan was enacted, yet it did not receive the sound of divine assent. The divine Lord Desi could not be fooled. And those involved were viciously eliminated for their transgressions and disrespect. They had faced difficulties of the heart, flesh, will and self, so to see this day actually occur, the tears they shed today were absolutely genuine. The millions that watched heard the words of their most respected figure, the Grand Priestess Sita. They were confused for a second, looking at each other as if verifying if someone else had heard her correctly. Seeing the light of searching in the eyes of their neighbor, it verified a truth that they couldn't believe. A holy son. A holy son has been chosen. Wah! The crowd erupted in vigorous cheers. A happiness exploded in their hearts as they stared at the ray of violent light piercing into the ground, having completely hidden Wei Wuyin's figure. Their prayers had been answered. Some pious ones, particularly the older ones, cried alongside the hooded figures. They dropped to their knees and chanted out ancient scripture. It was a display of extreme faith. An extremely old man with less than a few days left in his natural life lifted his gaze, those muddy and turbid eyes of his, to gaze longingly at the ray of light. He was carried by his great-great-great-grandson, who was a strapping young man with a bright pair of eyes, intelligent and energetic. "It happened, Granddad. It happened just like you dreamed." The young man excitedly laughed, pointing at the ray of light, but the old man didn't respond. Panicking, he hurriedly asked, "Are you okay? Please don't die on me." His panic wasn't noticed by anyone, and this caused him to shake in fear at the worst possibility. The old man smacked him upside the head with the palm of his withered and wrinkled hand. "Stop moving so much. I'm not dead." A rare energy erupted from his voice and body, causing the young man to relax. The old man continued with a soft whisper, "Not yet. I have to." At this moment, the violent ray of surging light exploded into bits of reflective light. It rained light. At the center of that ray, a figure emerged before the eyes of everyone, and thousands, no, hundreds of thousands of screens projected throughout the entire continent. From these screens, a young man garbed in pure white robes and inner clothes, seemingly untouched by the filth of this world, appeared before the sights of everyone in any populated location in the entire continent. He was handsome, extremely to the point of being otherworldly. His dark-colored hair fluttered majestically without wind, his silver eyes were as radiant and mesmerizing as lunar satellites, and his faint smile was heart-shaking, exuding boundless and unmatched confidence. With a faint white radiance around his body, he truly seemed to be an image of a holy child chosen by a divinity. The old man's muddy eyes cleared, reflecting Wei Wuyan's lofty demeanor, striking looks, and exquisitely dressed figure within. Every conceivable inch of Wei Wuyan's exalted image was branded forever in his pupils. A faint smile of content tugged at the old man's lips as he gripped the shoulders of his descendant. "I have to see." He finished his sentence. The young man was excited. "Yes, you've seen the Holy Sun. Your dream came true. You were right, you were right." His excitement caused him to not notice the tightened grip of the old man loosened, his frail body becoming slightly heavier, slightly softer. But the young man didn't move much, his tears flowing from his eyes. He kept repeating those 3 words over and over, "You were right." In scorched skies of the 4 extreme continent, 2 figures lifted their gazes to observe the newly constructed screen. When the screen reflected the image of that dashingly radiant holy figure, they both exclaimed, "How could it be him? What the?" Chapter 458, 454, The Changed Future. Chapter 458, 454, The Changed Future. Ming Shufeng stared at the projected screen with eyes wide, mouth agape, and heart racing. She asked herself once more in a softer voice, how could it be him? Her ocean blue eyes contained a heavenly glow, fate energies effused without end. Within those eyes of hers were numerous fleeting and ghostly images, vague yet also clear. The cloaked woman beside her went silent, a solemn air emitted from her body. How did the Ascendant Emperor become a holy son? Has it changed so much already? The "it" she mentioned shook Ming Shufeng out of her bewilderment and search. You didn't know this would happen? Ming Shufeng asked with an aghast expression, feeling an idea had been confirmed. Since she started to travel with this cloaked woman, she had suspicions that she knew details of the future. There were clues from how she acted or what she said in careless passing, but it revealed that she had detailed knowledge of events and people yet to happen. For example, that true elemental emperor that should be the young handsome youth with gray eyes and a penchant for causing trouble. That title hadn't been given to him yet, but she kept referring to him as that. The cloaked woman had entered the cache as if she had been there before. But there were also inconsistencies, such as not knowing the location of the cache beforehand. It gave her pause on if she really knew the future or not. Even seers like herself couldn't glimpse into the flow of heavenly fate without certain restrictions. Ming Shufeng added with hesitation, I had gleaned into heavenly fate earlier, and the handsome youth from before should have been the first and only holy son. How did this happen? The cloaked woman's crimson eyes glowed faintly beneath her hood. The true elemental emperor should be the first, and that shouldn't happen for 2 more years. As for the Ascendant Emperor, he shouldn't have this capability. He wasn't a fighter before, just an emperor alchemist. How did he overcome the holy ceremony's 3 tests? Her thoughts weren't said aloud, merely glancing at the projected image with an indeterminate gaze. Knowing her question would remain unanswered, Ming Shufeng pouted her soft lips. She also kept a few secrets to herself, such as Wei Wuyan's interfering with heavenly fate a few times, being wildly outside her predictions. She hadn't mentioned to anyone, not even to the cloaked woman, about how she was kidnapped and forced to reveal secrets. Wei Wuyan was an enigma, and Ming Shufeng tried to stay as far away as possible from him because determining his future or path on the flow of heavenly fate caused too many inconsistencies, too many uncertainties. While his fate was easily seen, even easier than most, the accuracy wasn't reliable at all. After a long moment of mutual silence, a grand announcement from voices of the sky resounded. The Holy Son of Grand World Earth has been chosen. The image of Wei Wuyan garbed in white robes had been revealed and shown throughout the entire continent. With his handsome visage, imposing physique, and silver eyes that exuded boundless confidence, he truly seemed to depict the mental image of a holy son. The cloaked woman mumbled a few things, her mind a little chaotic at the moment. She tried to recall all the information she had on Wei Wuyan, on the Ascendant Emperor of Neo-Dawn. The Ascendant Emperor of Neo-Dawn helped birth the first natural realm lord, Grand Sage Tua Bihan. He had outstanding talent in the alchemic Tao without possessing an alchemic astral soul. Claimed uncontested victory in the Grand Spirit Trials. Had a rivalry with the Grand Monarch Long Chen. But, after his unexpected tie with the Princess of Everlore, her thoughts immediately screeched to a halt, recalling the present details with Wei Wuyan. He won, not tied. This piece of information caused her to tremble faintly, unsure how this came about. She hadn't even acted at that time, roughly half a year had passed and she couldn't have changed the timeline so much, right? When she decided to peer into the rest of his information, seeming to pull it out from elsewhere, if Ming Shufeng could see her current expression, she would notice it was quite twisted, completely marred with confusion and disbelief. There wasn't a single mention of becoming a holy son. But what changed? How did she change the destined timeline of someone she had never met? Was that even possible? Ming Shufeng, however, was staring at Wei Wuyan's projected image in an absent-minded daze. Their original plans were centered around the handsome youth, and they've been trekking towards a specific area that should contain a unique treasure for cultivation. But Wei Wuyan had broken both of their predictions, leaving her uncertain if this would lead to further consequences. After a very, very long moment, the cloaked woman's ambient aura became more relaxed. Let's go. With a holy son chosen, a few events will happen. We have to move or else we'll miss it. Ming Shufeng started. What about the scorched jade spatial crystal? They had taken several steps in locating the pearl, and it was their best way to reach the spatial resonance phase with the best spatial affinity. Could they simply abandon it? The cloaked woman thought for a moment, we'll have to move faster. Fortunately, the season of regression will still last for 2 more years. We have some time. The end of the season of regression was a week after Lin Ming's ascent to a holy son. After all, killing a realm lord without the suppressive effects of the season of regression was extremely difficult, nigh impossible. It was the only time any cultivator on this continent could overcome the outrageous test of martial power. Ming Shufeng frowned as the cloaked woman grabbed her shoulder, carrying her along. A wisp of worry in her heart as she gazed at the image projected above. The enigma that was Wei Wuyan had emerged once again. Why did she have such a bad feeling about that? As the images of Wei Wuyan projected across the continent, revealing his existence to all the inhabitants that lived, thrived, struggled, and fought within, a single person was huddled in the corner of a cage in the outside world. The cage wasn't merely holding that person, but several others alongside it, placed on a city platform with heavy traffic. Captured and bound by shackles, the person was stark naked and had abrasions littered their once delicate body alongside some scabbed cuts. The others beside them were listless, limp and nearly lifeless. A pair of sapphire eyes looked up, tightly gripping her body to shield her private areas from the view of outsiders and those within the cage. When that image emerged, containing that faint smile that was unforgettable, the female figure exclaimed in surprise. Dumbstruck, her eyes trembled ceaselessly. Soon, a bitter smile tugged at her lips. If Wei Wuyan saw this female's current state and predicament, he would be mildly shocked. Because this female figure entered an unknown world without a strong cultivation base, with exquisite beauty, and a strong will. It was Lian Yu. He's truly an outstanding figure no matter what he goes. She softly breathed out those words with bitterness and sadness as she lowered her head into her ample chest. What did you say? A passerby had halted by the cage at the moment the image had appeared before. They turned after hearing Lian Yu's words. You know His Majesty? The question was abrupt, causing the chained and shackled Lian Yu to be startled. She lifted her head to see a woman. The woman was shocked after a brief moment from seeing Lian Yu's appearance. It's you. But Lian Yu was unfamiliar with this woman, only noting that her auburn hair was quite gorgeous. The woman was silent for a moment, turning to the male slave trader that was reading from a scroll. His eyes reflected the perverted contents within, betraying his arousal. Yo. I'll buy this one. The auburn-haired woman shouted, throwing a storage ring to the perverted slave trader. With a shocked reaction, he was a little pissed after being disrupted, but after subconsciously inspecting the storage ring's contents, his expression changed. He put on a congenial smile and lauded his other wares to the generous woman, attempting to get her to purchase a few more. The auburn-haired woman snorted, revealing a trace of aura that caused the slave trader to go silent out of fear. He quickly went about bringing Lian Yu out of the cage with a placating smile. Lian Yu paled at seeing the man approach, not wanting this disgusting man to touch her skin again. Ever again. Don't touch her. The auburn-haired woman demanded. But the slave trader frowned and scoffed dismissively. Did this woman truly think she could treat him with disrespect? His cultivation base wasn't lower than hers, but he just didn't want to create trouble. If she was dissatisfied, she could leave. Of course, he didn't intend to give her the product or her money back in that case. He ignored her, trying to get one last sly squeeze of Lian Yu's beautiful body before she was bought, knowing his duties were still to complete sales, not cause trouble. But he hadn't realized he had signed his own warrant. A sword howl resounded. The slave trader felt his body become lighter, the angle of the world shifting little by little until he soon saw a familiar body dressed in extremely familiar clothes in his view. Wasn't those the clothes he bought? His last thought ended abruptly as a ray of sword light turned his head into mincemeat. Filth. The auburn-haired woman approached Lian Yu's cage, using sword force to sever her bindings. She threw a set of clothes to her. Get dressed. Since His Majesty thought you were worth saving before, he'll be bothered if you were buried in some unnamed ditch. Her voice was a little cold. Why you are? Lian Yu was shocked by the woman's actions. She didn't really trust anyone at the moment, unsure if leaving with her was better than her current fate. The auburn-haired woman grinned, glancing towards the surging auras of the reinforcements in this slave trading company. She grasped her sword hilt as a faint howl of sword intent flared from it. Hong Chuanhua, first commander of the Ascendants. Chapter 459-455, Holy Bloodline. Chapter 459-455, Holy Bloodline. Wei Wuyan's eyes surveyed the kneeling figures of those below, praying and chanting loudly. Their cheers, excitement, and fulfilled hope was contagious. Even he couldn't help but feel his heart race slightly, and he had obtained the adoration and cheers of more than 10 times this number. Yet, it was quality, not quantity that mattered. These chants and cheers were based on the religious principle of a lifelong wish held by the masses throughout innumerable generations, and desired event that shaped their beliefs and existence today. They had confirmed something at this moment, something exceptional. Inspecting himself, he found out that his black martial clothes had been vaporized and replaced by white robes by the bursting ray of light. They were fitted and made from soft material, so it was comfortable, but the color white didn't conform with his own preferences. Still, it wasn't so bad. He turned his hand over to see a caramel-colored badge in his palm. It was shaped like a thin triangle with esoteric characters and markings on it, seemingly of a different language. It might be the language chanted by these people at times. This was the Earth Element Badge of Divinity, one of the 9 tokens of Elementus. Wei Wuyan noted that his circular mark formed from 3 triangles had vanished, integrating into the badge that descended from the piercing light that engulfed him. This was clearly the work of the old ghost. As he inspected the badge, the intent aura that lingered on his mark had merged with it, increasing in intensity. Furthermore, he could sense an aura that was extremely hard to describe. Genesis Essence. He guessed, feeling this was correct. If he wanted, he could absorb the aura from the badge in small quantities and refine it, likely giving birth to the badge's unique earth intent and merging Genesis Essence with his elemental origin intent. But this confused him. Why give Genesis Essence use to fuse elemental intents if I already have elemental origin intent? This question didn't just refer to him, but it was given to the Holy Sun, which required them to form elemental origin intent prior. This befuddling mystery was one he was intent on finding out. Putting that aside, he had now obtained a badge of divinity. Considering how this token was formed, if he had decided to wait until a Holy Sun emerged, he would have been greatly disappointed. After all, none of the candidates had succeeded and the young woman had withdrawn. The badge wasn't even held in the city, but with the old ghost, so obtaining it forcefully or sneakily was a dream and a half. It seemed sometimes caution and a low profile was awarded with dejection and failure. While he hadn't personally experienced this lesson, he felt that he would have in another life, so he slammed this principle in his head to never forget. After several minutes, the mysterious power keeping him afloat had left, leaving him capable of freely moving as he wished. It felt quite strange to be held up in display before everyone, treated as a symbol. It wasn't humiliating, but it also wasn't gratifying. Quite strange. Wei Wuyin urged his astral force, stimulating his wind energies as he soared down below. He landed on top of the mountain, obtaining the intense gazes of the dozens of hooded figures before him. Soon, one by one, they removed their hoods. A human male, middle-aged with dark hair and grayed edges who was quite handsome and cutting a heroic figure, clasped his hands and bowed. Hu Ran greets Holy Sun. While he didn't kneel, from his cultivation base, this was a show of immense respect. Bing Zi greets Holy Sun. Hu Shu greets Holy Sun. Greets Holy Sun. The other Grand Kings were briefly stunned, but then followed along, introducing themselves to Wei Wuyin. There were 7 males and 3 females amongst them, and they were all middle-aged or younger in appearance, not a single one old-looking. They also exuded a vigorous air, clearly greatest experts of their generations within the desolate lands. These were the 10 Grand Kings, the rulers of the native forces of the desolate lands. The Grey Sands Elves clan masters were in a rather awkward and perplexing situation. They didn't know whether to greet this human Holy Sun or... Wei Wuyin knew a little about the long-standing conflict and hidden deals of the native elves and human forces of the desolate lands. He faintly smiled, not urging them to act or not. He wasn't prejudiced towards any race, nor did he consider them any different from each other. He just considered them all as cultivators and mortals. There were no other distinctions needed in his mind. Of course, he wasn't delusional and idyllic in his own beliefs. He completely understood racial and species differences, the divide and aversion that exists, and knew why it existed and how it retains a sense of one's identity and origins. Without that, people lose many things in their hearts. A female clan master took the first step, bowing deeply to Wei Wuyin. She bowed much, much deeper than the Grand Kings had, shocking the clan masters and Grand Kings. Ain greets Holy Sun. She was quite gorgeous, with brown hair and light bronze skin, and her bow perfectly angled her body to reveal cleavage in such a way that Wei Wuyin was capable of peering into that ravine with a casual glance. He couldn't help but laugh inside, already being seduced in the first few minutes of receiving the title of Holy Sun. The other clan masters didn't seem to understand Yin's intentions, merely deciding to greet Wei Wuyin to not be awkward. Wei Wuyin truly thought about how he liked the light bronze skin of female elves. She must be the clan leader of the Ai clan, and he seemed to have a fate with them. Finally, the Grand Priestess finally rose from her kneeling position, turning to face Wei Wuyin with a pious and fanatical glare in her sightless eyes. Holy Sun, the true desolate temple welcomes your grandest arrival. Shall I? Wei Wuyin interrupted her, yes. Show me around. I'd like to see this temple and the other things it has. When Grand Priestess Sita heard this, she was stunned for a moment. She was about to suggest something else, but she wasn't going to perform the duty herself. She had other matters to attend to, but Wei Wuyin ignored her. He inspected the temple and waved her to follow him. He walked as if he owned the place, ignoring the Grand Kings and Elven clan masters on the surface. But in truth, when he ventured to the temple doors, every single member of these 19 had glowing eyes with contemplative expressions filled with uncertainty or excitement. Wei Wuyin had sent stealthy mental transmissions to each of them, containing different messages and causing different reactions. Ain, for example, blushed. How about I accompany you, Holy Sun? She said, following along without anyone else reacting in time. Grand Priestess Sita noted the changes and her sightless eyes saw Wei Wuyin's lightning-like transmissions of mental energies, shocked by his means and methods. She didn't know the content of these messages, but the varied expressions on these powerhouses' faces were telling. She calmed herself, instructed the other members of the temple to complete some tasks. She moved quickly to follow Wei Wuyin, using a unique seal to open the temple doors. The three walked in and the doors closed. Three entered, and for the next coming days, the temple was sealed and the people below prayed with elation. The entire world started to undergo subtle shifts as the third temple had been completed, giving birth to yet another holy child. Several days later, Wei Wuyin was surrounded by an elven and blind beauty on a silken sheet bed, both of which were extraordinary in status and still retained their purity, now taken away. They were asleep and laying in his arms, nestled into his chest with legs sprawled over his. Wei Wuyin's eyes contained a wisp of awkwardness as he recalled the events of what just transpired and his discoveries. Firstly, these women were absolutely wild and had some peculiar interests awakened from within him, shocking even himself. Who says virgins were delicate and pure? The liars. But most importantly, he realized their cultivation bases. They weren't realm lords, but genuine time lords. If they harbored even the slightest intent to harm him during their romp sessions, he wouldn't be alive. He felt extremely strange thinking this. To add, he hadn't needed to court the Grand Priestess at all. According to religious law of the temple, every woman of the temple was his, they were all virgins, and he was urged to have children with all of them to establish a clan, one that originated solely from his holy bloodline. The other holy childs always chose to breed with their own race, so this caused the current climate of human superiority to form. It was also why Ain was readily willing to seduce him, offering her primal Ain to a complete stranger. According to Sida, his young essence had changed upon ascension, but he didn't feel any different. HRRNG. A soft groan turned his attention away as Ain awoke, her ample chest rubbing against him. Whether it was intentional or not, he wasn't certain. But when it provoked a rise out of him, he felt swift movements and soon a wet, soft warmth engulfed his lower half. She was extremely proactive. Well, he wasn't going to not enjoy this. What's a few more days? Chapter 460, 456, Schemes and Desires. Chapter 460, 456, Schemes and Desires. The arrival of a holy son was not a small event that could be ignored. It hadn't happened in thousands of years, and the last 2 times a holy child was born, they founded the Holy Land of Elements. The Holy Land of Elements was the central region of the 4 extreme continent, and it housed the strongest experts of a generation. There were those who've touched the apex of the mortal Tao, forming their own star cores. But these experts only existed in the holy bloodline of holy children. This marked a change for the future. There were many thrilled for this change, especially the human natives of the desolate lands. But not everyone was delighted about this world-shaking change filled with unknown possibilities. Because it was unknown. Because it was change. The shifting of their delicate cultivation climate was on the horizon, and some felt threatened. Would their interests be harmed? This stemmed from an easily overlooked but extremely crucial detail: all other holy children titles and divine rights were inherited. Wei Wuyin's was not. His title was earned, something these holy children who lived in luxury, those who had the purest bloodline of former holy children who've ascended properly, could never earn. Whispers started from who knows where, calling to question the legitimacy of these holy clans. Someone, somewhere, wanted to stir trouble. And trouble they stirred. Wei Wuyin sat in the holy room of the true desolate temple, sitting at a large desk with several dozen scrolls sprawled across the table. They seemed haphazardly placed, but Wei Wuyin had a system. As he read through these scrolls, his brows were furrowed in deep contemplation. After a long moment, he breathed out a wad of hot air, feeling the stress relieve from his body. A delicate head popped out from under the table, revealing the gorgeous face of the light bronze-skinned elf, Ain. Her wet lips were extremely mesmerizing to see. She squeezed her way out from under the table, not speaking a single word as she smiled seductively. Wei Wuyin sent her off with his eyes, watching her walk away in a sexy stride. After she left, Wei Wuyin's lips slowly became a bitter smile. It had been 8 days since he'd become the Holy Son, and Ain was ravenous. One would not think she was a virgin a little over a week ago. To add, she was the sneaky and cunning sort, storing his young essence after a thorough extraction using every possible means. Then, she would leave him to his studies as he winded down. In truth, she would carefully store his young essence for the future, probably planning to use it to breed from other women of her tribe. He didn't really know how to feel about this, because he had long since taken a pill that effectively restricted his ability to sire children. It also amplified his dual cultivation benefits. So unless he took the reversal elixir to dispel the pill's effects, not even a Star Lord could change that. He was extremely active in the bedroom with too many, and he had no time or desire to father children. Still, he enjoyed her enthusiasm. And he liked her foresight, clearly wanting to maximize the chances of obtaining the holy bloodline. According to Sita, the holy bloodline wasn't passed to every child. But the ones who have it can be declared as inherited holy children, taking on the mantle of their parents or ancestors. This could and has continued for thousands of years. Moreover, once every 100 years or so, a holy bloodline would awaken from a descendant member, and only once a generation. This was why Ain wanted to sneakily spread it to others in her clan, to increase her chances of having an elf awaken with the holy bloodline. He found this fascinating. He found almost everything about the four extreme continent fascinating. It had its own society of cultivation, technological advancements, politics, struggles, wars, and religious beliefs. It was an eye-opener. For example, the short-range void gates. His starfield didn't have these. They were technological advancements based on need and perceived necessity of environmental conditions, allowing the construction of fortified walls with absolutely no entry point that could be infiltrated by devils. The act of slavery was unnaturally strange as well, with it being wild and abundant, not regulated by any single organization, yet niche, well-known, and normalized by the public. That was because the people didn't want normal slaves but those suitable for forming alchemic spirits and energy conversion. There wasn't any need for physical labor, and the slaves weren't even used for sexual profit. In fact, talented female cultivators with their primal Een intact were a cherished resource that would be heavily protected. It was incredibly strange because only talented cultivators were suited for these requirements, typically needing astral core realm cultivators to become effective alchemic proxies and energy converters. Therefore, the normally enslaved, the weak and feeble, those without backing or a proper upbringing to nurture their talent, weren't targeted. Hence the vast majority of slaves today were seekers from the central region captured by elves or natives, those who venture out into the dangerous unknown seeking profit during the season of regression. These slaves would then be turned to benefit the weaker, less talented masses, breeding new experts. Those experts might in turn become slaves. This bred a sacrificial cycle of repetition that allowed the continent to thrive in a world without a mortal sovereign alchemist, in an isolated world realm. Wei Wuyin had read through numerous records of religious-motivated excursions of significance, violent wars for resources, development of technologies, solitary cities, and the formation of the central region. He had read every piece of information he could obtain, finding it more and more interesting as he got further along. The four extreme continents' history was as rich and thrilling as his own starfields, minus the presence of those who've exceeded mortal limits, reaching the mystic ascendant realm. But there were figures in history who were said to have surpassed the mortal limits yet hadn't fully ascended. He was intrigued by this discovery, thinking if there was a step before the mystic ascendant realm. These people all died, however. There was never any mention of this stage of cultivation in the myriad monarch sect. Could it be a product of failure to ascend, not the bridging stage between the two realms? Wei Wuyin thought this aloud, feeling that the possibility was there. After all, this starfield didn't have the King of Everlore's support, and those who had all would've had the greatest chances to ascend successfully. As Wei Wuyin was pondering, his spatial ring emanated faint spiritual light. He had received a spiritual transmission. When he read this message, he frowned. That frown became deeper and deeper until he eventually relaxed. He exhaled softly. Regardless of culture or differences of civilization, the world of cultivation will always be the world of cultivation. Fortunately, Wei Wuyin had acted preemptively to glean into and handle certain matters. He had learned of the cultivation standard of the highest-ranked cultivators, with these grand kings and clan masters all having ascended to the realm world phase, the seventh stage of the astral core realm. That was peak powerhouse level, and there existed Time Lord and even Star Lords. But only 3 Star Lords throughout the entire continent. The first 2 belonged to the holy clans within the central region. The last belonged to the Navy River Elves within the Noxious Seas. According to reports, these figures were restricted, confined to certain locations and prohibited from using their strength. The so-called divinities the natives worship prevented Star Lords from exerting their strength, ruthlessly suppressing them with innumerable limitations. Even outside of the season of regression, this was so. Of course, this was certainly the old ghost's actions, preventing the destruction of this isolated world realm. That being said, the benefits of a Star Lord wasn't limited to strength, but cultivation of others was possible. They had many miraculous abilities that could further the strength of their race. As for Time Lords, there weren't as many as he'd imagined. Ain, the Grand Priestess Sida, and the Grand King named Huran were the only 3 Time Lords in all of the desolate lands. Despite this, Ain was not the head leader of the Grey Sands Elven tribes, and only had the authority of a normal clan master. This was also because of that old ghost restricting the strength of those at that level. Even their unique cultivation aspects couldn't be used effectively, mostly being a glorified lifespan-enhancing realm within this isolated world. It was quite intriguing. Still, they all strove to enter the next realm in hopes of being able to break these shackles, ascending beyond the mortal limits. He had communicated with several clan masters and grand kings, sending them all varied messages with various different statements and assignments to get into his good standing. One of them, a woman by the name of Bing Zi, had obtained information about the movements of the central regions. She had spies implanted on crucial areas there, and they fed her information about their intentions towards Wei Wuyin. According to the message contained in the transmission, one of these clans intended to bind him through marriage, hoping to combine a fresh holy bloodline with another. The other, however, sought more insidious intentions through unsavory means. He retrieved his Earth Element Badge of Divinity. They wanted this and the secret cache it unlocked, knowing that it contains boundless rare resources and materials for cultivation. It reportedly contained an object that was enough to allow someone the hopes of ascending mortal limits. That Star Lord wanted this. Bing Zi was extremely smart and swift, quickly handling this matter with a very detailed report. He flipped the badge in his hand casually, a faint smile on his face. Wealth breeds envy, treasure births schemes. But I don't care about this little bit of resources. Whatever the divine King Han Ze gathered for the trial participants, could it amount to much in the face of 9th-grade alchemical products? Laughing in amusement, he decided to deliver a present of chaos to the world, shaking it up a little bit. That being said, he wondered if there would be any soul jade ash within this cache. If so. Chapter 461, 457, Eden's Words. Chapter 461, 457, Eden's Words. 3 days passed, totaling 11 since Wei Wuin's ascension as a holy son. The pace of his ascent was staggered by numerous religious ceremonies and offerings from the people of True Desolate. Furthermore, numerous other natives of the desolate lands were arriving each day, offering further tribute. These offerings were mostly low-level herbs, materials, and tools. There wasn't much use in many of these materials and trinkets, but he still generously accepted them according to customs and expected tradition. The total wealth offered was staggeringly high, shocking even him as he accumulated the various offerings and tributes. The Grey Sands elves had given Wei Wuyin the most, trying their best to get on his good side. There were numerous beauties of the elven race of extraordinary talent and exceptional looks similarly offering themselves. Of course, their intentions were purely selfish in hopes of obtaining his holy bloodline and birthing an inherited holy child. He had decided not to indulge too heavily in these distractions. From the onset, he never intended to pass along this so-called holy bloodline. Wei Wuyin wasn't one to lose his core focus due to beauties. He had enough for now, with Ain, Sida, and Ai Juling by his side. A few days ago, even Ai Juling had arrived alongside her family to offer tribute. When Ain found out about Ai Juling's past relationship with Wei Wuyin, she was extremely ecstatic, swiftly accepting her as younger sister, even teaching her cultivation techniques. Ain's status was the highest in the Ai clan, so Ai Juling's parents were extremely excited at this development. The look on their faces when they met Wei Wuyin, recalling how they had imprisoned and fought briefly with the Holy Sun, caused a little awkwardness to emerge. Fortunately, Ai Juling's existence eased tensions. Most of these were minor, and the various other forces of the 4 extreme continent were slowly preparing, similarly not in a rush. He was curious why this was the case, but he learned a shocking fact from Sida. As long as the Holy Sun existed in a specific territory, all devils were barred from entering and the land itself will flourish. This was why the natives of the desolate lands were required to give an offering and tributes to the Holy Sun. Furthermore, this will happen every year. The only issue was that during the season of regression next time, the desolate land's essence and energies will become still like the central lands. There would be no cultivation outside of the holy temple such as the true desolate temple, so it'll be a sacred land for countless natives. In fact, in the future, entry will be regulated and Wei Wuyin could freely restrict access to those with lacking tributes. So for centuries to come, Wei Wuyin will earn from the efforts of hundreds of millions without having to move a single finger. While the desolate land's natives will ensure his safety at all cost, even at the cost of their own lives. According to Sida, the season of devils always claimed roughly 30% of the entire population, on average. It was disgustingly vicious. Of course, this didn't include the central region. Unfortunately, the central region was regulated and restricted access to prevent overcrowding. In a way, they decided who would die and who lived. When he learned this, he was utterly shocked into a very long silence. Despite the various technological developments, the strategies to resist these devils, powerful cultivators, and fortified cities, 30% of the entire population was culled on average. That was extremely horrifying. He hadn't truly understood why people prayed and heralded him so greatly, almost like a deity incarnate, why the grand kings and clan masters were so awkward and respectful, until he heard this. He controlled their lives with a whim. If he decided, he could take in all the humans, push out every elf to face those devils. And that's exactly what the other holy sons and daughters had done, for thousands of years. At the moment, Wei Wuyin sat at the peak of the temple, standing atop its roof while gazing at the perpetually bright and sunny sky. His radiant silver eyes reflected a calm, gentle light. I wonder, have I made a difference? Wei Wuyin might be in a new world with a new identity, but he knew that this was all dust in the wind before calamities of hell, before the heavenly Daos, the true scope of the unknown world. He was an inheritor of sin, forced to face the calamities of hell before his death. The temporal reincarnator weighed on his mind. Since he learned of this type of existence, one that defied common sense, he no longer felt safe. What other types of blessed are out there? What other lengths will the heavenly Daos go to for its favored children? There was a faint ray of uncertainty within his heart. If he continues to survive, one day, he might be forced to fight against the heavenly Daos directly, left without a choice. The thought of being raised as an existence for a purpose he wasn't entirely sure of wasn't very appealing. He wasn't an inheritor of sin by design. The existence of the black skeleton and forceful interference to ensure his survival was extremely telling. He was an unexpected blip, becoming a sinner before he should. After all, he couldn't even cultivate the true soul of sin. How laughable. Who was that silver-haired and black-eyed man that bit him that day, passing him the bloodline of sin? And why? Why him? Maybe it's because I was the lowest type of blessed, Wei Wuyin joked with a little self-deprecation. In comparison to Long Chen, Yuan Longshi, and this temporal reincarnator, what was he? He wasn't even at the same level as that unnamed commander he killed long ago. Who knows? Who cares? Eden's voice resounded in his mind. It sounded like Ori. Wei Wuyin's eyes grew misty. I was just a tree, used for the desires of others. I had no choice of my own, forced to watch as those acted under my assumed will. Still, I understood that as long as I lived, I had the hope of one day grasping my own fate. The hope of escaping my cage. Then, I met you. Eden rarely spoke many words, but it did today. This also revealed Wei Wuyin's suspicions that Eden had the mental likeness and personality of the tree of Eden's sentient existence. It had no soul, wasn't a demon, yet had memories, thoughts, and dreams. It was an existence that was heaven-defying yet imprisoned by its own body with a free mind. It desired escape. In a way, every second was hellish torture for it. When their minds linked, after he absorbed Eden's mental spirit, Wei Wuyin felt every emotion it felt, every thought it had. It was how the mind Dao he called Eden was formed. Wei Wuyin's eyes gained a hint of clarity. What nonsense. Be it the heavenly Daos or these so-called sinners, what are they before my edge? TCH. King spat with the tone of overbearing arrogance. Its voice was extremely fierce, like a king that decided the lives of trillions. Yet, it was also oddly comforting. King spoke. Wei Wuyin, Ori, Kratos, and Eden went dead silent. Even Wei Wuyan's heart stopped, his sea of consciousness growing sluggish. They were incredibly shocked, their mental senses fixated on King. But this phenomenon hadn't repeated itself. TCH. King returned to normal, and the others subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't sick. Wei Wuyan laughed heartily, feeling that their reactions and thoughts were completely unlike spirits of cultivation, but legitimate souls with their own personality. This reminded him that he wasn't alone, and that his fate was already in his grasp. Be it the heavenly Daos or this bloodline of sin, whatever awaited them, they'd face it together. As for dwelling on these questions, these matters far beyond his reach, it was good to decide a plan of action, but not to linger in self-agony or pity. To live each day, one must take it step by step. He recalled the words of his older brother, that tall and broad back, and that gentle and heroic smile. Just like him before, King and Eden wanted to remind him that his concerns weren't worth worrying about, and that he should take it step by step, because then he could escape any prison, overcome any unknown or obstacle in his path. Reinvigorated by his mental clarity, his silver eyes glowed fiercely. Retrieving the Earth Element badge of divinity, he asked Ori, "Think you can absorb the intent aura inside this badge?" "Yes. Yes. Yes." Ori excitedly replied. It hadn't been able to think of a way to help Wei Wuyan clear his mind of the clutter nor disperse the tense air, so it had remained silent. Now that it was called upon, it was ecstatic. Chapter 462, 458, Grand Earth, Grand Announcement. Chapter 462, 458, Grand Earth, Grand Announcement. The intent aura within the Earth Element badge of divinity was extraordinary, to say the least. When Wei Wuyan had first obtained those marks that resemble thicker versions of the Earth Element badge, he had noticed the pure earthen energies within. The energies were so pure that they rivaled the wood energies within the Mark of Eden. When the badge was given to him, he found out the pure energies had transferred into the badge and seemed to awaken an earth intent. This earth intent was vast, boundless, and heavy. The strength of it gave similar feelings as the absolute zero ice intent, what he suspected as the strongest ice intent within the mortal limits. He didn't use ice force often, as his fighting style was more direct, forceful, and violent, but it heightened his elemental origin intent and energies to a higher level due to its high quality. He was well aware that the greater the level of elemental intent infused into elemental origin intent, the greater the intent strength and produced energies. He didn't have Ori immediately absorb the intent aura for fear that the aura within was interconnected to some grand formation within the badge, but after inspecting it thus far, he realized that the intent aura was separate from everything that was the badge. The badge only emits the intent aura and doesn't rely on it. The earth intent has to be a benefit of the Holy Sun. But what type of earth intent is it? Wei Wuyan questioned. Ori excitedly trembled as it externalized. It was an orb of white elemental light. With a swiftness, a strand of its light engulfed the badge. After a short period, the strand of light retracted and Ori returned to his dantian. Done. 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 Ori shouted with a hint of pride. Done. Wei Wuyan was stunned for a moment. This intent aura was extremely profound, and he had studied it for a week, yet was utterly unable to comprehend it. And he had extremely high comprehension supported by high-level mental energies. If he was given a few years, he felt confident in doing so. But Ori was done. Suddenly, a wealth of information carried by spiritual energy shot from Ori into Eden, and Eden dispersed and converted this spiritual energy into mental energy, sending it into his sea of consciousness. In mere moments, he felt an incredible amount of information integrate into his mind. A short while later, Wei Wuyan's silver eyes became light brown, emitting boundless earthen power. The power was boundless, infinite, heavy, and pure. It exploded outwards, sending an invisible wave of force with him as the epicenter. The entire world started to tremble. Not just the desolate lands, but the entire continent. As long as there was earth, it quaked. This lasted for a few seconds. The wave of force was so fast that the entire continent was affected in the blink of an eye. When it ended, Wei Wuyan's eyes regained its silver color, no longer effusing earthen power. He had an odd expression, looking at his hands in disbelief. Grand earth intent. He exclaimed with a heavy breath. This wasn't the first time he'd experienced this type of intent comprehension. Long ago, the absolute zero ice essence was absorbed by his spirits in the myriad-year continent, and from that, he was able to comprehend absolute zero ice intent. But he had taken a period of time to organize all the bits of information and comprehend it. He had also comprehended desolate intent in a similar manner. Wei Wuyin laughingly sighed, "You guys are truly a heaven-defying shortcut. If others knew this, they might die from envy. Those already dead might revive just to die from envy again." While he still had to rely on his own comprehension, and these astral souls of his were unable to comprehend or directly use intent, it was the difference between solving a complex picture puzzle with or without its original image. There's just a world of difference. Grand Earth intent was an intent that encapsulated all things earth-based, exuding a sense of boundlessness, heaviness, and infinite potential. With it, he could crush worlds or make them. Of course, he needed a level of cultivation to enable this, but the potential was there. He still had much to excavate from it, unable to truly grasp all its capabilities yet. It wasn't as direct as absolute zero ice intent, but it was definitely at the same level. When he integrates Grand Earth intent into his elemental origin intent, the transformations and permutations of elements would greatly change. After a moment of thought, Wei Wuyin said in uncertainty, "Does every badge of divinity contain the highest quality of intent of its respective elements?" When these words left his lips, his heart trembled with explosive excitement. If elemental origin intent with 5 high-level and 1 apex-level intents were already so powerful, what about 9 apex-level intents? Would that be the greatest elemental origin intent possible? The thought of it fueled his desire to collect all the badges of divinity, hoping to verify this possibility. If he didn't have Ori and Eden, this might be just a pipe dream, but he did. 4 days later, totaling 15 days since Wei Wuyin's ascension as the Holy Sun, a piece of news that shook the entire continent was revealed. This piece of news moved the hearts of countless cultivators, bringing forth questions and hopes for many. The divine caches left behind by the gods the natives of the 4 extreme continent worshipped were well known by many, considered the backbone of a holy child's rise to become a grand expert. It was envied by many, with numerous cultivators wishing to stumble upon it and receive the divine blessing of the gods, obtaining access. "Is he for real?" A young woman sitting at a bench in True Desolate exclaimed with disbelief quivering in her voice. "Is he insane or stupid?" "Ha ha ha. I wouldn't call someone like that stupid," an old man next to her rubbed his rugged beard with a knowing smile. The young woman looked to the old man, realizing there was a little glimmer in his eyes. "You know something I don't?" she questioned with a glare. "I know a lot of things you don't." "Ha ha," the old man quipped, causing the young woman to humph and pout. When did this old man become so willful and mysterious? She said with a little annoyance in her tone, "Why would he publicize the opening of the cache? He'll be allowing the items and materials inside to be bought and traded for. What is this? Who would do this? That cache contains items that even Star Lords would kill for." The old man chuckled, not minding the young woman's temper tantrum. He said one word, "Chaos." The young woman blinked, "Chaos?" With a stretch of his arms, the old man sighed as he glanced at the young woman. The cache isn't some hidden secret and its contents and abilities are extremely well known among the entire populace. You think others would simply allow him to obtain it? Those outside of the desolate lands don't need the Holy Sun to live, they have their already established safety. They've likely placed experts to wait for the opening of the cache, threatening to plunder it in one go. Did you really think nearly 2 weeks of peace was given to him because they're afraid? No, they're waiting for him to open the cache cause only he can. He threatens their interests, evoking jealousy. War was on the horizon, but this move shattered that. Do you know why? The old man explained with a dark flicker in his eyes. The young woman was shocked by this. She didn't think things were so tense beneath the surface. And who were waiting? The other natives, humans of the other 3 territories. The other elven tribes. Were it those from the central region? The holy clans? Or was it all of them? Her heart started to beat fiercely at the thought of this. She shook her head, unable to fathom how publicly making the cache available shatters the possibility of war. It completely exceeded her understanding. The old man sighed, "If you've ever fought a battle with your life on the line, hunted by multiple predators with their own goals, then you would know that those predators are easily distracted, fearful of risk, and seeking any weakness in their prey and the other predators. Well, maybe that's too profound of an analogy. Think about auctions in the starfields we've visited. Why don't they devolve into a killing contest? Is it because the auctioneers have absolute strength? The young woman thought for a moment, thinking of those merchants. No. At most, they barely rival a single top power. Sometimes, they're weaker. The old man nodded, yet no one harms the auctions or plunders it openly. Why? I don't know. She was confused by this, feeling lost and uncertain. She was feeling stupid. The old man chuckled softly, consoling her with a pat and said, because they'll be the new target. The young woman's eyes brightened. She now understood. If the force acted against the auction, the other forces with interests in obtaining certain things would target them. Wei Wuyin had shifted and divided the tension with this move, creating a bit of chaos and removing his own target. There was no way to plunder the cache in secret anymore. Now, he wasn't their only enemy, but everyone else suddenly became their competition as well. But the old man added with a serious gaze, this is only temporary peace. While the conflict for the cache is no longer possible because no one wishes to risk their lives for profit that might not be theirs in the end, his existence still threatens others, particularly those inherited holy children and clans. Let's see how he navigates this issue. The young woman went silent. Chapter 463, 459, Finding Allies. Chapter 463, 459, Finding Allies. Cling. Whoosh. Boosh. Beneath the bleak, grayed clouds of the scorched skies, sounds of weapons and fighting resounded. Raging astral and elemental force twisted and clashed against each other violently. Even the dark clouds scattered and the ash-filled ground was torn asunder. A handsome youth with gray eyes and a 9-colored dot situated nicely between his brows valiantly fought over 24 cultivators. He was alone, with merely his white spear in his hand, facing them all. And these 36 cultivators all exuded spatial auras of various degrees. They were all at the spatial resonance phase. Die. A male expert amongst the over 24 shouted with a ferocious, grievance-filled roar. Their eyes were bloodshot, clearly emotional and reflecting a wisp of grieving. But that wisp was wildly overtaken by raging hatred and aggressive madness. The male expert swung their fist, unleashing a serpent-shaped attack that whipped towards the handsome youth. The handsome youth was Lin Ming, and he frowned as he blocked another assault from his left with a pulse of elemental force, thrusting his origin spear to collide with the serpent-shaped manifestation. The manifestation shattered into countless fragments, blasting the maddened expert away until he dug a gully through the black earth with his body. Lin Ming's eyes erupted with white light as he took this opportunity to use 2 fingers, forming a spear, and pierced it towards the fallen expert. A ray of sharp elemental force was conjured, piercing through the void alongside a gust of torrential wind. No. A flash of brilliance and a raging wail of despair resounded as the rising male expert was engulfed by a storm of white wind. His body was completely and totally eviscerated by that attack. The auras of the other experts grew turbulent from the death of their ally. Lin Ming wasn't a simple expert, and this fluctuation of aura and attention hadn't evaded his notice. With a swift gathering of his elemental force, he swept his origin spear horizontally, producing a vast quantity of elemental force that collided with the bodies of these experts. This wasn't a killing blow, but it caught them by surprise. With that, he executed a movement art that turned him into a comet of white wind and lightning. His origin spear stabbed out 3 times with unerring accuracy. Pooh. 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 3 bodies were given new holes, all at the center of their brows. They were no longer bodies but corpses as they fell lifeless to the ground. When the heavy thud of 3 corpses redounded, a female expert turned her gaze downwards and saw the identity of one of these experts. She shrieked in absolute horror and heartrending pain, her emotions extremely chaotic. Unfortunately, this opened her up for a swipe of a spear to remove her head, gushing blood geysering out alongside the abrupt ending of her shriek. Whether the one that evoked her to scream was a lover, a family member, or a friend, none of it mattered. She was distracted. In a battle of life and death, that was a costly mistake no one could afford. Lin Ming took this opportunity to soar away from their encirclement, twisting to face them with his origin spear in hand. With another corpse thudding to the blackened ground, the now 24 experts were shocked and cautious. "You murderer!" A male cultivator spat hatefully, his aura flaring wildly with aggression. You hypocrite, Lin Ming indifferently replied. He found it funny that they were attempting to kill him yet called him a murderer. If he was weak, wouldn't he have been a corpse long ago? He wanted to scoff, but he thought these idiots didn't deserve the emotional response. You killed Zhang Yu. You killed Zhang Wuya. Did you think we would simply allow you to do such a thing? You deserve death by 10,000 cuts. A female expert roared. Her hatred was even stronger than the other male expert. Lin Ming glanced at her for a brief moment, turning away with utter disregard. These people were utter trash. Selfish individuals vying for pity and acting the victim. It was truly embarrassing. Since you're weaker, you use your mouth. Before, weren't you wielding blades to claim his life? I've already killed 36 of you, I can kill 24 more. Lin Ming declared indifferently, his spiritual aura rising by the second. Despite his cultivation being at the soul idol phase, he was extremely powerful and even 50 spatial resonance phase experts weren't his match. Intimidated, the 24 retreated with protective wards. They held icy fear in their eyes alongside burning hatred. They gnashed their teeth, surged their auras, and growled as if they wanted to eat Lin Ming whole. Lin Ming stepped forward one step in midair, and the 24 experts retreated in unison. Lin Ming sneered, pathetic. After he said that, he turned into a gust of white wind and shot off into the horizon. The others hesitated. An middle-aged male expert decided to gather his courage, flying after Lin Ming. But suddenly, the white wind turned around, and the origin spear was thrown like a thunderous arrow. The shrieking of the air resounded as the origin spear flashed, reaching the middle-aged expert instantly. In shock and horror, he tried to lock down the spear with spatial prison, but it didn't halt its momentum for a single millisecond. The white spear entered his head, exiting out and leaving a gaping hole in his skull. With detached eyes dripping out of his sockets and leaking intracranial fluids, it was a ghastly sight that gave everyone pause. The origin spear screeched to a halt, flying back to Lin Ming in the distance. 37, was all he said before he flew away. No one dared to follow. A minute later, a figure arrived engulfed in green flames. Where is he? The voice of that existence was extremely imposing and violent, causing stuffy coughs to resound from just the ripples of sound. The female expert pointed with a stabbing emotion of utmost hatred. There. She viciously spat. The figure in green flame flashed into the distance, chasing after Lin Ming. Traveling the grassy plains, two figures trekked. They were both beauties in their own right. One was valiant and fierce, the other gentle and reliable. Hong Chuanhua and Lian Yu were traveling the Zephyr Plains, one of the 5 regions in the 4 extreme continent. They were both floating from the faint wind energies produced by the grass, not touching it with their shoes. Lian Yu was well accustomed to Zephyr power within the grass, and while it might seem gentle, if provoked, it was extremely violent and sharp. Like the desolate lands where the desolate power was within the gray sands and air, Zephyr power permeated the entirety of the Zephyr Plains. Where are we going? Lian Yu asked. Since Hong Chuanhua saved her from the life of a slave, they had stayed together. She was happy for this because her cultivation was extremely low, at the first stage of the astral core realm, the world sea phase, but Hong Chuanhua was at the 4th stage of the astral core realm, spatial resonance phase, and not of the ordinary variety. Her weakness and innate talent had left her a target for seekers to peddle to slave traders to make her an energy converter. When she learned what that was, she turned pale with fear, falling into despair. Every night she prayed to be saved by Long Chen, hoping she would at least be able to say goodbye before her death, but she never thought Hong Chuanhua would save her. Hong Chuanhua brushed her auburn hair to the side, inspecting a compass tool in her hand. To lies, was all she replied with. Lian Yu didn't understand what that meant. She hesitatingly asked, "We're not going to meet up with Wei Wuyin?" Hong Chuanhua paused. She looked at Lian Yu, frowning. "You address His Majesty far too casually. Do you have no understanding of status and respect? Are you, someone else's woman, allowed to call His Majesty by his true name?" A faint glimmer of anger flashed within her eyes, alongside annoyance. This woman was so bothersome. There were only a few reasons she decided to save her. 1. She thought she was pitiful. 2. Since His Majesty had decided to save her once, his effort would be wasted if she died as an energy converter. 3. She might be of some use since they belonged from the same sect. The last one was an impossible possibility as she was of very little use. In fact, Hong Chuanhua had to use her own astral force to lift Lian Yu and shield her lest she suffer from the ambient hazardous power. To depressingly add, Lian Yu's beauty had forced her to send a few perverted men to an early grave. Lian Yu shrinked back. She didn't know how to answer that question, but she knew any response would only enrage this woman further. So she tactfully remained silent. Hong Chuanhua's eyes brightened as she hurriedly inspected the compass in her hand. With an urge of her astral force, she and Lian Yu sped up and flew faster. A figure could soon be seen in the distance. Around his neck were numerous spatial rings. When the figure's eyes noticed the approaching duo, their aura surged for a moment before trembling. "First Commander!" the figure shouted, filled with disbelief, glee, and astonishment. Hong Chuanhua smiled for a moment and then was stunned. "You ascended to spatial resonance." Her eyes brightened considerably with gleeful excitement, increasing her flight speed towards the figure. Lian Yu watched quietly in silence as she was carried along. It seemed these allies Hong Chuanhua spoke of were members of Wei Wuyan's Ascendant's faction. Were they going to find them all? Chapter 464, 460, Treasures Above, Dagger Below. Chapter 464, 460, Treasures Above, Dagger Below. "He really does things against one's every expectation," an elegant figure garbed in grey robes laughed with joyful amusement. If Wei Wuyan heard this figure, he would immediately recognize her. Even her laugh betrayed her exceptional beauty to the world. Qing Qiumu. She was currently in an underground city belonging to the Bing clan, one of the 9 capitals of the Grey Sands Elves. After making her breakthrough into the 3rd stage of the astral core realm, she decided to learn more about this world realm. Fortunately, as a member of the elven race, she fit perfectly with the others. While there was some mild prejudice due to her being assumed as a verdant forest elf, it wasn't anything her cultivation couldn't handle. After seeing Wei Wuyan's image projected, she was awed. But in truth, she expected it. How could their Starfield's youngest emperor alchemist be ordinary in any cultivation world? Now, she had heard the astonishing news that Wei Wuyan, this newly ascended Holy Son, was hosting a trade meet for the contents of the Divine Lord Desi's Grand Earth Cache. He was going to allow cultivators from every location on the continent to vie for things they needed. As long as they had the wealth, or specific items listed, they could obtain the vast majority of the fabled contents within the Grand Earth Cache. This was not a move an ordinary person would ever do. Even she thought Wei Wuyan had gone insane. According to the rumors, there were materials and items that could allow cultivators to touch upon the mortal limit, maybe even exceed it. The value of that was unimaginable. She was thinking of traveling to True Desolate, meeting Wei Wuyan, maybe even joining him, but she decided against it in the end. She didn't want to be a burden or a distraction, and she had her own goals to accomplish. But knowing that Wei Wuyan wouldn't ever consider her as either of those things warmed her heart just thinking about him. When she caught her mind wandering into such thoughts, she blushed slightly. When has she ever felt warm emotions at the mere thought of a person's treatment of her? In the end, she downed a cup of golden-colored juice. "This is delicious." After regaining her normal emotional state, Qing Qiumu beautifully smiled and looked at the ceiling. She could faintly remember the image of a white-robed figure projected above. "I'll see you later." She rose, paid her bill, and left the eatery. Here it is. Wei Wuyan floated several dozen meters high, looking at a lone mountain covered in grey dirt. The aura of desolation was extremely strong here. He wasn't alone. In fact, there were tens of thousands of individuals behind him, all segregated in multiple groups of different origins. Humans and elves were standing around, their expressions filled with interest, uncertainty, expectations, and disbelief. Was this Holy Son really going to open the Grand Earth Cache for everyone? This thought emerged in all of their minds without fail. There were Grey Sands Elves, Verdant Forest Elves, Navy River Elves, and Black Mountain Elves present. The Grey Sands Elves were garbed in grey, their skin tones darker, leaning towards bronze color. They gave off a bleak feeling of desolation and emptiness. The Verdant Forest Elves all had green eyes, various colored hair, and pale expressions. Their auras were natural, feeling as if they were plants that went along with the breeze. The Navy River Elves had blue scales littered haphazardly across their skin, and even small gills on their necks. These weren't a product of natural birth, but cultivation methods that changed their appearance, integrating aquatic energies into their bodies. It was the only way for them to survive the noxious seas, so their auras were dark and mysterious like the depths of any ocean. The Black Mountain Elves were very dark brown in skin tone, some even black like soot. Their skin evolved from adjusting to the heat of the scorched skies. They gave off hot auras that amped the temperature. The leaders of these tribes had all gathered here today, their auras suppressed, but space still trembled. There were at least 300 realm lords present with a dozen time lords. Of course, this included the human natives of the 5 regions. Not a single elite powerhouse of this continent wished to miss the opening of a fabled cache said to possess the divine items left behind by the various divinities. This grand earth cache was said to have been left by the true desolate divinity, Divine Lord Desi. Grand Priestess Sida and the other members of the true desolate temple gathered together, their expressions solemn as they saw the mass of elite experts. A member asked cautiously, "Is this right?" The other members were also uncertain. In ancient legends, when the first 2 divine children were decided upon, they had used their caches to form the holy clans that stood at the apex today. Wouldn't giving away this cache result in them losing the ability to rival the other clans? Grand Priestess Sida frowned. She also had her doubts, but whenever she tried to sneakily inquire into Wei Wuyan's intentions, she would be left breathless in the bedroom. She learned her lesson to not ask. Of course, she would never admit that the last few times were on purpose. But since Wei Wuyan, their holy son, was intent on keeping it a secret, she didn't try to truly pry. Not far away, a young woman and old man watched the gathering of the most elite powerhouses. "I can't believe he went through with it. Even if he wanted chaos, isn't this too much?" The young woman was thoroughly amazed at how these figures that stood at the top of this world unhesitatingly gathered today. The old man smiled, "If you only see the golden treasure above, you'll never see the dagger below." What? The young woman was extremely confused. When did this old bastard start speaking in proverbs? She frustratedly huffed, "Explain." She grew more and more frustrated, feeling like she was lacking intelligence every single time Wei Wuyan was involved. The old man glanced at the young woman, sighing with a shake of his head. "Why are you observing this holy son as a normal holy child? Is his goal the same as the others?" The young woman went into deep thought, trying to consider the meaning behind his words. Wei Wuyan's goal. The holy son's goal. What were they? After a long moment, her eyes brightened with enlightened insight. She looked at the multiple experts present, trying to find the holy clans. Seeing the young woman finally obtain an understanding of the truth and hidden scheme laid out, the old man smiled in approval. He continued, "Chaos is a mere smokescreen, fleeting and blinding. And here I wondered how he'd solve that issue, when he never saw it as an issue." The more the old man noticed Wei Wuyan's moves, the more he praised him. "But are they really going to fall for this trap?" The young woman asked curiously. If the old man could think of it, couldn't they? The old man laughed, "You're giving them way too much credit. They already did." Just as he said those words, as if the heavens were verifying them, 2 floating shapes emerged on the horizon simultaneously. The attention of everyone gathered onto the 2 enlarging shapes. "It's the holy clans. Is that their holy void ships?" Someone exclaimed in rampant excitement. "They've actually arrived. This is going to be an insane competition against the leaders of our world. I can't wait. Wait. Let's hope they don't clash lest we all die. I just hope there's some soup left of the divine cache." Floating silently, Wei Wuyan turned towards the approaching aerial vehicles that graced the sky with a majestic momentum. After a moment of thought, he flipped his palm. The earth element badge of divinity appeared. On its small surface were 2 arrows on its surface becoming thicker and thicker. They pointed towards the 2 shapes in the distance. He laughed with content, "So you came. Sometimes it's best to go the hard-hitting approach, imperious and domineering, direct and straightforward. Other times, schemes and plotting doesn't hurt. A little sinister manipulation and tactical planning was never a bad thing in this cultivation world. But the absolute best time is when you intend to mix them both." Chapter 465, 461, Grand Earth Cache Opening. Chapter 465, 461, Grand Earth Cache Opening. A figure blurred, arriving beside Wei Wuyan with a solemn air. Their pretty eyes gazed at the two approaching figures in the distance with a dark expression. This was Ai-yin. She didn't speak, but she stayed near Wei Wuyin. Wei Wuyin faintly smiled. She was extremely cautious of the holy clans, especially guessing their intentions. There were numerous rumors that called into question the legitimacy of these holy clans, believing their holy bloodline had thinned too much, being unfit. There were numerous individuals calling for Wei Wuyin's inclusion, to be integrated into the holy clans. These words weren't just external, but even a few of the elite experts of the holy clans were concerned. The successive generations of awakened inherited holy children became progressively worse in terms of quality, with some of these inherited holy children not amounting to much at all. They would display their holy bloodline and badges of divinity before others without the ability to back it up. It dissatisfied many. Ai-yin knew one of these holy clans harbored ill intentions while the other sought to bring Wei Wuyin to their side using marriage. If that didn't work, who knew what they would do? But with these two differing opinions, the holy clans were in conflict. Wei Wuyin learned the two holy clans were called the Lei and Shang clans. The Lei clan held the lightning element badge of divinity, and they worshipped the divinity named Yuni. The Shang clan held the ice element badge of divinity, and they worshipped the divinity Motu. According to the records, the central region was created by the merging of the lightning and ice regions. At the time, the 4 extreme continent was named the 6 extreme continent. But after thousands of years, the two territories with holy children had merged somehow, shrinking the continent's overall size. It is likely that the desolate lands will similarly merge, turning the 4 extreme continent into the 3 extreme continent. As the figures above arrived, unleashing waves of pulsating air pressure as they moved, Wei Wuyin couldn't help but be awed. They were in the shape of oceanic freighters with a length that spanned for tens of miles and an extremely wide width. On the flat surface were several palaces and buildings, suitable for living within, instead of the usual shipping containers. It seemed like a miniature city. These were holy void ships, vehicles of monstrous proportions, that could traverse the void. Legend said they were left behind by the divinities, given to the holy children in hopes they could breach the mortal limits, breaking the shackles of this world. Wei Wuyin, as someone who knew of the outside world, knew this held a bit of truth in it. Because this was the long-lost void ships used to traverse between stars and the dark void. They had shown up during the golden era of the King of Everlore, but they vanished for some inexplicable reason. The only ones capable of making these ships were Star-Lords, and the only ones capable of having enough astral force to urge it through the dark void were Star-Lords. But having it fly through normal space, even Realm Lords could handle that task. He had only read about these ships, both in the Myriad Monarch sect and inside the True Desolate Temple. When he saw them for the first time, he was amazed and awed. They were extremely long. They were truly like floating cities. A burning desire to own one flared within his heart. As void dragons, why do we need such a pathetic tool? Kratos disdained the concept of void ships, and was extremely vocal about it. Even when Wei Wuyin had read about it in the True Desolate Temple, it flared with contempt at the notion. They could open void portals, traverse the true void in moments, why the need for such a gaudy trinket? Wei Wuyin shook his head. Why own a grand sky palace when you can sleep outside? Because it feels awesome. That was his point of view at least. While a little childish, he still wished to maintain his heart of innocence. If he lost that, he would lose the excitement to explore the world and have dreams. Furthermore, traveling using his void bloodline powers that took too much of his own energy and lost a large portion of a journey's benefits. He loved sightseeing, so traveling without needing to expend his own energies was a blessing, and arriving at one's destination a little slower than instantaneously was also a precious gift. The torrential surging of wind from the massive entities was terrifying. Fortunately, everyone present was experts among experts. They urged their astral force and shielded themselves from the rapid winds, observing in awe. The two ships halted a few miles away from the gathered crowd, allowing everyone to clearly observe their glorious design and exquisite functions. They floated in the void the same way ships floated on water. There was a little wobbling as if they rode the ambient space like waves. Ai-yin inched closer to Wei Wuyin. Wei Wuyin looked at her faintly trembling body, those eyes of hers hiding a ferocity to lay it all on the line. Considering Wei Wuyin had yet to impregnate anyone, she wasn't willing to allow a single thing of harm to reach him. But Wei Wuyin couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. You might be a Time Lord, but your cultivation base is suppressed in this world. During the season of regression, you might not even be stronger than me. This thought flashed through his mind as two figures from each holy voidship, totaling 4, left and approached. They weren't the inherited holy children, but envoys. Wei Wuyin didn't bother with them. Clearly they wanted to come to him, talk about the grand earth cache with their solemn expressions and grandiose air. He merely turned and shouted to the world, "The rules of the grand earth cache opening will be simple. No one is allowed to enter until I've explored and accounted for its contents. Then, I'll allow the experts to bid on individual objects. I won't be handling this, but my most trusted Grand Priestess will. Anyone who breaks this rule, well, you know others won't allow that, so I won't go into that. After all, you're not just robbing me, but everyone here. The competition will be fairly held, as long as you're bidding and have the wealth on you, you'll have it. If you do not have your bidded price, you'll forfeit the item and it'll go to the next highest bidder. Understood." Wei Wuin's voice was carried by mental energies, entering everyone's mind with absolute clarity. The holy envoys were startled by Wei Wuin's words. Their expressions darkened. Wei Wuin continued to ignore them. "I've sent a list of materials that will go for 10 times the estimated value. If you have some of the highest valued ones, you can automatically reserve any item amongst the list for yourself. You don't have to worry about me keeping anything for myself. I won't be bringing in storage rings on my person, but the items that belong to my holy bloodline, such as a holy starship and those other holy items, will be mine." After he said that, he swore an extremely vicious oath to ease their worries, in which included that he nor anyone he knew had previously entered or taken anything from the cache prior to today, and he floated to the base of the lone mountain. He held the Earth Element token into the sky and activated it. He felt the grand Earth intent within the badge flare up, then interact with him, and burst into vast, piercing light that entered the sky. The crowd was watching with widened eyes, seeing the divine light enter the sky. They were wondering if a phenomenon would occur, but what happened left them disappointed. After the light entered the sky, another light pierced down. Then, an opening formed in the base of the mountain. Many felt tempted, but the auras of others kept them in check. They didn't wish to move forward and be blasted into nothingness. And so, when they saw someone else seemingly itch with greed, their eyes lit up dangerously as they sought to strike. Unfortunately, no one took the bait. The holy clans were extremely gloomy, looking at the crowd and Wei Wuin. They, too, wanted to venture inside first. The dangers, however, were too high. The young woman sighed, "Like you said, they're keeping each other in check. They're just waiting for someone to slip up." The old man chuckled, fear everywhere. The hilarious part was that Wei Wuin didn't immediately enter. He allowed a wide-open path into the opening, yet for a solid minute, not a single individual acted. Wei Wuin pouted. In truth, he wanted to see someone get blasted by the astral force of hundreds of realm lords. How glorious would that be? This was why he stayed. Well, maybe one day. He turned away and shot into the opening. When he arrived, entering the cache, it was an extremely expansive room filled with boxes and transparent pillars holding specific materials, tools, and items. At the back was a particular tool of a certain enormity. A holy void ship. His eyes brightened considerably. When he swept his eyes across the room, his heart violently pounded. So much. Everything he needed was in this room. Soul ash of divine jade. A shit ton. Spatial jade crystal. So much. All sorts of things the starfield lacked. With a heavy smirk, his heart throbbed endlessly as boundless void force gushed out of his pores. He laughed in his heart. After merely 5 seconds passed, Wei Wuin exited the opening, his expression absolutely calm and collected. He looked at everyone, sweeping his gaze across the entire audience with an increasingly chilly gaze. He stopped his gaze onto the Lei clan's holy envoys. With the loudest voice filled with blistering anger, he roared at the Lei clan with unfathomably trembling rage in his voice, "Everything has been stolen." What? The crowd of elite experts went wild. Chapter 466, 462, Thieves. Chapter 466, 462, Thieves. Grand Priestess Sita's expression was amongst the first whose expressions twisted, filled with horror, disbelief, and shock. She, alongside several other figures, shot towards the opening with extraordinary swiftness. Most were caught off guard by Wei Wuyan's words, unsure how to react. Those who were Time Lords were the first to react, so including Grand Priestess Sita, Ain, and who ran, the others from the scorched skies, noxious seas, and the Zephyr Plains had simultaneously acted. They blurred, zipping past Wei Wuyan with unprecedented speed. The others that might have acted to stop them before were stunned, their hearts beating with anticipation. A few prayed that Wei Wuyan's words were false. Yet after a few seconds, the Time Lords exited. Their hearts sunk as the dark, enraged, and accusatory expressions painted these powerhouses' faces. Who? Grand Priestess Sita roared, her aura erupting fiercely with killing intent. While Wei Wuyan might have decided to trade the resources, he was trading them, not losing everything for nothing. Now, there was nothing. The other Time Lords deeply frowned, looking at Wei Wuyan. Feeling the gazes on him, Wei Wuyan's expression became unfathomably dark. Before he could even respond, Ain spoke up. The Holy Son of Grand Earth swore a tightly sealed oath. He nor any of us from the desolate lands had entered the Grand Earth cache prior to today. Furthermore, do you all truly not know the movements of the Holy Sun? Not trust that your men were watching dutifully? Could they have missed that sky-piercing light? Ain was calm, standing beside Wei Wuyan protectively. Regardless if the cache was empty or not, Wei Wuyan's safety was paramount. He carried the holy bloodline. The others recalled Wei Wuyan's path. Furthermore, he wore no spatial rings or objects with spatial fluctuations. To add, he was only inside for a few seconds, yet the space inside was impossibly huge. They couldn't imagine how much was contained within or how many objects that couldn't be stored inside normal spatial rings. Their hearts groaned in pain, twisted in a sense of loss and rage. The entire crowd was stunned, unable to believe it. Was this real or was this an orchestrated act? A few didn't believe it, testing their luck as they shot into the opening. The Time Lords didn't stop them, allowing them to confirm it with their own eyes. One by one, experts went in and came out with dejected expressions twisted with anger and accusatory glances. They experienced the same emotions as the Time Lords. Who was it? The Holy Clan's envoys were silently watching, similarly shocked by these baffling events. But one of the Lei Clan's envoys was particularly ill at ease. Wei Wuyan was staring at him with a vicious glare and didn't move his gaze away. This started to attract others' attention. Grand Priestess Sita's aura soon settled. She had no direction for her rage, so she could only calm down, much to her dissatisfaction. She wanted to vent. Those sightless eyes of hers went to Wei Wuyan, and when she noticed his glare, she followed his gaze to the skittish Lei Clan envoy. Why was he staring at them like that? The others caught on too. In fact, the moment Wei Wuyan exited the opening, his eyes were fixated on that particular member. The other Lei Clan envoy frowned. He questioned, "Do you have an issue, Holy Son of Grand Earth?" Due to the presence of multiple Holy Sons, and the fact that Wei Wuyan held the Earth Element Badge of Divinity, he was referred to by this title. Wei Wuyan deeply frowned, the light in his eyes turned vicious and violent, shocking everyone. His aura surged, spiritual pressure erupting that staggered all the nearby experts regardless of their cultivation. With a step, he blurred towards the Lei Clan envoy while shouting, "Give me your spatial ring." His demand caught both the Lei Clan envoy and the others off guard. Still, under attack and having a profound cultivation at the temporal eye phase, he reacted swiftly and slapped out a palm towards the approaching Wei Wuyan. Wei Wuyan arrived just a few feet from him before the palm smacked into his chest, pushing it inwards and sending him explosively back. His body was like a cannonball as it shot backwards and heavily crashed into the ground, shocking everyone. "You!" Grand Priestess Sita roared in madness. "No!" Ain screamed in horror. They both explosively shot out, the former with a grey short sword in her hand slicing towards the Lei Clan envoy who struck while the latter arrived at Wei Wuyan's location, ready to inject restorative energies. Grand Priestess Sita erupted with terrifying desolate intent. It was pure and untouched as an endless desolate force gushed out towards the Lei Clan envoy. Shocked, he retaliated with a ward of violet-colored lightning force. A violent collision of power sundered the skies and rent the earth. Many individuals panicked as desolate force spread out alongside the violent and erratic lightning power. A few experts were too slow, struck by these two powers and nearly killed. "What are you doing?" The other Lei clan envoy supported his ally, instantly joining the fight. A bundle of violet-colored lightning force surged out with sinister crackles. The two ganged up on Sita, who fought violently, seemingly having lost her mind. Every strike was followed through with lethal intent by her, carrying a vast amount of desolate force. Their expressions instantly turned ugly as they were beaten back continuously. Her strikes were extremely difficult to deal with. Grand Priestess Sita revealed her desolate astral soul's power. How can she be so strong? The Lei clan envoys simultaneously thought, defending the best they could. One of them was hit by a sword ray of desolation, their arm turned dry and devoid of life in a mere second. He had to cut it off in haste, their expressions pale. Wait. A few Time Lords hurriedly interfered, including the Shuang clan's envoys. They held Grand Priestess Sita back, separating her from the envoys with much effort. When everything settled, Grand Priestess Sita scoffed, not bothering with them any longer as she shot towards Wei Wuyin with heavy concern reflected in her eyes. Ain was already there tending to Wei Wuyin's wounds, stabilizing his condition. He coughed out some gray-colored blood and his expression was pale, but he was alive. Ain was also pale, feeling fear she hadn't felt before. When Wei Wuyin was struck, she felt her heart sink to the bottomless depths of despair. She knew she had to re-evaluate her emotions towards Wei Wuyin. While he conquered her body, did he also conquer her heart? When Grand Priestess Sita saw the gray-colored blood at the edge of Wei Wuyin's lips, killing intent flashed within her eyes, but also a little surprise. Wei Wuyin had survived a direct strike from a Time Lord at close range, and that startled her. While Time Lords were suppressed, they were still so much stronger than Realm Lords. The Shuang clan's envoys realized the situation could deteriorate into all-out war after seeing the violent and readying auras of every member of the desolate lands. They seemed ready to pounce, even if it meant throwing their lives away. One of the Shuang clan envoys, a gorgeous young woman with ash-colored hair, stepped forward. She spoke with an elegant posture and a soft and disarming voice. "May I ask why the Holy Son of Grand Earth is so angry? Perhaps we can ease your grievance towards the Lei clan." Her act as a mediator was spot on, not mentioning anything about how Wei Wuyin attacked first or how he was struck, but the core of the issue. Wei Wuyin's eyes lit with happiness. He would give her a thumbs up if he wasn't performing a show. He angrily spat out a wad of gray blood, his eyes gleaming with murder. "My grievance. Is it just my grievance that needs to be addressed? What about my people? What about you all here?" The young woman was startled. She composed herself and said, "Holy Son of Grand Earth, I'm not following." In truth, no one understood exactly why Wei Wuyin attacked the Lei clan, but they were smart enough to understand that he had suspicions towards them. After all, which of them were lacking in intelligence or the gathering of it? The news that the Lei clan wanted to act against Wei Wuyin was as well known as the Shuang clan's desire to intermix holy bloodlines. Someone had leaked this information and it was even verified by their sources. If someone were to act against him, it would only be the holy clans, and the only holy clan with ill intent was the Lei clan. They weren't idiots. "You don't understand. Then let me explain," Wei Wuyin said with a growl, turning to the Lei clan envoy that he attacked. "You must truly be stupid. You stole the things that had my holy bloodline mark on them. Things that belongs to me, and you expect me not to notice while carrying it. Do I look incapable or are you just a fucking idiot?" His rage was pure, his emotions felt genuine. That Lei clan envoy was startled into a panic, uncertain what Wei Wuyin meant. Stole. Holy bloodline mark. When? What? Then he recalled Wei Wuyin's demand to check his spatial ring, how he was staring at him from the beginning. The others present recalled this too, they were suspicious now and sought a clear explanation. Grand Priestess Sita asked, "Are you saying the Lei clan stole the cache contents?" Her words were like a white flash to everyone's minds. Was it true? Wei Wuyin didn't answer. Instead, he took out the Earth Element Badge of Divinity and a piercing light shot into the sky. The crowd's eyes followed it, then the light shot down and engulfed the Lei clan envoy before he could react. "Thieves!" Wei Wuyin shouted while pointing his finger, trembling from his apparent rage. "Impossible. We've never taken anything from the Grand Earth Cache." The Lei clan envoy was terrified. This was a heavy, incredibly heavy accusation being lobbied by a holy son. If they stole it and their identities were hidden, then there was no issue, but if they were found out. The trouble. Liars. Someone amongst the crowd who hated the Lei clan raged with a booming shout empowered by spiritual force. He poured fuel to the blazing suspicions. The Lei clan are a bunch of thieves. They stole from right under our noses. The treasures were very recently taken, not even a few days ago. Someone shouted amongst the Time Lords, having scanned the time energies of the cash room. Of course, this was all manipulated by a certain someone, but it was verified by other Time Lords. If the time energies of recent arrivals was truly studied, it would be shortly after Wei Wuyin announced opening it up to everyone. Since Wei Wuyin swore an oath that he'd never entered nor any of the desolate lands individuals, then that only left outsiders. And the only ones who have the gall to do something outright defying religious principles and morality, such as stealing from their own divinities, were those who felt themselves above all the other inhabitants of their world. The holy clans. We didn't steal anything. The Lei clan envoys shouted in panic as they proclaimed their innocence, seeing the murderous gazes targeted towards them. Hu Rant's dark, imposing voice resounded. Then, let us see the contents of your spatial ring. As a member of the desolate lands, and a human, he already felt entitled to the Grand Earth Cache, so his expression was the most violent. The Lei clan envoy was about to agree when he recalled the still shining light engulfing him. A feeling of uncertainty emerged in his heart. What if he had an item with the Grand Earth Holy Bloodline mark? What if he had just a single item? Where would the rest be? Where could the rest of it be? His expression grew uglier and uglier. Even if the Lei clan didn't have it. He gulped heavily, uncertain what to do. Before he could decide what to do, or figure out the suspicious points, Wei Wuyin's demanding voice exploded. They wish to escape. Surround them. Chapter 467, 463, I'll show you my right. Chapter 467, 463, I'll show you my right. Run. The Lei clan envoys were stunned. Similarly, the experts of the 4 extreme continents were briefly taken aback, but after noticing the Lei clan envoy accused of holding stolen item originating from the Grand Earth Cache hesitate, and the fact that Wei Wuyin, the Holy Sun, was the one who spoke, they acted. The first to act were the Grand Kings of the desolate lands. As if under concerted agreement, they evoked their worldly domains and blurred into an encirclement formation around the Lei clan envoys. Stop the void ship. Wei Wuyin added, a little disappointed that these Grand Kings were only acting in a limited manner. Fortunately, this order ignited the suspicions and caused the Time Lords to act. They all burst with imposingly devastating auras, changing the topography while they turned into comets of multicolored lights. The ship couldn't even move before the Time Lords surrounded it. The Realm Lords below from the other regions of the 4 extreme continent decided to take action as well, supporting the Time Lords and even surrounding the Shuang clan's void ship. Wei Wuyin wanted to give these proactive individuals several thumbs up. What is the meaning of this? The Lei clan envoy who lost an arm to Grand Priestess Sita shouted in anger, his aura surging in retaliation. But his aura was thoroughly suppressed by the combined efforts of 2 Time Lords. His expression became extremely ugly, as if he was forced to eat disgusting feces. When has the holy clans ever been treated with such disregard? Such disrespect? The Shuang clan envoy, the ash-colored hair young woman tried to remain calm, but between her trimmed brows were a wisp of anger. Holy Son of Grand Earth, what is the meaning of this? My Shuang clan demands an explanation. Clearly, she felt that the Holy Sun was responsible for all this. Wei Wuyin looked at this Shuang clan envoy with an internal smile but an external frown. Meaning of this? Meaning of this? You steal from the desolate lands, from the people of the 4 regions, and you dare have the gall ask me such a question. Outrageous. Wei Wuyin spat. His words affected these experts, fueling the anger, confusion, accusations, and dislike they held towards the holy clans. This was especially so for the 4 elven tribes. They were particularly incensed and hateful, clearly hating the holy clans more. In fact, the majority that surrounded the Shuang clan proactively were the elves. While Wei Wuyin had Ain, an elf, beside him, all the other holy clan members were humans and treated them as lesser beings. You should give us an explanation. You dare steal and attempt to run. Hu Rant's imposing voice erupted, directly placing guilty crimes on their heads. Everyone was too riled up to realize that might not be the case, and in truth, a few of them didn't even care. They just hated the Lei clan. The Shuang clan envoy was thoroughly enraged. What explanation, pray tell, do we owe you? Seeing their normally calm and gentle representative reveal such emotions, those aboard the Shuang clan's void ship who were watching all this with gnashed teeth and twisted expressions. The injustice. Wei Wuyin didn't want this to go into a rabbit hole of arguments and have everything unravel. Instead, he demanded from the Lei clan envoy who struck him, "You, empty your spatial ring. For everyone. Show us your guilt." The fact he wanted the Lei clan envoy to empty everything before everyone was shocking to everyone, but then they agreed internally. They felt invested in this. Everyone present felt that they had a chance to obtain the contents of the Grand Earth Cache, left untouched for thousands of years, containing the blessings of a divinity. Did the Lei clan steal from us? These were their thoughts. It wasn't just Wei Wuin's Grand Earth Cache, it was theirs. The old man and the young woman watching from a distance wore very animated expressions. The former was utterly awed, almost applauding. The young woman was thoroughly shocked. What was happening? Did the Lei clan actually steal the Grand Earth Cache? The Lei clan envoy gritted his teeth. He asked in a dark voice, "You want me, to show my spatial ring to everyone? You wish to humiliate me, US? The Holy Clan of Lei? Do you? Do you even have the right?" The Lei clan envoy raged. The contents of someone's spatial rings were sacred and precious, often containing their life's greatest secrets. To ask for it to be shown to everyone was of the utmost disrespect. Wei Wuin's eyes brightened. Everyone here is deserving of thumbs up all around. They are just playing into the perfect scenario. He couldn't have done it better himself even if he played all the roles. Just as he was about to speak, putting the nail in the Lei clan's coffin, a voice, calm and authoritative, spoke out. "He doesn't." When the voice resounded, everyone turned to the Lei clan's void ship, their eyes narrowed and the light of surprise emerging. A young, handsome youth that was a little on the chubby side yet still extraordinary, soared out of the Lei clan's void ship with flickering bits of lightning around his entire body. He was dressed in a white robe. The signature white robe that all holy children wore. The Lei clan envoy who lost an arm exclaimed and hurriedly kneeled midair, "Holy Son of Dark Lightning." His words made everyone realize who this individual was. The inherited holy child of the Lei clan. Also, the possessor of the lightning element badge. The badge itself floated above his head imperiously, sending crackles of violet lightning surging about as if it was a divine object of lightning. Wei Wuin inspected this newcomer, sneering inside his mind. The badge's astonishing display of lightning wasn't a function of the badge itself, but some external formation placed on it. How flamboyant! Regardless, he had walked right into his scheme. Truly, he couldn't have planned it better. At first, he was thinking of using these experts to drag this holy son out, but to think he came out himself. From the beginning, Wei Wuyin knew his greatest obstacle to obtaining the badges of divinities would be the holy clans. Because to obtain the other badges, he originally thought he needed to kill the other holy child. After obtaining the badge of divinity, he discovered he was half right. The trial was still a trial and the participants, native or foreign, were all competitors. There was a hidden function within the badges to allow one to obtain the others directly, but one has to be in close proximity to activate it. Considering the holy children stayed inside the holy cities, he needed to lure them out. Technically, he could stealthily enter into the holy cities and challenge them, but what after? What if these Star Lords could sense him prior to the challenge? What if the formations were too complicated? What if they could interfere in the challenge? What if? Too many what-ifs were involved, too many variables. For one, he didn't feel like getting instantly killed due to being ignorant nor swarmed. That would be too bothersome. The Lei clan already had notions of killing him, removing him from the equation, so he might as well act first. And now? He had an army of the world's greatest experts to prevent any form of swarming tactics. And with good reason. Wei Wuyin looked at the Holy Son of Dark Lightning, his eyes narrowed. "I don't?" he inquired with a sinister tone. The Holy Son of Dark Lightning was unfazed. "You don't?" His words were a direct challenge. While he might be an inherited holy child, he had the backing of a holy clan, a Star Lord. He feared no one here. Not even Wei Wuyin, this so-called holy son with the most nascent of foundations. To him, it was laughable that Wei Wuyin would even dare to challenge him. A silence was birthed as the confrontation of two holy children, one inherited and one earned, began. Wei Wuyin took out his earth element badge with a faint smile. I don't. Wei Wuyin asked again, but people saw that he wasn't directing the question to anyone in particular. He started to slowly fly towards the void ship, looking at the holy son of dark lightning with a glimmer in his eye. The holy son of dark lightning was startled for a moment. In a flash, a dozen realm lords surrounded him like guardian angels, dead set on protecting him with their lives. And he felt relaxed and confident, revealing a fearless smile. Wei Wuyin slowly approached, causing a tension to form in the air. Ain was directly beside him with Sida. They flew with him, one on his right and one on his left. The Lei clan envoys saw this and blurred to a mirrored side at the holy son of dark lightning's side. Despite the piercing light shining on one, they still looked imposing. The other Time Lords didn't stop their movements, curious about this development. Wei Wuyin kept approaching until he reached 100 meters from the Lei clan's inherited holy son. When he did, he internally frowned. Why did it require such a close distance? 100 meters might be large for mortals, but it was less than a tenth of a step for cultivators at their level. How difficult would it be to approach someone at this distance without being noticed? He wasn't an assassin. That aside, he relaxed. I'll show you my right, Wei Wuyin declared. Rising the earth element badge of divinity in his hands, and then he shouted, I, Holy Son of Grand Earth, challenge the Holy Son of Dark Lightning. These words were merely for show, not required. But it added to the theatrical effect. The crowd was shocked. And then, the two badges whirled rapidly and shot into the sky like comets. They vanished for a brief second before two light beams engulfed Wei Wuyin and this inherited holy son with speed that even Time Lords couldn't react to. Chapter 468, 464, Badge, Get. Chapter 468, 464, Badge, Get. Instantly, the beam of light flared and everyone besides the two holy sons were moved far, far away. 410 miles of distance, only they were untouched. Even the large void ships were pushed back by the light, unable to resist. What's happening? Those two words left the mouths of too many, nearly forming an artificial echo. Everyone present, be it peak powerhouses or elite experts, were astounded by this development. A challenge. This was possible. They didn't even know holy children could challenge each other. Furthermore, the light that came from the skies was well known as the light of divinity, so this was something approved by the gods. Uncertain how to respond or if their response even mattered, they could only look on and watch with confusion and anticipation. Ain and Sita were stunned, they even tried to resist the light initially, but were left defeated. They stared at the curtain of light that separated them from Wei Wuyin, their worried emotions betrayed by their expressions. They didn't know what this was or why this was happening, but they prayed for Wei Wuyin's safety. Grand Priestess Sita even started chanting a prayer. But the one they worried about was laughing loudly in his heart. Oh, and in reality, the Holy Son of Dark Lightning was deeply startled by the sudden environmental changes. He found himself standing on a floating platform of solid light, surrounded by a cylindrical curtain of light that shielded him from seeing the outside world. What is this? He questioned with a tinge of fear quivering within his voice. While he couldn't see the outside world, everyone could observe the inside. The two holy sons were a mere 100 meters away from each other, on a battle platform constructed from pure light. The light was the same divine light they were familiar with. Battle for the Elementus tokens will soon begin. Both chosen candidates shall fight until victory is claimed. Surrender is impossible, but mercy can be displayed. A booming voice filled with divine majesty erupted, causing everyone present to tremble. The voice of the gods. While the others were immersed in awe, Wei Wuyin knew the truth. It was just the old ghost acting as the overseer for this trial. While he was an immortal, likely having a profound cultivation prior to losing it, he was merely a spirit-form servant at the moment. If he was a godlike existence before, he could be considered to have fallen. Regardless, he faintly smiled. While the holy bloodline awakens every 100 years, after an inherited holy child reaches 300 years old, it moves to the next available awakened in the lineage. This was clearly designed in the case of unexpected deaths. But it matched with the trial's requirements, ensuring the competitors were always in the same age range. If not, he would have to face that Star-Lord. That would be utterly impossible. Still, this chosen candidate of the lightning element badge was merely a few decades beyond 200. His cultivation was not laughable by any means. Despite his current age, this holy son of dark lightning was a genius that outmatched every normal genius in his starfield. He had reached the light reflection phase, the fifth stage of the astral core realm, and seemed to have been in that phase for a few decades. Even Lin Ming was only at the soul idol phase, and he was a blessed who obtained the legacy of the divine King Han Zhe. It was clear that background, environment, and instructors bore a heavy factor in one's cultivation base. The holy son of dark lightning turned to Wei Wuyin after realizing the voice's intentions and desire. They were to fight. And the winner will obtain tokens. Were they the badges of divinity? You want to take my badge of divinity? The inherited holy son screamed. He found this ludicrous. How was this even possible? Was it because of what he said? That Wei Wuyin had no right to act against his subordinate. A dark, heavy sinking feeling of regret swarmed his heart. Wei Wuyin had killed a realm lord. Not defeated, killed. While he was an inherited holy son that rarely fought anyone other than teachers and practice partners. When has he ever been put in real danger before? When would they ever allow him to be in real danger? His life was extremely precious, and he had a posse of realm lords and 2 time lords watching him at all times. Even while he slept, while he ate, while he indulged in sensual pleasures. Wei Wuyin didn't care about his panic or struggles. Begin. The voice shouted. Wait. The holy son of dark lightning shouted in abject fear, not wanting to fight. He forgot to even protect himself. Unfortunately, surrender wasn't an option. And his holy bloodline? Well, it wouldn't exist after he loses his badge. As for himself? Well, he was irrelevant. Wei Wuyin used his 2 fingers, outstretched them, gathering saber light at their tip and sliced it across the former holy son of dark lightning's neck without moving an inch. A flash of saber light erupted for a brief moment. Garg. A choked sound filled with blood and struggle resounded. Despite his cultivation base being profound for his age, what was he before Wei Wuyin? Even at the soul idol phase, those at the 6th stage of the astral core realm, the gravity emission phase, were absolutely fragile before him. And that wasn't even using his saber force. With eyes filled with grievance and fear, a horrific angle overtook his head as it slowly slid off his shoulders. A heavy thud and a sickening spurt of blood from the decapitated head's mouth occurred. The head even rolled a few feet away, its eyes twisting around uncontrollably. Everyone was silent. Some expected an epic battle after hearing the rules. Some expected a discussion between the two. Some didn't know what to expect. But no one expected this. It was an absolute execution. Was there such a vast difference between inherited and ascended holy children? Was it really so terrifying? Furthermore, did they just witness the death of a holy child? When had that ever happened before? Has that even happened before? Wei Wuyin was unbothered by the shocked silence. After the holy son of dark lightning's death, a light flew towards him and arrived in his hand from the sky. The 2 tokens of Elementus, one of lightning and one of earth, had merged together forming a larger triangle. The badge now emitted a strange lightning aura alongside the grand earth intent aura. He assumed this was dark lightning intent, the apex-level lightning intent. Abruptly, a surge of information entered his mind. He was absolutely shocked by his discovery. He had seemingly gained control over a portion of the central regions. If he willed it, no one could step forth in his territory during the season of devils or grace. Furthermore, he felt as if there was an existence sealed within his territory, under his direct control. When he thought about it, his eyes lit in shocked surprise. Was it the Star-Lord? Wei Wuyin was quite curious as to why he felt as if he was in control of this existence's life and death. The platform and curtain of light soon encapsulated around his figure and soared away. He was brought back to the side of Sida, his grand priestess, in an instant. When he regained his senses after the sudden transport, he held the merged badges of divinity in his hand. With a faint smile, he turned to look at the Lei clan envoy and asked, "Do I have the right now?" Chapter 469, 465, Framed. Chapter 469, 465, Framed. The voice of all these experts, especially the former Lei clan's envoy, seemed to be extinguished at their throats. Complete and utter silence, even from the desolate land's side. They did not know how to react. Should they be excited? Readying for war. The holy son of dark lightning had just been killed and the badge of divinity the Lei clan held for millennia was taken away, fused before everyone's eyes with the newly ascended holy son of grand earth's badge of divinity. What did this mean? Were the holy clan of Lei still a holy clan? Did they still have the holy bloodline? Wei Wuyin might normally use these types of unknowns to his advantage, but it'll be so much easier if he explained the situation. He infused his voice with spiritual strength, loudly explaining, "The Lei clan has lost their right to hold the holy bloodline. From now and evermore, the Lei clan has no qualifications to be considered a holy clan. I, the holy son of dual elementus, has gained control over half the central region, the holy land of elements, with this challenge. The gods have determined to grant me this. Because the Lei clan has been deemed unworthy of their holy bloodline. And I, for one, agree. They have stolen the treasury of the gods, using their thieving palms to reach into the divine Lord Desi's cache. They have disgraced divine Lord Uni, their divinity. This is their punishment." His voice was explosive and each syllable made the Lei clan experts and envoys' expressions become darker, uglier, and filled with fear. After Wei Wuyin finished his words, he lifted the newly fused badge of divinity and activated its so-called divine light. It pierced into the sky in a manner far, far greater than before. As if the gods were responding, a thick light beam descended and engulfed Wei Wuyin. The power burrowed into the earth and released a droning sound that trembled the hearts of everyone present. To those of true desolate who witnessed this light once before, they were shocked and excited. They chanted in religious scripture. After all, Wei Wuyin had received this light directly after ascending as a holy son. The numerous experts of the elven races and native humans were intrigued, awed by the light that emitted vast, unstoppable power. They learned from the chants of the true desolate temple members and the other experts that this was a pillar of divinity for the holy son, and that it was even bigger than before. After several moments, Wei Wuyin reappeared in the view of everyone. His normally white robes had changed with the runic symbols of the earth and lightning element badges of divinity swimming animatedly within. Wei Wuyin's words seemed to have been verified by this display. He, with his unstoppable momentum, pointed at the Lei clan envoy who struck him. "Restrain him," was all the words he said, and the Time Lords of True Desolate decisively acted. Ai Yin, who ran, and Grand Priestess Sita shot violently forward with imposing auras. The Lei clan's experts that had once surrounded their holy son were stunned. Should they retaliate? But before they could, every realm lord of True Desolate moved. Worldly domains was unleashed. This included the Grey Sands elves. After all, Ai Yin had acted with Wei Wuyin's orders. This was a golden opportunity for them and they did not want to miss it. For years, the elven tribes were excluded from the holy land of elements, kept out of the central region, forced to face the season of devils and be the bulk of the casualties. But with Ai Yin's actions, they had hoped that this would change. So they acted. The other elven tribes were stunned, but they acted alongside their brethren. Despite their physical differences, they were more interconnected and together than the humans were. Forced out of necessity to survive a mutual struggle and considered unworthy outcasts. Even Qin Qiumu, an assumed Verdant Woods elf, was treated extremely well by the Grey Sands elves, with not a single elf showing her lust. This showed their respectable bond. The Lei clan's experts tried to resist, but it was utterly futile. They were soon restrained, with the Lei clan envoys being restricted by 8 Time Lords. Besides Huran and Sida, the other 6 were from the 4 elven tribes. You can't do this. The Lei clan envoy shouted in anger and grievance. They were a holy clan. This was blasphemous. He turned to the other native humans of the 3 other regions, screaming out, "Help me! Help us!" His cry for help, however, fell on deaf ears. The 3 other regions of human natives remained entirely silent, not acting careless. After all, the Lei clan was a holy clan because of their partial control of the Central region and bestowment of divine support. If they lost this, why act? Furthermore, if it was like Wei Wuyin said, that the Lei clan had acted in such a way that the gods could not tolerate it, wouldn't they be punished too? A terrifying sensation of fear permeated their hearts. Seeing no response, the Lei clan envoy turned to the Shuang clan, his expression filled with endless desperation. We're both holy clans. We can't let this happen to us. Help us overcome this tribulation. But the Shuang clan envoy's pretty young woman had a dark, solemn expression. She looked at the fallen corpse of the Holy Son, his beheaded body not even reattached by divine light as it normally would be. She looked at Wei Wuyin, whose expression was calm yet chilly. The Lei clan and Shuang clan had an inseparable history, with even intermarriages happening between them. In fact, the now-dead Holy Son was predetermined to marry the current Holy Daughter. One of the reasons the Lei clan wanted to act against Wei Wuyin was due to the Shuang clan's intentions to use their Holy Daughter to obtain relations with the newly ascended Holy Bloodline. Perhaps one day, they could hold two holy bloodlines and remove Wei Wuyin's family name, allowing them to be the greatest holy clan in the world. But now, her emotions of the Lei clan overtook her and she pleaded, "Holy Son of Grand Earth, on behalf of the Shuang clan, can you spare th-? No." Wei Wuyin interrupted. He turned towards the Shuang clan, his eyes now dark and icy. "You dare plead on behalf of those who've disgraced the gods? Divine Lord Motu would be disappointed. I, the Holy Son of Dual Elementus, sense collusion. Restrain them as well." Wei Wuyin corrected and ordered, looking at the native humans of the three regions. They were hesitant for a bit, but then a few gritted their teeth. With gushing auras, they shot off towards the Shuang clan envoys and kept them locked down. Of course, they weren't as aggressive as the others to the Lei clan. The Shuang clan envoys' expressions were heavily twisted in anger, and a tinge of fear. They were being bestowed the title of colluders. The pretty Shuang clan envoy was taken aback. "You do not order the experts here. They are not yours to command." Her words caused a few to experience a pause. Some of the experts already taking action felt strange, being drawn into someone else's pace unwittingly. It was unlike them. Wei Wuyin responded with a heavy laugh filled with anger. "You don't deny it. So you are colluding. Let's see if your god stands behind you. Bring out your holy daughter. Let's see if the gods no longer accept the Shuang clan as a holy clan." Wei Wuyin's anger was palpable, and it trembled the hearts of everyone. Did these words mean that Wei Wuyin was about to challenge the Holy Daughter as well? They looked at the beheaded corpse of the Lei clan's former Holy Son. Then, they turned to the void ship of the Shuang clan that had been long since surrounded and restrained by worldly domains. Aghast, the pretty Shuang clan envoy reeled. "And no. No. We didn't collude. We are loyal to the gods." She pleaded desperately, but there was no one who listened. There was only pity in their eyes. She had implicated her entire clan. Down below, watching all this, the young woman and old man were standing together. The old man looked at the developments and didn't know what to make of this. "I've seen schemers before, those who can manipulate the crowd with the movement of their fingers, but this is next level." The old man couldn't help but breathe out a breath of awe. Especially with Wei Wuyin's expert-level deflection. The young woman was agape with shock. This was supposed to be an auction, right? How did things develop this way? At the moment, Wei Wuyin had somehow become the king of these experts, having them do his bidding. And shockingly, it felt right. Wei Wuyin ordered, no longer wasting time. Empty out his spatial ring. The Time Lords acted, and the Liu clan envoy lost an arm that contained his ring. They looked at each other before deciding to dump it all out for everyone to see. Tons of items and materials fell out of it, some of them even extremely personal. Others, a little questionable. There were a few coffins that held dead bodies in them, all beautifully preserved young women. A few looked at the Lei clan envoy with suspicions, and his aghast looks betrayed him. This seemed dubious. Regardless, Wei Wuyin didn't dwell on this. He once more used the badge and a light pierced into the sky, then descended down onto the numerous contents poured out of the spatial ring. A single item shined brightly. It was a wine gourd with the unique runic markings of the Earth Element badge. They were shocked. Wasn't this the Holy Clan of Lei's divine wine gourd? No. It usually had the Lei clan's unique runic symbols, but this one was different. The Holy Clan's divine wine gourd was a special item that can naturally condense boundless essence mist in a liquid state, purifying the body with each sip in a smoother manner. It was useful to everyone, especially if they consume impure quality products or cultivate with the world's natural resources that typically hold impurities within. This was contained only from the divine caches. No. No. That's not mine. The Lei clan envoy screamed erratically, trying to plead his innocence. Someone planted that on me. I'm being framed. I'm being framed. Then a human Time Lord of the Scorched Skies questioning asked, who? Those words caused the Lei clan envoy to choke on his next set of words. Who? Who? He turned to Wei Wuyin, and then his expression changed. You. He pointedly accused Wei Wuyin. The bloodshot eyes of an insane man started to emerge. Wei Wuyin shook his head with ample disappointment. Fool. He didn't need to say more, the evidence he planted spoke for itself. And that's what happened. After the experts heard this, a scholarly-looking female Time Lord of the Zephyr Plains interfered. She brought out all the evidence. Such as Wei Wuin's prior oath, the time energy signature left behind, the improbability that someone could stealthily plant an item inside a Time Lord's ring without them noticing, and the fact no one even approached him prior, yet the divine light surged on him. All of this pointed to the gourd being in his possession for a long time, far before the Grand Earth Cache was opened. Where is the rest? Who ran interrogated. The others looked at the envoy, their expression growing darker by the moment. They finally remembered that the contents were supposed to be theirs, and the Lei clan had stolen it. The Lei clan envoy gulped. He looked around in a panic, his mental state deteriorating. He knew that no matter what he said, no one would believe him. Furthermore, no one here exceeded mortal limits, so reading minds or searching souls weren't possible. To add, his cultivation was a little too high to be determined if he was lying or telling the truth. Suddenly, he had a thought. He looked at the Shuang clan's envoy. A sinister gleam emerged in his heart. He didn't know why or where the thought came from, but he shouted with vigorous power, "It was given to the Shuang clan." Down below, the old man looked at Wei Wuyin and then the Lei clan envoy that seemed to have lost his mind. He recalled his mental energy trap that even he fell for, thinking about all that had happened, and felt more than just awed or amazed, he was sent into utter disbelief. Wei Wuyin faintly smiled. And with that, 2 badges are mine. Chapter 470, 466, Conclusion. Chapter 470, 466, Conclusion. The one thing you should never give a schemer is time, or let them know your intentions. To orchestrate a series of events wasn't difficult as long as you understood the people and things involved in said event. It's like placing dominoes in a row. All one has to do is push one end of it. From using void force to transfer items, to leaving behind a seed of Eden force to plant an seemingly self-conceived thought at the crucial, unexpected moment, to planting evidence or clearing oneself of suspicions, and the other little things, it was a little too easy. Wei Wuyin hadn't done a complicated plan like this in a long time, but it felt satisfying when it all played out even better than he could have predicted. The next sequence of events were a certainty. The Shuang clan had proclaimed their innocence to the crowd, saying the similar words of, "He's lying. We're being framed." But those words having been said by 2 seemingly guilty parties had lost their power. No one suspected it was anyone else, wholeheartedly believing that the holy clans had worked in conjunction to steal the Grand Earth Cache. Unless new evidence suggested otherwise, there would be no change to their words. Even if the Shuang clan swore an oath that they didn't steal it, or take it, or have it, these things could always have double meanings. For example, it was the Lei clan that stole it, not them. They didn't take it, they were given it. They don't have it, they gave it to someone else to hold so they can swear this oath. It was a rabbit hole of other possibilities, so no one even bothered. The experts present felt anger at the Holy Clan's disgusting actions. They not only stole from them, but they stole from a divinity. Do they even have the right to be Holy Clans? Wei Wuyin had to do nothing before the Void Ship's defenses were ripped apart. The Void Ship left behind by the so-called divinities were transport items, not combat items. It held no ability to defend itself from forceful means. The Holy Daughter was brought out by several of the Elven race's Time Lords. They wanted the holy daughter to be judged. But that was for the pious or offended. Most amongst the elves just wanted the Shuang clan to lose their right as a holy bloodline. Wei Wuyin was an unknown face, but Ai Yin's close relationship and his dense yang aura on her revealed something the other holy clans never had. He wasn't against elves. If he controlled the holy land of elements, that vast central region, they could finally house their tribesmen inside it for safety. They no longer had to be used as fodder. No longer had to fight and die during the season of devils. It was their time. Wei Wuyin was shocked that the holy daughter of the Shuang clan was a beautiful young woman, but his expression contained a faint smile as he was reminded of Wu Baozhai. In the myriad-year continent, she had an exquisite formation that suppressed external yang auras and acted as a false primal yin. The holy daughter here had something extremely similar. What more, she even had the gall to say these words, "Holy son of dual elements, I am willing to relinquish my right to the holy bloodline if you can grant this little one's wish. Take me as your wife, and I'll serve you forever with the utmost diligence." Wei Wuyin's expression was amused. His celestial eyes observed the concealed yang auras and found that it was strange, almost similar to hers. It seemed she had relations with a relative, a close one. He didn't even bother with her, directly ousting her as he shattered the formation and released the concealed yang aura, shocking everyone. With his spiritual strength and alchemic Eden force, what formation can't he dissemble? At least, those within the mortal limits. The scandal grew larger after, causing these experienced experts to shake their heads. That being said, Wei Wuyin challenged her too, but showed mercy. Her life was spared, but he had claimed the ice element badge that contained the absolute zero ice intent, as he expected. He became the holy son of tri-elements. Wei Wuyin didn't feel the need to involve himself further. He simply told everyone this: the season of regression will still be present for some time. I, the last remaining holy son, shall open the gates of the central region and desolate lands to all during the season of devils. No race or affiliation shall be forbidden. He looked towards Ai Yin, a soft and warm look in his eyes, and then continued. You can all organize your affairs and plan your futures. As for these thieving holy clans, you can do with them as you wish. Moreover, you don't have to worry about their star lords. They only survive off my will, lest the world destroys them. Wei Wuyin announced, shocking everyone once again. After obtaining the third badge, he discovered 2 new Starlord-level lifeforms under his control, totaling 3. It seemed the Noxious Seas Navy River Elven tribe's Starlord had been under the Shuang clan's control this entire time. Furthermore, they were restrained to certain areas and couldn't act without the badge owner's consent. He had somehow pocketed 3 Starlord-level experts. Unfortunately, they were entirely useless, and if the formation preventing them from acting was removed, they would be absolutely terrifying to deal with. After all, he was about to be responsible for the 2 holy clans' downfall. There was no way those 2 Star Lords would develop good opinions about them. As for the Lei and Shuang clan, their days were numbered. As for the Grand Earth Cache, he was certain no one knew what was exactly in the cache, and the Lei and Shuang clan had monopolized the rich resources of the central region for too long. They were bound to be fat sheep ready to be reaped. Whatever they had, the others would likely consider it a part of the Grand Earth Cache. After all, besides a few marked objects, nothing else was really known about what was inside. So the elite experts of the 4 extreme continent were undeniably excited at the possibility of launching a joint takeover of the central region, completely with the only remaining Holy Son's permission. As if this justified their long-awaited wants and desires. Furthermore, in the eyes of the masses, those pious bunch, the Lei and Shuang clan, were sinners of the highest degree. These former holy clans were now just chaotic distractions for the continent's experts. They were no longer worth paying any attention to. So after retrieving his divine wine gourd, he said a few more words and left them to decide. He returned to True Desolate Temple with Sida in tow. As for Ai Yin, she was handling the planning and future movement of the Grey Sands elves to the central region. She had publicly kissed Wei Wuyin, showing off their intimate relations, and placating the doubts and reasonable fears of the elves. They had been suppressed by humans for too long. The trust they felt towards them was little, nearly non-existent. If Wei Wuyin suddenly decided to leave them out of the sacred lands free of devils, they would only have 3 regions left, and many more elves would die while more humans would be safe and sound. How horrible would that be? Of course, they knew that not all of them could fit in the central region, but with the desolate lands added to the safety zone, at least the majority of their tribe would be safe, especially their most important bloodlines. The native humans felt the same way, hoping to be included in the safety zone. They were so focused on this that they fully intended to cull the Holy Clan's population to free up more space. Wei Wuyin didn't bother with their violent intentions, predicting this result from the beginning. There was another reason he wanted this to happen, and that was to weaken the forces on the continent from war. The possibility that these Time Lords will gain their freedom, entering his starfield, was a legitimate concern. Fortunately, he was the Holy Son and could use that reputation and the environmental conditions to his favor. But will that last? Holy Son, what do you plan to do now? Grand Priestess Sita said softly, caressing her long fingers on Wei Wuyin's toned chest. She laid atop him, without a shred of clothes, with wet silver hair from her fragrant sweat. Those sightless eyes of hers stared passionately at his profile. Wei Wuyin gazed at the ceiling, his silver eyes fixated on a particular spot. His mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts, primarily his next move. He had obtained 3 out of the 9 badges and 6 remained. He knew where the other 3 badges were, their locations fixed and unmoving. The only issue was Lin Ming's 3 badges. As a blessed, it would be difficult to deal with him without absolute strength. Before that, he had to find him. He didn't think the others could do so, considering Lin Ming had karmic luck. He recalled how Lin Ming evaded his pursuers the first time they met, and he didn't think he couldn't do it again. But he also didn't wish to spend time traveling, searching for his tail. After a long while, his eyes brightened as he grabbed a handful of Sita. She moaned softly, nestling deeper into his embrace. Her body was already getting hotter, absolutely insatiable. Cultivate, Wei Wuyin smilingly answered. There was no particular rush to take any action himself. All he had to do was wait. Sooner or later, Lin Ming will come to him. He has to. And knowing that endless confidence of his, and likely in-depth knowledge of this trial, that was an absolute certainty. He had obtained the entire Grand Earth Cache and had enough to concoct more Soul Deity Invoker elixirs. To add, there was even more. 10 ripple spatial resonance, and he had all the qualifications to enter the light reflection phase after his enlightened comprehensive state from the refraction world light elixir. This might be the fastest he'd made advancement since entering the astral core realm. Knock. Knock. At this moment, a knock on the door resounded. Wei Wuyin and Sita turned their heads. Come in, he said. The door opened to reveal a gorgeous female elf, blushing as she wore a thin duda that revealed all her curves and internal heat-fueling spots. It was the light bronze-skinned AI Juling. She waltzed in with a faint trembling gaze, looking at the two cuddled together. She softly bit her lower lip. AI Juling, come. Wei Wuyin spoke with a laugh, and her eyes lit with excitement and explosive joy. When she laid on the bed, a new lively atmosphere was born. Chapter 471, 467, Ladies of the Sky Palace. Chapter 471, 467, Ladies of the Sky Palace. While the elite geniuses of the Myriad Monarch Sect, Elemental Heaven Pavilion, Alchemist Association, and San Clan were exploring the depths of the world realm, the starfield was still brimming with activity. The most notable was the official name change of the starfield, with many colliding on whether it'll be renamed the Imperial Heaven Starfield or changed to the Neo-Dawn Starfield. This single topic divided neighbors, incited bloody fights, and broke entire relationships, especially among the Myriad Monarch planet's inhabitants. The significance of the name played a huge part into who would be the next ruler of the Starfield, but the Myriad Monarch sect was unable to answer. They were the only one with a legitimate realm lord, and they were currently on the deniable rise as they had the Ascendant Emperor of Neo-Dawn, the most talented alchemist to exist. There were numerous debates surrounding the King of Everlore and the Ascendant Emperor's alchemic prowess. There was the cacophony of cries that Wei Wuyin had better talent, being younger and having endless potential for cultivation. Others said his talent might be overwhelming, but unless he reached the likes of founding monarch Wu Yu, divine King Han Zhe, sacred elven queen, or demonic abyss master, he would never rival King of Everlore due to his lack of an alchemic astral soul. There were a lot of energetic discussions revolving around these two, and the topic never found a proper conclusion, except with one party being laid out by the other. It was an absolute mess, but a joyful one. Because no matter what was said or how, they were all extremely proud that they could even have these discussions. Their starfield was once more entering a golden age. So while they might fight, they drank and ate meat to celebrate their happiness soon after. As for their discussions, it was irrelevant, and they all knew it. The myriad monarch sect would decide these matters, and the ascendant emperor would either be greater than the king of Everlore or not, and there was nothing their words could change about that. A full year had eclipsed in the starfield, so much had happened. The myriad monarch sect, 8th level of the extreme creation mountain. Wei Wuin's sky palace floated with a bed of clouds as its foundation. There was a powerful horse neigh that shook the clouds, followed by crackling lightning as a Pegasus broke through the sky layer below, arriving at the 8th level. On this Pegasus's large body that reached a height of 120 meters in height was a valiant figure donned in black battle armor, leathery with metallic portions at certain areas. Engulfed in lightning, Xiaobai swirled around in an imposing manner, forcing the young woman to lightly pat it. No longer playing around, it flew towards the sky palace with powerful strides. Its aura was terrifyingly impressive, far greater than before. Its growth was heaven-defying, enjoying daily 8th-grade alchemical products for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Just the sky thunder bloodline it had awakened was in full flourish, releasing bits of lightning and thunderous booms from time to time. Alongside the expansion of its size, its speed had reached an unprecedented level, being the fastest mount in the myriad monarch sect. As for its strength, it could fight against 6th-stage astral core realm experts. Sumei directed Xiaobai to land at the designated spot beside the sky palace. When they did, she flew off, throwing a 7th-grade big pill the size of a basketball into Xiaobai's large mouth. Xiaobai opened its mouth and ate it, chewing on it with a happy expression. It lowered its head, receiving a rub on its snout from Sumei. It released a sound of content. When it was born, it was forced into servitude, but after seeing the life of wild beasts and other beasts, this was the absolute life. The looks of envy it received alongside the respectful treatment was extraordinarily blissful. By now, most didn't consider him Wei Wuin's mount, but Sumei's, but this was even better. Sumei constantly traveled to different planets and continents, allowing him to stretch his legs and wings beneath multiple skies. Moreover, it had awakened its bloodline and was fed delicious, highly nutritious pills every day. It was truly the greatest life a Pegasus could have. Sumei told him to stay, walking inside the sky palace. She performed a few hand seals at the door. A faint glow of spiritual light effused from the door, and then it opened. In a brisk pace, she walked in. She briefly entered before she encountered two figures. "Sister Su," a soft voice exclaimed. It belonged to a red-haired young woman. Beside her was a white-haired woman with a faint icy aura, but this iciness was no longer cold and dark, but lively. These two were Hong Ru and Xiaobing respectively. Sumei saw them, stopping. Sister Hong, she was a little awkward saying such a familiar designation. It felt strange to her. Especially considering she knew that Wei Wuin's intentions with them weren't explicitly stated. While it felt like he had allowed them in to monitor the resurrected Hong Ru, it could be more than that. Xiaobing followed along in greeting with a trace of warmth in her voice, "Sister Su." Since they've been staying here, Sumei were overseeing all their matters and needs, such as cultivation or outside errands. She organized their families to arrive to see them, and kept them up to date on their activities and status. As for cultivation, she would periodically arrive with a batch of resources after they've refined their previous batch. It was never-ending, filled with 7th-grade products. At first, they were absolutely terrified by consuming so much wealth and rare resources, but after a while, they grew numb to it. They had to constantly remind themselves that this was Wei Wuin's sky palace, and Sumei was a subordinate of his. How could they not have plenty of alchemical resources? "Is it time for a refill?" Hong Ru asked, excited. She had never had such outrageously generous treatment of alchemical resources and a suitable environment in her life. Just the air here was extraordinary, filled with astral essence further condensed and purified by the sky palace's formations. Just cultivating here for a day was like cultivating a month below. In just over a year, she had already reached the astral core realm, re-entering the world sea phase with a far greater foundation than before. She had even reached the 9th mortal state. Sumei shook her head. "Can you two gather everyone into the main hall?" "Oh." The two were taken aback. They had never had to gather before. This must be important. They looked to each other, seeing both the shock and seriousness in the other's eyes. Whatever it was, it had to be taken seriously. They nodded, of course. Sume nodded. Then added, "Can you bring Nasini as well?" After that, she left to the main hall, leaving the two bewildered. After Wei Wuyin and Qing Qiumu had left for the gateway door, Nasini was moved to the Sky Palace. This was the wish of Qing Qiumu, and Wei Wuyin accommodated. Soon, the ladies of the Sky Palace had gathered. Sume stood at the highest platform, looking at this exquisitely beautiful array of gorgeous women, all of which had ample breasts and exceptional figures. It was quite outrageous, each being more vixen-like than the last. If it wasn't for her in-depth understanding of Wei Wuin's preferences, including his inclusion of all types, she might be a little, she didn't know. Looking at her own pair that was slightly below average, she threw those thoughts to the back of her mind. Sweeping her gaze over the bevy of beauties, she noted each one. Hong Ru, Xiao Bing, Lin Zian, Wu Baozhai, Wen Mingna, Na Sini, Nila Shi, Xiang Ling, Long Tingyu, and Shui Fei. These 10 women were all present. Even Na Sini was up and about, her complexion noticeably better than before. After suffering from the dark chill of the void, Sume had helped her regain consciousness after months of gentle nourishment using Wei Wuin's products. While her primaline sources and physique were still exhausted and drained, she was well enough to do simple activities. As for Long Tingyu, she was brought alongside Xiang Ling to cultivate, simultaneously wanting to stay close to her big sister Na Sini as well. While she was biased against Wei Wuin before, her feelings had become quite complex after Long Chen's actions that day. Sume nodded after seeing everyone had obediently gathered. Since Wei Wuin left, these women had all entered his Sky Palace at varying times, enjoying the rich environment and resources Wei Wuin left behind. The current starfield was in a lull, awaiting for change, so they were mostly left with time to freely cultivate. It's been a full year since Wei Wuin entered the gateway door, and he left a letter of instructions for me if he hadn't returned by then, Sume announced, taking out a white paper envelope that was still sealed. The group of women were taken aback. A letter. They looked towards each other with curiosity in their eyes. Why would he leave a letter? Most of their gazes sought Shui Fei out. Out of everyone present, she was the only official woman of status, a concubine, acknowledged publicly with a definitive connection to Wei Wuin. But Shui Fei gently smiled in the face of their inquisitive eyes. "Sisters, whatever he left for us to hear, I'm sure it'll be appropriate and beneficial." This, for some reason, alleviated their worries. Sume glanced at Shui Fei. After a brief moment, she started to open the letter. Chapter 472, 468, The Message Left Behind. Chapter 472, 468, The Message Left Behind. As Su Mei moved to open the letter, the hearts of a few women tightened for some odd reason. For an entire year, Wei Wuin had been elsewhere, vanished into an unknown world with an unknown fate. There was the lingering fear that he might die there, never to return. To hear that he left a letter in case he hadn't returned in a year was concerning, but they wanted to believe Shui Fei's comforting words. But in truth, Shui Fei was the most concerned. She was his official concubine, and while she might not be his wife, Wei Wuin had yet to take an official wife. Shui Fei's gorgeous hazel eyes with navy blue flecks stared anxiously at Su Mei's hands that held onto the letter. Lin Zian was also deeply troubled. She had left Long Chen for Wei Wuin, believing she had made a mistake with the former, and the latter was her destined soulmate, the one who would unravel her clan's bloodline and free them from their prison. Her concern was far more emotional than Shui Fei, especially after hearing about Long Chen's true nature. She glanced at Na Sini. When she learned that Long Chen had left her to die from an unknown threat, she knew there was no turning back. And there was no way she wanted to. While she knew that Wei Wuin wasn't a saint, having eliminated entire clans, taken down factions, at least he didn't hide his true nature. When Sume started to open the letter, she silently prayed that the matter wouldn't be bad news. Xiang Ling and Nila Shi were Wei Wuin's lovers, and he had always treated them well, ensuring they had plenty of resources, good environment, and protection. Their anxiety was even higher than the others, because if something happened to Wei Wuin, they would lose an incredible lover who was caring and attentive, and an even better provider. Sume could sense the growing unease filling the room. She frowned slightly. Were they all expecting something horrible? She had never once considered Wei Wuyin would or even could suffer any harm. She worried more about the ascendants, especially Hong Chuanhua, rather than Wei Wuyin. They truly don't know that he's a terrifying cultivator of unbelievable strength. She faintly smiled, and then ripped one side of the letter. Sum. From the opening, a gush of white light exploded, catching all of them off guard. They were blinded by its brilliance, unable to open their eyes for a few seconds. Yo, you're here. A young voice resounded in bewilderment and shock. It belonged to Long Tingyu. When all their eyes started to regain their sight, a tall, handsome figure was now in the room with a faint smile on his face as he stood next to Su Mei. Lord Wei. Su Mei immediately recognized Wei Wuyin, but the shock and surprise wasn't revealed on her face. She looked at the figure for a few seconds, and said, "It's a projection." A projection. Shui Yifei was immensely happy seeing Wei Wuyin's figure, but was deeply taken aback by Su Mei's words. He looked so real. He was clad in his black heavenly king robes, his silver eyes as radiant as before, and his skin looking as supple as the real thing. The others felt startled too, feeling that Wei Wuyin was extremely real. If Su Mei had said he was an avatar or an incarnation, then they would believe it. But a projection. Su Mei reached out with her right hand, touching Wei Wuyin's arm, and it turned into a white mist that swirled. When her hand returned, the white mist reformed his arm. This verified that he was a projection, not an avatar or an incarnation. The lack of physical form and inability to interact with physical matter revealed as much. Wow! Long Tingyu was thoroughly amazed. She had never seen such a projection of an image with such realism before. If she wasn't told, she would think Wei Wuyin was standing here before them with that eternal smile and bright eyes. She wanted to be able to accomplish something like that one day. Then, Wei Wuyin started to move, his eyes gaining a life as he swept his gaze through the world. He spoke, a surge of mental energies trembling out and replacing his voice. Despite all of them hearing him simultaneously and exactly the same, it was transmitted directly into their minds. If you're opening this after a year, it means I'm. Wei Wuyin's voice started to sound out, and their hearts sank. Wasn't this how you started a message left behind after death? Could it be? Not back yet. Still alive, no worries. Haha. It's nice to know you're worrying about me. Wei Wuyin's projection laughed, clearly predicting their responses. While he wasn't talking about anyone in particular, they all felt they were being directly talked to. If someone said Wei Wuyin was here, they might instinctively say yes. Long Tingyu pouted with a humph, "Who's worrying about you?" She nearly stomped her feet with a faint blush, but she stopped herself. Why was she acting like this? She didn't even like Wei Wuyin. But the fact she responded made her even more shocked, because Wei Wuyin wasn't even here. Wei Wuyin continued with a hearty chuckle, "That's so cute. Denying your feelings isn't healthy, you know." What? Long Tingyu was taken aback, so was Hong Ru. One might have been vocal, but the other was mental. They looked at the others. Long Tingyu cried in disbelief, "He's actually here. He has to be, right?" But Su Mei shook his head, "He's not." After that, she looked at Wei Wuyin's projection and faintly smiled. He had predicted their response, and even who would be present. Perhaps the message was left for Hong Ru, maybe it was left for Long Tingyu. Regardless, it had struck them both equally and they'll never truly know which it was meant for. Alright, I shouldn't tease. It's been a full year, so the expedition took a little longer than I expected. If I wasn't back by then, I knew I had to leave this behind to ensure that you're all prepared for what's to come, to make a decision about what you want. Wei Wuyin continued on, and when Mingna started to clench his hands into fists. The ambient atmosphere became tense and serious. Wei Wuyin's eyes narrowed, sweeping a glance at everyone present despite not being here. Over a year ago, I felt a dark, sinister air engulf the entire starfield. It was terrifying, as if the end was approaching. The end of what? The starfield. The living beings present here? Our peace. Everything. I'm not exactly certain, but whatever is coming or about to happen will drag this starfield and its people into the depths of total ruin. I went to explore the gateway door's hidden realm to find something I needed. What is that exactly? I'm uncertain, but hopefully it'll prepare me to handle whatever is meant to arrive. His words grasped the hearts of these 10 women, with Sume as the 11th being unsurprised. She had long since known about this possibility. I've never been one to rely solely on a single plan. I have the ascendants making ample preparations to face whatever comes, but it might not be enough. That's the reason for this message. Each of you here are phenomenal female cultivators. Some of you are outstandingly talented, far beyond the innate talents our starfield normally births. Unfortunately, your talents haven't been fully excavated. To excavate these talents, to prepare those willing to face this unknown threat, to ensure their safety at the very least, more extreme measures will have to be taken. Measures that are suitable for females only. Wei Wuyan's words startled them. Unexcavated talent? Only suitable for females. To be clear, I will not be forcing any of you into this. And it's only available for one type of woman, mine. I have no intention of heavily investing into a woman that isn't my own. I'm no saint, never will be. If you haven't learned that by now, then you don't know me. Before I continue, Sume, have everyone who's unwilling leave the room. I'll give you 3 minutes. Wei Wuyan's voice halted, and he stayed stationary with his eyes closed. A silence permeated the room. Chapter 473, 469, Valkyrie. Chapter 473, 469, Valkyrie. The women in the room looked at each other. They had just learned that the starfield might be at risk of ending, and that Wei Wuyan was about to prepare a select few to survive the oncoming crisis. It was a lot to process. I'm staying. Shui Fei stepped forward without hesitation. As Wei Wuyan's concubine, she was tethered to his fate already. While there wasn't any real reason for her to state her position, as it was already clear, she did so anyway to make others understand. Indeed, they did. Shui Fei moved forward, standing next to the projection of Wei Wuyan. She swept her gaze across those present. Sume dutifully instructed, those who are willing, stand here. Those who aren't, you may leave. She waved her hand, and the door leading outside opened. They all turned to see outside the room, how cold and desolate it was. Is this really a question? Nyla Sher's feisty voice resounded. She stepped forward in long, confident strides and stood next to Shui Fei. She had already been conquered in body and heart by Wei Wuyan. She felt a little insulted that she was even posed this question. She decided she was going to be a little rougher the next time the two tussled between the sheets. Xiang Ling didn't hesitate either. She had been betrayed and abandoned before, and she never thought of doing the same to others. Wei Wuyan might have quite a few lovers, but he hadn't abandoned her, so she wouldn't abandon him. When she stepped forward, a tender hand grasped hers. She turned and noticed Long Tingyu holding her hand tightly. Those violet-colored eyes of hers reflected an anxious light. He said, extreme measures. What if they're not safe? She asked, clearly worried for her master. She had always seen Xiang Ling as a motherly figure she'd never had. Since she arrived in this unknown world, she had gained a family. A mother, a grandfather in the form of her ancestor, and many sisters. While she might not know how to feel about Long Chen's actions, he was still the one who took her in from that dark, damp forest filled with death and loneliness. Long Tingyu was nothing more than a wild girl who lived in the forest, struggling to survive and bitterly cultivating to grow stronger in a merciless world. She deeply cared for those around her, and why she was so conflicted about Long Chen's choice to allow Nasini to die despite their past. Xiang Ling felt unfathomable warmth in her heart. She tousled her hair, then fixed it up to look even better. I trust him, he wouldn't hurt us, she consoled and comforted. After hearing this, Long Tingyu bit her lips and slowly let go. Her reluctance had weakened, but she was still deeply concerned. Xiang Ling caressed Long Tingyu's beautiful face, feeling the warmth within her palm. I'll be fine. She turned and arrived at the platform. When she arrived, she noticed Lin Zian and Nasini next to Shui Fei and Nyla Sher. She always had strange feelings about Lin Zian, especially how she left Long Chen for Wei Wuyan. She never really liked her, and likely never will. When she recalled the times Lin Zian was lovey-dovey with Long Chen, standing beside him and siding with him on every matter, and then flipping her allegiance so swiftly, it made her feel uncomfortable. Despite that, she wasn't unreasonable. Lin Zian had nearly died, turned into a cripple that was seen as a hopeless soul by every professional in the medical field. It made sense to fall for your savior. But it still didn't sit well with her, so she avoided interacting with Lin Zian. As for Nasini, she was the most quiet and obvious to be there. Long Qin had abandoned her to die, and she had an arrangement with Wei Wuyin to become his wife. While it hadn't been officiated yet, she was fully willing. The only ones left were Hong Ru, Xiao Bing, Long Tingyu, Wu Baozhai, and Wen Mingna. Unlike the others, they all had different relations to Wei Wuyin. Su Mei turned to Wen Mingna and Wu Baozhai. Both of you are excluded from the requirement. Come, she said. Wen Mingna expected this, walking forward and standing next to them. She was a member of the Ascendants, so she was in a similar situation as Su Mei. In fact, she wasn't even supposed to be here. She had a mission that had been delayed. Wu Baozhai was also supposed to be on that same mission, so she wasn't even supposed to be here. Still, she walked forward with Wu Baozhai, leaving only 3 girls left. Su Mei's eyes flashed with ambiguous light. She had delayed their mission exactly for this reason. Wei Wuyin had told her to gather all the female cultivators staying in his sky palace after a full year. He wasn't specific about much, so she took some liberties. As for Wei Wuyin accepting a subordinate as a lover, she knew it wasn't too likely, if not outright impossible. Hong Ru and Xiao Bing looked at each other. Since Hong Ru's resurrection, they have been even closer than sisters, so they sought the other's opinion. Even though Wei Wuyin was the ascendant emperor of Neo-Dawn, a heavenly king of the myriad monarch sect, an alchemic emperor, and unfathomably handsome, this was a difficult question. That was because they weren't certain. Suddenly, Hong Ru bit her lips and turned to Su Mei, and then looked at Wei Wuyin. Just as she was about to speak, Wei Wuyin's lips moved. Oh yeah. There's the issue if Hong Ru and Xiao Bing are still here. If they haven't left yet, then it's fine. I know Xiao Bing's sexual orientation, and Hong Ru's struggling curiosity, and how they feel towards each other. Well, that might have been sorted out after a year. Regardless, both of you can choose to stay or leave, I won't turn either of you away. However, I'm willing to accept both of you as my women if you desire. The words Wei Wuyin's projection said shocked everyone. They looked at Xiao Bing and Hong Ru. I'm willing. Shockingly, it was Xiao Bing who said this. Her icy gaze looked at Hong Ru with a trace of warmth. She grabbed her hand tightly. As long as you're willing, I'm willing. Hong Ru was startled, her heart feeling complex emotions. But. She stammered a little, uncertain what to say. After a while, she hesitatingly said, he said we could stay. We don't have to agree, especially if you don't want to. Xiao Bing brightly smiled. Her smile felt as if it could sweep away the snowy coverings of the world, revealing all its glorious beauty and warmth beneath. I want to. Her hand tightened more. The love in her eyes was unmistakable. Clearly, she was doing this for Hong Ru, but a trace of it was herself. While she wasn't sexually interested in men, she wanted to have children, so she needed to find one someday. This contradictory feeling had haunted her for so long, but it was fine if she chose Wei Wuyin, because he was exactly the type of man she'd want to father her child in this brutal, bleak, and devastatingly crushing cultivation world. The upside was that Hong Ru and she could be together, no matter what or where. Hong Ru didn't know how to respond, but she felt Xiao Bing's innermost desires. And she knew her own feelings. The best of both worlds, why would she reject this? We're willing. Holding hands, they stood beside the rest. The only one left was Long Tingyu. Su Mei glanced at the duo, feeling that Wei Wuyin always intended for this to happen. Or else why the delayed message? To add, he even made it known that he understood their feelings and had no issue with it. There would be no sensation of feeling cheating on the other party, or forced to choose between one or the other. Long Tingyu felt isolated, but her feelings were complex and tangled. She wondered if Wei Wuyin left a message concerning her, but after a full minute, there was nothing else. She wasn't a part of the Ascendants nor his woman. Furthermore, she felt that she was too young to make this decision. After all, she wanted to get married, not just be a lover. In the end, she bit her lips and turned around. As that lone figure walked out of the door, it closed behind her. After that, the full 3 minutes passed. Wei Wuyin's projection spoke again, this time with a wistful tone, she's too young and rightfully not ready. It's good she didn't decide to stay or else I'd feel a little concerned. It heaved a sigh of relief, causing the others to be incredibly shocked. They felt that Wei Wuyin was actually here. Or else how could he have known Long Tingyu left? He's a projection, Sume reminded them. Alright, so. That should leave 10, if you count Sume. This is a good number to start with. Wei Wuyin cheerfully said, but this time, even Sume was taken aback. She had kept Wen Mingna and Wu Baozhai back by her own decision. How did Wei Wuyin know there were 10? Shui Fei touched Wei Wuyin's chest, but a swirl of white mist formed. The fact he wasn't real was true. He should be in that unknown realm, so there was no way he could glimpse into this projection, right? To start, I'll be honest with you all, I am not who you think I am. Wei Wuyin began, causing the women to fixate their gazes on him. What did that mean? I am not an emperor alchemist. I am a mortal sovereign alchemist, and I have been for over 2 years now, nearly 3. Those words were like an explosive bomb to everyone present except Sume. They reeled in shock, not believing this one bit. A mortal sovereign alchemist. There's no extreme measures to speak of, really. The only difference will be in what I'll be investing in you all from now on. Which means I won't be holding back. I intend to make all 10 of you into a special unit, better suited to protect yourself and our interests. I've learned from others' mistakes. If you're not present, or too weak, it's possible your lovers or allies will suffer. To solve this, I intend to make every last one of you outstanding experts of this generation with my everything, to protect yourself against the world with your own power. When Wei Wuyin reached this point, Nasini, Lin Zian, and Hong Ru were glanced at by everyone. They all suffered because of their weakness or their lover's absence. Wei Wuyin turned his body, facing Nasini in the most inexplicable manner. I promised I'll take you as my wife as long as you're willing. I won't go back on my word. However, this means you'll have to work several times harder than the others, to prove yourself and to protect everything I have. Because it won't just be mine. I hope you understand this. Nasini was still half crippled and weak. She didn't know how he knew where she would position herself, but it gave her chills. Those words brought a rare joy to her heart, because she understood the meaning. Shui Fei looked at Nasini, and her hazel eyes flickered with an ambiguous light. Her expression betrayed none of her current emotions. To do this, Wei Wuyin turned away. I intend to establish a secret faction. A secret unit made up entirely of female members of Ascendants and my own lovers. A group of talented, intelligent, and immensely powerful women that could tackle the world in my absence, even after my death. He paused, sweeping his gaze across each and every one of them. For so long, the calamities of hell had been hanging over his head, and he was most concerned about what would happen to those he loved and his legacy if he failed in the end. 2. Solve this, to feel the most comfortable, he decided to make this decision. From henceforth, you'll be my Valkyries. Chapter 474, 470, Pirates on the Horizon. Chapter 474, 470, Pirates on the Horizon. First Commander, are you certain we shouldn't meet up with His Majesty? A male demon with a bald head, tribal marks etched in his cheekbones and neck, and wielding a double-sided warhammer nearly twice his size, asked with a heft of his warhammer. Are you stupid? Why should we? This is our tempering experience, do you want to rely on His Majesty? Another spoke, a human male with nearly 100 spatial rings hung around his neck. Some of them still had colorful blood on them, likely belonging to their original owners. Humph. Rely on. Are you an idiot? I meant to get orders from. The bald demon argued, glaring at the human male. It's been 2 years since we've been here. Who knows what he wants us to do, the bald demon added. The human male frowned, you dash. Enough. Hong Chuanhua halted their argument with an authoritative shout. They went silent instantly, clearly afraid and incredibly respectful of Hong Chuanhua. They merely glanced at each other with a fighting spirit, unwilling to lose out to the other. There were 5 individuals on a mid-sized boat, traveling across a purplish body of water. The water emitted a toxic and noxious odor. Despite that, there were lively fishes that swam freely within. Amongst these 5 individuals were Hong Chuanhua and Lian Yu, including 3 others from the Ascendants. They had gathered together in search of the others, leaving the Zephyr Plains behind roughly 9 months ago. Besides the human male and bald demon, there was a dark-haired female elf with silver-rimmed glasses who was chatting with Lian Yu. She was similarly a member of the Ascendants, but she was a little more quiet and reserved. Hong Chuanhua looked towards the horizon. His Majesty has claimed the central region and the desolate lands as his own, becoming the holy son of Tri-Elementus in this strange world. If he wanted to contact us, or find us, he would have. This is our journey, meant to temper us. See. The human male exclaimed with excitement, clearly agreeing with Hong Chuanhua. But when Hong Chuanhua turned and gave him a glare, he shrunk back and lowered his posture. Bei Yunhan and Zhu Xun, don't lose sight of our objective. You understand? Hong Chuanhua said with a dignified expression. Yes. The human, Bei Yunhan, and the bald demon, Zhu Xun, simultaneously agreed. Their expressions relaxed as they grew serious. They turned to the horizon, their eyes flashing with spiritual light as they unleashed their respective ocular-based spiritual spells. They seemingly linked with each other, bolstering their strength. Lian Yu and the female elf, Li Yinggu, faintly smiled at this scene. Despite their on-the-surface rivalry, those two were extremely reliable and exceptionally talented in coordinated arts and spells. In fact, they were more than just that. Lian Yu watched them and asked, are they really together? She was in utter disbelief at Bei Yunhan and Zhu Xun's attitude towards each other. Furthermore, they were both males of different races. Li Yinggu brightly smiled, yep. With that, she started tinkering with a compass-like tool in her hand, using her spiritual force to alter certain aspects within its spiritual formation. Li Yinggu. How's the alterations going? Hong Chuanhua shouted. Almost. Need a few more changes. Li Yinggu replied energetically. The compass was how they found the other ascendants, but it was rendered ineffective since they entered the noxious seas. She had been working on it for months, finally close to fixing the issue. Hong Chuanhua nodded. Li Yinggu was a creationist, a dual forger and designer. She was extremely talented, receiving special nurturing from Wei Wuyin. As a forger, she was skilled in constructing tools and armaments, and as a designer, she can inscribe formations and even set up powerful arrays. Lian Yu was shocked that every member of the Ascendants were talented and skilled in certain arts and spells. Despite Li Yinggu's specialization, she was terrifyingly powerful at the spatial resonance phase, just like the others. Still, even after 2 years, she had only made the advancement of entering the Sky Ruler phase, the second stage of the astral core realm. There's something approaching. Bei Yunhan and Zhu Xun said in concerted harmony. They executed hand seals simultaneously, their eyes brightening up considerably as a result. After a while, they shouted, their expressions odd. It's a ship. Furthermore, it's hailing us. The two spoke as one, clearly their spiritual energies were deeply connected without a trace of disharmony. Hong Chuanhua narrowed her eyes as she observed a navy blue ship slowly emerge from the horizon. This ship was large-sized, capable of holding roughly 1,000 individuals in a compact and conservative manner. Navy River Elves? Hong Chuanhua asked. The navy blue ships were a signature mark of Navy River Elves, but she felt a strange sensation as she looked at it. The two formed a new set of hand seals, and a boom resounded. They were pushed to the deck, their eyes bleeding. Shit! You bastards! Zhu Xun shouted in furious anger, grabbing his warhammer with his aura surging violently. The rage he felt was palpable. He was about to launch an all-out attack. With his strength, that boat would collapse from a single swing, even from this vast distance. Wait. Bei Yunhan grabbed Zhu Xun's muscular arm that were protruding veins carrying his enraged blood. Zhu Xun paused. It's humans. And the Grand Prince is on board. Bei Yunhan said with an awkward expression. That expression was quite telling. Grand Prince. Li Yinggu curiously looked towards the horizon, spotting the incoming navy blue ship. Grand Prince? Long Chen. Lian Yu jumped, her sapphire-like eyes emitting endless ripples as countless bombs of happiness exploded in her chest. She rushed to the edge of the boat, holding the railing as she watched the approaching navy blue ship. Her eyes suffused with the light of hope. It's been 2 years since they last saw each other. She wished for him every morning and every night, despite the world having no night, wondering if he was looking at the solar star at the same time she was. Hong Chuanhua remained calm, clear-headed. She sought clarification, noticing Bei Yunhan's odd reaction. Elaborate. Bei Yunhan wiped the line of blood from the corner of his eyes, looking at the navy blue ship. He's locked inside, behind a prison cell. It seems he's hooked up to an energy conversion array. I tried to send our spiritual sight inside, but an expert noticed and repelled it. However, I caught a glimpse of his aura. It's unmistakable. What? Impossible. Lian Yu shouted in disbelief. He's Long Chen, how could he be placed on an energy conversion array? She had been captured for a similar purpose, so she dreaded such a situation. Hong Chuanhua barely reacted to her disbelief and question, strength of the expert. Zhu Zun responded with a frown, just a trifling light reflection phase cultivator, thinking he's hot shit. How many on board? About 300 captives, roughly 800 total crew, and 80 experts beyond the sky ruler phase. A single light reflection phase expert as captain. All humans, and some of the captives are navy blue elves. It's very likely their ship was hijacked, Bei Yunhan explained thoroughly. Lian Yu bit her lips after being ignored, but she knew it was best to stay quiet at this moment. She held no power over their next course of action. Li Yonggu walked forward. Are we taking action, Commander Hong? Zhu Zun added, they're obviously pirates and slave traders. Hong Chuanhua furrowed her brows. This situation would normally have very little benefits to involve themselves in, but their Grand Prince was being held on board. This was a kick in the face to the entire Myriad Monarch sect. The audacity was outrageous, but she similarly knew about the contention between Wei Wuyin and Long Chen. Please. Lian Yu was about to beg, but Li Yonggu placed her palm on Lian Yu's shoulder. Li Yonggu shook her head, telling her to be quiet. This was not her decision to make lest she wished to fight them all herself. After a long moment of consideration, the navy blue boat was still approaching, and the auras on board were clearly in a primed state for battle. Hong Chuanhua was about to make her decision when a voice resounded from behind her. There's an ascendant on the ship. The four turned to Li Yonggu, who held a compass that flickered with light, pointing towards the navy blue ship and becoming brighter with each passing second. Hong Chuanhua didn't hesitate any longer. With her auburn hair flowing with the sea breeze, she clasped her hand around her sword's hilt, and ordered, secure the captives. Kill all enemies. We take no prisoners, do you understand? Yes. The trio shouted in a practiced, aggressive manner. Even the delicate-looking Li Yonggu's demeanor had changed, her eyes flashed with violent, heart-quivering killing intent. They, with a simple order, had become battle-ready warriors. Lian Yu's heart relaxed. Chapter 475, 471, Slaughter on the Noxious Seas. Chapter 475, 471, Slaughter on the Noxious Seas. Li Yonggu. An energized and roaring command left Hong Chuanhua's mouth, prompting Li Yonggu to react with a fierce shout of understanding. The bespectacled elf moved swiftly, forming several hand seals in quick succession, sending out waves of spiritual force as she brought out 8 stones. With a practiced motion, these stones shot out and transfixed themselves around the box in an octagonal shape. The stones were dull and gray, but after they entered this pattern, their colors started to change rapidly as a beguiling mist emerged around them in a large area, concealing their ship in a matter of seconds. Immediately afterwards, Hong Chuanhua formed a seal, and she jumped upwards and out of the mist. The other 3 followed, with Lian Yu staying behind. The ship rumbled softly and then began to rapidly sink into the noxious sea's violet-colored waters. A thin film encapsulated the entire ship, protecting it from the toxic properties of the waters below. Lian Yu anxiously watched the others leave as she sank, her spiritual senses restricted within. She could only stay behind due to her low cultivation base. A fierce desire for strength ignited within her heart, a desire that had ignited many times before. Unfortunately, she was never able to match these elite experts or Long Chen, always relegated to an observer. Captain. Within the crow's nest, a lookout shouted with their eyes emitting dense and continuous rays of light. They've hidden within mist. I can't sense or see them. She exclaimed aloud, ensuring the crew was informed. This female lookout had a cultivation base at the soul idol phase, but her spiritual sense and sensory spells were the absolute best on the ship, so she was extremely well suited for this position. A thin, sickly-looking man with ash-pale skin and a gloomy gaze arrived on the deck, prompting the crew to give looks of respect and reverence. This man was the light reflection phase cultivator who sent the spiritual sight of Bei Yunhan and Zhu Zun away. His name was Buzi Chen. Since the beginning of this year, he had earned the title of Captain of Pale Trees Pirates. Buzi Chen slightly frowned. Are they running? He asked himself this, witnessing the mist start to rapidly spread in all directions, making it increasingly difficult to observe what was happening or in what direction. In mere moments, it already spanned half a mile. Men, prepare for battle. Buzi Chen gave the order, not being one bit careless. There were only two options available to these newcomers, especially with their little numbers. Firstly, they could hightail it out of here while using a distraction. This might be an appealing idea at first, but they'd never escape their Navy River Elven tribe's boat designed to navigate these waters. Or the other option, fight. He had already pegged their boat way back, realizing there were only 5 cultivators present, and 2 of which were at the 4th stage of the astral core realm, spatial resonance phase from their spiritual sense. Those 2 were inconsequential, but to ensure little loss of life, he decided to take action personally. He had always been the cautious sort. Find them. As the men readied for a fight, their previously primed auras translated to legitimate readiness as wards erected ceaselessly around their bodies. The lookout was inspecting the mist, her eyes glowing brighter and brighter with spiritual light as she peered into the mist. They were only a mile away, so she was using her all. Suddenly, she noticed a particular shift. Her heart leapt with joy as she screamed, "They're still in the me dash." A sharp, piercing shriek tore through the air, exploded from the mist, churning the mist as a result. A line of mist formed a long tail of mist, and along that line to its end was a piercing arrow lancing through the void with lightning-like speed. Pooh! Buzi Chen's eyes constricted, the scent of fresh blood permeated the air, faintly overtaking the toxic aroma of the violet-colored waters. The lookout didn't even get a chance to scream out in horror or fear or pain, an arrow accurately penetrated the space between her brows. The sheer power of the arrow didn't cause her head to be drilled in, but utterly exploded in an impact of dazzling light. The momentum sent her body out of the crow's nest, falling lifelessly amidst the crew with the thudding sound of flesh meeting wood. The crew saw this, their hearts sinking 1,000 feet with every passing moment. Pooh! Pooh! We're under attack. An expert at the spatial resonance phase explosively shouted, his ward reinforced by his astral force several times over. Just beside him, 2 friends of many years had their lives ended by a swift arrow of light. Their heads exploded gruesomely, and it was simply too swift. The subdued sound of their explosive deaths were mind-numbing, causing him to reel. Activate the defensive formations. Reinforce your astral wards. Beware the archer. Buzi Chen ordered fiercely with a reminder, his eyes still reflecting a unique calm befitting a captain as he inspected the mist. He hadn't expected such a fierce reaction without warning. The navy blue ship started to flash erratically with various colored lights, soon engulfing the ship in protective spherical shielding. With the shield up, the others relaxed their tensed minds. This was especially so for the weaker members. An archer was absolutely hell to face out in the open seas. The encroaching mist, however, was unstoppable. It swallowed the navy blue ship whole. Fortunately, the crew watched from behind the shielding, preventing the mist from entering the ship or affecting the crew. A crew member at the 4th stage of the astral core realm, the spatial resonance phase, ran towards Buzi Chen. "Captain Buz, do we retreat?" They had just been attacked after hailing a ship, fully intending to plunder it. Clearly, those cultivators were not going to be robbed and killed without a fierce fight. Buzi Chen glanced at the speaker, looking at the mist that surrounded them soon after. He frowningly said, "It's too late." As if his words were an ominous premonition of future events, the shielding that held the mist back started to tremble. The spatial resonance expert gawked, "What's happening?" They swept their spiritual senses across the deck and shielding, noticing the formation's energies were being slowed with some strange power. "It's affecting the circulation of the defensive formation. A parasitic mist. All members, be ready to fight." Buzi Chen shouted explosively, his aura at the light reflection phase surged. He took out a saber, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Soon, the formation stopped working. The shielding powered down and left the ship defenseless. A few unsuspecting crew members hadn't taken the appropriate precaution, trying to conserve astral force. But when the mist touched their standard conjured wards, the mist was like oxygen to an oxygen mask, it smoothly entered with no resistance. Startled, those careless few tried to push it back yet was forced to breath in the mist after an unsuccessful attempt. They shouted and screamed out the mist's strangeness to the others, but mid-sentence, their throats seized, their auras faltered. And their wards started to dissipate. They grasped their throats, trying to scream a cry for help but to no success. But the transformations hadn't stopped. Those unlucky few had their eyes lose color, their skin lose luster, and their bodies falling onto the deck with a lifeless descent. They lost consciousness. Buzi Chen noticed this. Idiots. I said to reinforce your astral wards, and don't breathe in the mist. Despite his roaring warning, a few more were subjugated by the mist. As for those beneath the astral core realm, they were unable to defend themselves. The spatial resonance phase expert kept the mist encroaching him from all angles at bay. What is this mist? His inquiry was left unanswered as true enemies did not explain themselves in battle. The crew devolved in a panic, with many believing those who lost consciousness had died, the light in their eyes vanishing and their breathing seemingly stopped. They cried out, some even saw things that weren't there. They unleashed attacks that struck their allies. A few pitiful souls lost their lives by their fellow brethren's blade. Arg. No. A boom sounded alongside a horrified scream. The sound of metal hitting flesh and flesh exploding resounded, tainting the mist a reddish tint. This color vanished in a few moments, but soon enough, another boom resounded. 3 arrows flashed through the ship, finding their home in the skulls of 3 unlucky cultivators. These arrows were too fast, too strong, and those struck were all at the Sky Ruler phase. They lost their lives despite their reinforced astral wards. They're on board. Defend yourself. But the mist lowered visibility. A few experts panicked, flying off the ship. But when they exited the ship, a strange gravitational force emitted from the edges of the ship, dragging them down as if a mountain was on their shoulders. Splash. Splash. Sizzle. Sizzle. Those who tried to escape were brought into the noxious seas, their screams were abruptly shut off as they seemed to enter a vat of acidic liquid. After a short scream, only their white bones floated to the surface after a few seconds, completely devoid of flesh and clothes. Unfortunately, the visibility was too low, so many were falling to this fate. Even a soul idol phase expert was caught off guard. Don't leave the ship. There's a formation at the edges of the ship. Buzi Chen soon lost his calm. He knew he was losing control of his ship and crew, with many casualties born out of their enemy's sinister tactics. He didn't launch random attacks for fear of destroying the ship or killing off his own crew members, weakening their strength further, adding to the confusion. Vicious. He bitingly roared, trying to find the culprits. He shot forward, blazing past a few crew members trying to enter an area that was recently tinted red. When he arrived, he found the crushed remains of a female human. A fierce growl left his lips. He was losing his composure. Just as he was about to continue his search, a blast of astral force shot towards him. His eyes lit with a ferocious light, using his saber to slice into the astral force, unraveling it with ease, and then retaliated with a flash of saber light. The saber light sliced into the mist. Oh! A scream of terror resounded, filled with death and grievance. When Buzi Chen arrived at the voice's location, he noticed it was one of crewmates. He had been sliced into 2 by saber force, their eyes reflected their shock and despair at the end of their life. Fool! He spat. Pooh! 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 5 successive sounds resounded, eliminating 5 more cultivators. The mist reddish tint at that moment had become deeper, but only for a mere moment. At that moment, Buzi Chen finally saw the trajectory of the light arrows. His eyes blazed with violent light, explosively shooting towards the area they all originated from. He arrived in almost a blink, yet he felt no one nearby. His expression changed. He moved faster, rushing off the moment the sounds of impact were heard. Yet, there was still no one there. He hated this mist with a fierce passion. With it up, he couldn't use his spatial mark or spatial prison to locate or halt the enemy. If he randomly unleashed his strength, he'll be wasting astral force and might attack his own members. It'll be a double loss. Find the formation's core. Buzi Chen changed his objective as he unleashed several locator-type spiritual spells. He infused ample spiritual force in each, but they all failed to locate the formation, let alone the core itself. Unfortunately for him, he hadn't realized the underwater ship's location was directly beneath them, underneath the noxious seas. Busy Chen knew he wasted time with these actions. The lives of many more died as a result. He could only helplessly hear their pleading shouts and heart-shaking death throes. It was a slaughter. "Who are you?" Busy Chen screamed out, his aura gushing to push the mist away. But the mist kept approaching, his aura only temporarily preventing its movements. Only his astral ward halted its approach, and he didn't dare expand his astral ward to engulf the entire ship. "Commander, task completed." A female voice resounded. Busy Chen knew this voice was new, someone he'd never met before. His eyes glowed with a sharp light as he gripped his saber, his expression revealing a hint of pure savagery. If he found this woman, he swore that he'd ravage her thoroughly. The imagery placated his raging heart a little. The mist slowly started to recede. Chapter 476, 472, A Coordinated Attack. Chapter 476, 472, A Coordinated Attack. Busy Chen had bloodshot eyes as the mist receded, revealing the truth about his ship, his crew, and their fate. The ship was marred in the glaring blood of his crew, crushed flesh and headless corpses everywhere. Their corpses, this vicious scene, nearly caused him to lose his mind. But he slowly calmed himself, realizing that everyone besides those beneath the astral core realm and himself were dead. Those below the astral core realm were unconscious, lying in the blood, brain matter, and fragmented bones of their formerly living allies. "Why?" Busy Chen shouted through clenched teeth, his calm still holding itself by the thinnest of threads. He just saw the death, the one-sided defeat, and felt boundless grievance. "I knew he was an idiot," a voice said with a sneer. It was filled with contempt and disdain. Asking why? How ludicrous was that? You enslaved, slaughtered, and likely plundered the riches of others, and when someone kills you, you ask why. An idiot might be a little too kind of an insult. Focus. A commanding voice followed, causing the previous voice to assent with a grunt of obedience. The captain's mental state aside, he was still an extremely powerful cultivator that shouldn't be taken lightly. Lowering your opinion of a target, of an enemy, subconsciously lowers your guard against them. Hong Chuanhua knew this, ensuring those under her charge remained focused on the task, underestimating no one. Busy Chen finally could see the enemies that had slaughtered his crew, ending their lives with many holding lifelong grievances. After being derided for his words, he no longer spoke and merely observed those present. An auburn-haired young woman with a valiant look. She was a beauty, fierce and fiery. She was even better than his imagery before, but her voice wasn't the same as the female from earlier. He licked his lips with a trace of savagery leaking from his eyes. Her cultivation base was only at the spatial resonance phase, a full stage below his. As for the other speaker, it was a warhammer-wielding bald humanoid figure. His eyes constricted slightly, noting that the figure's appearance was outrageously different from those he was familiar with. But there were numerous unknown cultivation methods that can instigate vast physical changes. The faint demonic air that person emitted must also be a product of a unique technique. He, too, was at the spatial resonance phase. With that unique air and aura, he decided to eliminate this individual first. And after seeing the warhammer, which was covered in fresh blood, he knew the culprit of all the crushed piles of flesh and bones. Then, he felt a presence behind him. He turned to see two figures. A female elf and a human male that had a necklace of dozens of spatial rings hanging around his neck. That elf must have been the first voice. When he saw the human and elf together, his expression became fierce with a wisp of hatred. "I think he wants to kill us," Bei Yunhan seriously said, holding onto a longbow in his hand. He had no quiver, but his hand was covered in spatial rings, at least 3 on each finger, fitting perfectly on each section of his fingers. Li Yonggu's eyes radiated endless killing intent, completely unlike her normally gentle appearance. Her hands gripped 2 scrolls in each of her hands. "He wants to do more than that," her voice was extremely low. Bei Yunhan nodded, "I bet he does." He lifted his longbow, a bowstring of white light formed. It emitted a misty light, giving it a strange and mysterious feeling. Busy Chen might be angry, but he still noticed that the 4 present were all spatial resonance phase cultivators, having a strong, sturdy aura about them. These 4 were not normal, but he couldn't recall 4 identities that fit their descriptions in his memory. Despite that, he was still at the light reflection phase, and cultivation level couldn't be easily ignored. His primary light energies gave him boundless advantages which allowed him to keep his confidence and composure. Furthermore, the mist had receded. While he knew their actions were likely because the mist wasn't suitable against those of higher cultivation, or it affected their own battle prowess, it still had his expert's will. I do intend to do more than kill you all. I'll ensure you men suffer life worse than death, and you women will enjoy your last moments in this world. You should thank me. I'll indulge in your bodies, and then give you to a few mortals to appease the souls of my crew. Zhu Xun shook his head, his eyes reflecting pity. He recalled what Wei Wuyin had once said during a training exercise, and that was to never gloat or talk without purpose. The vocal language was your weapon, but it was a double-sided blade. You should only use it when it suits your goals. His threats were pathetic, its main purpose to soothe his own mental state. When he asked Su Mei to further expand upon this concept, she said with a flat, cold tone, words are a distraction or a weapon to cause emotional instability or psychological manipulation. Anything that will grant you an advantage. If you're not using it in these ways, then you don't deserve to be an ascendant. They were talking to incite their enemy, but also to delay. Yet this so-called pirate captain was speaking for the sake of speaking. If the situation was swapped, and he had the cultivation advantage on 4 cultivators who encircled him, he would have attacked after speaking a few words to catch them off guard. Hong Chuanhua had no intention to admonish this light reflection phase cultivator for his actions. Now, she shouted after noticing the 2 scrolls, and Lin Yonggu's hands flickered with light, and Li Yonggu smiled. Her vicious expression became gentle, focused, and pleasant. The 2 scrolls in her hand were unfurled. Boom. Boom. They exploded into a murder of cyan-colored crows. They each unleashed waves of spiritual power that permeated the surroundings. They were extremely fast, swirling around Biuzi Chen in a flurry. Biuzi Chen hurriedly erected his astral ward. He felt shocked by the swiftness of the crows, barely capable of following their movements. What were they? Each crow had a vast amount of spiritual energy within. He felt a headache, his astral soul was trembling as the waves they emitted were targeted spiritual assaults. Even his sea of consciousness was besieged. What was this? Zhu Xun held his warhammer with both hands, but he didn't engage in close combat. He was well aware of the cultivation advantages of a light reflection phase cultivator. And entering close range, rapid-fire exchange of blows will leave lower phase cultivators at an absolute disadvantage. Their primary light energies allowed their astral force to flow several times faster, capable of unleashing stronger, faster attacks with less preparation time. Before he launched a single attack, he might have to deal with 3. Unable to match such speeds, neither of them, not even Hong Chuanhua, was going to engage this expert in such a careless fashion. He used the pummel of his warhammer and smashed it on the deck's surface. An explosive surge occurred as a formation embedded in the warhammer rapidly extracted his demonic force. His demonic aura weakened, roughly 80% of his demonic shadow force left his body instantly, forming a dark violet arrow. It emitted no aura. The arrow vanished into a storage ring, not a spatial ring. And it appeared almost magically in Bei Yunhan's hands, clearing they shared a linked storage space. Bei Yunhan unhesitatingly knocked the arrow constructed from demonic shadow force, infusing his light force within and causing his expression to grow pale as it trembled. The arrowhead was fixed on Biuzi Chen's position. The murder of crows formed a twisting storm that kept Biuzi Chen on the defensive. He would, from time to time, unleash a palm to destroy a bundle of them. Li Yonggu's eyes were dimming with each crow's destruction and her expression grew paler. Hong Chuanhua gripped her sword's hilt, the sword intent in her eyes were becoming more and more radiant. As for the sword itself, the sheath was leaking sword light. Fire! Hong Chuanhua ordered with a transmission, and Bei Yunhan acted. He roared, pulling the arrow back into a full moon, and released it. The arrow was fired. The space rippled, the wind shifted, and the world felt pulled as a violet and white light formed a long trail, penetrating through the void with incredible speed. Simultaneously, Li Yonggu severed her connection to the crows, causing them to lose their powerful means, becoming lifeless crows formed from spiritual energies. The timing was perfect. Hong Chuanhua pulled out her sword, engulfing herself in sword light as she blitzed forward for a short moment, halting her steps, and unleashing a devastatingly powerful flash of sword light. It was vast, large, and extremely noticeable. The two attacks came from both sides, but when the crows halted their moments, Buzi Chen noticed the sword light and sword intent flared violently towards him. Even this attack was terrifying, so he gathered the bulk of his astral force to defend against it. Yet, this attack left his back exposed. No. He shouted violently in his mind, realizing his mistake. But it was too late, only noticing when the demonic light arrow touched the base of his skull, drilling an inch in. A light of despair flashed for a moment, boundless regret reflected in his pupils, and his world darkening as his head was penetrated. The power contained within ravaged his head. The arrow kept going, directly between Hong Chuanhua and Zhu Xun. It vanished into the horizon. Chapter 477, 473, Worldly Changes. Chapter 477, 473, Worldly Changes. While the events took a while to describe, the event itself occurred in a blink of a mortal's eye, unleashing in such a coordinated effort that it was utterly flawless. The four were all pale, experiencing an exhaustion of their respective energies and forces. But they had eliminated a higher stage cultivator with no losses due to their concerted actions, their planning, and flawless execution. In normal circumstances, a light reflection phase expert was capable of killing dozens of spatial resonance phase cultivators with ease. Their cultivation level advantages were far, far too oppressive. In a frontal fight, perhaps they could claim victory, but not without losses. That was unacceptable. These cultivation advantages became more and more oppressive as phases rose, with the worldly domain almost determining invincibility beneath their phase no matter the numbers. It was fortunate that the season of regression was present, lowering the cultivation advantages of everyone, and the higher their cultivation level, the greater the restriction. Even Wei Wuyin at the spatial resonance phase was fearful of a restricted worldly domain, unwilling to enter it for a mere moment. If it wasn't restricted, capable of fully converting ambient mana, energies, and essences into its own power, the terror would shake the most talented, fearless experts. But without the primary light energies capable of merging with the ambient mana, connecting with the ambient light energies in the surroundings, the light reflection phase lost roughly 70% of its strength. Still, they claimed victory. Zhu Xun walked towards the corpse, his eyes filled with contempt. He talked a lot of shit. Look where that got him. He shook his head at the corpse that was almost headless. Usually, Bei Yunhan would speak words of disagreements, but he didn't. Instead, he arrived beside Zhu Xun, asked with concern, "Are you okay?" The concern originated from his heart, his tone soft as he hurriedly withdrew a handkerchief. Zhu Xun was shocked for a moment. He touched his nose, realizing he was bleeding. He had overexerted the extraction, taking 80% of his demonic shadow force in one go, causing his body to suffer internal injuries. His eyes turned to Bei Yunhan as he saw the worry. A touch of warmth entered his heart. "I'm fine," he answered in a soft voice. Taking the handkerchief, cleaning his nose before Bei Yunhan could do so. "You didn't need to use so much astral force," Bei Yunhan gently scolded. His face was also pale because he hadn't expected to handle such a massive arrow of power. His hands had trembled when he knocked it. Zhu Xun scoffed dismissively, not arguing. He wasn't in the mood. Li Yonggu was more focused, already looting the corpses. Her eyes flashed with greed and she was extremely practiced in her actions, an experienced looter. At times, she would laugh a little too evilly as she inspected the ring's contents. Then, she would hurriedly move to the next. Hong Chuanhua didn't mind them or their antics. "Kill the rest. I'll handle the captives," she ordered before soaring towards the stairs leading downwards. Li Yonggu withdrew a blue dagger. When she looted an unconscious crew member, she'd plunge her dagger into their temple, twist, and pull. Her actions, once again, were extremely practiced. She began to hum. The other two showed their understanding with simultaneous nods. Zhu Xun used his foot, stomping on the soft heads of those members until they burst. Bei Yunhan gave these members a more complete death, sending a surge of astral force into their brains through their nose to swiftly end their lives. Hong Chuanhua walked downwards with the compass in her hand, following it until it flickered erratically with a faint droning sound, indicating that she was directly before the ascendant. Her eyes flashed as she saw the metal door that blocked her way. With a fierce kick, she blew the door off its hinges, sending it flying into the wall. When she arrived, she noticed there were a dozen or so humans connected to an energy conversion array, with strings of light connecting to their meridians, pulsating with energies. The array would send unrefined, impure energies into the meridians, and forcefully cause the body to refine it, but before it could be used for cultivation, as it reached the dantian, the array extracted all the energies. There was a large tube that covered the entire abdomen, sucking out all the energies within the dantian. The array would then compress the energies into stones that could be used for cultivation, creating high-grade energy stones suitable for armament creation, cultivation, or other objectives. For example, yang and wood energies could be extracted to nourish certain herbs. It was because of these means that the continent had remained as strong as it currently was. It was extremely vicious, but it bypassed the main issue of refining energies and injecting one's body with impurities. If another handles this task, these risks, then all you had to do was cultivate with the purest energies. It wouldn't just accelerate one's cultivation, but the impurities won't affect a cultivator's innate talent or meridians. There's no need to waste time refining out impurities or purchasing purification products. She found little wrong with the act itself. The only reason their starfield hadn't popularized such a thing was because the hegemonic forces never allowed it. But evil cultivators often used similar methods, oftentimes being executed for it. It made it forbidden and scared numerous individuals, morality of it aside. The alchemic proxies was another reason for their high cultivation bases. With alchemic astral energies of a similar quality as alchemic astral soul could produce, using them for alchemical concoction elevated success rates, overall quality, and reduced refining time. A cultivator could practice alchemical methods without an alchemic soul or having to use their own energies, alleviating the strain and reducing the stress one suffered. While this made it impossible to give birth to an immortal sovereign alchemist, it helped birth 3 Star Lords. When Hong Chuanhua learned of this, she felt this world was blessed, horrific, and unfortunate. While cultivators could grow stronger at others' expense, it limited their world's potential, because they kept using talented individuals for alchemic proxies and energy converters, with nepotistic practices of the strong being extremely prevalent. And they had a huge aversion to the concept of cultivating an alchemic astral soul, likening it to choosing to be a slave. A mortal sovereign alchemist would never be born with such a horrendous outlook on alchemy. Looking at the compass, she found the individual that it pointed to. Her eyes narrowed, a glint in her eyes. It was Long Chen. After the assault on the ship, the captives were interrogated. For those originating from other looted and defeated pirate ships, they were killed without mercy. The Navy River Elves were spared, not because they were innocent, but because of a favor they owed another Navy River Elf they met on their journey that had helped them, only asking they spared those Navy River Elves that were unfortunate. Since Wei Wuyin had taken down the 2 holy clans, the world's climate had changed. The clans and forces of the central regions were forcefully expelled after a few months of war. The entirety of the 3 regions, noxious seas, scorched skies, and zephyr plains, barreled forward. Without their Star Lords, with their numbers outrageously overwhelmed, the forces who inhabited it in utmost safety had no choice but to surrender and be expelled from the territory. They would soon experience the harshness of the season of devils. The vast majority of elves with important bloodlines moved, performing another great excursion for non-religious purposes. Purely for the sake of taking the territory and finding a new home, unwilling to stay in the vicious and dangerous living environment of the 3 regions. The exiled clans and forces were forced to take action, trying to establish themselves in the 3 regions. So there were skirmishes and forces being produced every day, with many lives lost and other forces falling as a result. The overabundance of piratery in the noxious seas was a byproduct of this event. The Navy River Elves captured were those unable to venture into the desolate lands or central regions, or those who refused to leave their homes and prayed to their god for a holy child to be born in this changing world. They would then be saved, keeping their homes. But the fights and conflict was continuous, reducing the population and number of experts considerably. Hong Chuanhua knew this was Wei Wuyin's intention, because she would have done something similar. The 4 extreme continent was a terrifying world with powerful experts, while their starfield had a single realm lord. If these cultivators somehow escaped into their starfield, they would be utterly helpless. It wasn't possible for these elite experts to fight without cause or benefits, so this was the best possible scenario to whittle away at their strength. Unfortunately, it wasn't sustainable, is what she originally thought. But from what she learned from the interrogated pirates, the central region had devolved into a series of territorial wars between multiple factions, humans and elves clashing fiercely with lethal intent. A storm of blood and greed was currently unfolding to determine ownership of various cultivation grounds and resource-rich areas. As for the desolate lands, not a single faction fought there, utterly peaceful due to their holy son's presence. The unity was unprecedented, but it still restricted those from the central regions from entering, forcing them to enter the 3 other regions. The total land area for the 3 regions were 474,000 miles, while the central regions was merely a third of that, yet more than 60% of the population from each region had entered, including the elven and human race this time. The overpopulation was an issue. To add, a third of that territory was already reserved for Wei Wuyin, and no one could fight for that lest they be expelled. Hong Chuanhua found this dynamic interesting, feeling that Wei Wuyin was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, he was their leader, not their enemy. Zhu Xun asked as he casually carried Long Chen's exhausted onto their ship, "His Majesty, what do you think he's planning?" Bei Yunhan frowned, "I don't know. Whatever it is, if it needs us to act, he'll call for us." Li Yungu added, smiling as she held a spatial ring that contained all their precious loot, "His Majesty could take over all the regions at any point, if he wanted. We shouldn't speculate about his plans, only think about ourselves for now." Her smile was extremely pleasant to look at. Hong Chuanhua was silent. She realized they hadn't caught on to the systematic whittling of this continent's forces. The call of war, the expert dangling of bait, and the absolute silence at the abundance of violence surging about. In her mind, she knew the likely possibility: this continent's inhabitants are going to be freed. The thought caused her heart to shiver. But why? She didn't know, but if Wei Wuyin was acting in such a way, then his intent was clear. He was either preparing for the worst or he knew it was going to happen. When they returned to their own sea vessel, Zhu Xun was rushed by Lian Yu, who was looking at Long Chen in fear. Only when she felt his life aura did a heavy weight lift from her shoulders, her hand lightly caressing his face. "Enough, enough. If you're going to get lovey-dovey, you take him." Zhu Xun tossed Long Chen to Lian Yu, causing her to shriek in panic. She urged her astral force to hold him, preventing his fall. She glared at Zhu Xun after Long Chen was safe. "He's your grand prince. You dare treat him like this?" Zhu Xun shrugged. "He got himself captured, forced to be a tool for others. He isn't worthy. He should have died in battle, not allow himself to get turned into a slave." Bei Yunhan added in Zhu Xun's defense, "When the sect learns of this, he'll be stripped of his title. It's against the rules for such a humiliating thing to occur." Lian Yu paled. "No. No, they won't." Li Yungu turned her gaze to Lian Yu, lifting her glasses further along the bridge of her nose. "They're right. The future Grand Monarch must have an undefeated record, exemplifying a monarch's excellence. When he ascends, he has to receive the unanimous acceptance of the sect. He had been captured, turned into a slave, and defeated. In fact, it'll be embarrassing if he thought he should retain the title." Her words were soft yet brutally honest. "Arg." Long Chen's awakening voice resounded. "Finally, let's get some answers," Hong Chuanhua said. Chapter 478, 474, Long Chen's Tale. Chapter 478, 474, Long Chen's Tale. Gulp. 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 The sounds of heavy drinking filled the air. A young man, dark-haired, sunken cheeks, dried skin, and ravenously cold eyes took a large-sized vial of 7th-grade elixir and downed it immediately. This young man was none other than Long Chen, currently sitting on Hong Chuanhua's ship. Bei Yunhan and Zhu Xun were watching from afar, mostly focused on spotting incoming ships or other abnormal activity out on the noxious seas. Li Yungu was establishing a detoxification formation to rid Long Chen of the toxins accumulated in his body during his stint as an energy converter. Lian Yu sat quietly and supportively by Long Chen's side, her eyes reflected her relief and happiness. Despite what the others said about Long Chen losing his Grand Prince title due to this incident, she didn't believe it. After all, Long Chen was personally selected by the founding monarch who was still alive in spiritual form. While he hadn't told others about this, their relationship had become extremely close after the events surrounding Na Sini and the others. Long Chen showed an unrestrained level of trust in her, telling her many of his secrets. Hong Chuanhua's eyebrows were tightly furrowed, her hand folded at her chest as she eyed Long Chen. She didn't rush him in speaking, allowing him to recover to a relatively sufficient point. After downing the elixir she'd given him, Long Chen entered the detoxification formation set up by Li Yonggu and started to have the impurities and toxins extracted from his meridians and blood. This lasted for 3 full hours. "Thank you." Long Chen had regained a little of his former handsomeness, his valiant demeanor, and imposing aura innate to the imperial heaven chi method he cultivated. Hong Chuanhua grunted with a half-hearted nod, not really caring about this thanks. It was already lucky that she afforded him this time to recover, especially since he kept setting himself at odds with Wei Wuyin. Li Yonggu pleasantly smiled, "You're welcome." She was rather joyful, especially seeing how effective her formation was. After a quick inspection, she left the 3 alone on Hong Chuanhua's orders. Long Chen felt extremely awkward. He turned to Lian Yu, her eyes comforted him, but he didn't know why she was traveling alongside Wei Wuyin's stooges. "You've ascended the World Sea phase." With his body recovered, he noted Lian Yu's improvement and felt excited. Cultivation was a difficult struggle, without fortuitous encounters, an excellent environment, proper teachings, and vast resources, reaching a high level was impossible. There were many astral core realm cultivators who've never ascended past the World Sea phase in their 1,000 or so years of life. So to see her make a breakthrough in her cultivation was a joyful event no matter what, especially without him supporting her. Lian Yu warmly smiled as she nodded with pride, "I did." While she sought a stronger strength to be relevant, cultivation was difficult, and so any improvement was an extraordinary feat. Even Wei Wuyin struggled for some time in the Sky Ruler phase, only ascending to the Soul Idol phase after glimpsing enlightenment from multiple sources. "Alright, it's time for some answers." Hong Chuanhua didn't want to watch this lovey-dovey display any more than Zuzun. "To start with, how did you acquire a mark of an ascendant?" Her question baffled even her, and she dearly wished to know. The mark of an ascendant was a special spiritual formation inscribed on any and every ascendant, allowing them to verify their identities and gain access to certain locations. It also enabled them to use a special form of merit point system to obtain resources by completing missions. They obtain more points through joint effort as well. This was Sumei's design, and it provoked a sense of unity as well as competition amongst the faction. There were even high-tier 8th grade products that could be earned, terrifying many members when they heard it while simultaneously exciting those to strive for it. The only way to get a mark was to either obtain it at the induction ceremony or being bestowed it under special circumstances by the commanders, Sumei, or Wei Wuyin. And she never gave him a mark. Long Chen looked at Hong Chuanhua, his expression betrayed none of his thoughts. Lian Yu was concerned after hearing that, feeling the air fill with a hostile tension. She placed her hand on Long Chen's back, giving her support. Long Chen turned to her, seeing her concern and worry, but also her supportive gaze. Long Chen faintly smiled, "I was given it by an ascendant. His name was Jian Chui." Jian Chui. Hong Chuanhua was taken aback by Long Chen's words. Jian Chui was an ascendant. Furthermore, he was under the charge of the second commander, someone personally selected by Sumei roughly half a year ago. He was a human who possessed a wind astral soul, adept at using a spear. After I arrived in the noxious seas, I was traveling for some time before we met. We fought, but I won. I spared him in the end. After that, we met again, fighting a common enemy. Soon, we ended up traveling together for roughly a year. Then, Wei Wuyin threw everything into chaos. Those last words of his were quite biting. Powerful cultivators flooded the noxious seas, pirate crews swarmed the region, and no one could be trusted. We were met with waves of enemies after our lives, left exhausted and weak. In the end, he suffered a fatal injury. In his last moments, he gave me some spiritual mark and told me it carried a message to his clan. I'm going to deliver it to his clan. Long Chen finished with his eyes radiating a light of anger and frustration, alongside a wisp of sadness and gloom. Hong Chuanhua frowned. She half believed Long Chen's story. The only verifiable aspect was that he met Jian Chui and Jian Chui transferred the spiritual mark to him. As for the rest, they were subjectively based on Long Chen's own beliefs of events. And how did you become a captive? She pondered for a long while before asking. Long Chen scoffed, none of your business. Hong Chuanhua stared at Long Chen for a long moment. After that period of time, she decided that it wasn't worth it. Long Chen's circumstances weren't that important. Show me the spiritual mark. Long Chen started, staring at Hong Chuanhua with a vigilant expression. Why? Hong Chuanhua's eyes flashed. I'll give it to Jian Chui's clan. This is an ascendant matter, so I'll handle it. You don't have to burden yourself with such a tedious task. She reached out, about to prod for the spiritual mark, but Long Chen slapped her hand away. I was given his last will. Not you. So I'll deliver his message, and I won't entrust it to anyone else. Long Chen barked, his eyes reflecting a determined look immersed in a steel hardness. Hong Chuanhua looked at her hand for a moment, and then smiled. So you do have some suspicious points, she thought. She calmly responded with, not entrust that message to anyone else. All right then, fine. I won't take the spiritual mark. But allow me to inspect the message in case you die, then I can pass it on. But Long Chen was vehemently against this. Inspect. I can't trust that you won't do something with the message. He told me he had enemies within your faction. His words sounded logical, even the enemies and not trusting others felt sound. At this point, Li Yonggu had returned after Long Chen's outburst. When she arrived, she noticed Lian Yu's tense expression and Long Chen's defensive posture. When Hong Chuanhua looked her way, she asked, Commander Hong, is there an issue? Hong Chuanhua frowned for a moment, bringing her gaze back Long Chen. I can swear an oath, no matter how vicious, that I won't take away or purposefully alter the message in any way. When she offered this alternative, Long Chen's expression became slightly unsightly. Li Yonggu realized some things, and her pleasant smile disappeared with an indifferent stare. She started to twirl her fingers around with spiritual light at their tips, concealing her actions by putting her hand behind her back. Long Chen shook his head. I don't know what tricks you'll pull. I can't risk it. Lian Yu felt something was wrong, her heart racing a little from this. She tightly held onto Long Chen's hand for comfort. Hong Chuanhua didn't seem bothered by Long Chen's refusal. She added, you can come up with the oath yourself. What tricks can I pull? Unless there's more to the story than you're telling. Or maybe, the entire story is a lie. Do you know there's another way someone can obtain a mark of the ascendant? Long Chen was silent, his eyes betrayed nothing, but his body language was defensively positioned. Hong Chuanhua gripped her sword hilt. The mark of the ascendant can be left on one's murderer or as a clue to one's own death. The tension in the air became so thick that a knife might fail to cut it. Clearly, Long Chen was keeping some things concealed, but she never thought Long Chen, their grand prince, would kill a member of his own sect. It was against the rules to commit such an act. Most grievances would be handled by the sect, and they had no issue with you settling those grievances with death. Even Wei Wuyin used the imperial combat to bash someone to death out of a minor conflict. There was no backlash. In fact, the sect sanctioned such practices and actions, but only when it was overseeing these events. An act of killing your sect member outside of these sanctioned events were looked down upon, even prompting one to be crippled or executed. For example, Zuhai had gone absolutely crazy and attacked individuals out of rage, killing multiple individuals outside of an imperial battle. He was imprisoned for a century or so and crippled, left to live out the rest of his life in absolute agony. Or Qing Qiumu, who used a talisman to kill members of the Ji clan. She was brought to an execution platform despite her backing, and those implicated were imprisoned. The sect did not tolerate such actions of unregulated conflict amongst members, as it bred chaos and distrust. Most things, especially competition, was above board. It was this system that allowed the myriad monarch sect to build the best competitive and nurturing environment, always giving birth to the greatest talents from unknowns. The Gateway Doors expedition was entirely different from the Grand Spirit trials, and killing a fellow sect member was not sanctioned. They were meant to work together, not kill each other. Li Yonggu had finished her preparations, ready to act. But Hong Chuanhua gave her a glance, and she waited. Hong Chuanhua stared into Long Chen's eyes. I have no intention of killing you, that would be against the rules that I respect with everything I have. I also don't have the authority or proof to forcefully capture you, no matter how much I want to. So I'll let you leave. Her words caught Li Yonggu and Long Chen off guard. Let him leave. Right now, Long Chen was at his weakest state, surrounded by the ship's formations, and they could capture him easily. But I recommend that Lian Yu stays with us. She's too weak in this disaster-filled world, and I don't trust her with you. Hong Chuanhua stated her thoughts. As Lian Yu was someone she saved, someone His Majesty saved, Hong Chuanhua felt responsible for her safety. Absolutely not. Long Chen didn't know what Hong Chuanhua was up to. He fully expected a sneak attack to occur, so he was fully on guard. If things truly went awry, he'd have to use the one trump card that he didn't wish to. Lian Yu bit her lower lip. Hong Chuanhua turned to Lian Yu. He was captured as an energy converter. He has no ship, and he's suspected of killing a member of our faction, or at least involved in his death. We can't allow him to stay if we spare him, but you're different. To add, he has no future. The spiritual mark isn't something a cultivator could simply get rid of without spending years erasing it. As a captured individual, he lost the rights to retain his title as a Grand Prince after this expedition. Let's not say what happens after he leaves, or whether he could weather that storm, but there's still years left before the entrance to leave opens. The entire continent is embroiled in bloody and desperate conflict. You'll be a burden if you remain with him. Are you certain you want to do that? Hong Chuanhua spent a lot of effort explaining her reasoning, slowly and clearly. From her actions, one could see she'd grown fond of Lian Yu. But Long Chen felt this was a hidden scheme. He stood up, grabbed Lian Yu's hands and said with a wisp of anger, "She'll never be a burden and I won't allow any harm come to her. As for whether I can keep my Grand Prince title or not, that's not any of your concern." Lian Yu felt immense warmth in her heart from his actions and words. Comforted, she nodded to herself and made a firm decision. She looked at Hong Chuanhua and said with conviction, "I trust him." Hong Chuanhua looked at Lian Yu for a long time. "Then leave, both of you." She waved her hand dismissively, and Li Yonggu's formation started to surge with energy. Long Chen noticed this and frowned, grabbing Lian Yu and flying with the little astral force he restored. They left, floating while looking at the ship. He thought about using his trump card to take the ship, but if they fought back, it's possible the ship would inevitably be destroyed in the conflict. Unwilling to use it in such a risky way, he looked at the direction the other ship sailed off to and tightened his grip around Lian Yu's hand. He flew away with her in tow. In truth, he always had a way to escape his captured predicament, but he was waiting for a perfect opportunity when the light reflection phase expert wasn't present, and if the sect heard this, they'll understand. At least, that's what he believed. Zhu Xun walked forward after they left, frowning as he questioned, "Commander Hong, why let him leave? He clearly killed Jian Cui or at least helped in his death." One could tell that their entire conversation was heard by him. Hong Chuanhua's expression was calm, but her eyes reflected her anger and vexation. His Majesty once said to Su Mei, who later informed me, that if there was ever a time where I wanted to act against Long Chen, I must ensure he doesn't have the ability to do anything or was aware of my presence before I went for the kill. Otherwise, the chance of being counter-killed by some inexplicable development was extremely likely. I was also ordered to not act against Long Chen, to allow only His Majesty to handle any conflict personally, unless absolutely necessary. Even if we acted, our hands would be tied because we can't kill him without proof in hand. If we did, we might be marked by some strange Grand Prince safeguard, and implicate His Majesty or cause our own deaths. Hong Chuanhua sighed at the end. Her frustration at these events were at an all-time high. Bei Yunhan frowned, walking beside Zhu Xun. "We shouldn't have helped him. Hindsight is 20/20, but it helps no one." Li Yonggu was a little moody. She didn't like that Long Chen was let go, but she also believed in Hong Chuanhua's judgment. Long Chen never revealed any sort of fear, even after Hong Chuanhua called him out on the suspected murder of a fellow sect member. It seemed he was absolutely confident in coming out unharmed somehow. This feeling made her very uncomfortable. "We'll find the others." Hong Chuanhua breathed out a heavy breath of heavy air and readjusted their focus. "Let's go." Chapter 479, 475, Senyongli's Book of Heaven's Path. Chapter 479, 475, Senyongli's Book of Heaven's Path. The chaos of the four extreme continents hadn't reduced with time, but escalated as the season of regression neared its ends. At times, thousands in every region would die to others, plundered and reaped by greed and fear. The season of devils provoked untold levels of desperation and terror, especially to those residing in the scorched skies, noxious seas, and zephyr plains. With the desolate lands now protected, the desolate devils would find their way to the other regions, in a similar way as the frost devils and thunder devils had, those devils that once plagued the central region. With less space, more devils, the mortality rate was expected to reach half of all those present in the 3 regions. This estimate was terrifying to hear. Yet there was no easy solution for those exiled and unable to enter the desolate lands or central region. They could only take over former strongholds left behind by the native humans and elven tribes in hopes of fending off this calamity. While the conflict in these 3 regions revved up, the conflict within the central regions weren't any less intense. The fight for treasured lands and good environments were extremely bloody, with more deaths happening here than in the 3 regions combined. Every day, blood would rain. The elven tribes and human clans decided to hold a summit, a discussion to decide things, hoping to end the violent conflicts and skirmishes occurring across the central region. While this summit was planned, a temporary truce was met with universal agreement. A peaceful period was entered as the summit's date approached. Since entering the gateway door, venturing into this grand world that seemed to come out of the declining golden age of the Starfield, it's been 2 years and 10 months. For such a large amount of time to have passed, those amongst the 3,000 entrants who entered this trial, those who were still alive, all made terrifying advancements. When they left, re-entering the Starfield's environment, they might be regarded as geniuses of the highest standard. Everything's changed. In the Zephyr Plains, 2 female figures were traveling together. Ming Shufeng stood next to the cloaked woman, turning to her after she said those words. In truth, she felt the quivering sense of loss and uncertainty in her voice, and felt the exact same. As a heavenly seer, an individual that receives glimpses of heavenly fate, the future intent of the heavenly Daos, and consistently finding out her predictions had changed so drastically or been entirely inaccurate, she was unable to feel anything but lost. Sanyongli, are you certain your book is reliable? After staying with Sanyongli for so long, she finally learned that she had obtained a book that could predict the future events of grand characters in the future, such as their fortuitous encounters, disastrous struggles, and outcome. Of course, she felt that Sanyongli hadn't told her everything, but how else did she know about these details without cultivating fate energies? Sanyongli, this cloaked woman, lowered her head. She murmured something indistinguishable. After a while, she stomped her feet. Her actions caused the wind stored in the grass to surge out, slicing towards them. She waved her hand, dispelling the slicing wind with ease. Ming Shufeng knew Sanyongli was powerful, so she wasn't shocked by Yi's display. Wei Wuyi never became the Holy Sun. He wasn't the one who should have taken over the central region, and they never entered such a disastrous war before. Everything changed, and I can't be certain of anything anymore, Sanyongli said. Ming Shufeng frowned. Did someone else in your book do this? Yes. The true elemental emperor. He became a holy sun, and fought the holy clans. He won, becoming the possessor of the 3 badges. After, he united the humans and the elven race violently rebelled. She explained this with a contemplative hand on her chin. Rebel. Why? Ming Shufeng might be a heavenly seer, but the course of history had already changed from what Sanyongli knew, so it wasn't possible to peer into those answers with her cultivation. Sanyongli shook her head. It had to do with the true elemental emperor forming an irrefutable conflict with the elven tribes. I don't know the exact reason. Since nothing was going as expected, she was thoroughly lost. She had even left Lin Ming enough resources to keep the events consistent. She was terrified that a single change would alter everything, but how could she not act with her foreknowledge? After all, she wanted to experience a better life in this second chance of hers. But then Wei Wuyin abruptly arrived without warning, a character that shouldn't be relevant at this current point in time. Sanyongli even suspected that he was like her, someone who came from the future, likely holding a similar book in his hands that detailed certain events of the future. How else did he change everything so drastically, acting completely different from what was written? It was also possible that her actions prior to this, something very small, erupted into a tempest of unfathomable change. If that's the case, then her every action, no matter how small or careful, had the power to alter history drastically. The Book of Heaven's path would soon become absolutely useless lest it changes, capable of adapting. Just as she thought this, a minuscule golden flash of light flickered at her glabella. It was swift, unnoticeable. Her crimson eyes behind the shade of her hood brightened soon after. You okay? Ming Shufeng asked after realizing that Sanyongli was acting a little strange. Suddenly, Sanyongli spoke, the true elemental emperor becomes the holy sun tomorrow. But She frowned, peering into the second figure that had caught her eye. The Grand Monarch. What? Tomorrow? Ming Shufeng was startled. Wasn't it supposed to happen a month from now? Why did her prediction suddenly change? Incredibly curious, she waited with expectations about this development. They are no longer male. A female. What? San Yongli was extremely confused after reading the changed contents in the Book of Heaven's Path that was within her sea of consciousness. According to it, the Grand Monarch was given the title the Grand Monarch Wu Baozhai, not Grand Monarch Long Chen. Furthermore, prior to this, it detailed Long Chen's advantages, struggles, and fortuitous encounters for the next decade. Now, there was no mention of Long Chen. At all. What the hell happened? Chapter 480, 476, Perfect Foundation. Chapter 480, 476, Perfect Foundation. Impossible. A female voice filled with the air, suffused with disbelief and shock, a tinge of surprise and joy. The voice originated from the true desolate temple within the desolate lands. It had become a holy site of the highest order, being undisturbed and worshipped daily by the natives and inhabitants of the desolate lands, human and elf alike. At this moment, Wei Wuyin was gently touching the soul mirror of endless reflection, the tool used to measure an individual's spiritual strength, reflecting their spirit units. The voice came from Grand Priestess Sita, who wore a tight-fitting priestess robe that accentuated her curves. She no longer hid her exceptional figure and those proudful mounds of flesh that created a deep, sensual valley that many wished to explore, yet only one had the right to do so. She held her mouth with her hands, her eyes rippling endless as she inspected the soul mirror of endless reflection dim. She turned her eyes towards Wei Wuyin, and her heart raced with explosive thumps so frequent that her chest heaved up and down in a gorgeous and mesmerizing display. Wei Wuyin looked at the mirror, a faint smile on his face. Since he decided to spend his time cultivating, it's been 2 years. While his cultivation base hadn't ascended to the next realm, his foundation was pushed to their absolute limits. Thanks to the Grand Earth Cache, he obtained Soul Ash of Divine Jade, the main ingredient to concoct the Soul Deity Invoker Elixir. He perfectly concocted 3 more vials, using each with his 3 astral souls. They had all evolved, excavating their greatest potential, converting the hidden manifested soul energy into a 10th ring. With their 10th ring born, he decided to test his spiritual strength level. If before, his 39,300 spirit units were absolutely terrifying to behold, the degree of his spiritual strength was vastly superior, taking Sita's breath away. Not only had he concocted this heaven-defying elixir, but the spatial divine resonance pill, the similarly heaven-defying 9th grade product capable of alleviating one's spatial resonance from 9 ripples to 10 ripples. The reflection of spatial resonance reflected the amount of spatial energies that astral force can properly refine into itself, adding it alongside physical, spiritual, mental, and essence energies. Furthermore, the higher the resonance, the greater the spatial powers one could unleash. For example, the presumed base abilities of Spatial Mark and Spatial Prison weren't actually abilities defaultly granted with no requirement. The ability to construct a Spatial Mark required a 1-ripple spatial resonance, while Spatial Prison required a 4-ripple spatial resonance. It was that most cultivators reached the 4-ripple spatial resonance at the lowest in the starfield. If a cultivator reached the 7th ripple spatial resonance, they acquired another ability, Spatial Sense. Spatial Sense was an empowered spiritual sense, allowing cultivators to delve and dive into sealed areas naturally. When Wei Wuyin was in the soul idol phase, when he first arrived on the continent, he didn't sense the tunnels beneath the ground unless he forcefully penetrated through the ground with his spiritual strength. With Spatial Sense, he could send his spiritual sense through obstacles, inspecting everything above sky layers and beneath earth layers. These abilities grow stronger and stronger the higher one's spatial resonance reaches, but when Wei Wuyin entered the 10-ripple spatial resonance, he acquired an ability he called Spatial Shift. It allowed him to mark a location in fixed space, and shift his physical body through a layer of fixed space. It reminded him of the outrageous legends of immortals who could achieve teleportation. Of course, it wasn't Southwest exaggerated or remotely close to such legendary powers. With 4 10-ring soul idols and 10-ripple spatial resonance, he had maximized his foundation to the utmost limit. There was no other way to increase his cultivation foundation, but this was reached long ago. His concoction speed and his astral soul's refinement speeds were outstandingly fast, so in the first 3 months, he had reached this state. The next 19 months was him diligently cultivating, but not his foundation, but learning an array of spiritual spells, arts, and application of his multitude of powers. He had delved fully into strengthening his abilities as a cultivator, broadening his horizons and allowing him to make full use of such tremendous foundational strength. Grand Priestess Sita calmed herself after a very long moment, trying to accept this newfound knowledge of spiritual strength. She took several breaths. If others knew of your spiritual strength, especially those proclaiming themselves geniuses, would they ever have the confidence in revealing themselves? To call themselves talented? Wei Wuyin softly laughed. She understood her emotions. Even he was startled by the level 4 10-ring soul idols brought to his spiritual strength, their united spiritual power. Grand Priestess Sita walked to his side, looking at the soul mirror of endless reflection. The average spiritual strength of those at the soul idol phase, the third stage of the astral core realm, is roughly 1,000. Even ascending to the realm world phase, becoming a realm lord, one's spiritual strength might barely exceed 3,000. Her voice still quivered with a trace of undisguised astonishment. Wei Wuyin frowned. He was aware of this standard, already being an absolute irregularity in that regard. Unlike others, he had 4 astral souls, 2 of which were divine. To put into perspective, if that mysterious young woman had 4 astral souls of a similar standard, she'd reach 36,000 spirit units. But that was his unique cultivation advantage, and dwelling on what-ifs of others weren't healthy. Still, it allowed him to understand that those from other starfields were absolutely terrifying, not to be underestimated no matter what. Furthermore, there were chosen at the spatial resonance phase who could fight realm lords, even defeat them. While he killed 2, they were suppressed by the unique environment. Their worldly domain, their greatest power, was heavily restricted. While he had confidence to fight against one without fear, it made him realize there were others out there who were just as fearless, just as terrifying. But his enemies weren't those geniuses. They weren't even those blessed. It was the calamities of hell and the heavenly Taoists themselves that sought to end his life through these calamities. Grand Priestess Sita softly touched the mirror's edge, not activating it. She softly whispered, 73,000. Her sightless eyes turned to Wei Wuyin. A fiery emotion flashed within those eyes of hers, causing Wei Wuyin to note her change. With a grin, he grabbed her delicate waist, pressing her ample breasts against his chest. She yelped a little, her eyes growing misty. She was clearly extremely desirous of Wei Wuyin. Her hands already moved to press against his crotch, moving energetically about. Wei Wuyin was always surprised how a grand priestess of a holy temple, a woman that reached a level of unfathomable strength while maintaining her purity, could become a horny little minx. Did he corrupt her? Or was her repressed urges of over 1,000 years too much to bear? Regardless, he benefited either way. Just as he was about to carry her off, his expression changed. A divine hum echoed throughout the world, causing them both to lift their heads. A projection screen formed, revealing a bright, airy background and the face of a gray-eyed, handsome youth garbed in white. Sita exclaimed in surprise, "A holy son." Wei Wuyin's silver eyes revealed a distinct light of excitement. Finally. Just as he said this, another divine hum emerged. This was slightly different than the other. Another screen projected itself on the sky, to be witnessed by every life on the continent. A second holy son. Grand Priestess Sita was stunned, her mouth agape. But another divine hum emerged before her emotions could even full display itself on her expression. A third. Chapter 481-477, The Three Holy Children. Chapter 481-477, The Three Holy Children. The 3 projected screens were side by side, their sizes equal, their presence balanced, and the faces of each holy child was perfectly revealed to every observer for thousands of miles. The entire continent lifted their heads to witness these 3 figures reveal their divine splendor, their hearts and minds unified in disbelief. The first holy child revealed was a holy son. He was dashing, valiantly handsome, and his gray-colored eyes seemingly emitted a pure, untainted glow that awed. At his glabella was a 9-colored dot that accentuated his looks, giving him a grounded feeling. It was Lin Ming. Directly behind him, in the background of the projected image, was a clear sky with gentle winds which revealed his location in the Zephyr Plains. The second holy child was another holy son. Unlike Lin Ming, he wasn't as outstanding in terms of looks, but he had an unfathomable presence about him. At the first look, others would often feel ambivalent about him, unsure if it was a good feeling or a terrible feeling. It was only on the second look did you have a solid impression. He had long, sleek, pastel green hair tied into a ponytail that trailed down until it surpassed his hips. He sported an ambiguous smile with a pair of sky-blue eyes that seemed to embody a sense of endlessness. On the helix of his right ear were 3 thin ring piercings with strange runes etched into their entire surface. Those runes gave off a faint, shimmering radiance. Behind him, a hue of violet and a seething sea of toxic liquids, the noxious seas. The last holy child was a holy daughter. She was extremely ordinary looking, her black hair, light brown eyes, and pale complexion lent no favors to her appeal, yet she gave off a similarly unfathomable feeling. Her hair was short and wavy, styled in a curly bob cut, with side-swept bangs partially covering her forehead. Despite that, those light brown eyes of hers carried an imperious presence, commanding and far-reaching unlike anything most had ever seen before. It was as if heaven and earth served her, and it was rightly so. Behind her was a bleak sky and falling ash, the scorched skies. "Is this real?" Grand Priestess Sita asked, her eyes wide with pure shock. If it was just one holy child born at this moment, it might be shocking but not nearly to this extent. 3. To think that 3 holy children would ascend at the exact same time, marking the skies across the 4 extreme continent with their awe-inspiring presence. Wei Wuyin held Sita's slender waist, feeling her body tremble with every passing second. Only after he brought her into his embrace did she calm down, her racing heart slowing down. She looked to Wei Wuyin, taking in his relaxed visage with her sightless eyes. Seeing him reflect serenity and confidence, she couldn't help but relax herself. Only when she regained herself did Wei Wuyin speak. "This is an interesting development. In fact, it might be a planned maneuver. From what I've learned, the other 3 temples of the 3 regions are similarly devoted followers of their divinities. They shouldn't simultaneously host their holy ceremonies on the same day." Grand Priestess Sita, now calm, realized the peculiarity of this situation. It was indeed as Wei Wuyin said, the holy ceremonies were hosted on a specific stretch of day within the season of regression, not all on the same day. As if a lightning bolt of realization struck her, she yelped. "There's an exception to that rule." When she said this, her sightless eyes seemed to reveal a light of recalling an obscure memory. Wei Wuyin's eyebrows lifted at her words, an exception. He'd never come across any rule within his readings that enabled simultaneous bestowals of divinity. Grand Priestess Sita nodded with a slight frown. "It's a strange, specific rule only applied if a holy child ascended during the same season of regression. It allows others to undergo another test, a non-holy ceremony. You might not have known because it's etched in a divine monolith in the Holy Land of Elements." Divine monolith? He'd heard of this object. It contained many different scriptures or chants, as vague and indistinct as the 3 scriptures he received alongside the bloodline of the first sinner inheritance. There were numerous writings involving it, but every sentence inscribed had roughly 200 varied meanings. It wasn't profound, it was just that vague. The strange language used in their religious chants were learned from this divine monolith. Grand Priestess Sita nodded, glancing at the image of the 3 holy children. "It's strange, as I said. The exact details could be interpreted differently, but from what I gathered from it, one can take a specialized ceremony of sorts. These ceremonies were unique to each temple and the requirement could be considered easier yet simultaneously more difficult and occurred all at once." Specialized. Baffled and curious, Wei Wuyin listened on. "As you know," Grand Priestess Sita laid her head on Wei Wuyin's chest, hearing his powerful heartbeat, "the requirement to enter the holy ceremony of each temple was to possess elemental origin intent and comprehend the ambient intent of that region. For the desolate lands, this is desolate intent. For the Zephyr Plains, this is Zephyr intent. But these specialized trials can be overcome by comprehending the temple's divine intent." "Like Grand Earth intent?" Wei Wuyin asked. Grand Priestess Sita nodded, a flicker of surprise in her sightless eyes. She continued, "Each holy child is titled after these specific and apex-like intents that embody the entirety of an element. This is the reason why you were given the title of Holy Child of Grand Earth, and the Lei and Shuang clans were given the respective titles of Holy Child of Dark Lightning and Holy Child of Absolute Zero Ice." Wei Wuyin's eyes glowed. During the 19 months of his cultivation, he had comprehended and merged Dark Lightning intent into his elemental origin intent, infusing 3 apex-level intents. Unlike normal lightning intent, dark lightning gave off a unique energy signature, and it was invisible, unnoticeable, and extremely fast. It didn't give off extreme heat like violet lightning or was overtly destructive like other lightning intents. It was terrifying because the strange energy it emitted was extremely insidious, difficult to defend against, and unseen by the naked eye in most senses. If one was struck with it, their body's physical state, and even their mental faculties, will be subjected to abhorrent changes. He always found it weird that lightning, especially violet-colored lightning, felt like a fast, melting flame with chaotic and erratic behavior. It didn't feel as if it was its own intent, and that fire could replicate such abilities. But when he learned of dark lightning, the so-called lightning that embodied the essence of lightning, he understood. Lightning wasn't about its quickness, its heat, its erratic chaos, or its shocking potential, but its ability to form instantly and out of nowhere, strike and leave an imprint on everything it touches. The strange energy it contained might be the most charged substance released in the shortest burst, hence why it affected the body and mind. It was extremely profound, worthy of being called an apex-level intent. So if a holy child ascends, as long as others comprehended the respective intent of their divine temple in the same season of regression, they would similarly be bestowed the divine blessings. Obtain the badge of divinity. Wei Wuyin asked for clarification, to which Grand Priestess Sita nodded with a wisp of doubt. I think so. In ancient times, the 9 divinities each represented an element of the highest order, and it makes sense that comprehending it allowed them to receive their blessing. She bit her lip a little, realizing that this change would cause unforeseen changes to the entire continent. Now that all the regions had holy children, the season of devils no longer had a reason to occur, they were all protected by the grace of the divine. So, what now? Wei Wuyin glanced at the 3 projected images. He wasn't concerned about this change, but as to who these 2 were. This man and woman didn't give him vibes of the ordinary, especially if they comprehended apex-level intent. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, he felt a nearby aura flash by. Frowning, he looked at Grand Priestess Sita in his arms. With a slight move, he took her lips with his own, shocking her until her entire body became soft, hot, and desirous of having Wei Wuyin reach depths she had once never known could be reached. But after a moment, her sightless eyes slowly closed and her breathing calmed. After rendering her unconscious, Wei Wuyin held her in a bridal carry, her head gently resting on his shoulder. He blurred, arriving in their room, placing her on their bed inside the temple. Ai Juling was currently asleep there, wrapped in silk sheets. Even the divine humming outside hadn't awakened her from her deep exhaustion. With a faint smile, he looked at these 2 and blurred once more. When he reappeared, he was at a familiar true desolate bench. It was the same bench he had met the old man before, and the old man was there once more while eating dried peaches dipped in a chrome-colored liquid from a paper bag. Want some? The old man offered. Sure, Wei Wuyin walked over and reached in without hesitation, taking a few before sitting down. He chewed on one, finding it quite delicious and exotic. So, he looked at the 3 images still vividly showing the faces of each holy child. Why did you need to talk alone? Chapter 482, 478, Outsider Interference. Chapter 482, 478, Outsider Interference. The old man watched Wei Wuyin with keen interest, but after eating the dried peach with chrome-colored liquid, not reacting in any adverse manner, his expression became somewhat strange. It took him a long moment before he sighed to himself. Aren't you a little too monstrous? Thinking this, the old man chuckled, only reacting after noticing Wei Wuyin snag a handful of dried peaches from his paper bag. Before he could react, one by one, the dried peaches were rapidly eaten in a single bite. His eyebrows twitched. Those were deep star peaches dipped in blazing incandescent liquid. To think Wei Wuyin could even eat one in a single bite was unimaginable. HAAA. The old man felt defeated. But this secondary sigh caused him to lose another handful of his precious peaches. He hurriedly retrieved his hand, stowing the paper bag away almost magically without a hint of spatial fluctuation. What's wrong? Those were delicious, Wei Wuyin commented with a wisp of sadness in his voice. He ate another, looking at the old man with a sly smile. Wei Wuyin was well aware that these fruits were extremely precious, containing essences of incredible origin, and each time they entered his body, outside of the taste, Eden would quickly absorb it and transform it into gentle energies. These energies had thoroughly given him a shock as he felt his body's physical and mental foundation increase by a single percentage in quality. Given his abnormally refined bodily condition, this was even better than 1,000 8th-grade pellets designed to reinforce those energies. Furthermore, he had long since reached the peak of his body and sea of consciousness condition at his current stage of cultivation, unable to elevate it even with 9th-grade products, but these peaches were capable of breaking past this limit. If a normal cultivator at the spatial resonance phase had eaten this, they might be boiling out of their skin, convulsing and nearing death. The old man couldn't afford Wei Wuyan's appetite. "You're a little too much," the old man answered before continuing. "You must be curious about what happened, right?" he said, pointing at the 3 projected images. Wei Wuyan looked at the old man for a short moment, and then clicked his tongue. "So, there are more outsiders present, not in the trial. Do they all have bodyguards like you?" Wei Wuyan was a little frustrated, realizing the truth from the old man's presence. Startled, the old man was once more awed by how quick Wei Wuyan could come up with this conclusion. While there were clues, there was nothing directly saying these individuals were outsiders. They could be carefully cultivated geniuses of the native faction, awaiting the ascension of a holy child to capitalize on it. Still, the old man responded with a nod. "Do I need to explain anything, or do you have it all figured out?" he asked with a bitter smile, wondering if he even needed to waste his breath. He had long since realized that Wei Wuyan was an official member of this trial, so he had no protector like himself. He almost felt aggrieved for Wei Wuyan, considering the state of things. Please. Wei Wuyan wasn't all-knowing, so he wouldn't lose his desire to learn more to act smart. The old man smiled, feeling useful. "Where should I begin?" "Let's see, the trial." "Yes. This location isn't a trial, per se. Instead, it's more of a training ground that the True Element sect established in its early days and sold off long ago to a particular faction called the Golden Life Pavilion. It does, however, have a trial inside it. The world realm is divided into 4 seasons: the season of regression, which we're currently in, the season of devils, which is fully about survival and combat, the season of flourish, and the season of elements. The season of regression suppresses the world, forcing the cultivators training here to rely on intent, arts, and spells, their own cultivated strengths. Typically, cultivators often lose themselves in their high cultivation, unintentionally establishing bad habits and weak foundations by overly relying on the benefits of their cultivation bases. The season of regression eliminates this. Even Time Lords aren't much stronger than Realm Lords here, far unlike the real world. A dozen Realm Lords would be crushed by a Time Lord with little issue outside. The season of devils hones battle instincts and one's sense of deadly crisis, forcing one to survive in an extremely hostile environment. Here, learning conservation of astral force and strategic thinking becomes key. The season of flourish is a peaceful season. The ambient energies within the environment are invigorated, such as spatial energies, light energies, gravitational forces, which in turn promotes an easier time to comprehend the mysteries of the astral core realm. It also gives birth to unique treasures. Lastly, the season of elements, which is similar to the season of flourish, but useful in comprehending elemental intents of various levels, especially high-level intent in certain regions. It's not that relevant if you don't cultivate an element, however. Wei Wuyan soaked all this in, learning more about what he'd previously read, and now he understood why. A training ground. Sold. Golden Life Pavilion. Many of the peculiarities of this world realm were answered. A dual trial and training ground, primarily used as a training ground. The old man continued, well, those like me, are here to act as protectors of certain influential youths within the training ground so they aren't inadvertently killed by a native Realm Lords or Time Lords unknown about. Their reason for living. These youths can then hone their skills for over a decade, cycling through each season at least once. The seasons cycle in this order: flourish, element, regression, and devils, each lasting 4 years on average, sometimes a month or 2 difference, give or take. We're about a few weeks before the next shift. That was, of course, until this happened. The old man pointed to the sky. The safe zone for devils has spread across the entire continent. There's no longer a season of devils. We checked, it is indeed the case. A rule of the trial within, I guess. The Golden Life Pavilion overseer is a little pissed, funnily enough. Wei Wuyan frowned. Why are these youths participating in the trial? He was peeved about this little detail. From what he gathered, this was a trial to determine the chosen of the true element sect, a lost and forgotten one. Lin Ming, with the ancient and nascent legacy of the divine King Han Zhe, was trying to become a chosen through this trial. These youths came from similar or equal forces, so why? The old man chuckled, giving Wei Wuyin a sidelong glance. He pointed at Wei Wuyin. Because of you, he couldn't hold back a little sinister laugh. Me. Wei Wuyin was somewhat taken aback, but only for a moment. The old man nodded, yes, you. You obtained 3 badges and threw everything out of whack, but more, you let them all see what was within the Grand Earth Cache. At the end his words, he started to laugh again, recalling the entire fiasco that led to the end of the so-called Holy Clan's reign. Wei Wuyin was now truly startled, his eyebrows furrowed so deeply that they were nearly vertical. Fuck. Was all he could say. He had thoroughly miscalculated in that regard. His exposure had leaked the normally secret, unknown location of the cache to the world. While he had taken care of the Grand Earth Cache in seconds, and felt no senses on him, those outsiders had cultivation bases that exceeded mortal limits. How could he know their methods? He wasn't even familiar with what a mystic ascendant realm cultivator could do. They knew exactly what happened and what's inside. Fuck, indeed. The old man slapped his knee, finding a frustrated Wei Wuyin pleasing to the eye. When they informed their little demons of talent, how do you think they reacted? At first, they wanted to act against you, but our jobs are to strictly observe and protect, not be their thugs and stooges. We told them if they wanted to make a move, they'd need to do so against you directly, with the possibility of death. We won't even interfere if you ordered your realm lords and time lords to act against them. But your results in the holy ceremony were a little too terrifying as well, haha. So they decided on the alternative, obtain their own cache. Of course, only 3 succeeded in comprehending apex-level elemental intent, not including the gray-eyed youth there. I don't know where he came from, but he took that little brat of mine out of the competition, how unlucky. The old man sighed at the end, feeling the young woman was given the shaft once again by a handsome youth, and it didn't feel remotely pleasant. Learning that Lin Ming had defeated that young woman left him unsurprised. He was a blessed after all. As long as his karmic luck stood strong, he would always beat his enemies or survive any ordeal. But the trial, collecting the badges, Wei Wuyin did not want to fight these so-called talented youths. Not because of their strength, but their protectors and backing. While the old man might be under the presumption that he originated from an outstanding origin, he didn't have anything that impressive. In terms of background, it consisted of just one thing, himself. Hearing Wei Wuyin's voice twisted with vexation, the old man patted his shoulder in a consoling effort. No worries. As long as you don't intend to kill or cripple them, those old gargoyles of theirs won't interfere. This is your trial. In fact, they might just give you the badges for the right price. You could even form excellent relations with them. While he said this, he felt that Wei Wuyin's backing was far, far greater than these youths. If not, how else does one reason that he possessed a 39,300 spirit unit level at 8 years of cultivation? It was absolutely absurd, something only an alchemist that exceeded mortal tier could accomplish or a high-level mystic ascendant realm cultivator could produce through certain inborn gifts they've bestowed. It would be to their benefit to befriend Wei Wuyin. Wei Wuyin understood this concept of using silk, not blades, feeling slightly better. But Lin Ming was still his greatest competitor. Sooner or later, he'll collect the badges of the other 2, and bring them to him. So all he felt he had to do was wait. But should he? Chapter 483, 479, Ominous Feeling. Chapter 483, 479, Ominous Feeling. Wei Wuyin thought for a long moment before turning his head to the old man. There's a question I've been meaning to ask, do you know how the natives are comprehending elemental origin intent without Genesis essence? Oh. The old man was briefly stunned that Wei Wuyin asked that specific question. With a faint smile, he pointed at the ground. The continent here is unique, it gives off the aura of Genesis essence, but just the aura. As long as a cultivator comprehends all 9 elemental intents, fire, water, earth, wind, metal, lightning, wood, ice, and magma, with at least a mid-level intent each, they will give birth to elemental origin intent. But this intent is temporary. None of these youths here, even that little brat of mine, have real elemental origin intent. It's far, far too difficult to comprehend. If they left this continent, they wouldn't be able to use elemental origin intent any longer. Wei Wuin's eyes widened. The continent. His celestial eyes turned to the ground, observing a very, very minuscule amount of Genesis essence aura that was extremely unnoticeable. He had only learned about this aura from the badges. Of course, if they cultivated an elemental origin soul, they could absorb the Genesis essence in these badges and make it permanent, but very few cultivate their spirit of cultivation into something so extremely difficult. A cultivator would be forced to cultivate each element independently and merged, using an absurd amount of resources to do so. Very few sects could support it, especially if you sought to establish your star core in the future. Oh boy. The old man explained, holding his head as if he had a headache just thinking about it. Wei Wuin didn't reveal any outward shock from the old man's words, but his mind was whirling extremely fast. Star core. He felt that this both affected him yet didn't. After all, he was a mortal sovereign alchemist. It wouldn't be hard to obtain resources and pills, especially with his outrageous concoction speed and refinement quality. Regardless, he made sure to pay extra attention to this final stage of the astral core realm. After hearing the explanation from the old man, he felt a blazing mystery in his heart settle with satisfaction. With a heavy sigh, he said, "Thanks." The old man didn't need to inform him of all this, but he did. He was grateful for that action, learning the truth about so many things, and lessons to be careful of in the future. After obtaining the Grand Earth cache, he hadn't even realized he was being spied on. It was fortunate he had conjured a profound formation to seal his cultivation efforts and concoction process, none of which were breached. Considering the old man hadn't said anything about him using 6 different types of forces, Eden, Void, Draconic, Alchemic, Elemental, and Amp, Saber, had 4 astral souls, or anything about him being a mortal sovereign alchemist, then they were likely unwilling to dig too deeply into him, or maybe feared offending him due to their curiosity. Whatever the reason, he felt comforted by this. A smile formed on the old man's face. "No problem. You should at least know this before planning any moves. In the future. I'm quite interested in how all this ends." Wei Wuin turned to the old man, feeling that his particular smile was quite mysterious and meaningful. But he merely turned away, looking at the 3 images fixed into the sky. Degree, the old man knows my intentions. What to do about this golden life pavilion? Let's just hope it isn't too unreasonable. Degree. With this thought, he felt the aura on the bench vanish, dissipating as if never there. Wei Wuin didn't turn back, walking slowly back to the true desolate temple, hoping to use this walk to think. In the violet-colored waters of the noxious seas, a small-sized boat was anchored at a particularly bubbling area. The boat was painted black with fiery crimson streaks, releasing a faint glowing hue of red. On the boat were 2 figures, a golden-haired beauty with gorgeous blue eyes and a black-cloaked woman with her figure and face concealed. Sen Yongli and Ming Shufeng were currently observing the bubbling waters down below with glowing eyes. If all my predictions and calculations are correct, this is the transformative water cache's location. Ming Shufeng excitedly exclaimed, holding a single hand seal that pulsated with fate energies. Her eyes had a tinge of gold as if it reflected the heavenly Taoists themselves, glimpsing into its endless mystery. They had obtained the absolute hot fire cache, and it contained an innumerable amount of resources that helped her cultivation surge towards by leaps and bounds. Her cultivation base was at the spatial resonance phase, and she ascended with a 9-ripple spatial resonance. This was all due to supplementing her bodily condition with an absurd amount of spatial jade crystal dust, maximizing her and her astral soul's affinity to spatial energies. If this cache had similar materials, the benefits this time will be absolutely massive. She might even be able to birth white-colored primary light during the light reflection phase. Ming Shufeng's excitement was tangible. But San Yongli was calm. It is the cache's location. But we have to move quickly. We can only take what we need, nothing more. Not everything can be easily stored in spatial rings, and a few things had to be sealed prior before doing so lest they suffer damage to the space within the ring, causing its collapse. Some extremely precious items can't be held in spatial rings at all, so that made things a little more difficult. Of course, there were always exceptions, such as specially tailored spatial rings, but she didn't have these things nor the time to transport them like before. Ming Shufeng's excitement shattered. Only what we need. Why? She asked, deeply concerned about their gains with a time limit. She was the type to be frustrated that Nasini had been stupid, not asking Wei Wuyin for more resources than she did. She had a greedy streak, and she loved wealth. We have 45 minutes, an hour max. Let's hurry. Not explaining, she performed several hand seals and a ray of light descended from the sky and formed an opening in the violet-colored waters. Without a word, she leapt in. Ming Shufeng felt the press for some reason, jumping in also. A little over an hour later, two figures blurred through the sky, not leaving any tangible trail of light in their wake. They moved swiftly, but the fixed space didn't fluctuate at all, as if they were moving with extreme stealth that not even space registered. When the two arrived, one of them was a famous figure as of late, the holy son of transformative water. The other was a sharp-eyed old man with a gray beard and skinny frame. His eyes seemed to reflect a light that told the world that they owed him and then some, mean and a tinge of cruelty. The young man with pastel green hair tied into a ponytail halted above a specific location, holding a badge of divinity in his hand. To think it would be this easy, the young man said, carrying a strange smile. At first sight, one did not know if he was grinning maliciously or benevolently, giving one a strange surreal feeling as if they're misjudging his intentions. The old man scoffed, easy. He only said this single word as a question, no longer bothering with the young man. Also unbothered by the old man's attitude, the young man lifted his badge in the air and called forth that familiar ray of divine light, creating an opening in the violet waters. With a laugh, he shot into it. After a few minutes, the two figures left the opening. The old man was frowning while the young man had a bright, toothy smile filled with glee. He was just about to fly away, leaving this toxic sea in his rear view, but was stopped by the old man's voice. The old man said with a hint of unjustified annoyance, "It's less than what was in the other cache." As one of those who swept his senses inside the Grand Earth cache, he knew the contents of it on and out. Besides some specific things relating to the water element, there were a few missing items of various quantities. But that's not really possible, right? The young man was startled by the old man's words, frowning. What do you mean? Nothing. The old man didn't clarify, feeling as if it was a waste of energy. Now, he just wanted to leave, so he no longer said anything. At this time, a ship appeared sailing from the horizon. The young man's mood became a little gloomy, feeling as if he was cheated somehow. He became irritable, a desire to vent his frustrations burned in his heart. Just as he was about to leave, return to his holy temple that contains numerous women lusting for his holy seed, he noticed a figure on that boat that caught his eye. Sailing in the noxious seas, Long Chen and Lian Yu were talking before they saw a divine light pierced into the earth from afar. Long Chen was curious, what's that? He hadn't seen such a powerful light in a long while. Could it be a treasure? Lian Yu frowned, uncertain what to make of it. Maybe it's nothing, she said with a trace of hesitation. For some reason, she got a bad feeling about that light. A very bad feeling, but she didn't know why. Long Chen, however, felt that it might lead to somewhere extraordinary. He had come across similar phenomena in his life, and they had been a little dangerous, but also extremely beneficial in the long run. With a heart filled with excitement, adventure, and confidence, he exclaimed to the active crew, "Go towards that light." A rather busty and beautiful female captain of the Navy River Elves smiled at Long Chen, her eyes vibrant and being a rare beauty in her own right. "You heard him," she shouted in a commanding voice, causing the crew to act faster. They saw the light as well and wished to see what it led to. Who knows, it could change their lives. Chapter 484, 480, True Colors. Chapter 484, 480, True Colors. The excitement of venturing towards the unknown granted the crew a rising energy that sent them spiraling with activity. The Navy River Elves on deck surged in a concerted and organized fashion, driving the ship diligently towards the direction of that gushing, sky-piercing light. The captain, a Navy River Elf, named Shui Lingyi, had a bright smile on her face as she glanced at her animated crew. But that smile suffused with warmth and delicate feelings as she regarded the human youth that hung at the railings with an eager gaze. She was both beautiful yet hardened, experienced, and often a little violent, so when she smiled, it was a rare sight to see. A sight worth cherishing. Folding her arms against her chest, her bouncy and proud chest lifted with a mouth-watering appeal. The crew had long since gotten used to her looks and extraordinary body, so only a few subtle glances were taken before they resumed their duties. Lian Yu's brows were furrowed and sunk a little deeper. That feeling of hers kept mounting in her heart. Long Chen, I don't think we should inspect that light. I have a bad feeling about this. Her words were hesitant, and even she wasn't certain what prompted her to say these words. Long Chen was taken out of his imagination, turning to Lian Yu and seeing her reveal a solemn and uncertain expression. He held her hand with a comforting smile. Exploring the unknown, traveling the world, and facing dangers to obtain fortune are a part of a cultivator's journey. If we wish to seek the peak of the martial Tao, to one day rise above all else, we must hold courage in our hearts and use fear as our sword. If he hadn't experienced similar feelings once before, capable of driving through that fear, and reaching his current heights from a low-regarded trash on the myriad-year continent, in some small town, then he might have been unable to comfort Lian Yu. But these words resonated with her heart to grow ever stronger, so she tightened her grip around his hands and put on a brave front. You're right. With a series of deep breaths, she regained her composure and decided to face the unknown alongside her love. Even if they faced dangers, as long as they were together, what should she fear? Ha ha ha, well said. A voice resounded in an omnidirectional manner, startling the crew, the beautiful captain, Long Chen, and Lian Yu. All others beside Long Chen were looking around in confusion, not capable of locating the origin of the voice, but Long Chen lifted his head and stopped on a humanoid figure. The figure slowly descended upon the ship, floating at the edge of its thin film of protective shielding. It was a single figure, a man whose appearance was extremely familiar with these Navy river elves. Holy Sun. A few gawked. This was the Holy Sun of transformative water. While his actual name wasn't known, his identity was as well known as the other Holy Children. In truth, no one really knew the actual names of the Holy Children lest they knew them prior, and since Lin Ming was the only Holy Child who was actively interacting and fighting against the natives, establishing his own hard-fought road to receive the divine blessing, he was the only one with a reputation. The other Holy Children had seemingly descended out of nowhere, with no past, no records, and no evidence of their existences prior. But what could these natives do? They had no right to question these Holy Children nor act against them. They were left in the dark, but forced to accept it. The figure came into the view of everyone, revealing his green pastel-colored hair tied into a sleek ponytail that dangled behind him until it reached his legs. He wore a smile that gave off conflicting and a nearly indiscernible impression. Sometimes he felt malevolent, but then he seemed to be benevolent. This disparity caused a few to be forced to look at him in a fixated manner to get a sense of him. Long Chen frowned. This was a Holy Sun. This was the Holy Sun of transformative water. He wasn't ignorant of Wei Wuyan's ascension as a Holy Sun 2 years ago, and was fully aware since. He could only gnash his teeth, feeling as if Wei Wuyan must have bribed his way into becoming the Holy Sun in much the same way he had the Myriad Monarch sect. After all, one of the main requirements was to defeat a cultivator 3 stages above yours, and that meant Wei Wuyan had killed a realm lord. The thought that Wei Wuyan, a mortal sovereign alchemist, younger than 50, was capable of overcoming a realm lord at the spatial resonance phase was absolutely ludicrous to him. Absolutely inconceivable. Whatever sinister manipulation performed to grant Wei Wuyan that title, Long Chen knew it was a reveal of Wei Wuyan's truest nature. In fact, he was incredibly happy that the Grand Earth Cache was stolen by the Holy Clans, and then the other clans and tribes rushed in and divided their resources, preventing Wei Wuyan from benefiting. Still, he understood the importance of Holy Children and their authority. They had realm lords and even time lords at their beck and call. Of course, quite a few had left for the central region, leaving only those loyal to the Endless Seas Temple, the religious base of the Noxious Seas, or those too obstinate to depart. The Holy Sun of transformative water remained smiling. You're right, as cultivators, we act to seek the path of the martial Tao no matter the dangers or risk, facing all things with a fearless heart. Shui Lingyi, for some strange reason, had a chilly feeling trailing down her spine as the Holy Sun glanced her way. She saw an emotion in his eyes that she'd experienced numerous times, causing her to be conflicted as this came from the holder of a holy bloodline. If it was in a normal situation, she might be elated to catch his eye, honored to be by his side, but she subconsciously turned to Long Chen, her heart aflutter with emotions. The Holy Sun continued, we do so to obtain strength to obtain the things we seek, we want, or we need. Mind if I come in? He smilingly asked, looking at Shui Lingyi. Long Chen's frown went deeper, also feeling as if there was something wrong. But he didn't fear a holy sun, he had his trump card. To add, he was a powerful cultivator in his own right. He believed that if the requirements to become a holy son wasn't to possess elemental origin intent, he could have tried his hand at it. The crew was honored. A few chanting prayers, utterly gleeful at the arrival of the prestigious holy son of transformative water. But they weren't the captain of this ship, looking towards Shui Lingyi. After a long moment, Shui Lingyi made her decision. I must apologize, and I mean no offense, but our crew has an ironclad rule to not allow outsiders to enter our ship during sea travel. I seek your forgiveness. Her words were tactful but shocked the crew heavily. While they did have this rule, was it necessary to follow it? They didn't even follow it for Long Chen and Lian Yu there, so a few felt extremely conflicted, even dissatisfied. A few smart ones felt something was wrong but was unsure of what, so they remained observers. Hearing Shui Lingyi's words, even Long Chen was stunned. But he felt a strange feeling of ill emotions, being extremely sensitive to these changes. He turned to the Holy Sun, realizing this originated from him, but that expression of his betrayed nothing. Good rule. Then I'll be direct. I find your beauty exceptional, praiseworthy and instilling me with breathtaking awe. Your demeanor, outward strength, and talent is truly impressive. I wish for you to accompany me back to the temple. Seemingly unperturbed at the denial of entry, the Holy Sun directly said with a smile. The crew now realized what the Holy Sun's intentions were. Their captain. But they felt extremely conflicted, because obtaining the holy bloodline was an everlasting honor to everyone, and no elf had ever been given such an opportunity before, prior to Wei Wuyin of course. Wasn't this an overwhelming boon? Long Chen's heart throbbed. Shui Lingyi had feelings for him, and he knew this. Furthermore, she was a ravishing beauty with a unique and hardened disposition. How could he not like her as well? He didn't have the opportunity yet due to Lian Yu's presence, feeling it was improper to pursue someone else while she traveled alongside him. Shui Lingyi was shocked by his directness, but her will was firm. She clasped her hands, bowed deeply, and said, I ask for your forgiveness, but I have someone else in my heart. When she said this, her eyes shifted to Long Chen for a brief moment before returning to the Holy Sun. This caused the Holy Sun, who was originally all smiles, to simply float there without any response for a long moment. Slowly, with an absolutely noticeable shift to his every expression, that ambivalent smile of his lowered. It lowered until his lips evened out, transforming into an indifferent line. Those eyes of his became icy cold, narrowed, almost sinister. He spoke. A little. Sharp-eared, fish-scaled whore refuses me. If it wasn't for your somewhat tolerable body and untainted primal een, do you think I would even spare you a few words, a glance? I wouldn't even spare you a wad of my spit, simply too good for a sniveling sow of your disgusting race, self-important and outrageously foolish. Everyone on the ship, crew, captain, and passenger went absolutely silent, pure shock and extreme surprise painted on their faces as if it was permanent. Chapter 485, 481, Using One's Trump Card. Chapter 485, 481, Using One's Trump Card. The Holy Sun was entirely unbothered by their reactions, the side of his lip lifted in utmost disgust as he sneered. I'll have you today, tomorrow, and the next until I'm thoroughly satisfied with your lowly body. Then, I'll let you service at least 10,000 of the weakest, pathetic men until you're satisfied, if a whore like you can be. Those words revealed the Holy Sun's truest colors, completely revealed without his smiling mask and genial words. Lian Yu was taken aback, like the rest, not expecting such vulgarities to be spat out by the Holy Sun. He had been relatable and gentle, but had become filled with a person of outstanding ugliness within his heart in but a moment. Even she could barely react properly to such a drastic shift. Shui Lingyi was not a weak individual, she fought her way through many battles and established a tight-knit and tough crew. Her competence and strength was not low, and neither was her temper weak and submissive. Her eyes grew unfathomably cold, like glacial blizzard, after hearing those insulting and demeaning words. He had even insulted her race. With respect for your status, I ask you to leave. She nearly exploded with hellish fury, her eyes on the verge of erupting with ceaseless rage, but she held herself back after recalling the Holy Sun's identity. If she blew up, who knew if he'd send realm lords or even time lords after them? She might be strong and had a fiery temper, but she wasn't going to forego all her crew members' lives for a satisfying verbal comeback. The Holy Sun's deriding sneer remained. Truly the lowest piece of living garbage. It is your blessing to get on your knees and serve me. Truly an ignorant sow with just some passable looks, but I guess you sharp-eared creatures aren't well known for your intelligence. No matter, I'll be sure to pound some sense deep inside you. Long Chen's anger flared violently. He had never met someone so disgusting before. His rage mounted until it could no longer be suppressed. Holy Sun. They were all garbage, just like Wei Wuyin. It made sense. What was so holy about them? They were just cultivators with a little bit more talent and fortune in a specific field of cultivation, no more. She said, "Scram." Long Chen's eyes suffused with slaughter and sword intent. He was a cultivator who merged his Imperial Sword Astral Soul and Imperial Slaughter Astral Soul into the Imperial War Astral Soul, a unique cultivation base that even Wu Yu praised endlessly. So when his sword and slaughter intent was manifested, a powerfully devastating aura gushed out of him. He had reached the spatial resonance phase. Furthermore, around his raging aura were 9 ripples that echoed out into fixed space, causing his immediate surroundings to tremble. A 9-ripple spatial resonance. But the sword and slaughter intent wasn't his only intent. Within the Imperial War Soul, battle intent undulated. As if acting as the cohesive, it tied sword and slaughter energies together into a perfectly synced mixture, producing a unique astral force. 3 ethereal intents. A fragment seed of the law of war. Invisibly in the sky, the old man accompanying the holy sun of transformative water was somewhat startled by Long Chen's raging aura. This was an outstanding display of talent, a feat unseen by even the most outstanding geniuses of their starfield. This Long Chen piqued his curiosity, but unfortunately. The holy sun observed Long Chen's bravado and forceful appearance, chuckling in disdain. "Scram. Absolute fool." He spat. With a scoff. Did this little boy think that his 9-ripple spatial resonance or intents would scare him? Especially with his paltry cultivation base. Truly a fool. Ready for battle. Shui Lingyi realized that this holy sun wasn't going to leave, so she gave a preemptive command. The crew was shaken by her command, their reaction a little delayed because of who they were supposed to act against. There was a sense of dread in their chests, a lump of uncertainty and fear. He's not going to back down. If he acts as he wills, there will be no witnesses left behind. This is our life or death, do not allow fear to overwhelm your courageous hearts. We fight. We survive. She used a vast amount of spiritual force to send this message directly to every member of her crew in the swiftest manner possible. They had no time for a pondering delay. The crew spruced up, their eyes glancing at the holy sun's sneer, and they felt their captain was right. These 63 men and women acted with a synchronized effort, getting into position to defend or fight with their lives on the line. Those at the vanguard withdrew their astral weapons. They consisted of swords, sabers, harpoons, and tridents. Fight! They roared, showing off an indomitably unified stance formed from countless battles, numerous victories, and harsh realities. Those who manned the formations poured their astral force within, readying both offensive and defensive spiritual formations. From the sides and front of the ship, cannons protruded out and all pointed at the holy sun unhesitantly and with unerring coordination. Haha, the holy sun found this extremely amusing. He slowly descended, approaching the reinforced shielding of the ship and holding no regard for it. Lian Yu bit her lips, her heart racing. If it wasn't for Long Chen's rising aura and enraged expression, she might have thought about an escape route. But with Long Chen here, be it a holy sun or a divinity before her, she felt assured and safe. She readied her astral force. As a water cultivator skilled in healing arts, she'll help in whatever way she could. Furthermore, this so-called holy sun was truly a little too disgusting. Long Chen glanced back at her, seeing her determined gaze as she responded with a nod. He felt a warmth suffuse his heart. He turned around and faced the holy sun. From his youthful aura, he's not even a century yet, so he should be in the 4th stage of the astral core realm at most. I've never feared cultivators at the same level. He renewed his confidence, judging him by an elevated standard as a supremely talented individual of this world realm, in comparison to the standard of geniuses he'd seen before. Unfortunately, he was judging an outsider from beyond on the rubric of an isolated world. Fire! Shui Lingyi ordered with a fierce expression, her shout was outrageously explosive. Almost immediately, sounds of gathered energy resounded as the cannons lit with runic markings. They took merely a breath before they spat out spherical energy balls. These balls were extremely fast. Boom. 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 They crashed into the Holy Sun's figure, engulfing him in explosive energies and powerful forces that devastated the nearby area. The water depressed from the above force, forming 100-meter depth. And the sky trembled, those clouds sundered into nothing. Hit! A crew member shouted excitedly. Their cannons were renowned for their swift charge speed and swiftness, taking many ships and cultivators by surprise. They had even obliterated a light reflection phase expert once. And that was despite their primary light energies to amplify their usage speed of various astral forces. The gushing energies left a colorful mist that slowly dissipated with time. No! A crew member exclaimed in horror. The Holy Sun was standing at his previous location, not having moved a single inch while carrying a ridiculing smile on his face, his eyes condescending to the extreme. Isolated trash sealed in a tiny cage. You know not your purpose nor the vastness of the world, yet you sought to harm me. He shook his head, revealing a bit of information he shouldn't. A spiritual message warned him, causing him to scoff in an unpleasant manner. He spat, outrageous. With that, he decided to not play with his food as he originally intended. Earlier, he hadn't even needed to move as the various gravitational forces twisted around him, keeping the explosive force and energies at bay. He allowed his astral force to circulate vigorously within him, revealing his cultivation base and terrifying aura. The world changed colors, distorted by the various powers he wielded. Shui Lingyi's heart nearly beat out of her chest, despair filled her eyes. Gravity emission phase. She exclaimed with utter disbelief and pure, unadulterated fear. To think that the Holy Sun of transformative water whose age hadn't surpassed a century had reached the gravity emission phase. Even Long Chen's expression was suffused with indescribable levels of shock, right down to his lips and the light in the depths of his eyes. How was this possible? How talented must one be to reach this level of cultivation in such a short time? Even though he felt that he, aged 40, would be able to reach that level of cultivation before a century, he had only done so after receiving the legacy of a mystic ascendant, a being that exceeded the mortal limits. But what about this Holy Sun? There were no mystic ascendants in this sealed world. How did his cultivation reach such levels? Long Chen's heart raced, his thoughts moved at 1,000 miles a minute as he realized that the situation was far, far more grim than he realized. He was a cultivator at the spatial resonance phase, but the advantages of the light reflection phase and gravity emission phase eliminated many of his advantages in combat. The swift burst and movement of astral force and suppression of gravitational forces that impacted both the body and spirit wasn't something he could easily dismiss, making close combat, his forte, extremely disadvantageous. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have patiently waited to escape after being captured due to the presence of that light reflection phase expert. Do you realize how pathetic you are now? The Holy Sun mocked. He hadn't even made a move yet, but those crew had lost their fighting spirit. If it was an ordinary gravity emission phase expert, they might have some confidence, but he was a Holy Sun. They were all outstandingly talented, far stronger than their cultivation phases revealed. Long Chen's expression slowly became determined as he decided something. He looked at Lian Yu's pale expression. Don't worry. His words caused her ashen face to regain some color, clearly comforted by his two words. She nodded, choosing to believe in him. Long Chen turned back to the Holy Sun. Lower the barrier. He shouted, causing Shui Lingyi to start. But when she saw his confident smile and calm eyes, her mind eased. Lower shields. She shouted in command, causing the other crew members to think they were seeking a surrender. This actually comforted a few of them. They acted as she ordered. The shields went down a second later. The Holy Sun was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't even made a move yet, but they were surrendering. I guess you do have some intelligence. Perhaps keeping you as a pet would be better than leaving you for others. His words were arrogantly spoken, filled with a casual demeanor as if his words were law. But Long Chen meekly smiled. We surrender. You're too strong. As he said this, he floated upwards and outside the range of the shield. But the Holy Sun scoffed, his aura lowering as a result. He looked towards Shui Lingyi, then found Lian Yu. When he saw Lian Yu, his body shivered slightly. An aquatic dragon-born physique. These words weren't just said by the Holy Sun, but the old man who was hidden. Neither of them felt it necessary to penetrate the shielding with their senses, feeling it beneath them to do so. So when her aura was fully revealed, they were both startled. At this moment of distraction, Long Chen withdrew a black spiritual orb that flickered with violet lightning on its surface with the size of a baseball. Without hesitation, he threw it at the Holy Sun with his strongest might. Chapter 486-482, Despair. Chapter 486-482, Despair. Long Chen's actions were incredibly swift and extremely decisive. He didn't hesitate to use his greatest trump card left to take down this Holy Sun, hopefully killing him. Before Wu Yu departed, they had ventured into a tomb of a former expert that once served Wu Yu. He was an extremely powerful lightning cultivator who honed his skill in crafting talismans. These talismans had once been used to decimate the other forces of the starfield, forcing them into submission alongside the myriad monarch sect's domineering strength. They were called Void Lightning Eruption Talismans. The innate power of these talismans were terrifying, rivaling top-tier, 9th-grade pellets of the alchemic Tao. But unlike pellets which were constructed of raw energies, controlled loosely by spiritual strength, talismans were refined formations that could unleash specific arts and spells. They held form and usages beyond just orbs of destruction or suppression. Pellets can be likened to grenades, but talismans were far, far greater than that. The Void Lightning Eruption talismans contained the Zenith Lightning art, Void Lightning Eruption within them. It was a self-contained explosion that condensed all its power into a single location and forced that power to revolve within that set area until depleted. If someone gets caught in its area of effect, they would be grinded down by the violent heat and explosive strength of violet lightning until they turned into nothing. Even Time Lords were unable to resist such terrifying power. While Star Lords might be severely injured or even directly killed if they were careless or weakened. The Holy Son of Transformative Water was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the talisman. He subconsciously defended himself by twisting the gravitational forces around him, hoping to redirect the talisman's trajectory. And while this might work on pellets, this wasn't possible for such an advanced talisman. The innate formations repelled the gravitational influences, rendering it useless, and even moving faster than before. His eyes widened with shock and horror. He wasn't an ignorant whelp, realizing the origins and purpose of this talisman. But it was too late. The sphere was already at his chest, already about to explode. A torrent of emotions roared out of his mouth, causing an embarrassing scream to resound throughout the air. Was this how he was going to die? Was this how a Holy Sun will meet his end? No. Long Chen saw this and his eyes filled with glee, feeling that it wasn't a waste to use this treasure to eliminate this disgusting, detestable fellow. It was just unfortunate that he couldn't save it for Wei Wuyin. But what Long Chen saw next shocked him to his core. Haha, gotcha. The Holy Sun that was extremely fearful one moment abruptly changed the next, a playful grin on his face. The orb was still at his chest. But as if held by an invisible hand, it was held steadily while slowly rotating. There was no explosion, no raging lightning, or no dying Holy Sun. You really don't know about this world's rules, do you? Must be a trial participant. But one without elemental origin intent. How stupid. The Holy Sun ridiculed Long Chen with the most pitiful gaze he could muster. The lightning talisman shot off like a comet, being sent into the skies and vanishing in a blink of an eye. Everyone was sent into shock. A few didn't know what had happened, but they felt hope and happiness when the Holy Sun screamed out like a little girl. They thought his life would end and they would have overcome this tribulation. Alas. Was it all an act? Confused, Long Chen retreated as he stared at the sky that whisked away his talisman. His facial expression was extremely ugly at the moment, twisted with dark emotions. How did this happen? The Holy Sun wasn't in a rush, slowly descending, having entered the internal shielding area, ensuring there was no defensive layer between him and these crew members. When he landed on the deck, he explained, this isolated world isn't very durable. In fact, it's extremely fragile, so cultivators, pellets, or talismans that can touch upon the level of a Star Lord are heavily forbidden. The season of regression prevents pellets from activating in areas that aren't safe zones, like the central region. As for those inside the central region, they are taken somewhere. And Star Lords are trapped in cages, their auras restrained and confined in a specific area. Anyways, talismans of that level are taken the moment they come out by the overseer of this world in non-safe zones, because unlike pellets, they can't be restricted. To think you entered here without knowing that, how useless. It wouldn't be a trial or a training ground if you could rely on external forces to dominate the world, no. He chuckled with words that seemingly answered itself. Long Chen's expression contorted. His greatest trump card was useless all along. His heart sank into the greatest depths of despair, cursing the overseer of this trial. But he didn't give up yet, retrieving his sword and readying himself. He would still fight. Unbothered by Long Chen's fighting spirit, the Holy Sun continued, I want you all to know the one who'll send you on your way, think of it as a favor for allowing me to have that laugh. My name's He Yanglei, remember it on your journey to your next life. All the crew members felt an impending sensation of deadly crisis as they heard this. The vanguards rushed the Holy Sun with violent expressions, their auras surging chaotically and ferociously. They launched numerous astral arts, unleashed spells, and attacked from multiple angles. Wait! Shui Lingyi cried out. She regretted dropping the shield, allowing the wolf in. But her words went unheard as those men used their Sky Ruler cultivation bases to their utmost limits. While they were a full 4 levels behind He Yanglei, they didn't hesitate to harm their foundation to unleash overwhelmingly explosive attacks. He Yanglei sneered. With a finger, he pointed at one of the vanguards to his right. That burly man froze in midair, his expression twisted and contorted in pain. No. He shouted in his last moments. Push. That valiant, fearless cultivator violently exploded into bloody mist. There wasn't even bone fragments or skin left, just blood. He was completely eviscerated as his remains sprayed the others behind him. Their faces painted with the blood of their allies, some even tasted it with their mouths open mid-howl. He Yanglei twirled his finger casually. Push. 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 As the finger moved, an invisible force crushed these vigorous warriors out of existence, turning them into a bloody mist without any substance. The fear soon sunk into the other crew, they screamed in horror. A female crew member shrieked as her lover was turned into nothing but blood in the blink of an eye. She screamed in terror, but her voice was cut short as her body burst into bloody mist, painting the deck in her blood alongside her lover's. Noisy, He Yanglei indifferently said. He held nothing back as he moved his finger. Those hiding in wait to launch long-distance attacks, even closer to He Yanglei than that woman was, grew terrified. They shot backwards, but their bodies barely got a few feet before they poofed into bloody mist. Stop! Shui Lingyi screamed in horror, watching the lives of her crew of several decades be snuffed out so carelessly with extreme ease. It was horrifying. Terrifying. Heartrending. Stop. Please stop. Yet He Yanglei utterly ignored her pleas. Long Chen gripped his sword, contemplating if he should run after witnessing this scene. He kept his Imperial Heaven aura shrouding Lian Yu, intent on protecting her. But he was utterly awed by the devastating power wielded by those at the gravity emission phase. Holy Sun, please spare me. I'll be your servant. I'll do anything you ask. A pretty young elf kneeled, fearful of an abrupt death. Her face was flowing with an outpour of tears. He Yanglei curiously glanced at this woman, pausing his killing for a brief moment. When she saw him look her way, she tried to put on her best smile, but he merely turned his finger her way. Before her expression could flash with horror, she exploded into a gushing spray of bloody mist. Pathetic trash. You're not worthy to be my servant, he continued his slaying with a casual smile. The 63 crew swiftly dwindled to 22. Profusely sweat, his breathing rough and heavy. Even his breath could be seen, his exhaustion in his eyes was unhidden. That was the strongest attack he'd ever unleashed in his entire life. But when the radiance subsided, he didn't see a severed He Yanglei. Or a torn corpse. Instead, he saw nothing but a long line that extended far beyond the horizon. Are you an idiot? Did you think I would just stand still? A mocking voice resounded behind him. Chapter 487, 483, All My Heart. Chapter 487, 483, All My Heart. Those words caused Long Chen's pupils to constrict to their absolute narrowest limits, his breathing staggered for a moment, and he swiftly turned his head with a snap of his body, wielding his sword defensively. Yet his heart violently shook at what he saw. He Yanglei was unharmed. To frighteningly add, he was directly beside Lian Yu with a faint smile on his face. There was no more than a few inches of space between them. Her body was tense as if squeezed by some unknown power, and her clothing tightly clung against her, revealing every exquisite curve of her body to the world. But this normally mouth-watering sight could not be enjoyed as her eyes were widened, reddened, and popping. Let her go. Long Chen's anger exploded. He crazily roared as he infused his sword with astral force, vertically slicing at He Yanglei's head. If it connected, the bloody scene of He Yanglei's split body might occur, a much-wanted sight. But alas, He Yanglei merely revealed a sneer as he moved his arm a little, causing Lian Yu to blur in the trajectory of the incoming sword. No. Long Chen's scalp became numb as he imagined splitting Lian Yu in half with his own blade, hectically urging his astral soul to retract his unleashed power, causing an unexpected feedback and backlash that sent him flying backwards. He crashed heavily into the metal railing of the boat, bending its frame, and his bones producing bone-numbing cracking noises on impact. Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, Long Chen hurriedly checked to see Lian Yu's status, fear engulfing his turbulent heart. Only when he saw her unharmed, his astral force having been fully retracted in time, did he relax with a soft breath of relief. Still, she was under He Yanglei's complete control. The current situation was far from good, his mind circulating 1,000 miles a minute in hopes of finding an out, a solution, a ray of hope to escape this predicament. Amusing, He Yanglei chuckled with a sinister glance at Lian Yu's exceptional curves, marveling at those bouncing mounds of flesh that seemed almost criminal. With her beautiful countenance and those breathtaking sapphire-like eyes, he found himself invigorated and refreshed with every look. What an extraordinary woman, he commented with a gentle caress of her cheek. Lian Yu was merely at the sky ruler phase, even weaker than Shui Lingyi, so she was only able to twist her chin away from his hand. Her efforts were futile as he still swept her cheek with his fingertips, sending chills down her spine. She felt his lust and desire through his touch. Don't you dare touch her. Long Chen gnashed his teeth, his eyes murderous and infused with endless desire to slaughter. The trail of blood leaking from the edges of his mouth gave him a ghastly appearance, seemingly bedeviled and crazed. But his words accomplished as much as Lian Yu's resistance. He Yanglei laughed, "You're really something, you know. Do you even know how you're still alive? Why?" As he said this, he waved his hand, and the stupefied crew members who were gawking at Long Chen's assault exploded all at once. Their deaths were abrupt, sending bloody mist wildly through the air. They might not even know they had died till they reached hell. The entire boat was a scene directly out of the most terrifying horror story, with blood flowing through every crevice, lingering in the air, overwhelming the senses. The only ones alive on this once lively boat were Shui Lingyi, Lian Yu, Long Chen, and He Yanglei. Long Chen tightly clenched his grip around his sword until his knuckles creaked. Long Chen wasn't foolish, he was completely outmatched by his opponent. If he was alone, he would run without hesitation. He was not above a strategic retreat in the face of insurmountable odds. Unfortunately, he had cards left to play and felt confident of a favorable outcome before, leading to this result. But reality did not match his beliefs. His talisman was nullified by the overseer of this world without a single word, and his strongest attack was dodged. Normally, cultivators at the spatial resonance phase could leave a spatial mark on a target, allowing an attack to follow the mark, and spatial prison to lock down targets. But this wasn't very effective on cultivators of the same ripples of spatial resonance, and even less effective on cultivators of a higher level. He Yanglei had reached the 9-ripple spatial resonance and possessed a cultivation base at the gravity emission phase, so Long Chen couldn't use his normally oppressive tactics. He could only hope to launch a sudden strike of accumulated power and use its aura to bear heavily on He Yanglei to restrict his movements. But the gravity emission phase should not be underestimated. After all, the unique gravitational forces could distort such restrictive auras. He Yanglei had easily dodged such a devastating attack that could have killed realm lords because of his cultivation base. And now, he held Lian Yu hostage. Uncertain of what to do now, Long Chen could only wing it. He had to find a way to save Lian Yu and kill this insidious bastard at the earliest and proper time. Just like before, he was willing to wait as a prisoner until he found the appropriate timing to escape with little losses. You're thinking about how to kill me? How to save your little girl? How cute. Unfortunately, those who wish to kill me have been too numerous to count, far stronger than you, and yet here I am, alive and well. He Yanlei shook his head with a deriding sneer, using his outstretched index finger and pressing it against Lian Yu's temple. Stop. Fearing Lian Yu's death at the hands of He Yanlei, Long Chen pleaded with a desperate cry. Lian Yu felt He Yanlei's cold finger touch her temple and her body seized up in fear, her pupils erratically bounced about as she tried to speak. Unfortunately, her throat was restrained and all she could utter were indistinguishable grunts. What she wanted to say was anyone's guess. Her desperate struggles prompted Long Chen to bitterly ask, "What do you want?" "That's better," He Yanlei's smile became gentle. With a wave of his hand, he released a set of arm and leg shackles. They seemed to be ancient, rusted and corroded. There was not a single trace of runic markings or special characters on these shackles, seemingly as normal as mortal shackles. "Use them to bind yourself," He Yanlei demanded. Long Chen didn't understand He Yanlei's wants. He didn't seem particularly fearful of him, yet he didn't move to defeat him and bind his cultivation base like Shui Lingyi. Was he cautious of other trump cards, playing it safe? Or was there another reason? Looking at those rusted shackles, Long Chen had a terrible feeling swell within his heart. "How do I know you'll let her go if I do this?" he asked with narrowed eyes. "Don't. Run. Run." Lian Yu screamed in her mind, hoping Long Chen could understand her mumbles. She wanted Long Chen to leave her behind. Just leave. Please. She was captured, her life was likely over, but Long Chen could certainly have a chance to escape if he left. Clearly, He Yanlei was quite cautious of Long Chen. He Yanlei grinned, "You don't." Long Chen's expression grew dark. "Oh. Did you think I would swear an oath? Give you assurances? You're not worthy." With a soft chuckle, he pressed his finger into Lian Yu's temple, drawing blood. The glaring crimson blood trickled at the side of her head, causing her movements to cease as her eyes nearly rolled to the back of her head. "No. Stop. I'll do it." He had never begged someone so many times before. But the sight of Lian Yu's death wasn't something he could bear. He took a deep breath, grabbing the shackles and placing them on his limbs. Suddenly, they closed and locked, shrinking to fit his wrists and ankles perfectly. "What is this?" Long Chen couldn't help but ask. The stress he felt dwindled. Since He Yanlei revealed that he had no intention to kill him, he had to find a chance through this event. How many times had he been met with seemingly inescapable situations, seemingly impossible odds? Too many to count. And with cunning and guts, and a little bit of luck, he'd overcome every one to stand here today. When he was trapped with Wu Baozhai in that tomb, did they not escape together against all odds? His journey to cultivate the Imperial Heaven Qi method had started on that day. When he faced Wu Jiao, a sky ruler phase expert at the Qi condensation realm, he had survived that as well. When he was lost in that underground cavern for days, unable to escape with no food or water, he dug with all his might until he discovered an unassuming black ring stuck in the dirt. His entire life changed that day, allowing him to rise from a lowly regarded trash to a supreme genius. The world was filled with all sorts of possibilities. Even Hong Ru was revived, given a second life after death. What's important is to never give up in the face of any adversity. Never. Never. He'll find a way to save himself and Lian Yu, kill He Yanlei, and benefit from this calamity. He had faith, in himself, in Lian Yu, and in his own abilities. He stared into Lian Yu's eyes, displaying his calm and confident gaze, giving her a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, we'll be fine. Trust me." His thoughts connected with Lian Yu, who knew that reassuring look as if it was the back of her hand. A seed filled with conviction was born in her heart, and her thoughts calmed down. "That's right. You'll never abandon me, and I'll always trust you with all my heart. We'll survive together. I know we will." She settled down after seeing Long Chen's smile, revealing a beautiful smile of her own filled with her truest feelings. Even in their most desperate situation, as long as they had each other, what couldn't they overcome? He Yanlei inspected the shackles, awed by Long Chen's actions of actually placing them on. If he was in that situation, he'd never sacrifice himself for anyone. "Wow. I know I called you an idiot before, but fuck, you're really one stupid little kid." As he said those words, he twisted Lian Yu around to face him, witnessing her calm gaze as she floated under her power. The light of fearlessness lit within her gorgeously sapphire-like eyes, as if she was entirely unworried about her current predicament. Just you wait. You'll get yours. Her thoughts and expressions were clear and serene. Even if Yanlei sought to use her body, she believed that Long Chen would never allow such a thing. She trusted him to save her. Always. You're both something else. Unable to hold back from saying this, his expression the picture of being in disbelief, he moved his bloody hand away from her temple. Then, Yanlei's hand slowly became a claw. PSH. He thrusted that arm into Lian Yu's chest, piercing completely through to the other side, her still beating heart within his bloody grasp. Badum. 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 Chapter 488, 484, His Name. Chapter 488, 484, His Name. W.H. At. A soft, disbelieving voice slowly breathed out this single word. Yanlei wrenched his hand out of Lian Yu's chest in one smooth, extremely practiced motion, revealing a gaping hole of rent flesh, broken bones, and dripping blood. He held the beating heart in front of him, eyeing it with a smile. It is really the aquatic dragon-born heart, his voice was filled with amazement. As he noticed the sapphire-colored veins twisting within the pale pink heart that was drenched in crimson blood. Lian Yu's eyes weren't wide, or popping, or trembling, or quaking, but steady and fixed on an extremely strange object held by a bloody hand before her. It pumped strangely in that hand as if struggling to live, like an animal begging for mercy. The sounds of thumping, the rhythm of its beats, and the aura of its physical energies were things she was extremely, distinctively, unfathomably familiar with. She had lived with this sound, this rhythm, this aura for her entire life. Why? She felt her body grow slack, her muscles lose their feelings of strength, and her eyelids became extremely heavy. It wasn't just her heart that had been taken out of her body, but the thrust had crushed every last one of her inner organs. Her right lung was in bits of pieces. Her spine was severed. That hand mercilessly eviscerated everything in the vicinity and then some. Her body was dying. She was dying. Lian Yu. Lian Yu. Long Chen stuttered out her name, his mind blank. The image of her gaping hole punctured through her body was ingrained into his mind, heart, and soul in the most permanent manner. He reached out, as if trying to grasp something. Anything. No. No, no, no. Lian Yu, no. 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 Lian Yu. Long Chen's mind slowly came to, finally realizing the reality of the situation. His mind flashed back to Hong Ru's death at the hands of that wolf, eaten in half. He recalled the emotions he felt that day, the utter helplessness, the extreme rage, and more. All those negative emotions. Lian Yu heard this voice, slowly lifting her head to see Long Chen stepping forward with his hands out, his face contorted by negative emotions, and tears forming at the edge of his eyes. So that was my heart, huh? Was Lian Yu's first fully formulated thought after the fact. It was abnormally strong, vibrant, and clear. Am I dying? Is this it? Surprisingly, there was a lack of fear in her mind, just a bunch of regret. She regretted not being stronger. She regretted not trying harder. She regretted dying so soon. She regretted not having children. She regretted not seeing more wonderful sights. At that thought, she inexplicably recalled Qing Qiumu's stories of Wei Wuyin, that figure she hated on behalf of Long Chen. How he had taken her traveling on Unia, an extremely beautiful planet. They had plans to go there together before everything went sideways. She regretted not going. I miss my family. Images of her childhood emerged in her mind. Her mother, father, cousins, and friends. Those rivals of hers in the Aqua Echo sect. At one point, she had it all. Beauty, talent, strength, and more. She was well regarded, extremely renowned, and worshipped by countless men and envied by endless women on the myriad-year continent. She had no material wants left unfulfilled, just a yearning for excitement and adventure. Then she met Long Chen. Like a falling meteorite smashing into her hardened surface, he caused endless changes in her life. These changes were mostly good. And he treated her well. He brought adventure. He brought excitement. She had traveled worlds, expanded her entire life's horizon to encompass more than just a small piece of land in the vastness of this cultivation world. She reached levels that she'd never known existed. The astral core realm. She was happy. She was happy with him. Despite her thoughts seemingly being complicated, filled with memories and nostalgia, it had all happened in the shortest period of time imaginable. Her heartless body had left Yanlei's grasp, falling towards the ground. When her knees touched the wooden surface, her weak body flopped over, and her head bounced off the deck. The thudding sound was extremely hollow. No. With only this word in mind, Long Chen lunged forward at Lian Yu's body, but he found that his astral force was absolutely silent, non-responsive. Unable to consider this development, he ran over with those shackles tied to his arms and legs. He tripped a few feet in, crawling hastily upwards with all his might, and inching forward while kneeling, shuffling with his knees. It took a while, but he soon reached Lian Yu's body. There was a pool of blood beneath her, and those normally lively and radiant sapphire-like eyes had become blank. He reached out to touch her beautiful face, but his hands hesitated. "What did you do?" Long Chen asked, his voice tingled one's spine. He lifted his eyes towards Yanlei, observing his every feature. Asking again, "What did you do?" Yanlei was focused on this aquatic dragon-born heart, not expecting to find such a difficult and rarely produced treasure in the body of a lowly cultivator. It continued to thump under his power, remaining completely alive. His sky-blue eyes shifted to Long Chen. "I killed her, isn't that obvious?" With a content smile, he treated Lian Yu's life as inconsequential. "But it doesn't matter. I'll send you along with her in a little bit. To think you're Southwest ignorant to place the endless oath shackles on yourself, and not expect this." He didn't bother explaining what the shackles were to Long Chen. They were unique treasures of ancient times that restrained cultivators completely, turning them mortal. Furthermore, they established a strange oath that is written, only taken into effect if one willingly puts the shackles on themselves. They even enforced this oath. It was an oath of complete and total servitude to the one who handed you the shackles. At the moment, if he told Long Chen to slap her for me, Yanlei smilingly ordered. Long Chen's eyes widened. He was about to speak, his mind nearly collapsed in ungodly madness. If it wasn't for his belief in reviving her one day, especially after seeing Hong Ru's death, he might have lost himself completely. But he forced himself to retain a sliver of calm. Pa. His eyes grew blank and his hand moved, giving Lian Yu's face a vertical slap. But he held no strength, so there was no damage. The act, however, sent him reeling. Why? What? How? Why did he slap her? Yanlei nodded at this sight, beaming. To think you have a seed of law in you. I can't wait to extract it. Lian Yu spat out a puff of air. Her eyes momentarily brightened with life. The slap had awakened her last bit of life force. She saw Long Chen on his knees, slowly shifting those eyes to see Long Chen's horrified face that had tears. You're crying for me. My life wasn't worthless then. Her thoughts were simple, slowly forming a smile so beautiful, so soul-shaking, that any man or woman might fall in love with her at this moment. She spat out the last bits of air in her body. I love. Long Chen responded to Lian Yu's awareness. Her soft words shook him out of his horror, shock, and fear. He reached for her, caressing her face. You're alive. You're alive. I won't let you die. I promise I'll bring you back, no matter what. Even Hong Ru can do so, so can you. He swore to himself, the heavens, the earth, the world, and the gods that he would do so, no matter what. Yanlei was about to turn Lian Yu's body into a puff of blood out of amusement, but he received a message from the old man watching above. Hastily, he brought out a strange black box with vein-like patterns that gave off a devilishly dark aura. He slowly and carefully stored Lian Yu's heart, almost panicking at his carelessness. But as this happened, a surge of power within Lian Yu's body lit. It permeated a strange, silent, unnoticeable force within her. Others couldn't sense it, but Lian Yu could. Her body trembled for a moment as she softly said before losing all life, Wei Wuyin. Long Chen's thoughts froze. Everything froze. His breathing, his heartbeat, the air in his lungs, the acid in his stomach, and the blood flowing through his veins. What? Was all he could say. He youngly grasped towards Long Chen after placing the heart in the strange box. He grasped again, bringing Shui Lingyi's long since unconscious body towards him also. With a thought, he ignored Lian Yu's corpse and flew away. Long Chen absent-mindedly looked at Lian Yu's corpse, utterly speechless. Those were her last words. Those were her last words. As Lian Yu breathed out her last, in the true desolate temple hundreds of thousands of miles away, Wei Wuyin opened his eyes as he peered into the perpetually bright sky. The little power I left in her was triggered. She's dead. Wei Wuin's celestial eyes peered into the trend of this world, locating the trace of Lian Yu's presence. When he had saved her, he left a bit of his spiritual strength within her body to negate and hide the draconic bloodline she wielded. He sighed, I felt her incoming calamity long before. I warned him, he simply wouldn't listen. When he had observed Lian Yu, he had felt an ominous feeling surge around her. That being said, it didn't represent that she would die, but that she would suffer some calamity in the future. He had given Long Chen a warning about her weakness and possible fate, solely out of the bond they shared as fellow draconic bloodline possessors. Should I make a move? He thought deeply for a moment, considering Lian Yu's situation and her meaning to him. Besides the draconic bloodline, they had no other connection or interactions. In the end, he decided to leave it up to Long Chen. She was his woman, after all. Chapter 485, Reflection leads forward. Several days after feeling Lian Yu's death, Wei Wuyin sat at the edge of his bed. There were 3 gorgeous women, 2 elves and 1 human, sleeping together. They even held each other in a comfortable cuddle. Since that day, he has been growing steadily restless. The power he left inside Lian Yu transmitted some spiritual awareness of events, some thoughts, and details of her death. The issue that plagued his mind was quite specific. He rose from his bed, walking out of his room with a wave of his hand, donning his signature white holy robes. After all this time, he had grown accustomed to wearing white. He still preferred black, however. He entered a specific chamber within the temple, sealed and concealed by numerous spell formations that he directed personally. Within was a lifeless corpse, missing a heart, on an observation table. It was Lian Yu. While he hadn't taken action at the time of her death, he had sent a few members of the temple to investigate after an hour or so. He thought he'd find evidence of Long Chen's fate, but they had returned with a half-dissolved corpse of Lian Yu due to the toxic air melting a portion of it. She was lying on a boat painted with dried blood and the only flesh-based thing left. He had used his means to repair and restore her body to its original state, excluding her missing heart. Someone took your heart. But for what? And why? He looked at the pale, seemingly sleeping Lian Yu with a twisted frown. What bothered him more was her death. While he received some details, they weren't too specific or all-knowing. He just knew a few things snagged by his spiritual power remnant at the time of activation. Such as her last words. But he wasn't foolish enough to believe this was accurate. She probably was shocked by his power triggering in her body mid-sentence. Out of all of Long Chen's former harem members, Lian Yu had the least amount of interactions with him and absolutely no connective fate. She wasn't tricked into sexual relations with Long Chen like Wu Baozhai had been and was fiercely loyal to her heart. If there was one female in this world that he was certain had no complicated feelings or thoughts towards him, it would be Lian Yu. Since she probably meant to say, I love you and not the strange, I love Long Chen, that likely meant Long Chen was present. At the time of her death. At first, he had thought Long Chen had kept her soul like Hong Ru. But when he observed her body with his celestial eyes, her soul was already dissipated entirely, she was completely dead. Whatever happened there was tragic, and she died in the presence of a blessed. This was unfathomably difficult to happen as karmic luck extended to loved ones. Was the calamity too highly ranked? He whispered to himself. According to the black skeleton, his death at the hands of Long Chen was because of insufficient karmic luck to escape or benefit from the ensuing tragedy. It was this that forced the black skeleton to steal the karmic luck from others, funneling it into his body, and allow him to survive the calamity. If she hadn't prematurely acted, he would have lost his life. While originally, he should only awaken his bloodline of sin at the realm of sages. To see her dead body before him, he shook his head. If Long Chen heard her last words, then that would cause all sorts of misunderstandings. He might no longer be able to ignore Long Chen, forcing him to eliminate this blessed from his life in the near future. If anything, he'd bury her body when he returned to the myriad-year continent, hopefully allowing her departed soul to find rest. If possible, he'll have those who knew her perform the honors. With a last sigh, he was unable to change this. Seeing her death brought him to face his own mortality, his own ensuing calamity of hell that he may or may not survive. Would he even have a body after? A soul? Would he be buried alongside his older brother or rotting on some ship out at a toxic sea? Time isn't linear, there is no true regret. Kratos' words resounded in his heart, saying something too profound for him to actually understand. It just sounded like nonsense. Cultivation is endless. As long as Long Chen doesn't court death, he might reach a level one day where he could bring Lian Yu back to life. If I could go back in time, if divinities can truly exist, then anything is possible in this boundless world. This was the beauty of cultivation, its endless possibilities. With a wave of his hand, her corpse was covered by a faintly glowing gray sheet. With a final sigh, he left the room. After standing at the entrance for a few minutes, reflecting on the fragility of life and how even the heavenly Daos can't halt even death, he closed his eyes. If anything, the temporal reincarnator is proof that the heavenly Daos can't protect you from everything. You or your loved ones. You must rely on yourself. The wake-up call of Lian Yu was a much-needed one. He slowly walked within the tall, wide halls of the true desolate temple, cutting a lonely figure. I've reached the absolute limits of my current cultivation base, I should ascend to the next phase. After reaching the spatial resonance phase, Wei Wuyin had once more refined his body, sea of consciousness, innate energies, and astral souls to their absolute limits. He had 4 10-ringed soul idols, 4 10-rippled spatial resonances, and had comprehended a trace of the origin of all light from the transcendent quality, 8th grade refraction world light elixir. In this 3-year period, he had solidified his foundation, focusing on spells, arts, methods, and formations. This explosively increased his usage of powers and familiarity with things such as his bloodline abilities. This was likely the fastest period of growth he'd experienced as a cultivator. Outside of learning new arts, spells, methods, intents, or formations, he had reached an apex, so to speak. The 5th stage of the astral core realm, the light reflection phase, is my next step forward, he felt as his astral souls simultaneously trembled with excitement. Before he knew it, he was outside the true desolate temple, staring at the solar star that hung in the sky. He didn't even have to trigger his tribulation himself, the 4 souls did it for him. The world in his view started to change. Chapter 490, 486, True Meaning of Light Reflection. Chapter 490, 486, True Meaning of Light Reflection. The light reflection phase was the beginning of the first great divide amongst cultivators. This was all due to its significance as the last foundational stage of the astral core realm. Much like the soul idol and spatial resonance phases, the light reflection phase was divided into 9 outcomes. Prior to reaching this phase, a cultivator must first absorb ambient light energies into themselves. These light energies were mostly inactive, having no legitimate uses unless a cultivator used light-attributed techniques or spells. The quality of the innate light energies in your body determines your level. Unlike the other tribulations, this one, the light-conjuring astral tribulation, was instant. There was no danger in it. There was no threat of death or being overflowed by endless energies trying to refine your astral soul. There was no forceful manipulation possible, because it all occurred in an instant, and it all relied on what you already have, light energy. These light energies condense and form your primary light, instilling and continuously refining your innate energies and astral soul with its powers and qualities. Those at this phase could urge their astral force to move at a greater speed and gather with greater ease. In combat, most light reflection phases could launch a minimum of 2 full strikes before a lower-phased cultivator could launch half of one. The difference was seemingly that massive, making them invincible in close-range combat exchanges and rapid-fire assaults. This also translated to faster defensive measures. They could form several layers before a lower-phased cultivator could form a single one, making their defenses extremely difficult to penetrate. And this was just the elementary level benefits they obtained. There were 9 standard levels to the light reflection phase. From lowest to greatest, black, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, and white. They signified the spectrum of light, with white signifying the containment of all colors. Similar to the soul deity invoker elixir, the peak quality refraction world light allowed cultivators to absorb higher levels of light energies, refining true light. The lesser versions allowed the body's innate characteristics to change, allowing it to absorb and refine higher quality of light energy, typically resulting in a greater level of light. Jiang Feilin had used this very product, an impure version of it, to become nigh invincible in the light reflection phase, giving birth to blue-colored primary light energies, and paved her path as the next sacred light palace's palace master. In the starfield's declining age, this was extremely difficult to reach. In a way, it was similar to a six-ringed soul idol. Wei Wuyin had consumed the transcendent quality elixir. From the onset, he knew it would provide an opportunity to glimpse into a greater form of light, to change his body's innate potential and absorb this light. But he was utterly wrong. From the beginning, he believed all light originated from solar stars. And perhaps, the legendary true light, originated from the heavenly Daos as rumored. But the origin of all light originated not from the stars, or some unseen entity, but the soul. There was utterly no need to absorb external light energies. This act merely diluted your own internal light source, lowering its quality, and your primary light was formed from this light source. Cultivators spent decades, perhaps even centuries, absorbing light energies to prepare themselves for this trial, but it was counterintuitive to their goal. The refraction world light elixir's purpose wasn't to modify one's body to absorb and refine more light, but to form a refraction-like shielding that deflected the spectrum of light energies that tainted one's body away and out. The peak quality version merely kept all other ranges of light sources at bay, literally refracting them, only allowing the purest comprehension in that state, but it never tainted one's internal light source in the process. It formed true light. Wei Wuyin was utterly awed by this truth, realizing it allowed him to not just expel all the light energies he'd refined, but tap into his source of all light within him. While there were clues, such as the name of the phase and elixir, he only connected the pieces after consuming the transcendent quality elixir. Light reflection phase. Refraction world light elixir. To reflect your own light to the world, to refract the light of the world away. It was such an in-your-face thing that you only understood after the fact. Even he felt embarrassed when he thought about it. When the tribulation was initiated, it, like the spatial resonance phase, originated from the body. He didn't have to even think about how to overcome this tribulation, lacking light energies entirely within his body. As it activated, delving into his astral souls, they all simultaneously glowed with an indescribable light. It wasn't any color he could describe. But this color with no name was starting to undergo specific changes in each of his astral souls. The first was King. As a divine saber soul, it controlled and manipulated energies that gave off a natural light. This light wasn't defined by a color but its aura, its characteristics. It was saber light. King's primary light was itself, the glint of its edge that reflected the end of everything it met. Saber light. There was no true light or a specific light that embodied the mortal spectrum, just pure saber light. He had never seen saber light shine from the inside of his astral soul before, always a byproduct of his saber force meeting the outside world. It was an unbelievable sight. He felt as if it reflected everything, slicing it right after. I understand now, Wei Wuyin finally fit that final piece of the puzzle. The primary light of his astral souls defined their own outstanding and personalized brilliance, sending that light out and onto the world. Ori's primary light was elemental light, purely white. It could be mistaken easily for white-colored primary light. It had endless permutations and transitions, at times becoming colors outside the spectrum for a brief moment, such as dark red, magma, or brown, earth, while aligning with more normal colors. Eden's primary light was seven-colored, revealing the entire normal spectrum of light with slightly different shades. It reflected the seven principles of alchemy and the seven emotions relating to sentience. Kratos' primary light was gray and translucent, shifting between the two, even vanishing entirely at times as if invisible. It emanated the principles of the void, indistinct and formless. As for the gray light it emitted, it was true draconic light within. Their four primary lights were brought out. Their original light that defined them. Annihilation saber light, shifting elemental light, seven source light, formless divinity light. Chapter 491, 487, Invitation. Chapter 491, 487, Invitation. The light reflection phase was the last crucial step towards determining the foundation of one's cultivation base. This excluded the always important quantity of astral force, quality of innate energies within one's fleshy body, and intent. While the light-conjuring astral tribulation was instantaneous, the resulting consolidation of one's astral force was not. Outside the true desolate temple, Wei Wuyin slowly inhaled. The ambient light energies flowed into his meridians, pores, and mouth, absorbed until they funneled into his astral souls. After reaching the light reflection phase, he finally understood the true meaning of primary light. In some ways, the primary light was the filter within the astral soul, absorbing and refining light energies to equate its qualities. These light energies would then integrate with the physical, mental, spiritual, essence, and spatial energies to produce the newly refined astral force. This newly refined astral force flowed through the body like a blitz of lightning with the most gentlest nature. It made circulating one's astral force, deploying the various powers within a cultivator's body, extremely fast and smooth. Even he was startled by the speed of circulation of his astral force and all its variations. If before he needed a few seconds to gather roughly a tenth of his astral force, now he could expel everything in seemingly the same time frame. Regardless if it is manifesting or shaping astral force, it was far faster than before. Even the rate at which he manipulated ambient mana had accelerated, allowing him to command more in less time. The refraction world light elixir's effects showed astonishing benefits after reaching the realm. It was twofold, before and after the phase was reached. The body's modification, allowing the quicker absorption of light energies, was extremely useful now. He could refine light energies at a far faster pace, sending them into his astral souls to produce refined astral force. But there was a strange peculiarity that he discovered: his astral souls would not absorb ambient light energies themselves. This development caused him much confusion, and he didn't know where the problem stemmed from. Even their answers were vague. TCH, King. Light. Light. My light. Ori. I need no external light, Kratos. Eden. Besides the last, which gave no response, and the first that was essentially the same, he didn't know if they were unwilling or their uniquely personalized primary light somehow rejected external light. It could be an entirely different reason, but the fact remained, they refused to externalize to absorb light energies. With this step, all that's left is the gravity emission phase. Unlike the first 6 stages of the astral core realm, the next tribulations weren't based on comprehension. They were lethal tribulations that sought to kill all challengers, and victors claimed unimaginable benefits and extraordinary transformations of their astral soul. He urged a wisp of his newly refined astral force from King, his divine saber soul, and swirled it within his palms. The saber force was radiant, emitting annihilation saber light. The particles it came in contact with were eviscerated, leaving saber scars in the void. Frowning, he realized his saber force refined by this annihilation saber light was terrifyingly vicious. He recalled the scenery of that guard at Desert Fall City. The man was obliterated into less than dust, layer by layer until nothing was left. It had even sent a chill down his spine. This might be unique to King's specific saber intent, focusing on total annihilation. The movement speed of his saber force had been increased as well. From his estimation, roughly 10 times its usual speed. He felt a desire to test if the 7 source light of Eden affected his concoction, refinement, and thinking speed. But before he could delve into this, his spatial ring glowed with a spiritual light. When he received the transmission, he ceased his cultivation session at the entrance of the holy temple. Using his celestial eyes, he approximated the time that had gone by while he consolidated his cultivation base. It had been 4 days. Due to the perpetual sunlight and unmoving solar star, there was no night, so Wei Wuyin could only use his internal clock to determine the passing of time. After such a long time, he found himself surrounded by temple members. They gave him a wide berth, being several hundred meters away from him, and they even forcefully redirect all incoming traffic. As their assignment was to protect the Holy Sun, they were extremely diligent in their task. Wei Wuyin knew these were done on the orders of Grand Priestess Sita, so he wasn't too bothered. With a soft breath, he stood. "You're all dismissed," he said. The guards didn't dare to refuse their Holy Sun's order, immediately expressing their pious and religious foundation with a chanting bow, vanishing as fast as they could. Each guard was a realm lord. He lifted his head towards the solar star that hung beyond this world realm's sky. "You've finally made a move." The message from earlier included a detailed report of Lin Ming's movements, the holy son of Grand Gale. "But what a shocking one," he added with a faint smile. He originally believed that Lin Ming would move against the two other holy children, forced to face them in direct combat, even in war, but he hadn't. A systematic elimination of the competition, so to speak. Instead, he had sent invitations to all holy children inviting them to a so-called holy summit. This holy summit was pitched as a discussion of the future of the four extreme continent. The holy children had gained complete control over the entirety of the four extreme continent, ending the season of devils, and prompting a change in the continent. But Wei Wuyin couldn't help but chuckle to himself. None of them, not a single holy child, had an iota of personal investment in this continent. 2 were trial takers and the other 2 were from outside, merely seeking the divine caches left behind. They were essentially thieves. There were bound to be various developments at this holy summit. The only advantage that Lin Ming had was seizing the initiative. But in some ways, this move wasn't bad. If the 4 holy children were to fight, they would have to spend an enormous amount of time gathering forces outside of their respective holy temples. To add, amongst the 4, he had the advantage if war between forces were launched. After all, he had 3 tokens that had control of these lands, with the well-cultivated central region. He would easily gain the greatest military in the shortest amount of time, and hold the absolute advantage in that regard. In the long run, the others had no chance of gaining an advantage. While Lin Ming had 3 outside tokens, these only led to caches, not control of regions. As for the vast resources that Lin Ming could acquire from these caches, so what? That required time to convert into power, and Lin Ming didn't have a lot of it. The act of absorbing materials was far, far slower than using alchemical products made from said materials. With Wei Wuin's strong position, there were only a few options the others could take to defend against him. Firstly, unite. With 3 tokens, they could match him in authority, exceed him in forces, and use their combined wealth to offer benefits to recruit others. They had 3 temples of loyal forces, he had 1. They had 3 caches, and they assumed he had none. Secondly, submit. An option that wouldn't matter much to the outsiders, if their pride allowed it, but Lin Ming couldn't afford to happen at any cost. If he failed this trial to become the chosen of the True Element sect, he would be left with taking the standard avenues within the sect, not gaining a roaring leaping start in the sect. Lastly, challenge. While challenge might be the word, the truth was to declare war against each other. After all, these holy children had to get within 100 meters of each other, a distance that was nigh impossible with each having numerous protectors by their side. Even Wei Wuyin had to use a calculated scheme, the element of surprise, and an ego-measuring stare to bait his first target. The second was the overwhelming manipulation of the entire continent's powerhouses, forcing them to submit after several millennia of animosity had grown against them. When the season of regression came to an end, war was bound to happen. While Wei Wuyin felt that this holy summit had the makings of an intelligent move, he couldn't help but laugh in amusement. Lin Ming was a little too optimistic. There were too many variables that could occur. The only advantage he held was geographical advantage, and that was a stretch. While it was unlikely that any of the holy children would approach him themselves, someone who violently claimed a badge of divinity, and he shouldn't trust them, this wasn't an absolute certainty. Using common sense, he should avoid this holy summit. He was the only other trial taker, entering the territory of the other trial taker was extremely risky. Furthermore, he didn't know if Lin Ming had an agreement with an outsider, or planned to act with any sinister schemes. If everything went as one would expect, he should observe and wait. If this was him before, the one who carefully planned every action, multiple contingencies, and avoided risk, he would have done exactly that. He sent a message to Grand Priestess Sita, "Gather our elites. We're going to the Holy Summit." Chapter 492-488, Sky Zephyr City. Chapter 492-488, Sky Zephyr City. Holy Summit. Ming Shufeng slowly asked. In the Zephyr Plains, she was adorned in a green-colored tight-fitting outfit that accentuated her curves, displaying her slender body to the world. At the moment, gusts were blowing against her, sending her golden hair fluttering in the wind. A truly picturesque moment. Sen Yongli was garbed in a cloak that hid her features, and even the blowing wind failed to reveal even a hint of her curves or bodily features. As if angered by its inability, a gust blew her way, yet she remained entirely unaffected. They both floated a few inches above the zephyr plain's grass, not touching the ground. Just a few hundred miles behind them, the hue of violet was present. They had just left the noxious seas, venturing into the zephyr plains. "Are we going?" Ming Shufeng asked. They had received some information from a still-active docking station. The news of a holy summit held in the Zephyr Plains by the Holy Son of Grand Gale, who they knew as the true Elemental Emperor, was being widely discussed. A few weren't certain if the season of devils had truly ended, but this announcement had verified this development. The people were all excited, no longer feeling pressured to leave their homes, and some elven tribes had even left the clash in the central regions, returning to their cities. Without the impending threat of death, no one felt in a rush to claim a spot in the central region. There were even negotiations being held among the world's powerhouses, deciding how to divide the treasured locations. A few even suggested a healthy division of resources based on competitions amongst juniors. Down the line, perhaps entire resource deposits will be determined by the relative strength of geniuses. Of course, this was to prevent war amongst top-tier experts, devastating the world. If it wasn't for the season of regression suppressing realm lords and time lords, this continent might have suffered irreparable damage already. Sen Yongli's crimson eyes flashed a radiant glow. "What do you see?" She didn't answer Ming Shufeng, but asked this question instead. Ming Shufeng started, almost forgetting she was a heavenly seer. With a faint smile, she started to perform a series of hand seals as her fate force released a heavenly hymn within her, forming a thin divine ring that circulated around her body like a planetary ring. She emitted a heavenly light, instilling a sense of awe in all who saw it. Her ocean blue eyes erupted in rays of heavenly light. This change only lasted for a few minutes before the scene vanished, returning to normal. When it all ended, Ming Shufeng was frowning with colorless eyes. Her cultivation had experienced leaps and bounds of advancement, so her ability to commune with the heavens and glimpse into its intent was far greater than before. Sen Yongli waited for her to digest the details of her vision. After an hour, Ming Shufeng finally breathed out a relaxed breath as her brows unfurrowed, her colorless eyes regained their gorgeous blue. 3 children gather, 1 watches afar. The outsider's supports, the insider's clash. End of regression, war abound. Those words were said in a strange, holy tone. Sen Yongli frowned, digesting these visions and their cryptic meanings. But when she matched it with the events detailed in the Book of Heaven's Path, she nodded. This matched. According to the Book of Heaven's Path, the true Elemental Emperor proposes a holy summit. He meets 2 youths from the eternal sky starfield, similarly holy children. They discuss unclear things, deciding to act against the Ascendant Emperor of Neo-Dawn in the end. War is unleashed, and the powerhouses of the continent just watch as 3 temples fight one. The Ascendant Emperor of Neo-Dawn loses the badges of divinity, and the true Elemental Emperor obtains them, including the other 2 from the holy children. He becomes a chosen of the true element sect, where he starts as the lowest chosen and slowly begins his monumental charge to the top. This was a crucial point that had changed in the modified Book of Heaven path, and this was written long before the other holy children was determined, so she felt confident in this outcome. The only issue was that she couldn't gain any benefits from their clash. As San Yongli pondered this point, Ming Shufeng caught her breath. San Yongli. Breaking away from her thoughts, she replied, "We'll watch and wait, for now." The Sky Zephyr Temple was as majestic and large as the true Desolate Temple, except for one detail: it floated in the sky. There was no foundation of a sky layer, just a casual floating with the utmost stability. It was more than 1,000 meters high. Similar to the true Desolate City, there was a city below. The city inhabited those of both races, humans and elves equally, and they lived in harmony. While at first glance the scenery seemed to match the true Desolate Temple, there was a faint air that gave one a strange feeling. If one looked closer, inspected the lively members of the city below, they would find the humans with bright smiles, comfortable homes, and brimming with energy. But the elves, they were not of the same level. It was as if they were lower members of this society, their houses not as large, as complex. If one ignored this strange detail that might be overlooked by the casual observer, they would discover numerous holes embedded in various locations in the city. These holes erupted with geysers of air that twisted and turned, entering another hole elsewhere in the city. There were humans riding these geysers of air to travel throughout the city. No elves, however, could be seen. There were jets of constant airstreams that touched the temple above, allowing travel to and from the temple. Big Sister Ching. Come, play with us. The energetic and lively sounds resounded from a group of elven children, verdant forest elves, exalted at the appearance of a young elven woman. She was extremely beautiful, as if she was sculpted from the purest hands of the world, conforming to the natural environment to the greatest imaginable limit. Her slender figure, radiantly emerald eyes, and sleek, long, and straight emerald hair gave her an exceptional warm and gentle appearance. Ching Chiumu smiled, not refusing. She played with these elven children who were roughly 8 to 10 years of age, laughing and joking as she felt. Her bright and genuine smile dazzled those who watched, with many struck dumb by her extraordinary looks. A few of these children blushed, likely experiencing their first feelings of blooming love. After a period, she was defeated by their endless energy as she playfully left with a reluctant expression. When she finally escaped their clutches, her smile remained until she had left their sights. It slowly fell, her emerald-colored eyes swept the airstreams above with a cold light. After leaving the desolate lands, she sought to see the elves said to look like her. When she arrived, she had met the lingering verdant forest elves who hadn't traveled to the central regions. They had similarities to her, but they weren't exactly like her. Still, they were all accepting, friendly, and united. But she later learned the truth. A truth that even the Sky Zephyr Temple and its holy members allowed and participated in. When she recalled her own past, her eyes grew colder. Unlike the other elves, verdant forest elves had a unique essence blood that was useful in enhancing longevity of cultivators and nourishing herbs. When cultivators reach a new stage or realm of cultivation, their lifespans are increased by a specific amount. This specific amount is highly dependent on the cultivator's foundation, cultivation, and innate energies. You could say their cultivation base refined their life force, allowing that life force to last for longer before its eventual depletion. Wood cultivators were renowned for their extremely long lives, so the weakness of a weak offensive, defensive, and speed of their powers were supplemented by longer lives. The average astral core realm cultivator at the first stage, the World Sea phase, had roughly 1,000 years of life. She had nearly 2,000. Of course, she was an abnormality amongst wood cultivators, but an additional 100 or 2 years was still extremely impactful. A mortal would give anything or could do unspeakable things to extend their lives and prime state for 10 or 20 years, let alone cultivators. Furthermore, this would continue to become greater as they ascend further and further along their cultivation. The inhabitants of this world, specifically the Zephyr Plains, used these verdant forest elves' essence blood to refine their bodies, to extend their lifespans. Those eyes of hers that rarely displayed hate, showed a strong, extremely terrifying killing intent. Chapter 493, 489, Kill Them All. Chapter 493, 489, Kill Them All. The Holy Summit's date was shortly after its announcement. Clearly, Lin Ming sought to hold it before the season of regression ended so that Realm Lords and Time Lords didn't regain their invincible advantages. The other powerhouses of the continent understood this, agreeing with such haste. The overwhelming strength of a worldly domain and temporal dissonance should not be underestimated because of the season of regression. The ambient mana and energies were severely affected, stripping Realm Lords of their terrifying ability to convert the entire world into their sword of slaughter. The ears of everyone were to the ground, giving undivided attention to the actions of the 3 other holy children. This holy summit was likely to decide the future climate of the world, thus, all the Realm Lords and Time Lords of the 4 regions were watching. Even conflict between forces had halted entirely, as if everyone was waiting with bated breath. An unspoken agreement had formed. Everyone had priorities, and this was their greatest. No one expected a holy summit, but everyone wanted to know of its end result. There wasn't a single force on the continent that didn't have a vested interest in the outcome. The elves were conflicted, however. Every last holy child was of the human race, not a single elf among them. If it wasn't for the rumored season of Devil's End, they would be terrified and scrambling. In fact, they would be forced to side with Wei Wuyin because he had been the only unbiased one, having an elven lover of the highest position, making him extremely reliable. The others were unknowns. If Lin Ming hadn't publicized this, the elves might have been forced to side with Wei Wuyin to assure their safety. This tactic was quite seamless, as if it was a given to inform the people. In truth, it wasn't. The season of devils could have helped formulate alliances due to the uncertainties, but without it, there was no reason for the top-tier powerhouses to risk themselves in a war. This was why none of them acted to gain the grace of the Holy Children or fought for territory. If all the lands were safe zones, they could live anywhere they wished. Even if they were expelled, they would find their settlement elsewhere. Furthermore, which holy child would expel them? If they joined another force out of anger, wouldn't they suffer an immense loss? While the temples were strong and loyal, they paled in comparison to the total strength of these forces. There were even words of an alliance against any oppressive holy children, already planning to seek independence. Wei Wuyin had fully expected this, so he wasn't bothered by the Grand King's distancing. Still, he still had the greatest single force of the holy children, not because of his temple's strength, but because he had the full backing of the Grey Sands elves. Despite his relations limited to the Ai clan, Ai had given his holy seed to the other clans, showing their unity. They believed themselves invested, tied to his fate. Wei Wuyin soared through the sky, a group of 9 behind him. Besides Grand Priestess Sita and Ai, the other 7 were realm lords of the Grey Sands elves and temple members. With 2 Time Lords present and 7 realm lords, he had a terrifying lineup. At this moment, the Grey Sand elves were sending glances towards Ai, exchanging spiritual transmissions. Their expressions betrayed their lack of calm and tensed nerves. Without warning, they were all summoned and set to travel to the Zephyr Plains, entering another Holy Child's region. This brought them an unsettling feeling. In their minds, it was like entering the former central region ruled by the Lei and Shuang clans. It was extremely risky, nearly suicidal even. To add, they had only brought 9 experts. While they had 2 Time Lords, the season of regression was still in effect. They were only slightly stronger realm lords at this point. How could they not question this? The true Desolate Temple members were loyal to the holy bloodline even in the face of death, they weren't. Holy Son, is this appropriate? Ai didn't know how to word her question. She trusted Wei Wuyin, but even she had her doubts. In her mind, the other holy children would not attend this extremely short-noticed holy summit in such a manner for the same reason they shouldn't. It was extremely dangerous. Even if they were to venture into the region, shouldn't they bring everyone? An entire army. And according to reports, the other holy children were arriving in their void ships, likely carrying an entire army. Wei Wuyin didn't mind their doubts. If it was in normal times, he would be echoing their sentiments. After all, why enter enemy territory without an army? He calmly responded. Don't overthink it. You're all just accessories. Unless you act against my orders, you won't be in any danger. He didn't speak to Ai but those Grey Sands elves who doubted his decision-making. A Grey Sands elf realm lord couldn't help but shout, "How can you guarantee that?" His outburst was unexpected, causing him to still as the auras of numerous realm lords lingered near him. These belonged to the members of the temple, their eyes extremely cold. It sent an icy shiver down his spine, as even Grand Priestess Sita was included amongst them. Aye. The elf stuttered. Haha, relax. Wei Wuyin's words caused the other members to retract their auras, seemingly turning away from the elf. You're right. I can't guarantee you'll live or die, or if you'll be sent into the mouth of danger by my decision. If you wish to leave, you can. No one will stop you. The elf frowned, glancing at Ai. But seeing her not even look at him, he gnashed his teeth and kept quiet. If he left, he'd be ostracized by the Grey Sands elven tribes. That wasn't a fate he could allow. Another asked, a pretty middle-aged elf, "You said we're accessories, that we're not in danger, what do you mean by that?" She was polite and respectful in her tone, clearly cautious. Wei Wuyin turned back, looking at this pretty middle-aged elf, and said with a smile, "Well, I have no intention of using you all." Ai heard this, frowning as she tried to clarify, "The Holy Son is just having a peaceful discussion with 3 other holy children, why do you think we'll be needed?" But her words caused Wei Wuyin to laugh, finding her cute, and thus moved closer to Ai. He soon reached arm's length as he caressed her beautiful, smooth skin, causing her to blush a bright red, a tantalizing scene with her light bronze skin. The others saw this scene. The Grey Sands elves were bright-eyed, affirmed of their choice of holy child. He was clearly smitten with Ain, and this was endlessly beneficial to them and the elven race as a whole. Embarrassed, Ain wanted to turn away, but Wei Wuin's words fiercely snapped her out of her emotions. "No, I don't intend to have a discussion." Wei Wuin grinned, "I intend to kill them all." Just as he said this, the Zephyr Plains border came into view, as if perfectly timed with his words. In the far-off distance, further into the Zephyr Plains, two void ships had simultaneously arrived at Sky Zephyr City. They were headed by the two holy children. Within the Sky Zephyr Temple, a handsome youth watched as the ships approached, his gray eyes gleaming with white light. An attendant arrived, kneeling as they chanted a few quick words of prayer. After, they reported, the Holy Son of Transformative Waters and Holy Daughter of Absolute Hot Fire has arrived. Lin Ming waved his hand, dismissing this redundant attendant. But the attendant hadn't left, he added, and the Holy Son of Trielementus has just crossed the borders. Lin Ming's expression revealed a bit of surprise. He muttered to himself, his voice carrying unfathomable surprise, "He's actually coming." He had assumed that Wei Wuin would avoid entering his territory at all cost. He wasn't ignorant of the outsiders' presence, even well aware of their existence and purpose, so he didn't fear them competing against him. Senior Sister Lin had been the maintainer of the trial, how could she not know its usage as a training ground? If she hadn't been sent to ensure the continuation of the trial, how could he have met her? Only he didn't know if Wei Wuin knew, but regardless if he did or didn't, by his understanding of Wei Wuin's intelligence, he should never enter his territory. They were both trial takers and he held the absolute advantage. It was an extremely ill-advised move. If it wasn't the season of regression, if pellets could be used, he might be a little fearful. But it was, and they couldn't be used. Well, if Wei Wuin wanted to deliver himself to him, should he really look a gift horse in the mouth? Chapter 494, 490, Outsiders' Thoughts. In Sky Zephyr City, two figures played a board game with continuous moving pieces. It was the young woman and an old man from beyond. Their looks and auras were rather ordinary. "Why do you think he'll come?" the young woman asked as she shifted a piece with her delicate fingers, her brows furrowed as she contemplated her next move. When the piece landed, the old man shook his head. "I just do," the old man answered as he showed no mercy, shifting his piece and ending the game. "Checkmate." The young woman gawked in silence, inspecting the board for a solid minute before sighing to herself. Her eyes flitted with a bitter light as she glanced at the old man. She said with dissatisfaction and a pout, "If he comes, he's an idiot." "Why?" the old man asked, calmly reorganizing the pieces to restart the game. He wanted to hear her thoughts. Since meeting Wei Wuin, experiencing what it meant to be young, cunning, intelligent, and perceptive, he hoped to see some of these traits in the young woman. Isn't it obvious? This Holy Son of Grand Gale didn't set this meeting up to conduct any form of discussion about the future of this land. There isn't much to discuss. With the birth of holy children throughout the continent, the end of the season of devils, the holy children lost the majority of their power and influence. This is a discussion on how to deal with him, the strongest obstacle, so he would definitely not come. If he did, wouldn't he just fall into the hands of the others? The young woman explained with a faint smile of confidence. But the old man looked at her and sighed, if it was only that simple, if only he was that simple. His sigh contained a wisp of disappointment, causing the young woman to pout. "What do you mean? Am I wrong?" she questioned aggressively. This was the most direct explanation as to why he shouldn't arrive. This was a trial, but the other two holy children weren't here for it. They sought to gain the greatest benefit out of their circumstance. The old man finished resetting the board. "You're not." "What?" Confused, she demanded clarity with her eyes. The old man was contradicting himself. No. If she wasn't wrong, then if he came, he was an idiot. No. The old man calmly said, "Your move." But after noticing the glare in the young woman's eyes, unwilling to proceed with their somewhat competitive game, he gave off another sigh, looking into the distance. "You've explained why not, can you explain why he should? What would he do if he did?" This question stumped her. If it was foolish to come, why consider the alternative? She didn't understand. If putting your hand over a fire burns your hand, then why consider why you should put your hand on a fire? There should be only reasons why you shouldn't. Thinking about things from all angles, considering the worldly circumstances, those things are important. Let's put it in simpler terms, what if he sought an alternative? To negotiate with the other two before this holy son of Grand Gale. Offer them benefits. Couldn't he gain an advantage? The old man asked. Wouldn't work, the young woman said swiftly and confidently. There's no way the holy son of Grand Gale would give him the chance, unless he's the idiot. Furthermore, this is definitely not going to happen. That girl is incredibly stubborn, and she's already decided who to support. The girl she mentioned caused the young woman to twist her lips into a frown. The old man smiled. Ignorance is cause for caution, not dissuasion. Those words caused the young woman's heart to pound, feeling as if it contained a profound essence she'd never understood before. But she couldn't quite grasp it. I guess we should just wait and see what he does. The old man decided that explaining it would be too troublesome. She might even consider it illogical with her fixated thinking of Wei Wuin's current position. No. Explain. The young woman was irritated at the cryptic words and profound wisdom. She felt somewhat insulted, feeling a little lacking in intelligence. What was so great about this holy son of Trielementus? Sure, he had heaven-defying talent. Sure, he had outrageously good looks. Sure, his spiritual strength is unfathomable. But what was she trying to say again? Whatever. She wanted an explanation. The old man shook his head. Think simple, and consider. You'll find the answer. He truly didn't want to explain, trying to urge her to think of alternatives. She kept thinking of Wei Wuin entering a passive position, forced to wait for his eventual fate. Most might be forced into that position if this was the world of mortals, but they were cultivators. The act of cultivation was an act of defiance against fate, against the normalities of reality. The young woman clenched her slender fingers, finding the old man irritating. Fine. Let's see if he comes or not. See if he's an idiot or not. See if you're right or I am. With a huff, she moved a piece. But in her anger, that hasty action would inevitably lead to her loss. Don't have to wait for long, the old man said. Yanlei stood at the front of his void ship, overlooking the masses. Those gawking humans and sharp-eared creatures. Those eyes of his contained an apathetic and dismissive gleam. It was as if everything he saw was beneath him. Those below were ants, no, less than ants in his eyes. Pathetic, he spat. A skinny old man with sharp eyes that seemed to demand compensation for existing in his view from everyone, including the world, was standing beside him. The old man was entirely unbothered by Yanlei's attitude. You should dispose of that token, the old man suggested. Yanlei turned, realizing the skinny old man had revealed himself. Why? He asked. His expression remained indifferent. He withdrew the token of Elementus, also known as the badge of divinity, and inspected it with a faint smile. You should know why, the skinny old man plainly said. The badge was a key item in the trial, and they weren't here for the trial. If they hindered the trial or completed it somehow, it would cause all sorts of issues to occur. The True Element sect, HM. They want to choose their chosen in such an archaic trial. I heard the trial was established in the hometown of the Nine Divine Elementus King. I wonder if it's true. Yanlei amusingly said. Whether it's true or not, if you hinder the trial, the True Element sect will demand an explanation. What you gain from this trial will be far, far less than what you lose. The skinny old man warned after hearing the faint trace of disrespect in Yanlei's tone. The Nine Divine Elementus King wasn't a figure he could speak about so casually. He thought for a moment and solemnly added, you might not even keep your life. After saying that, he vanished. Yanlei froze for a moment. He clenched his fist around the token, feeling a wisp of frustration in his heart. But after a while, he relaxed. I have a seed of law, so my future isn't any less promising than this whatever king. After saying those words, he scoffed as they met an envoy of the Sky Zephyr Temple. On the other void ship, an ordinary-looking girl with hair was short and wavy, styled in a curly bob cut, with side-swept bangs partially covering her forehead, was at the front of the ship, observing the Sky Zephyr Temple that hovered in the sky. Her eyes were calm, cold even, yet there was a faint trace of remembrance in her eyes. Those eyes became softer. A voice resounded behind her, its origins unclear, but its tone was feminine with a tinge of haughtiness. You shouldn't have any other ideas, Tang Xingyun. Those words prompted that soft eyes to resume its cold, distant feeling. The young woman by the name of Tang Xingyun remained silent, not responding. But the voice was unwilling to do the same, reminding, be mindful of your status. He's not and will never be worthy of you. Tang Xingyun's eyes became colder, but she remained silent. Only time will decide if he's worthy or not, no one else. Chapter 495, 491, Run. Chapter 495, 491, Run. The group of 9 were silent as they flew towards Sky Zephyr City. The Grey Sands elves within the ground had tense expressions, uncertain if they had heard Wei Wuyin right or not. They couldn't help but glance at the true desolate temple members, but they were unsure if they were just unaffected, hid their thoughts, or just suicidal. A few wanted to voice out their want for clarification, some sent messages to AI-Yin, but they either couldn't or received no response. So they remained silent on the remaining distance to Sky Zephyr City. While they flew, Wei Wuyin was feeling the ambient zephyr power that lingered in the air. It was normally gentle and soft, but when acted upon, it became extremely ferocious and sharp. But the continuous and endless gust of wind was not without its dangers. If the zephyr power accumulated within one's body, it would eventually erupt. That was an extremely lethal outcome. As long as one avoided touching the grass, filtered out the zephyr power, they would remain safe. Ori had absorbed a portion of zephyr power, extracting its qualities and profundities. It was a high-level wind intent. In the time they took to fly, Ori had already disassembled the power, extracted the bare intent, and allowed Wei Wuyin to comprehend it. It wasn't difficult. With this, he took another step towards completing his elemental origin intent, advancing it to the next level. All he lacked was water and fire intent at the high level or greater. But he still aspired to birth an elemental origin intent with 9 apex level intents. He only had 3, but the increase of his intent was not minor. As they reached the city, there were a group of 12 armored men at the border of the city, a welcoming party. At the lead was a Time Lord, clearly belonging to the Sky Zephyr City. It was a middle-aged man with a slim physique, Grand Priest Zigu. He had the same status as Grand Priestess Sida, the head of the temple and strongest member. Wei Wuyin faintly smiled. What a welcome. 11 Realm Lords and a Time Lord. Incredible. His words were said with amusement, much to the consternation of the Grey Sands elves. While they had 2 Time Lords in their lineup, they didn't believe they would obtain any advantage in a fight. As they neared, the 12 men that were fully armored, seemingly ready for war, tightly clenched their astral weapons. These individuals didn't know why their Holy Son had given aggressive orders towards the Holy Son of Tri-Elementus and not the other 2, but they were primed and ready. AI-Yin frowned. You were right. Wei Wuyin halted. A few hundred meters away, having not yet crossed the border into the city. Isn't this a holy summit? Am I, the Holy Son of Tri-Elementus, not welcomed? He asked, his voice explosive as it reached the ears of everyone in the city, temple, and vicinity. All those powerhouses observing the events perked up, not expecting this development. The old man sat with the young woman, a grin on his face. See. The young woman pouted, spat out with a shrug, yeah. Well, what will the idiot do? Fight. He didn't even bring an army. The old man merely kept his grin, his eyes brighter than ever before. Grand Priest Zigu slightly frowned. The Holy Summit was supposed to be a gathering of 4 holy children to decide the future of the continent, so even he wasn't certain as to why the hostile reception. But he was loyal to the holy bloodline, to the Holy Son of Grand Gale, all else mattered very little. If you dash, he was about to spout out the words instructed to say, but a loud laugh of joy cut him off. He was startled as he glared at Wei Wuyin. He was a Grand Priest, who dared to interrupt him. Those who were watching were caught off guard as well, unsure what Wei Wuyin intended to do or these Sky Zephyr Temple members. Wei Wuyin couldn't care less about this Grand Priest's nonsense. He had noticed a familiar aura within the city. When his celestial eyes scoured the city, he found a gorgeous emerald-haired elf who was startled, a light of concern in her gaze as she watched them from afar. When she noticed his gaze, she was caught off guard. Wei Wuyin cheerfully waved, excited to see Qin Qiumu. She was the first individual that he'd met that originated from his starfield, besides Lian Yu's corpse. He was extremely excited, his laughter of joy was extremely genuine, originating from the depths of his heart. Seeing Wei Wuyin wave so exuberantly, Qing Qiumu couldn't help but smile, a faint blush on his face. He never allowed anything serious to take away his joy, acting as he wished and however he wished. But she loved that about him. Even when he fought 3 gold-starred beasts in the Grand Spirit Trials, he was filled with a warm smile and a calm attitude. When she was facing her own execution, fearful and lost, his bright smile was the strongest hand that wrenched away her stress, fear, and sadness. Now, facing the hostile Grand Priest, he was laughing and smiling without restraint, ignoring the Grand Priest as she was prioritized. A warmth suffused her heart. She couldn't even be concerned any longer, feeling as if everything was going to be okay. Ain and Sita glanced at the city, observing Qing Qiumu, who waved back with a faint blush. Seeing this verdant forest elf, her gorgeous appearance, they realized Wei Wuyin was truly all-inclusive. But considering his looks and abilities, it made sense. But suddenly, Wei Wuyin shouted with a bright smile, "Run!" Wei Wuyin repeated to Qing Qiumu, smiling and laughing, "Run!" Qing Qiumu froze for a brief moment, her pupils shrunk. Without any hesitation, she shot away, her astral force pressed against the ground, vines emerging and snatching up the powerless elven children and adults, transporting them with extremely fast speed. They couldn't even resist, her wood force far too resilient and unexpected. She didn't even try to leave through any normal exit, the vines directly plunging into the ground they emerged from alongside those they seized. For tens of miles, she extracted everyone she could, leaving herself directly after, entering into the ground while resisting the Zephyr power. Her movements were incredibly swift, fiercely decisive, and outrageously unexpected. Her actions were just watched by everyone, no one understanding what she was doing, even the experts on watch just observed in confusion. Was she taking hostages? A few roared in rage, shooting forward to chase, but they all halted before they could pursue into the ground. Without warning, they lost all signs of life. Collapsing. Seeing the corpses of these experts thud with a soft, dreadful crash left everyone shocked. These experts were at the astral core realm, and while they were all lower phase experts, they still died without warning. How? Who? The old man saw this, turning to the young woman who was just as confused. "You asked why. Here's why: negotiate. Hide. Wait. We are cultivators. If we have strength, what do we need to follow any conventional thinking? Seize the initiative." The young woman snapped to the old man, still confused. The old man laughed with heart. "Let's run too." With a blur, the two vanished from their seats and reappeared far away, looking at the scene from afar. The old man exclaimed for a moment, noticing a gaze had followed him. He saw Wei Wuyin giving his direction a sidelong glance. How terrifying. Wei Wuyin stopped laughing, his mood instantly ruined by the old man's vanishing act, causing him to instantly become serious and cautious. But after noticing who it was, he relaxed. The old man wasn't a threat. He could even be considered an ally. With this in mind, he no longer held back. He stepped forward, waving for his group of 9 elites to step back. Grand Priestess Sita acted without hesitation, the other members of the temple following soon after. The Grey Sands elves saw them retreat, so they did too. Ain was the last one. She softly said, "Be careful." Wei Wuyin didn't reply. Seeing this, Ain retreated. The scene brought confusion, even more than before, to all those watching and the Grand Priest's welcoming party. They were still wondering how those experts below died, and now they had to react to Wei Wuyin's lone walk forward, ditching his guardians. An astral core revealed itself within his dantian, revealing its existence to the entire world. The young woman's eyes widened and exclaimed in awe, shock, and wonder, "It's so big." Chapter 496, 492, Dragons Ravage the World. Chapter 496, 492, Dragons Ravage the World. Those words of the young woman resonated with the internal thoughts of most present, if not everyone. Even Grand Priest Zigu was staring stunned, with disbelief painting his entire facial expression with thick layers. While it was rumored that the Holy Son of Trielementus had an outrageous spiritual strength at a very young age, there was never any mention of his astral core. 32 centimeters. Enormous. Thick. Unbelievably big. Regardless of their thoughts, the same thing was illustrated in their minds, the largest astral core they'd ever witnessed. The light surrounding Wei Wuyin trembled and twisted, faint glimmers flickering on the surface of his skin, revealing to the world his cultivation base at the 5th stage of the astral core realm. With the absence of gravitational forces, this verified his cultivation level to everyone. But this only exaggerated their thoughts, prodding at their disbelieving minds and even making themselves believe that they'd been placed into an illusionary world. How could this be real? Was this real? Yet, Wei Wuyin stood floating in the sky, his dantian glowing as it contained the outline, shape, and outrageous size of his astral core. The average size of a light reflection phase cultivator, even in this thriving society of cultivation, was 1/4 of a centimeter. 1/4. Even a gravity emission phase expert, be it here or in the starfield, was just 1/2 centimeter in size, incredibly difficult to change due to the refined astral forces within. As an astral core became larger in circumference, so did the quantity and the quality of astral force stored within. As a cultivator's cultivation base rises, it becomes increasingly difficult to expand these two traits. The former, quantity, was easier, but quality required the innate energies that produced astral force to reach higher levels. This meant physical, mental, essence, and spiritual energies must be elevated in strength to further expand the astral core. What would 32 centimeters in the light reflection phase reflect? How vast was their world sea? Enough to drown the continent 10 times over. How powerful were their innate energies, their astral forces? The shock and disbelief was only expected from everyone who understood this concept of a world sea. After all, the world sea was a metaphysical space that contained vast quantities of astral force despite the seemingly limited size of a cultivator's dantian. How does he even cultivate? The young woman shouted in utter disbelief. 39,300 spirit units. 32 centimeter-sized astral core. Just a little over a decade of cultivation time. Was this even possible? Should this even be possible? There was a limit to talent, and a limit to one's foundation. The old man's heart rapidly raced, feeling incredibly perplexed by this reveal. This was because he knew that when they first met 3 years ago, Wei Wuyin's astral core was only 10 centimeters. In 3 years, he reached this. How? Does he eat high-grade alchemical products for breakfast, lunch, and dinner? With Wei Wuyin's mind-blowing foundation revealed, the entire world was shaken, but the man himself was entirely unbothered by these exaggerated reactions. Instead, his eyes were calm, cold, and emitted faint traces of killing intent. He executed his elemental spiritual art, World of Origin. He hadn't just executed it once, but 9 times. The span of time he used to unleash these 9 arts in rapid succession was equivalent to unleashing half of a single art before. This was roughly 18 times faster. This was the boundless cultivation benefits of possessing the shifting elemental primary light and refined astral force with those light energies. Vast quantities of elemental origin force gushed out from his body, erupting in a spray of white light. The immediate area around himself became filled with elemental origin force, with white elemental light that would shift colors at random intervals. Retreat. Grand Priest Zigu fiercely ordered, prompting the 11 other temple members to retreat in haste back to the Sky Zephyr City's area. Activate the defensive formations. Grand Priest Zigu cautiously kept his distance, realizing that Wei Wuyin wasn't an ordinary cultivator from his astral core. Were all holy children this monstrous? Typically, these temples avoided establishing defensive or offensive formations as it was a place of worship, but after their holy son had been determined, they all bore the fear of losing him just like the Lei and Shuang clan lost theirs. A few upper echelon members of the temple suggested establishing defensive and offensive formations to combat hostile forces, such as the other holy children. He had eventually relented with some protest, inevitably folding due to his fear of the same dreadful outcome. While the formation itself wasn't too complex, a little hasty, even Grand Priest Zigu would have issues fighting against or breaching the formation during the season of regression. A twisting sphere of violent wind engulfed the city at its borders, directly cutting off Wei Wuyin. As he stayed at the edge of the borders, they had successfully isolated him. No. Kill him. A voice, female and cold, roared out from the Sky Zephyr Temple. It trembled the entire space, causing the temple members to grow pale. They snapped out of their daze, realizing their primary orders. Without thinking, they had retreated against an enemy, locking themselves behind a protective wall seeking safety and protection. Enraged at their own fear, they grasped their astral weapons, urged their astral force into maximum activity, and shot out of the spherical domain of twisting wind, seeking to exit and clash with Wei Wuyan's elemental origin force. Unfortunately, as they hardened their wills and were reminded of their duties, sounds of a boundlessly majestic origin shook the world. A rumble that nearly took them out of the sky occurred. A few of these realm lords, with their refined bodies of 1,000 or so years, directly spat mouthfuls of blood. Grand Priest Zigu's expression became ashen, his eyes flashing with fear. As a Time Lord, it shouldn't be possible for him to feel fear, only caution. But there was a reason that changed today. Mana. An explosive roar, seemingly the simultaneous overlapping of 9 different sounds, blasted the world in its might. A shockwave of mana surged outwards with Wei Wuyan at its center, clashing with the sphere of wind, shattering it on contact. A gushing surge of endless wind blades cut through the world, slicing into the city and causing numerous cries of pain, agony, and death to resound below. Mana. Grand Priest Zigu shouted in shock, feeling the situation was ludicrous. Wasn't this the season of regression? Wasn't mana restricted by the divinities of the 4 extreme continent? His thoughts went blank as he instinctively conjured an astral ward, deflecting the powerful backlash of wind with ease. Soon, the erupting light that swarmed Wei Wuyan settled, and revealed a sight that no one present would ever forget. They had long, slithering forms. They had eyes filled with spirituality, reflecting the elements. They had impossibly sharp 5-clawed limbs that rent fixed space, solid earth as if it was mud, the air as if it was water, and glinted with brilliant light. With every twist of their pure white bodies, they would reveal their scales that were defined to the utmost limits of reality, where every curvature was as vivid and lifelike as one's hand. They swirled their bodies, releasing mists of various colors as their breath, and if one counted, they would total 9. The ambient mana pulsated directly with their draconic roars, subjugated by their dominating presence. These were dragons. Dragons. And they had a length of 1,000 meters, smaller than the last time they were unleashed, but far more compact. Their draconic auras were extremely vibrant and domineering, causing the bloodline of even humans to quiver, their hearts pounding heavily at the sight of them. They swirled, twisted, and gazed upon the world with Wei Wuyan as their centerpiece, like obedient pets as they used their eyes, which seemingly contained 9 different elemental worlds, to observe the sky Zephyr City. In the minds of every expert, a draconic roar was unleashed. A few directly fainted from the vast spiritual might each dragon released, and a few even directly lost their lives. Spiritual Astral Array. Grand Priest Zigu was terrified as he inspected the dragons, quickly determining their origins. A multi-link spiritual astral array. How did he? The disbelief was terrifying as he noticed that, while these dragons were separated in their existence, they were linked by a powerful, unbreakable spiritual link. Just being in their presence was like resisting an offensive spiritual spell. He reinforced his spirit, guarded his sea of consciousness, and hurriedly shouted, "Prepare for battle." He no longer hesitated or questioned, looking at the killing intent effusing from Wei Wuyan's eyes. A realm lord roared, feeling challenged as he wielded twin swords. He erupted in a surge of wind force, angrily shouting out a battle cry as he manifested his worldly domain and charged at Wei Wuyan. He was like a piercing twister as he moved. As long as he killed Wei Wuyan, who cared about this array? Swiftly, he faced the 9 dragons fearlessly, and lifted his swords with a vicious expression. Die. He summoned his wind force with all he could muster, causing miles of air to twist and churn. Just as he did, his expression changed as his eyes went blank, his body distorted under some force, and horror replaced his fearless expression. He wanted to scream out words, "It's a Wadash," but he was cut off at the last moment by a blurred figure that moved at sight-distorting speeds. Chomp! A horrified, delayed shout resounded. Watch out! Grand Priest Zigu was rushing towards the Realm Lord in hopes of halting him, but he anxiously stopped after seeing a dragon's head arrive before the Realm Lord, bite down and devour him in a blink of an eye. He had felt something was wrong, but he didn't know what. Seeing this dragon consume his temple member, his heart trembled. They were too fast. The life force of that Realm Lord was erased. He was either dead or trapped in a sealed space, but when he felt the shattering of a talisman linked to the Realm Lord's soul, his heart sank at 10,000 meters a moment. The dragon's eyes gave him a glance, revealing a world of lightning and releasing translucent mist with yellow motes with every breath. The simulated breathing, realistic eye movements, lifelike qualities, and draconic aura made it seem extremely realistic, causing him to forget that it was a conjured manifestation. Terror filled their entire hearts and minds. Wei Wuyan's eyes glowed fiercely, forming a hand seal as 5 dragons unleashed a world-trembling draconic roar. With 1,000-meter-long bodies, they ravaged the skies and sundered the earth as they soared towards the Sky Zephyr City. Part 11 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.